The sky is ablaze, the earth bleeds. With a heart full of fury, blood surges within. Recalling the past, those glorious years, dreams are tinged with melancholy as time slips away. In tranquil solitude, I soar across the vast expanse. Looking back, yesterday reappears. Passion remains. Boiling anew this world ignites your spirit. Chapter 1. The Fall of a Nation. In the late summer of the 348th year of the Qing dynasty, the air was thick with acrid smoke. If one did not quicken their breath, a suffocating sensation would soon ensue. Desperate to breathe freely, one could only exert themselves, striving to stave off asphyxiation. Raindrops occasionally fell from the heavens, attempting to cleanse this world in the briefest of moments, offering a modicum of relief to the smoke-laden landscape. The dark clouds sought to engulf the entire realm, yet failed to muffle the cacophony below. The sounds of clashing swords, galloping horses, curses, cries, and the roar of flames intermingled within this populous city of over 100,000 souls. This was the largest city in Yunzhou, the last bastion of the Qing court's military presence, casting a pall of chaos and anxiety over all. It was unclear whether it was the oppressive heat of the air or the tumultuous blood coursing through one's veins, but even in stillness, the blood surged within, igniting a fervor akin to being set ablaze. Tang Kaiping gripped his firearm tightly, observing the advancing army in the distance, their steps resolute. A sudden jolt surged through him, and sweat began to bead in his palms. To prevent his weapon from slipping and to preserve his life, he hastily withdrew his hand, carelessly wiping it on his attire to ensure a firmer grip, lest he perish before vanquishing the enemy. That moment, a figure clad in iron armor emerged from a throng of soldiers. Surveying the surroundings atop the city wall, he directed the defense and inquired with concern, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil below. "Lord Prefect," as the figure approached. All present hastily rose, saluting in unison with military precision. Clearly, this individual held an irreplaceable status in their hearts, and their eyes gleamed with genuine excitement at the mere sight of him. "Thank you all for your tireless efforts. On behalf of the citizens of Qing Dynasty Yunzhou, I express my gratitude. It is you who bring hope to us all." The armored figure bowed deeply in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, Lord Prefect, for the sake of the millions behind us, we vow to prove our worth with our blood." The squad leader, a scholarly man, promptly replied. The prefect nodded and soon departed with his entourage, leaving many on the wall awaiting his reassurance. As he passed by Tang Kaiping, he cast a glance at him, sighed deeply, and, shaking his head, departed with a certain dejection. Among those accompanying the prefect, a lithe figure emerged from the crowd, pulling Tang Kaiping aside. This individual bore a striking resemblance to him, clad in dark red armor, the standard garb of a lieutenant. "Why do you not heed father's words and remain at home to study, rather than rushing here?" The lieutenant chastised Tang Kaiping directly. "Brother, is it not the duty of every man to rise in times of national crisis? Our last stronghold, Qingyang, has fallen. We are on the brink of losing our nation." Tang Kaiping replied, his impatience evident. "Enough, there is no point in further persuasion now. Be cautious, for though father is the prefect, the battlefield is a perilous place where blades know no mercy. Above all, do not tarnish our family's reputation," the lieutenant said, patting his shoulder before shaking his head and departing. The lieutenant clad in red armor was indeed Tang Kaiping's elder brother, Tang Kailan, while the prefect was their father, Tang Jinyuan. The Tang family had ruled Yunzhou for generations, and for Tang Kaiping, who had been raised in luxury, the reality of war was unfathomable. Yet now, he was compelled to take up arms. As he watched his brother's retreating figure, Tang Kaiping reflected on the current plight of the Tang family, feeling a sense of helplessness. Perhaps this was fate, an inescapable responsibility, whether from the impassioned speeches of the old scholar in class months ago, or the sweat now beading on his palms. There was no escaping in the world Tang Kaiping inhabited. The Qing dynasty was situated in the northeast, a vast nation with a population of 100 million, spanning over 30 million square kilometers. Yunzhou, positioned on the southeastern coast, bordered the chaotic territories of the south and the boundless seas to the east, a realm of palpable unrest. For 3 centuries, the Qing dynasty had enjoyed peace, yet no nation can withstand the ravages of time. Generations of rulers had allowed corruption to seep into the very bones of the dynasty, culminating in a cataclysm 1 year prior. Various factions, led by Prince Chu Lin Yuan, Governor Feng Hong, the 7th Prince Lin Wen, and Qini Jiao of the White Lotus sect, seized the opportunity to rebel as the crown. Prince Lin Wei had just ascended the throne. In the span of a year, they obliterated the entire Qing dynasty, leaving Yunzhou, once considered a remote land, as the sole remaining bastion bearing the original Qing flag. The Tang family had endured for over a dozen generations as humble farmers until Tang Kaiping's grandfather, Tang Jiutian, rescued an injured elder in the Qiming Mountains, receiving a life-changing legacy before the elder's demise. The fate of the Tang family transformed dramatically, leading to military service and gradual ascent. 60 years ago, during a conflict involving 1 million troops, they successfully defended Yunzhou for 3 months before launching a decisive counterattack, driving the enemy from their lands and earning the title of prefect from the court, thus establishing themselves as the foremost family in Yunzhou. The prefect wielded power akin to a local emperor, overseeing both military and civil affairs, and thus the fate of Yunzhou lay entirely in the hands of the Tang family. Despite this, none of the Tang offspring were nurtured in luxury from their father's generation onward. It was mandated that upon reaching 1 year of age, all children must return to their ancestral home in the Qiming Mountains to live for 8 to 10 years before returning to Qingyang. No exceptions were made, and even with just 3 generations, the Tang family produced a plethora of talents. In Tang Kaiping's father's generation, aside from Tang Jinyuan, there was also the second uncle, Tang Jinbin, and the younger uncle, Tang Jinjie. While Tang Jinyuan inherited the title of prefect, Tang Jinbin served in the court, rising to the position of Minister of Revenue, overseeing all officials, and Tang Jinjie was the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Northwest War Zone, commanding the esteemed 81 Army. He captured the Summer Kingdom's prince during a campaign, earning great acclaim and being bestowed the title of general, one of only 5 generals of that rank in the nation Tang. Kaipeng, the 3rd generation of the Tang family, shares a similar fate in the Tang Jinyuan household. There are 4 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest brother, Tang Kailan, enlisted at the tender age of 18, rising from a mere soldier to the rank of lieutenant in the elite guard battalion of Yunzhou over 8 years, earning the distinction of being one of the youngest lieutenants in the entirety of the Qing kingdom. The second sister, Tang Kaiyu, was chosen as a saintess by the renowned Lianhua Palace at the age of 11, granting her the opportunity to become an unparalleled warrior. The third brother, Tang Kaizhong, was hailed as a prodigy from a young age, learning to read at 3, composing poetry by 5, and at 19, he soared to prominence in the imperial examinations, ultimately securing the title of the 3rd highest scorer, a record for someone of his age since the founding of the Qing kingdom. Due to his youth, Tang Kaipeng is only 16, and alongside his 10-year-old twin siblings, Tang Kaya and Tang Kaiming, he has yet to exhibit exceptional talents. However, despite his relative shortcomings in martial and literary pursuits compared to his elder brothers, he is not far behind. Currently, the forces besieging Yunzhou are led by Qin Yijiao of the White Lotus sect, a man who harbors intense hatred for the Qing kingdom and commands the closest military faction to Yunzhou. His entire family perished at the hands of the Qing army, and he has resisted their rule for over 30 years. Of the 73 provinces in the Qing kingdom, 13 are currently under Qin Yijiao's dominion, effectively making the eastern territories his realm, with Yunzhou being the sole exception, except for Mingzhou, which is under the control of the grasslands. Originally, he had little desire for a place like Yunzhou, as long as it remained peaceful. Yet, Tang Jinyan, far from being appreciative, brazenly displayed the Qing flag and even returned the eldest daughter of the crown prince, Lin Lan, just a month prior. This audacity seemed to signal a rebellion. Thus, Qin Yijiao issued orders for a siege without consulting his subordinates. Given Tang Xinyuan's formidable reputation, he approached the assault with caution, initially deploying 2 army groups comprising 8 divisions, totaling 400,000 troops, personally leading the charge with the intent to annihilate Yunzhou swiftly. Over decades of development under the Tang family, Yunzhou has undergone a remarkable transformation, expanding from a military force of 20,000 to 50,000 over 40 years, while its population surged from 500,000 to over 130,000. Despite Tang Xinyuan's countless brushes with danger, he had never faced a threat of this magnitude. Reluctantly, he issued a mobilization order, summoning all able-bodied men aged 16 to 40 in Yunzhou to join the military. Tang Kaipeng quietly slipped out of the military governor's residence, enlisting in the army under the pretense of protecting his family. After a brief training period, his martial skills were recognized by the drill sergeant, who assigned him to guard the walls of the city. Tang Kaipeng is no hero, but does he desire to be one? However, an indomitable pride ingrained in his very essence compels him to confront the crisis besieging Yunzhou. There is no justification for retreat, even in death. He resolves to perish on the battlefield, honoring his family name. The battle has raged for 3 days, during which he has dispatched no fewer than 6 enemies. Yet this marks the first time he has glimpsed his father. As a militia member, The wall he guards is not a primary target for Qin Yijiao, nor is it a critical defensive position for Yunzhou, making it exceedingly challenging to meet Tang Jinyuan. Even a fleeting glance at his father brings solace to Tang Kaiping's heart, for his father occupies an irreplaceable position in his life. Throughout his 16 years, the moments spent with his father have been scarce, hardly amounting to a month. Excluding the 3 days of the Lunar New Year each year, his father has been perpetually engrossed in his duties, leaving little time for leisure. Yet, Tang Kaiping harbors a profound admiration for him, feeling an unwavering sense of pride, knowing that his father's every endeavor is dedicated to the welfare of the over 130,000 citizens of Yunzhou. Chapter 2. During the war did not cease with the return of courage. Rather, it escalated with the passage of time. The destruction wrought upon the land re-emerged in a matter of moments, multiplied exponentially from its original state. War is akin to a culinary endeavor. The sizzle of ingredients hitting the hot oil signals the most tumultuous moments, yet this is merely the inception of the conflict, not its conclusion. As the soldiers of Wu advanced with determined strides, the battles intensified, reaching a pivotal moment of human endurance. Stones. Throw the stones, commanded Situi upon noticing the chaos enveloping his unit. In the midst of confusion, an array of stones was hurled down, the sound of their impact resonating differently than usual. This was soon followed by the shouts and groans of the Wu troops below. This cannot continue. Listen to me. We will group into threes. Once the front group has thrown their stones, they retreat to the rear, allowing the next group to take their place. Those returning will fetch more stones. Do you understand? Tang Kaiping, observing the disarray, swiftly issued orders to his comrades. Understood. Came the prompt response from those who had shared a long camaraderie with him, executing his commands with alacrity. Although this was a mere adjustment, the efficiency of their lethal efforts surged. Countless Wu soldiers fell, each trio of stones resembling an unceasing torrent sweeping away adversaries. The battlefield is a paradox, both intricate and straightforward. Its complexity lies in the need for cunning and systematic strategy, while its simplicity rests in the singular objective of annihilating the opponent. The demise of one signifies the end, and as long as all enemies are vanquished, victory is assured, devoid of any other justification. Hurry, follow Tang Kaiping's lead. Situi was the first to recognize the shift in Tang's approach, urging the other groups to adapt. Perhaps a minor alteration, akin to the flutter of a butterfly's wings, could stir the fog of air and transform the entire world. Tang Kaiping's changes swiftly influenced his squad, then the company, the battalion, ultimately impacting the entire 2nd Division guarding the western wall, thereby inflicting severe setbacks upon the Wu offensive, halting many segments of their advance. What are you all doing? Attack. Wei Yunqi, the overall commander of this siege, was overseeing his first independent command. Previously a trusted advisor to Qin, he had earned unwavering confidence through his counsel, which led to the responsibility of commanding 2 legions being entrusted to him. Although the Wu's fervor was momentarily disrupted, it had not suffered a cataclysmic blow. A multitude surged forward along paths previously paved by others, creating a sea of humanity that seemed capable of overwhelming Qingyang City by sheer numbers. Kalen, prepare on your end. Wait a moment before you engage. The 2nd Division performed admirably just now. I had not anticipated Zhou Hua's adeptness in leading troops. It appears my decision to promote him was indeed sagacious, Tang Jinyuan remarked, his face breaking into a rare smile as he acknowledged the 2nd Division's success in repelling the initial wave of Wu soldiers. I observed that it was not a command from his headquarters, but rather initiated by 4th Brother, which then influenced those around him. Tang Kailin countered unexpectedly. Tang Jinyuan was taken aback. Tang Kailin had always been a dutiful child, never one to contradict him or create trouble. There is no need for you to show such favoritism. That ungrateful wretch thinks himself formidable merely because he has reached the 3rd rank of martial prowess. Were it not for your mother, I would have long since expelled him from the army. Tang Jinyuan expressed his disapproval of Tang Kaiping's actions, questioning the wisdom of a novice in the military. Father, you know my brother's character. He has always been one to charge headlong into danger, undeterred by the perils. Even the mightiest of bulls cannot restrain him. Besides, as the family of a governor, if my brother has enlisted, our lineage should also contribute. Tang Kailin reasoned clearly. Alas, love breeds concern. Am I not worried for him? Indeed, with his enlistment, the military funds I once struggled to secure now seem assured. As these fellows fear I might send their sons into the fray, Tang Jinyuan sighed, waving his hand dismissively before allowing Tang Kailin to depart, quietly leaving alone thereafter. Alas, Tang Kailin echoed the sigh, casting a final glance at Tang Kaiping before exiting the city wall, disappearing into the alleys within. As the Wu troops grew increasingly frenzied in their assault, the stones atop the walls could no longer withstand their onslaught, and soon, Wu soldiers began to scale the ramparts. Hurry, bring the logs, Tang Kaiping shouted, seizing a comrade who was about to fetch more stones. Logs and stones differ fundamentally. Stones are small yet precise, often aimed directly at adversaries, While logs roll forth in an overwhelming wave, rendering evasion impossible, one must merely brace for impact. In such chaotic conditions, a single moment could cost one multiple lives, from an approaching enemy, from errant arrows, or from a comrade behind. Life is singular, and even the slightest error is intolerable. Quickly, prepare your weapons. The logs could only provide temporary resistance. More Wu soldiers were climbing up. Tang Kaiping drew his spear, preparing to engage and buy time for his comrades. The assailant scaling the wall was a Wu squad leader, swift and agile, demonstrating peak proficiency at the 9th rank of martial arts, delivering blows with over 900 pounds of force, relentless in his assault. Tang Kaiping had no intention of granting him an opportunity. He charged forward, leveraging his strength. The Wu leader, recognizing his inferior position, evaded the confrontation and plunged into the ranks of the Yunzhou army, sowing chaos and compelling Tang Kaiping to act with caution. Though Tang Kaiping had amassed a vast reservoir of warfare knowledge from books, he had never applied it in real battle, leaving him at a disadvantage despite his superior strength. Kill. The squad leader, noticing Tang Kaiping's two subordinates lunging at him, barked an order. With a deft maneuver of his spear, he parried the incoming attack, then thrust forward, piercing one through the throat while the other suffered a severed windpipe, collapsing lifelessly. Ergo. Sanwa. Tang Kaiping's eyes widened in disbelief at this grim reality. These two had been his most steadfast allies, drawn to his ideals and the dignity he bestowed upon them. Now, they were being ripped away from him. As if falling from the heavens, Kaiping unleashed a peculiar and formidable spearmanship, targeting the center of the fleeing man's back. His footwork, an enigmatic dance, propelled him into a surge of velocity, leaving the previously nimble Wu army squad leader in a precarious position. Ah, the Dragon Slayer spear of the Tang family. You are of the Tang lineage? The Wu squad leader exclaimed, as if beholding a rare treasure, his countenance alight with sudden amusement. Regardless of the spearmanship, vengeance is my sole intent. Tang Kaiping retorted, launching his attack without further ado. The intended target attempted to evade, but Tang Kaiping's unpredictable footwork proved insurmountable. Escape was impossible. He braced for the impact. The Wu squad leader's spear was sent flying. He drew his saber, rolling to avoid the fatal thrust. A sweeping counterattack forced Tang Kaiping to momentarily cease his relentless pursuit, preventing a decisive blow. Perish. Situ Yi's voice echoed from behind. 6 spears hurtled towards the squad leader. Finding their mark, Tang Kaiping, seizing the moment, delivered a decisive thrust. His spear pierced the Wu squad leader's neck, ending the struggle. Are you unharmed? War is not a solitary endeavor, yet you consistently disregard this counsel. Situ Yi, 3 years Tang Kaiping's senior, expressed his concern. From Tang Kailan's demeanor. You are likely of the Tang family. The Tangs are the de facto emperors of Yunzhou. Your well-being is paramount. I am unharmed. Tang Kaiping replied, his resentment abated. Heed my words. War is a collective enterprise. Individual heroics are detrimental. Situ Yi admonished, his military bearing unmistakable. War transforms individuals and groups. Only through its crucible does one grasp its essence. Enthusiasm wanes, replaced by a profound appreciation for life's fragility. Chapter 3. The brutal war. The war did not cease with the return of courage. Instead, it intensified with the passage of time. That which was destroyed returned in a matter of moments, and it came back multiplied. War is akin to a dish being prepared. The clamor rises when the ingredients are added to the hot oil, yet this is not the conclusion of the conflict, merely the inception. As the soldiers of Wu advanced with formidable strides, the battle grew fiercer, reaching a point of utmost human endurance. Stones, throw stones, commanded Situ Yi upon noticing the chaos afflicting his squad. In the ensuing turmoil, numerous stones were hurled down, their impact resonating differently from the usual sounds of landing. Following this, the shouts and groans of the Wu soldiers echoed from below. This cannot continue. Listen to me. We shall form groups of 3. Once the front group has thrown their stones, they must retreat to the rear, allowing the next group to advance. The returning ones will gather more stones. Do you understand? Tang Kaiping observed the disarray and recognized the wastage of resources, prompting him to issue orders to his comrades. Understood, came the swift response. The members of his team had known each other for an extended period, and thus, his commands were executed promptly, though a mere alteration in strategy. The efficacy of their lethal endeavors surged immediately, claiming the lives of countless Wu soldiers. Each trio of stones unleashed was akin to a relentless river, sweeping away one soldier after another. The battlefield is both intricate and elementary. Its complexity lies in the need for cunning and systematic planning, while its simplicity rests in the singular goal of eliminating the adversary. Once a life is extinguished, the conflict draws to a close. To vanquish every enemy is to achieve victory, devoid of any other excuses or justifications. Hurry, follow Tang Kaiping's lead. Situ Yi was the first to perceive the transformation occurring under Tang's influence, and promptly relayed this to the other 2 teams. Perhaps a minor shift. akin to the flutter of a butterfly's wings, could stir the mists of the air and alter the entire world. The change instigated by Tang Kaiping swiftly rippled through his squad, then the battalion, and ultimately the entire 2nd Division defending the western wall. The Wu army's offensive was met with severe repercussions, with numerous sectors compelled to halt their advance. "What are you all doing? Attack at once." Wei Yunqi, the overall commander of this siege, was orchestrating his first independent command. Previously a trusted advisor to Qin, he had earned unwavering confidence through countless strategic contributions, and thus, the leadership of the 2 legions was entrusted to him. Despite the temporary interruption of the Wu soldiers' fervor, they had not suffered a devastating blow. Countless troops surged forth along the paths previously forged by others, the seemingly endless throng giving the impression that sheer numbers could overwhelm Qingyang City. "Kaipeng, prepare on your side. And soon, you shall also advance." The 2nd Division performed admirably. I had not anticipated that Zhou Hua would prove so capable of leading troops. "It seems wise of me to have placed my trust in him," Tang Yuan remarked, a rare smile gracing his face as he witnessed the 2nd Division repelling the initial wave of Wu assaults. I observed that it was not a command from his headquarters, but rather an initiative sparked by 4th Brother that influenced those around him. Tang Kailan suddenly interjected, challenging the narrative. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Tang Kailan had always been an obedient child, never one to contradict him or cause trouble when he expressed opinions. There is no need for such favoritism towards him. That ungrateful child believes he is exceptional simply because he has reached the 3rd tier of martial prowess. "If it weren't for your mother's intervention, I would have sent him back from the army long ago." Tang Yuan expressed his disapproval of Tang Kaiping's actions, questioning the wisdom of a child still learning venturing into the military, causing concern among their family. "Father, you are well aware of my brother's nature. He has always been one to charge into danger heedlessly. No amount of persuasion can deter him. Moreover, as we are military governors, it is time for our family to contribute since my brother has enlisted." Tang Kailan offered a lucid analysis. "Alas, the depth of love breeds sharp criticism. I am merely concerned for him. Indeed, since your brother joined the army, the military pay that I had struggled to secure now falls into place. As these fellows fear I might send their sons into the fray," Tang Yuan sighed, waving his hand dismissively before allowing Tang Kailan to depart, choosing to leave quietly himself. Sighing, Tang Kailan glanced back at Tang Kaiping before departing the city walls, vanishing into the narrow alleys within. As the Wu soldiers grew increasingly frenzied in their assault, the stones atop the walls could no longer withstand their advance. Soon, Wu soldiers began to scale the battlements. "Quickly, fetch the logs," Tang Kaiping shouted, seizing the arm of a comrade who was about to retreat to gather stones. Logs and stones differ fundamentally. Stones are small yet precise, often aimed directly at individuals, while logs, once thrown, roll forth in a wave, making evasion nearly impossible. In the chaos of battle, a single moment could cost one multiple lives, one from the advancing enemy, another from errant arrows, and yet another from a comrade behind. Life is singular. Thus, even the slightest misstep is intolerable. "Quickly, prepare your weapons." The logs could only provide temporary defense. Soon, more Wu soldiers would ascend. Tang Kaiping drew a long spear, positioning himself to fend off the attackers and grant his comrades a moment to prepare. The first to scale the wall was a small squad leader of the Wu, his movements remarkably agile, bearing the strength of a peak 9th-tier martial artist. Each strike he delivered packed over 900 pounds of force, relentless in its execution. Tang Kaiping sought to deny him any opportunity, leveraging his own strength to sweep the adversary aside. The foe, recognizing his disadvantage, retreated without engaging. This was squad leader, evidently seasoned in combat, evaded Tang Kaiping and plunged into the ranks of the Yunzhou army, weaving through their formation and causing confusion. Despite amassing a wealth of knowledge on warfare from books, Tang Kaiping had never applied it in battle, and thus found himself at a disadvantage, caught in a reactive stance when he should have been dominating. "Kill." Seeing 2 of Tang Kaiping's subordinates advancing against him, the squad leader shouted, spinning his spear to deflect the oncoming thrusts. With a swift jab, he pierced one subordinate's throat while severing the other's windpipe, sending them crashing to the ground. Ergo. Senhua. Tang Kaiping's eyes widened in disbelief at this grim reality. These 2 had been among his most loyal subordinates, having followed him due to the ideals and dignity he had instilled in them. Now, they were lost to him, falling from the sky. A peculiar shooting technique was unexpectedly employed by Tang Kaiping, as he lunged directly at the center of the fleeing man's back. His feet executed an elusive series of movements, enabling him to accelerate to the utmost limit. The previously confident Captain Wu Jun of the squad suddenly found himself in a passive position. "Haha. The Tang family's dragon-slaying spear. Are you one of the Tang family?" Captain Wu Jun's eyes sparkled with the allure of a rare treasure, and without a moment's hesitation, he broke into a grin. Regardless of the technique, all that mattered was the ability to eliminate you for the reward. Tang Kaiping was not one to engage in idle chatter. He thrust forward without delay. The man attempted to evade, But the sudden shifts in Tang Kaiping's leg movements were so bewildering that escape was impossible from any angle, forcing him to take the blow head-on. In the entire army of the Qing Kingdom, long spears were the primary weapon of choice. Officers ranked above captain were typically equipped with a large saber. However, Tang Kaiping's strength was vastly superior. Upon the clash of their weapons, Captain Wu Jun's spear was sent flying. In a hurry, he drew his saber and rolled to the ground, narrowly avoiding the fatal thrust. He retaliated with a sweeping slash aimed at Tang Kaiping's legs, momentarily hindering his pursuit and allowing him to escape the lethal strike. This was a testament to the captain's extensive combat experience. Just as he thought he had evaded Tang Kaiping's onslaught, a voice pierced the air behind him. Sidi Yi's voice echoed unexpectedly, and 6 long spears pierced through the air with incredible speed. Unsteady on his feet, he found himself unable to dodge. After deflecting 2 of the spears with his saber, he was struck by the remaining 4, 2 in his legs and 1 in his chest. Death. Just as Tang Kaiping dodged the saber, he let out a fierce roar and executed a seemingly mundane thrust. His spear pierced through the back of the captain's neck and emerged at the front of his throat, leaving Wu Jun with no strength left to struggle. How is it? It's nothing to worry about. I told you, this war is not a solitary endeavor. Why can't you ever heed my words? Sidi Yi, 3 years Tang Kaiping's senior, remained unaware of his own identity, yet as his immediate superior, he found satisfaction in every aspect of Tang Kaiping's conduct. He was a key figure in Sidi Yi's training regimen and given Tang Kai's demeanor today. In Chapter 4, the rear guard. The war did not cease with the demise of the squad leader. The chaos instigated by his death rendered the defense increasingly arduous. As more and more soldiers from Wu began to scale the city walls, the conflict devolved into a frenzied melee, where blood, severed limbs, cries of anguish, and roars of fury intermingled, both tangible and intangible, in a boundless tapestry of life and death. Perhaps it was the instinct for survival. Or perhaps a profound threat had befallen them, or the mind had simply short-circuited. In such moments, one would realize that the world had lost its sensation. With the faculties dulled and numbed, a somber reflection of reality. It is only when life slips away from one after another beside you that you come to understand the fragility of existence, that it cannot withstand the slightest upheaval. At such times, some succumb to fear, others wander in confusion, while some, like Tang Kaiping, choose to rally themselves. Tang Kaiping's weapon danced through the air, wielding the Tang family's dragon-slaying spear technique, of which he had mastered but 3 moves, descending from the heavens, stirring the winds, and piercing the firmament. Yet, his lethality surpassed that of any other squad in the vicinity. After enduring the initial pangs of battle, he had begun to transform into a true soldier. An invincible commander in war is of utmost importance, yet it is the hero's guidance on the battlefield that embodies the soul. This was not merely a skirmish but a full-fledged war. Tang Kaiping, now a harbinger of death, was recognized by those around him as a hero. A figure worthy of emulation, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Damn it. C2, he exclaimed as he witnessed everyone succumb to madness. No longer restrained, he seized a long spear and charged forward. Previously, he had vehemently opposed officers losing their composure and rushing to the front lines. Yet war has a subtle way of altering one's perspective, quietly and unpredictably. Cursing was but a simple release, as choices had evaporated. It was a matter of survival or death, with life hinging upon fortune. While life may be dictated by luck, war itself is not a mere gamble. In such grand conflicts, strength prevails over chance. As countless individuals grappled desperately atop the city walls, Tang Jinyuan's furrowed brow had transformed into a frown, making it difficult to discern his features. What is it? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Tang Kailan returned from below the walls. Tang Jinyuan rose, urgency evident in his voice. Yes, father, everything is prepared. You may issue your command. Tang Kailan spoke with palpable excitement. Very well, let us proceed, Tang Jinyuan replied, patting his shoulder before leading the way down from the walls. An orderly formation of cavalry awaited on the street before the western gate, ready for Tang Jinyuan's inspection. This was the sole cavalry unit in Yunzhou, the Yunzhou Guard Battalion. Warriors, our beloved Yunzhou is under grave threat. Shall we stand idly by while our families are in peril? Tang Jinyuan addressed the assembly. We shall not. We shall not. The soldiers chorused in unison. Bring forth the oxen. Open the gates. Tang Kailan commanded directly. Over 100 water buffalo were led from the surrounding alleys and positioned at the gate, with sharp blades affixed to their horns and their tails doused in flaming oil. Once all was in readiness, Tang Jinyuan declared, open the gates and ignite the flames. For Yunzhou, charge. The Wu soldiers, poised to assault the gate, were momentarily taken aback as the towering gate swung open. As they shouted and surged forward, the ground trembled violently, akin to the very heavens collapsing. Then they beheld the stampede of the flaming water buffalo erupting from the gates. Archers, use your bows. The Wu soldiers shouted, some already retreating in panic. Amidst the chaos, the archers had scattered throughout the ranks, and their arrows proved utterly ineffective against the rampaging buffalo. Soon, the beasts charged wildly towards the entirety of the western gate. With blades strapped to their horns and the burning oil searing their tails, the buffalo, in agony, rampaged uncontrollably, leaving ordinary men powerless to halt their advance. As some began to withdraw, the entire offensive of the Wu army faltered, creating further breaches in their lines. Target the central standard of the Wu army. Advance, commanded Tang Kailan as the guard battalion, propelled by the buffalo, split into 3 units and penetrated deep into the heart of the Wu forces. Although the Wu army boasted a strength of 200,000, the expanse of Qingyang Prefecture was not as vast as imagined, and the 2 divisions attacking the western gate did not hold a significant numerical advantage. Consequently, the tide shifted swiftly from retreat to rout for the Wu soldiers. Quick! Hold your ground. Wei Yunxi, a man of considerable intellect and strategy, had limited experience in warfare. Commander, we should retreat for now. We have yet to mobilize, and we cannot match their might. They dare not advance. With our 200,000 men, it would be tantamount to suicide. A towering figure, adorned with a thick beard, spoke earnestly. Alas, sound the retreat. Wei Yunxi fumed, yet upon meeting the gaze of his companion, he found himself at a loss for words, resigning to a melancholic silence. With the onslaught of Tang Kailan's guard battalion, the pressure on the city walls diminished significantly. Absent reinforcement, the remnants of the Tang forces were swiftly eradicated. Look ahead. It is the guard battalion. A soldier suddenly pointed toward the base of the walls. Si-Tui and Tang Kaiping rushed to the wall's edge, peering outward. The cavalry's formidable charge had rendered the Wu army unrecognizable. Those remnants of the Wu were either surrendering or annihilated entirely. The audacity of the cavalry's charge profoundly touched Tang Kaiping, who, for the first time, grasped the significance of cavalry. From that moment forth, he yearned to join their ranks. The Wu army is retreating. Si-Tui exclaimed, a mix of excitement and exhilaration in his voice. They have retreated. Today's battle is concluded, and we have survived. Were it not for the surrounding disarray, Tang Kaiping's words might have seemed bitterly ironic. Yet in that moment, no one found humor in it. To survive was a stroke of luck, a blessing, a source of fulfillment. Let everyone clear the walls, and with the assistance of the militia, prepare the materials for guarding the city. The war is not yet over. What lies ahead is our fight for survival, Tang Jinyuan instructed his chief of staff and deputy. The Wu army has little opportunity left. With their 200,000 men trapped here, I believe His Royal Highness and the 7th Prince would be eager to assist, remarked Yuan Bingyi, the chief of staff, who had served Tang Jinyuan faithfully for over 30 years. Due to the unique nature of the Yunzhou army, he had always held the highest leadership position, unwaveringly loyal to the Tang family. Within 3 days, as long as we endure, the enemy shall be forced to retreat, added Shou Tangkai, the deputy chief of staff, whose lineage had supported the Tang family for over a millennium, dating back to Tang Jiutian. Tang Kaiping's mother was Zhou Dingkai's younger sister. Brother, you should take a rest. You are of considerable age, Tang Jinyuan remarked, noticing Shou Tangkai gasping for breath. It matters not. This concerns the survival of Yunzhou. How could I possibly rest easy? He replied fervently. Alas, Tang Jinyuan remained silent. Every father desires for his son to live a life of happiness and health, wishing them to be spared from any suffering. Yet, in this malevolent world, where can one find such an idyllic paradise? If one chooses to evade, countless others must confront the harsh realities. As a direct descendant of the Tang family in Yuzhou, Tang Jinyuan would not shy away from facing these challenges, nor would Tang Kaiping. Life, at this moment, would gain profound significance, although the old father's melancholy subtly seeped through. Throughout the afternoon, Wu Jun refrained from attacking, allowing the Yunzhou army a brief respite, preventing them from being utterly exhausted. What would you do if there were no war? Si-Tui directly inquired of Tang Kaiping, who lay on the ground. I don't know, Tang Kaiping replied after a moment of contemplation, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Haha, I would certainly complete my military academy education before joining the army, rather than being a half-finished product like I am now. Si-Tui remarked with a touch of self-deprecation. Living brings many frustrations. One must learn to adapt, Tang Kaiping said, eyes closed, suddenly bursting forth with this statement. Si-Tui lifted his gaze to observe the militia in the distance, diligently clearing the battlefield. Corpses were piled high, set ablaze, and the acrid stench was unbearable, causing many who had never witnessed war to retch uncontrollably. This was far more intolerable than the war itself. In the aftermath, the wounded were carried down from the city walls, with soldiers from the guard camp being dragged back by horses. The earlier spirit of victory quickly dissipated, and all fantasies were shattered. This was the true face of war. How is Kai Lin? Is he unscathed? Upon the return of the guard camp, Tang Jinyuan rushed out from the city to greet him at the city gates. Father, your son has not failed you, Tang Kailan replied, although his left hand and chest bore wounds, still bleeding. Upon seeing Tang Jinyuan, he promptly dismounted and bowed respectfully. Good. At least we have gained the upper hand this time. Let us hold on, Tang Jinyuan responded, uncertain of what else to say. He helped Tang Kailan to his feet and quickly summoned a medic to examine him. "Father, I am fine. What of the fourth brother?" Tang Kailan suddenly asked, his affection for Tang Kaiping evident. "He is fine. I've heard he is alive, so worry not," Tang Jinyuan reassured him. His fondness for Tang Kaiping was undeniable. Yet the latter's disobedience and insisting on joining the army had deeply wounded his father's heart. Sighing, Tang Kailan found himself at a loss for words. Feeling the tension settle between them, perhaps things would improve once both brothers ceased their stubbornness. Having raised Tang Kaiping, Tang Kailan had always showered him with affection, bordering on indulgence. Despite Tang Kaiping's understanding nature, which had spared the family from trouble, Tang Kailan could not comprehend his brother's tenacity this time. Additionally, he feared for their father's well-being, as Tang Jinyuan was already quite stressed, and the situation regarding Tang Kaiping only compounded his distress. Chapter 5. The Captain. The sunlight concealed all contradictions, and the fatigue of the day surged forth. No matter how resilient one may be, it could not be evaded. The human body is akin to a machine that operates continuously. It can only function harmoniously when in proper condition. When the machine encounters issues, it becomes unresponsive. Tang Kaiping curled up at the base of the city wall and fell into a deep slumber, as if in the 16 years of his life he had never experienced such rapid sleep, as though he had simply collapsed onto the ground and drifted into unconsciousness. The moonlight bathed the earth, enveloping everything in a shroud of mystique. The city walls of Qinjiangfu were dotted with bonfires, illuminating the world in a fiery glow. The night in Qinjiangfu was cold. A gust of chilling wind could send a shiver down one's spine, yet in this moment of utter fatigue, who could still feel it? "Sir." The sentinels noticed someone approaching from beneath the city wall and stepped forward to investigate, discovering it was the military governor. They promptly saluted. Tang Jinyuan waved his hand, signaling for silence, then climbed the wall with 5 guards, surveying the surroundings. When he reached Tang Kaiping's location, he unexpectedly removed his outer coat and draped it over him. "Sir, the wind is quite strong tonight," one of the guards expressed worriedly. Tang Jinyuan gestured for them to remain silent, sighed, and then turned to leave the wall. His silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn, deepening his disdain for this wretched war. The youth of Yunxiao, who should have been enjoying comfort at home, were now here, uncertain if they would see the sun rise again. The night remained sufficiently tranquil. Tang Jinyuan had made ample preparations. The Yunxiao army had settled in for rest, having swept away the day's exhaustion. Of course, heaven is impartial and does not regard you as the righteous side. On this calm night, everyone found restoration, including Wu's army. A thin mist drifted in from the sea, and although Qinjiangfu was quite distant from the ocean, the moisture it carried replenished the previously arid air. Tang Kaiping, yawning, inhaled deeply and stretched, adjusting his body to an optimal state. The coat he had draped over himself slipped off, and he stood up to examine it closely. "Isn't this my father's coat?" Tang Kaiping thought, excitement bubbling within him. He had not anticipated his father's arrival, nor that he would cover him with his coat. Beyond reverence, Tang Kaiping felt a profound love for Tang Jinyuan, the father who rarely stood by his side, yet conveyed his affection at every moment. Although this love sometimes felt elusive, it was undeniably palpable, causing inner turmoil within Tang Kaiping. Yet, he did not feel he had erred in his choices. If given the chance again, he would make the same decision. Yunxiao was not only his Yunxiao, but also belonged to its millions of citizens. "Wake up, come and see," Situ, he called to Tang Kaiping, holding out a formal document. Upon receiving it, Tang Kaiping examined it closely. The appointment letter was brief, affirming the contributions made the previous day and announcing that, to ensure victory in battle, a selection of local militia would be stationed atop the city walls. Due to their commendable performance, Tang Kaiping and City Yi's squad would be expanded into 2 companies, increasing their number to 200, with both appointed as captains. Is this some kind of jest? What can those militia do? This is merely a death sentence. Furthermore, how can I, a mere squad leader, be promoted to captain? Tang Kaiping exclaimed. Weren't you a militia member yourself just yesterday? Look around. You have not slain fewer than others. Your leadership is a testament to your talent, Situi retorted, visibly irritated by Tang Kaiping's disdain for the militia. How can that be the same? We were selected. Those remaining militia are merely common folk who have just laid down their hose. Tang Kaiping maintained a firm belief in the distinction between soldiers and civilians. Civilians? We are all civilians. Look at the Qinjiangfu behind us, home to countless citizens. It is not only our responsibility, it is our shared duty, and we must protect it together. Situ Yi's voice rose passionately. Tang Kaiping fell silent. These were thoughts he had not contemplated. Perhaps war was indeed not a matter for 1 or 2 individuals. Without opposition, he acquiesced to the role of squad leader, recognizing the pressing need for personnel within the Yunxiao army to secure a victory. The assembled militia were not as lacking as anticipated. They were young men aged 18 to 30, having undergone nearly 3 months of training, fully capable of functioning as a standard military unit. They stood in 3 rows, their formation hardly distinguishable from regular soldiers, save for a slight absence of bloodlust. I am Tang Kaipeng, your captain, and I am but 16 years old. Yesterday was my first experience in battle, he boldly revealed. The crowd erupted in uproar. How could such a young boy possibly lead them? How could they entrust their lives to someone so inexperienced? Feel free to step forward and challenge me. If you can defeat me, then the captaincy is yours. Tang Kaipeng declared, brandishing a long spear and regarding the crowd with a scornful gaze. I'll do it. The moment he spoke with disdain, the crowd grew indignant. Even as militia, they deserved respect. How could he belittle them so? The first to step up was a squad leader, approximately 28 years old, with a robust physique. Yet his footwork revealed he was at least a martial arts expert, a rarity among the populace. Does your word hold weight? The man stammered as he took the stage. What? Tang Kaipeng was taken aback. You said if I defeat you, I become captain. Rest assured, I will ensure you become squad leader, he hastily clarified, fearing Tang Kaipeng might dismiss his challenge. Ah, what is your name? Tang Kaipeng found amusement in the exchange. I am Han Jinglin. What of it? The man responded loudly. Han Jinglin, very well. Fear not, I shall not renege on my word. If you best me, not only will I concede the captaincy, but I shall personally be your guard. What say you? Tang Kaipeng further tempted him. Really? Such conditions are indeed rare. Han Jinglin, coming from a humble background, had joined the army, driven by dreams of a better life. He constantly reminded himself that he could not succumb to the world's harshness as long as dreams persisted. Everyone was remarkable. Indeed, no need for further chatter. Stand like a man, Tang Kaipeng asserted directly. He relished this feeling. A man should possess dreams and integrity, never surrendering them in front of anyone or at any time. That was the only foundation for success. Han Jinglin, feeling incensed at the insult to his masculinity, immediately reacted with fervor. He brandished a large blade, slicing through the air a few times to acclimatize himself before launching a powerful strike aimed at Tang Kaipeng's waist. The force behind the blow was palpable, indicating his status as a first-tier warrior capable of exerting 1,000 pounds of strength. However, lacking formal training, his technique was rudimentary and brutal. In the chaos of battle, he might have had an advantage, but in a one-on-one confrontation, he was bound to falter. Just as his blade was about to descend, Tang Kaipeng's gun suddenly sprang into action. With an uncanny pivot, the weapon shifted direction mid-air, gliding alongside Han's descending blade, the tip colliding forcefully with it. Han Jinglin was taken aback as an immense force rebounded off his weapon, overwhelming him and sending both him and his blade flying into the crowd, from which he coughed up blood. The onlookers rushed to his aid, assessing his injuries, and breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering they were not severe. Han Jinglin, possessing considerable acumen, had garnered goodwill among his peers in the army. His injury incited immediate concern among them. While the situation appeared dire, Tang Kaipeng had deliberately restrained himself from delivering maximum force, applying approximately 2,000 pounds, just within Han's capacity to endure without incurring significant harm. The others, in stark contrast to Han, exhibited far greater composure. No one openly questioned Tang Kaipeng's authority, at least, not publicly. They all expressed their willingness to follow his lead, thereby solidifying his position. Before the sun reached its zenith, Wu's forces would refrain from launching an offensive, affording Tang Kaipeng a modicum of time. In this brief interval, he commenced a speech, imparting all the battlefield intelligence he possessed, hoping to enhance everyone's chances of survival, perhaps fueled by the brutality of war or the abundance of lessons learned over the course of a single day. Tang spoke passionately and at length. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, they proved futile. The Wu forces granted him little time. As the sound of horns echoed from the walls and the encampments of Wu, a new day of conflict loomed. May we all survive through the night, Tang Kaipeng uttered, a tinge of melancholy coloring his voice as he addressed his comrades one final time. War is a process. It is only through the experience of its unfolding that one comprehends its cruelty. Those who have not endured it will never truly understand. Tang Kaipeng, having lived through such trials, could not help but let his emotions surface inadvertently. Meanwhile, the inexperienced newcomers remained blissfully unaware, yet to grasp the harsh realities of the battlefield. Chapter 6. Ambush. As the sun ascended, the earth remained veiled in morning dew. Though his mind was still clouded with the vestiges of sleep, Tang Kaipeng arose before dawn. Foreseeing a battle of greater ferocity than the previous day's skirmish, he knew the Wu army would persist, and the Yunzhou forces would stand firm. His subordinates were only beginning to acclimate to the horrors of war, and he was determined to safeguard their lives. He inspected their equipment and bolstered their resolve. A last-minute preparation born of necessity. However, the tides of war heed no man's will. The maelstrom of conflict erupted with the blare of horns. The Wu offensive mirrored the prior day's tactics, a barrage of stones launched by catapults, followed by a tempest of arrows. Those who disregarded Tang Kaipeng's warnings paid the ultimate price. Unlike the previous day, the Wu assault was relentless from the outset. The sight of a Wu soldier felled by his own comrades' arrows as he attempted to scale the walls, revealed their unwavering resolve. Down. Everyone, down. As men fell, pierced by arrows, others rushed to their aid, only to meet the same fate. Just as Tang Kaiping's anxiety reached its zenith, the Yunzhou army's horns sounded the counterattack. The Wu catapults and arrow volleys were swiftly suppressed, allowing the wounded to receive treatment. Carry them away. Prepare stones. Defend. Tang Kaiping cursed under his breath. The Wu army had already gained a foothold on the walls before the Yunzhou counterattack commenced. Though the Wu suffered heavy losses, they had gained the upper hand. Foreshadowing a grueling siege. Divide into 3 groups. Hurl stones. Disregarding the chain of command, Tang Kaiping issued his orders, inspired by his actions. A deluge of stones rained down upon the Wu forces from the walls of Qingyang Prefecture. My lord! My lord! Cries of alarm echoed through the ranks. Tang Yuan sat up, gesturing for silence. I am unharmed. Do not panic. It is but a minor wound. He stood tall, concealing his pain. What is the situation below? He inquired. Realizing their lapse in judgment, his subordinates scrambled to relay orders. The defense has commenced, they reported, relieved that the situation was under control. The command to release the arrows came from the young master. Yuan Bingyi added consolingly. Very well, Bingyi. You and my eldest son shall oversee the battle according to the plan. I shall retire to rest. With those words, he coughed up blood and collapsed. Quickly, escort the commander back. Yuan Bingyi commanded. Father, what has happened to my father? Tang Kailan, having learned of the events, rushed to the city walls. He found Tang Yuan being carried away. It was Luo Xingqian, Yuan Bingyi's side, informing Tang Kailan. What? Luo Xingqian is here? Tang Kailan's eyes widened in fury. Indeed, it seems Qin Yijiao has arrived. Yuan Bingyi lamented. Luo Xingqian, Qin Yijiao's adopted son, was a master archer trained by the reclusive Wu Qinzi of Penglai Island. He was a celebrated marksman whose arrows brought death to all who stood in his path. Were it not for the ancestral armor of the Tang family, Tang Yuan would have surely perished. Luo Xingqian's arrows were lethally precise. As chaos reigned in Qingyang Prefecture, a peculiar scene unfolded in the Wu army's central camp. All eyes were fixed on the entrance, save for Wei Yunqi, who remained prostrate. Upon the central command seat, a man of about 50, clad in dark green, sat with his feet insolently propped on the table, eyes closed in repose. Apart from the silent watch at the entrance, no one dared to speak or even breathe audibly. A dashing figure entered, garbed in the attire of an ordinary Wu archer, a long band tied around his forehead. He strode to a nearby seat, grabbed a leg of lamb, and began to devour it. After a time, the man on the command seat lowered his feet and addressed the newcomer. Xingqian. How did it go? I hit him. I am uncertain if it was fatal. His armor was rather peculiar. Luo Xingqian tossed the lamb bone into a basin and wiped his hands. He should survive. He is a man I, Qin Yijiao, have taken an interest in. He will not die so easily. The man on the command seat was revealed to be Qin Yijiao. Luo Xingqian remained silent. His task was complete upon releasing the arrow. They will be thrown into disarray. Our opportunity is ripe. Brother Yunqi, there is no need to kneel. This is not your fault. I would have fallen for the same ploy. Qin Yijiao turned to Wei Yunqi, who was kneeling below. My lord, Wei Yunqi stammered. Enough, brother Wei. I trust you implicitly. We have endured much together. Qin Yijiao personally helped him to his feet. Let us all relax. We have 2 days remaining. If we fail to capture this place by tomorrow, we must retreat. Qin Yijiao declared suddenly. What? Murmurs arose from the ranks. Silence. As I arrived, the king of Chu and the one from Zhongjing had already mobilized their forces. We are a thorn in their side. We have, at most, 3 days. This is the maximum I can grant you. Qin Yijiao's aura shifted, transforming him into a domineering overlord. Rest assured, my lord. Your humble servant shall not fail you. All present bowed in unison. Very well. Depart now, and intensify the assault. Allow them no respite. Qin Yijiao departed with Luo Xingqian in tow. The others dared not linger, and hastily followed suit. How did it feel? Are you certain? Qin Yijiao inquired softly to Luo Xingqian once they were alone. I am uncertain. A sneak attack on a master of the congenital realm should be fatal, but I cannot be certain of the effect with that armor. Luo Xingqian confessed that this was the first time he was unsure of the outcome of his ambush. It will not be so easy. The Tang family head will not be so easily defeated. If his death is not immediate, our opportunity will diminish. Qin Yijiao gazed into the distance. If we fail to breach the city today, I shall personally lead the charge tomorrow. Luo Xingqian declared. Very well, it is settled. Qin Yijiao nodded in agreement. War remains as merciless as ever. New soldiers are required to pay the ultimate price to alter their fates. The battles of the following day bear little distinction from those of the previous, save for the fact that both sides have committed greater forces. As time drags on, the toll of lives lost becomes increasingly grievous. Though only wielding a Type 3 rifle, Tang Kaiping's dragon-slaying gun has become the most formidable weapon in the vicinity, claiming countless lives of the Wu army. who serve as mere targets for his marksmanship practice. His proficiency with the dragon-slaying technique has grown so instinctively that he no longer has to think. It flows naturally from his movements as if it were ingrained in his very being. Tang Kaiping's obsession with martial arts has intensified, and he has completely forgotten that he is on a battlefield. By day's end, he has dispatched over 100 Wu soldiers. As the last rays of light faded from the world, the Wu troops continued their assault with torches until a sea breeze swept in, and a light rain began to fall from the parched sky, forcing them to halt their advance. The surviving members of the Yunzhou army collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Fourth brother, shouted Zhou Hua, the commander of the 2nd Division, as he and Tang Kailan rushed from below the city wall, calling out for Tang Kaiping. Exhausted, Tang Kaiping hastily rose, using his rifle for support, and waved to indicate his presence. Fourth brother, let's go home, Tang Kailan urged, seizing Tang Kaiping's hand. What's wrong? Tang Kaiping had never seen his elder brother in such a state of urgency, and it was evident that his cousin was also troubled. Father has been injured. We must hurry back and see him, Tang Kailan said, leading Tang Kaiping down from the wall. Father is injured? At first, Tang Kaiping was taken aback. But he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, his heart racing as he tossed aside his rifle and ran after them. The governor's residence lay at the center of the city, and the three of them dashed through the rain, splashing through puddles. Father! Upon entering, Tang Kaiping called out loudly. The young master has returned! The young master has returned! The household servants rushed to greet them, urging others to clear the way. Tang Jinyuan's bedroom was situated in the northeast corner of the estate, surrounded by a large courtyard now teeming with people, some conversing, others weeping, and others offering comfort, creating a scene reminiscent of a bustling market in its chaos. Enough! Everyone, disperse. There is nothing to see here, commanded a clear, yet resolute voice from the front. Gradually, the previously noisy crowd began to fade away. Eldest brother, a stately figure approached as the crowd parted. Third brother, Tang Kailan nodded in acknowledgement. Third brother, Tang Kaiping quickly bowed in respect. In such a large family, the norms of propriety are paramount at all times. Fourth brother has returned as well. Let us go in. Father has awakened, Tang Kaijing said promptly. Though Tang Kaijing appeared frail, he exuded an undeniable aura of righteousness. Scholars may lack the robust physiques of warriors, yet their spiritual presence is profoundly commanding. Within their vicinity, one cannot help but be influenced by their essence. Chapter 7. The princess, upon noticing Tang Jinyuan sit up, the surrounding individuals immediately raised their heads, all gazing at him with expressions of confusion, concern, and uncertainty, causing Tang Jinyuan to involuntarily furrow his brow. As the military governor of Yunzhou, his well-being was not only a matter of familial concern, but also a reflection of the entire region's stability. His sudden fainting must have caused considerable distress among those present. Imagine the turmoil if a figure of such significance were to collapse unexpectedly. However, regardless of the others' expressions, Tang Jinyuan felt a surge of agitation. Every passing moment increased the peril facing Yunzhou, leaving no room for complacency. Enough with the tears, I'm not dead yet. Summon eldest, third, and fourth. And everyone else may leave, he commanded upon regaining consciousness. Yet, Zhou Tingjia, standing nearby, hesitated to speak. It's all right. I know my limits, Tang Jinyuan reassured her. Shortly thereafter, the three summoned children approached him, their eyes reflecting Zhou Tingjia's concern. Mother, they greeted her with hurried bows. Yes, rise. The discussion will conclude shortly. Fourth, come to me afterward, Zhou Tingjia instructed before departing without lingering. Tang Jinyuan pressed his hands down to stabilize himself, then abruptly leapt from the bed, displaying no signs of injury. Though he had been hurt and should have remained in bed, his sudden movement startled many. This was no time for jest, and any further misfortune would send the trio into despair. Father, they exclaimed anxiously. Quiet down, Tang Jinyuan urged, attempting to silence them. Father, your injury? Tang Kailan, the eldest, was the first to inquire. My injury is feigned. A year ago, I broke through to the innate level and achieved mastery. A surprise attack from an innate fighter cannot harm me, he explained. But father, you appear uninjured yet pretend to be wounded, which confuses us, the three expressed in bewilderment. Someone has betrayed the Tang family. If we do not act this way, how can we uncover the traitor? He dropped another bombshell. Who? The mention of betrayal ignited Tang Kaiping's fury, prompting him to leap up. The others stared at him as if he were a curious spectacle, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness, leaving Tang Kaiping feeling embarrassed. Calm down, fourth brother. Sit and let father finish, Tang Kaijing, the scholarly one, advised. However, Tang Kaiping, a warrior in temperament, found it challenging to contain his emotions and reluctantly sat back down. I don't know who it is, but it must be someone from the upper echelons. This is an opportunity to root them out. Moreover, Qin Yi Jiao has little time left. Tomorrow, he shall experience the taste of a crushing defeat, shattering his ambitions. Tang Jinyuan declared. The others pondered his words, each lost in thought as Tang Yuan retrieved several books from behind him, distributing one to each of them. Keep these safe. They contain our family's dragon-slaying spear technique and my father's treatise on strategy. Study them if you can, or set them aside for future generations, he instructed succinctly. Father, this? Tang Kailan hesitated, seeking clarification. You are all grown now. Your paths are yours to choose. Rise, Tang Yuan concluded, feigning sleep once more. The three quietly closed the door and departed. Eldest brother, what is the purpose of this book? Tang Kaipan inquired. Having grasped the significance of the dragon-slaying spear technique, but puzzled by the other book. This is our grandfather's military treatise, Tang Kailan replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Our grandfather's treatise? I've read over 80 military texts. How have I never heard of it? Tang Kaipan, who had a passion for military strategy and had once bested Tang Yuan in a contest at the age of 12, expressed his surprise. This is a secret of our family. You are still young and likely unaware. This treatise encapsulates our grandfather's decades of experience in leadership and differs from others. Tang Kailan explained. Never mind. I'll find out once I read it. Tang Kaiping responded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm for military strategy. Fourth brother, come here. Tang Kaijing beckoned. What is it, third brother? Tang Kaipeng, engrossed in the treatise, failed to glance up. Come, mother is looking for you. Follow me, Tang Kaijing said calmly, maintaining his composure. Oh, perhaps not, third brother. I am busy with military matters. I should take my leave, Tang Kaiping replied, a hint of trepidation evident in his tone. He had always feared Zhou Tingjia, who, despite Tang Yuan's strictness due to his duties as the governor, had been their primary educator, instilling a rigorous discipline in him. Enough with the excuses. Hurry along, Tang Kailan insisted, playfully pushing him forward. Do not move. I can go. Tang Kaiping relented. Realizing he had no chance against his elder brother, who had reached the peak of his innate abilities 3 years ago. Before Tang Kailan could react, Tang Kaiping dashed away, leaving his brothers bemused. How can he be so inept in both literature and martial arts, yet so adept at evasion? Tang Kailan remarked to Tang Kaijing. Perhaps our expectations are too high, Tang Kaijing replied without a hint of disappointment, offering understanding instead. Zhou Tingjia, the true authority of the governor's estate, emanated an aura that brooked no challenge, leaving the attendants silent in her presence. Mother, where are you? I'm here, Tang Kaiping called out, behaving like an exuberant child. Cease your ruckus. What a spectacle. Come here, Zhou Tingjia commanded, maintaining her elegant demeanor, her voice equally refined. Ah, so mother is here. Tang Kaiping exclaimed, whether intentionally or not, his cheerful disposition belied by the remnants of his battlefield demeanor. Forgive my child's impetuosity, such is his nature, Zhou Tingjia said, accompanied by a strikingly youthful beauty whose resolute features complemented her piercing gaze, exuding a captivating nobility that was enchanting. Madam, you flatter me. This is merely the essence of the young master, the beauty, referred to as the princess, replied in a voice that struck Tang Kaiping as the sweetest melody. Tang Kaiping stood transfixed, utterly astonished. This was no mere dream, but a vision of ethereal beauty that left him spellbound. His mischievous eyes widened, as if captivated. And he could scarcely contain himself, nearly drooling in awe. Cough, cough. The sound jolted Tang Kaiping from his reverie. What a lack of decorum. Peng what are you staring at? Do you not see the princess? Zhou Tingjia admonished, her tone tinged with displeasure. Ah. Oh, greetings, princess, Tang Kaiping stammered. Feeling uncharacteristically flustered in the presence of such a captivating figure, no longer the cunning individual he once was. Young master, you are being overly formal. My name is Lin Lan. You may call me Lanner, she replied, embodying the grace of nobility. Lanner, what a delightful name. Tang Kaiping exclaimed foolishly. Are you seeking death, Tang Kaiping? Zhou Tingjia nearly reached the brink of an outburst. Madam, there is no need for reproach, Lin Lan interjected, her previously pallid cheeks suddenly flushing with color, enhancing her already radiant beauty. Even Zhou Tingjia found herself momentarily entranced. Such beauty seemed almost otherworldly, a harbinger of calamity. Mother, is there something you wish to discuss with me? She asked, seizing the moment while Zhou Tingjia became lost in thought. Ah? Zhou Tingjia was caught off guard. If there is nothing pressing in the military, I shall take my leave, Tang Kaiping said, attempting to slip away quietly. Tang Kaiping, halt right there. Zhou Tingjia's voice escalated sharply as realization dawned upon her. Despite Tang Kaiping's many petty thoughts, when Zhou Tingjia erupted in anger, he instantly wilted, frozen in place, head bowed, appearing utterly submissive. Hee, Lin Lan chuckled, covering her cheeks with her hand, bemused by Tang Kaiping's rapid transformation. How could one person exhibit such a plethora of personalities? Her curiosity was piqued. How dare you run away? Speak. Where have you been these past few months? Zhou Tingjia demanded darkly, fixing her gaze on him. I was in the military. Did mother not know? I assumed you were already aware. Tang Kaiping defended himself. I know you were in the military. But who permitted you to leave home? Do you have any idea how worried I have been? It is perilous there. Why would you go? Do you wish to drive me to despair? Zhou Tingjia's emotions surged, and tears fell uncontrollably. Why shouldn't I go? Yunzhou belongs to the people of Yunzhou, and I am one of them. The decree from the military states that all men over 16 must serve. Why should I be exempt? Yes, it is dangerous. But are the children of others any less so? For the sake of Yunzhou, what is the loss of life? Upon hearing Zhou Tingjia's words, Tang Kaiping felt a surge of defiance, shouting back at his mother. Indeed, how noble you are, yet this frail mother of yours has not slept for days. Our family may be the masters of Yunzhou, but there must be limits. I cannot allow my husband and son to march to their deaths. Zhou Tingjia's anger ignited like a wildfire. So, should the children of others perish? We are the masters. We must act like it. We bear responsibility for over 1 million souls in Yunzhou. I will not return. I have a stake in this war for Yunzhou. Tang Kaiping exclaimed, relinquishing all restraint. Are you attempting to drive me to the brink of madness? Zhou Tingjia's voice reached a piercing crescendo. As she spoke, her breaths became labored, her complexion growing even more ashen than Lin Lan's. Chapter 8. Partake, do not speak. Just refrain from uttering a word. Suddenly, Lin Lan began to weep beside them, her sorrow palpable. Although Lin Lan was merely a year older than Tang Kaiping, her youthful visage betrayed a wealth of maturity. However, upon witnessing her tears, both Zhou Tingjia and Tang Kaiping were rendered speechless. Lin Lan's cries were filled with such profound sorrow that even when Tang Kaiping ceased to argue with his mother, she continued unabated, her distress intensifying, leaving onlookers utterly helpless. Your Highness, I was wrong. I was mistaken. Please, cease your crying. I shall no longer quarrel with my mother. Tang Kaiping was particularly vulnerable to a woman's tears, having succumbed to this ultimate weapon countless times. He hastily offered her a handkerchief, attempting to console her. Yet her tears flowed relentlessly. Perhaps having reached a breaking point, she disregarded all decorum and seized Tang Kaiping in an embrace. Before he could protest, Lin Lan clung to him, sobbing, her words muffled. Father, mother, I promise to be obedient. Do not abandon me. Do not leave me. Her cries were heart-wrenching, stirring deep emotions in all who heard them. In that moment, Tang Kaiping found himself enveloped by an extraordinary beauty, overwhelmed by her emotional release. Though he recognized the circumstances that had prompted her distress, his heart raced uncontrollably. When her tears subsided, Tang Kaiping was liberated from her grasp, and the tension between him and Zhou Tingjia had vanished without a trace. Alas, we are all pitiful souls. Let us escort her back to rest, Zhou Tingjia suggested. It seemed Lin Lan had cried herself to exhaustion, her repressed emotions finally erupting, and she succumbed to slumber in Tang Kaiping's arms. Zhou Tingjia, recognizing the situation, had no choice but to accommodate her. Do not move. Let me handle this, Tang Kaiping declared with enthusiasm, eager to shoulder the responsibility himself. Having already embraced her, he felt it made little difference to hold her once more. Swiftly, he took action, leaving no opportunity for others to intervene. In a flash, he vanished from sight, only to realize upon stepping outside that he had no idea where to take her, nor where her chamber was located. Thus, he found himself retracing his steps. Look at you, clumsy as ever. Follow me, Zhou Tingjia remarked, a mix of amusement and exasperation in her tone. As they traversed the courtyard, Tang Kaiping soon felt something amiss. Isn't this leading to my own quarters? Am I to place her there? He pondered. Mother, Tang Kaiping called out from behind. Ah, what is it, Pun? Zhou Tingjia replied without turning. Mother, this is my courtyard, Tang Kaiping stammered, his cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. At least you recognize your own space? I thought you had forgotten, Zhou Tingjia retorted, her earlier ire resurfacing. Typically composed, her patience was wearing thin, largely due to Tang Kaiping's antics. Mother, please lower your voice. The princess is asleep. I shall go in first, he insisted, disregarding her response as he dashed away. Fully familiar with his own abode. Upon entering the room, however, he was taken aback. The space bore little resemblance to what he remembered. A subtle fragrance filled the air, and all the curtains had been replaced with delicate pink fabric. The once stalwart old bed had vanished, replaced by a golden, intricately designed loft bed that propelled anyone who lay upon it skyward. At first, there was no cause for alarm, but as Lin Lan bounced up, she inadvertently startled him. Exhaling sharply against his cheek, Tang Kaiping jumped back, a shiver coursing through him at her unexpected breath. He feared he might lose control if he remained too close. Oh heavens! Tang Kaiping quickly moved aside, striving to calm his erratic heartbeat. How is it? Is she asleep? Zhou Tingjia inquired moments later as she entered. Yes, but mother, why did you allow my courtyard to be taken? Tang Kaiping expressed his discontent. Your courtyard is the most tranquil, adorned with so many flowers and plants. The princess took an immediate liking to it. What was I to do? Besides, you were not home, so I thought it fitting to accommodate her, Zhou Tingjia replied, her earlier irritation fading. What flowers and plants? Those are all medicinal herbs. I use them for my health regimen. I take herbal baths daily. Did you expect me to venture out to buy them? I feared you would provide the funds, Tang Kaiping countered. Do you truly believe those baseless tales? Had I known, I would have burned them all. What? You are unwilling? Very well. I shall personally request the princess to vacate, Zhou Tingjie said with a smile. Let it be. I believe life in the military suits me well, and my father and elder brother require my assistance, Tang Kaiping responded with newfound maturity. My son has grown, Zhou Tingjie amused, her composure wavering at the mention of Tang Yuan. Yet, Tang Kaiping's thoughtful demeanor exceeded her expectations. Her little bird was beginning to spread its wings, and as a mother, she could only offer her support. Do not worry, everything shall improve. Our Tang family and Yunzhou will surely persevere, Tang Kaiping reassured her, noticing the melancholy in her eyes. It is late. You should return. Above all, protect your life in the military. Only with your life can you accomplish anything else. Promise me you will return safely. Zhou Tingjie's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Take care. Mother, Tang Kaiping said, unwilling to linger lest she change her mind. He swiftly departed. Alas, as the adage goes, the clothes of a wanderer are woven by a loving mother's hands. How could Zhou Tingjie not perceive her son's small schemes? Yet, children must grow. If not allowed to venture forth, they remain mere blossoms in a sheltered garden. By the time Tang Kaiping returned to the city wall, it was well past midnight. The only sounds accompanying the flickering torches were the snores of countless soldiers and the gentle patter of light rain. Finding a dry spot, Tang Kaiping surrendered to slumber, having experienced far more in a single day than he ever had before. As the first light of dawn illuminated the world, he noted it was already quite late. For the rain had persisted without pause since the previous day. Stretching, he sat up, organizing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He concluded that the Wu army would not attack at this hour, so he retrieved the dragon-slaying spear technique to study it earnestly. He believed that acquiring even a fragment of knowledge could enhance his chances of survival. The dragon-slaying spear technique was a renowned masterpiece of Tang Jiutian, said to have originated from a mysterious master. Having practiced it for many years, Tang Kaiping was quite familiar with it. The technique comprised not only the first 3 forms but also the phantom kill, overlord of the world, 13 consecutive kills, sweeping the stars, soaring to the skies. In the leaderless dragons, each form exceptionally powerful. They could be utilized individually or in succession, each possessing unique strengths and weaknesses. However, when combined, their might was formidable, rendering opponents defenseless. Tang Kaiping began to dissect each form, fully aware that each held numerous variations. Mastering them in a brief period was simply unattainable, and this only fueled his desire for knowledge. Thus, he immersed himself entirely in the practice. The sporadic drizzle intensified, ultimately transforming into a torrential downpour, granting the Yunzhou army a precious morning reprieve. It was not until nearly noon that the skies began to clear. In response, the Wu army organized a renewed wave of assault, their countless soldiers marching in unison, the resonating sound of their steps reverberating throughout Xinjiang Prefecture, saturating the air with palpable tension. Prepare yourselves. A sudden command erupted from the command platform, echoed by Tang Kaiping's authoritative voice. It appeared that the Wu army was determined to prevail. If they succeeded, he jested, he would introduce his sister to his comrade, Situi. Ah. It's a deal, came the hearty agreement, Tang Kaiping's exuberant voice ringing across the western ramparts. Perhaps a morbid reflection on the notion that survival might merely be a fanciful aspiration. Soon, both sides' trebuchets began hurling their most formidable boulders at one another, each weighing thousands of pounds. Accelerated, these stones carried the force of hundreds of thousands, even millions of pounds. Evasion was futile, and a direct hit would reduce a man to mere pulp. The disintegrating stones produced a terrifying cacophony as they sliced through the air, and upon impact with the earth, the resounding thud consumed the ears of all present. Yet, no one felt fear. After enduring the previous day's battle, the current skirmish seemed almost trivial, merely an appetizer, devoid of panic. They huddled in the corners of the walls, conserving their strength. While the Wu army faced a starkly different fate, each falling stone claimed countless lives, their infrequent descent overshadowed by the immense pressure they exerted. Before long, a sharp blast of a horn echoed from the distant command platform. Tang Kaiping shook his head and shouted, "Take cover, the archery assault has commenced." Instantly, everyone huddled closer, terrified that even the slightest disclosure could cost them their lives. To perish now would be the most unjust fate. In an unusual turn of events, the arrow storm from Yunzhou commenced, inflicting considerable casualties on the Wu army, yet starkly revealing their own vulnerabilities. Who issued that command? I wish to eliminate him. Is this not tantamount to seeking death? Tang Kaiping bellowed, disregarding the consequences. As his voice faded, a retaliatory barrage from the Wu army descended upon Yunzhou's archers, plunging both sides into chaos. The overwhelming pressure stifled any attempt to counter the Wu army's offensive, hastening the onslaught. Having weathered the battlefield's trials, the Wu army's arrow storm inflicted minimal damage upon Tang Kaiping's men. As the Wu army emerged beneath the walls, they swiftly organized a counterattack without awaiting further orders. Adoptive father, we have little time left. Allow me to lead my personal guards, Luo Xingqian implored, observing the halted assault. Indeed, time is of the essence. Yet we cannot sacrifice the personal guard. They are my prized assets, the future commanders of our Wu army. To send them now would be tantamount to sending them to their demise. Patience, for I have contingencies in place. You shall see soon enough, Qin Yijiao replied. A peculiar smile playing on his lips as he reassured Luo Xingqian. Luo Xingqian fell silent. Knowing that this was typically the moment when Qin Yijiao executed his meticulously laid plans, many had already succumbed to his cunning strategies, each surpassing his expectations. This merciless strategist possessed a cunning and ruthlessness that none could rival. Prepare yourself as well, while we need not engage in intricate craftsmanship. The personal guard must still be vigilant. Our opportunities are scarce. Chapter 9, the blade revealed at the end of the map. Yes, I shall prepare immediately. Luo Xingqian replied promptly. On the surface, the Imperial Guard appeared to be a single unit, yet it was, in fact, an intricate formation comprising an entire battalion. The weakest among them possessed the prowess of a warrior. Qin Yijiao was nurturing them using the resources of a military corps. Each soldier who emerged from this unit could competently assume the role of a battalion commander, exhibiting unwavering loyalty to him. These members of the Imperial Guard were instructors of the White Lotus sect, adhering solely to Qin Yijiao's directives in both thought and action. They were, in essence, his most treasured asset, ensuring that as long as this unit existed, he could perpetually forge ahead into the future. The battle unfolded with both intensity and tranquility. Reminiscent of a mere replica of yesterday, neither particularly extraordinary nor notably distinct. Perhaps it was simply that the participants had grown numb. Yet, it is often during such periods of desensitization that peril lurks most dangerously. When danger descends, many may remain oblivious, dulled by the monotony of the moment. Their once fiery passions extinguished, leaving only a quiet resignation as they await the hand of fate. Kailin, when shall we launch our attack? Yuan Bingyi inquired of Tang Kailin, his expression intensely focused, his eyes twitching slightly. Uncle Yuan, it is far too perilous to attack now, Tang Kailin replied. His brow furrowed in concern. Kailin, if we do not strike soon, we shall find ourselves in grave danger. You can see that our forces have reached their limit. Yuan Bingyi sighed heavily. Indeed, the current situation was dire. The army's casualty rate hovered around 60%, were it not for the advantage of fighting on home ground. The Yunzhou army might very well have crumbled. Can I bear witness to its demise? Yuan Bingyi lamented. Very well, I shall lead the guard battalion into battle. In hopes of gaining us some time, Tang Kailin ultimately acquiesced to Yuan Bingyi's plan. Good, I shall prepare at once, Yuan Bingyi exhaled. A sense of relief washing over him. As Yuan Bingyi departed, Tang Kailin promptly returned to the command post, relaying all that had transpired to Tang Jinyuan. To think that the traitor would be him, Tang Jinyuan exclaimed, leaping from his bed. He grasped Tang Kailin by the throat, but soon released him, his face betraying his fury. Father, how could you make such a judgment? Tang Kailin questioned, struggling to accept the notion that Yuan Bingyi had betrayed Yuzhou. After all, Yuan Bingyi had served the Tang family and the province for over 30 years, having been a trusted minister to Tang Jinyuan, who had treated him with the reverence of a mentor. Everything Tang Kailin had learned, aside from martial arts, had been imparted by him. Who else could it be? A month ago, he sent away his family. I initially thought it was due to concern, yet now it appears his intentions were far more sinister, Tang Jinyuan revealed, dropping a bombshell. And you still agreed to his plan? Tang Kailin's faith wavered. I could hardly believe he would act thus. After the ambush I suffered last time, I found it strange how the enemy had discovered us. Initially, I noticed he wore an unusual garment. In retrospect, it was clearly a means to signal the target. Tang Jinyuan recalled. What shall we do now? Tang Kailin inquired, recovering from his shock. Do not fret. Follow orders and launch the attack. I shall summon our clandestine unit to assist you, and I have laid a trap for him in Qin Yijiao, Tang Jinyuan stated as he donned his armor once more. Even the dark arrow will be deployed? Tang Kailin gasped in astonishment. The dark arrow was the Tang family's secret weapon, a renowned assassination organization responsible for over 10% of all assassinations across the realm. When Tang Kailin first encountered them, he was utterly astonished by the existence of such a formidable force within the Tang family. Comprising just over 200 members, the dark arrow inspired fear throughout the land. Their every mission signified death, and none had ever escaped. Moreover, no one suspected that this fearsome unit was secretly controlled by the Tang family. What will the world think if we unleash the dark arrow? Tang Kailin pondered, apprehensive of the repercussions, as the Tang family's reputation was currently at a zenith. Since your grandfather established the dark arrow, it has been for this day. I have received word that Qin Yijiao's Imperial Guard is on its way. Without deploying the dark arrow, we shall have no chance, Tang Jinyuan replied, resigned. The Imperial Guard? You mean the protectors of the White Lotus sect? Tang Kailin exclaimed. Realizing the implications, Qin Yijiao's regime intertwined governance and religion, and the Imperial Guard was indeed a formidable force. Yes, prepare yourself. Our 4th and 5th divisions must also be mobilized, Tang Jinyuan commanded. Understood. Upon hearing of the 5th and 6th divisions, Tang Kailan recognized that the decisive battle was imminent. The 5th and 6th divisions had always been auxiliary forces of the Yunzhou army, stationed outside Qingyang Prefecture, and had remained in the tumultuous territories and along the Eastern Sea. They had served as reserve troops, yet their combat capabilities were formidable enough to deliver a lethal blow to the enemy. This was why Tang Jinyuan had opted to deploy militia rather than them, having secretly mobilized them at the onset of the conflict. After Tang Kailan's departure, Tang Jinyuan removed his armor and began to don it piece by piece, suddenly addressing the heir, "See you and uncle, order the Dark Arrow to act and ensure Linares' safety. Additionally, dispatch orders to the 5th and 6th divisions. Today we shall engage in battle. Far, have you considered the implications?" A voice, ethereal yet hauntingly real, echoed back. "This will render our family a target for all, especially the major factions of your Qing state. See you and uncle, I have already spoken with my 2 brothers. They should be prepared. Should Yunzhou fall, our Tang family will be like a tree without roots, a spring without water," Tang Jinyuan responded, displaying a hint of despair. "In times of chaos, heavy punishment is warranted. I, Tang Juchuan, have long been dormant. Perhaps they have even forgotten my name." The voice reappeared, lingering momentarily before fading into the distance, leaving behind a faint echo. Emerging from his sick room, Tang Jinyuan squinted against the harsh light that pierced his eyes. Perhaps due to having slept too long, he mused wryly. "Imperial Guard, prepare the horses. We have a mission this afternoon." Tang Kailan rushed back to the Imperial Guard's encampment, issuing commands to all. "Yes, sir." As the elite of the Yunzhou army, the Imperial Guard operated with remarkable discipline and combat prowess. In no time, they assembled in an orderly fashion. "Yunzhou now stands on the precipice of peril. I trust none among you shall forsake your oaths." Tang Kailan addressed the assembled troops from the platform. A profound silence enveloped the Imperial Guard. They stood resolutely, as if his words were not meant for them. "Excellent. Today we shall once again venture beyond the city to engage in battle. If there are no objections, let us depart," Tang Kailan proclaimed, leading the charge. "To battle! To battle!" The over 2,000 members of the Imperial Guard shouted in unison, their fervor igniting the air around them. "Forward!" Tang Kailan's voice resonated deeply, echoing through the air as they surged forth. The western gate of Qingyang Prefecture swung open once more, and instinctively, the Wu army's formation retreated rapidly, shaken by the overwhelming impact of the fireball formation. Upon discovering the absence of the rumored fireballs among the troops exiting the city, the Wu army promptly ceased their retreat and halted their advance, surveying the more than 3,000 troops before them. In this era, both cattle and horses were regarded as strategic resources. Thus, such wanton destruction was beyond what Yunzhou could endure. The stalemate did not persist for long. As a resplendent troop suddenly emerged behind the Wu forces, adorned in polished armor, mounted on uniformed steeds, and wielding standardized weaponry, each element a testament to their formidable strength. What manner of army is this? With the appearance of the Guard Regiment, the siege of the western city came to a standstill, allowing Tang Kaiping the opportunity to engage in conversation with Situi, though the tumult of battle weighed heavily on their hearts. "It must be Qin Yijiao's personal guard," Situi remarked, astonished after a moment's observation. Is the personal guard truly formidable? Although Tang Kaiping had a profound understanding of history and military strategy, he had never received formal military training nor studied the composition of the various powers as Situi had. Indeed, this is Qin Yijiao's military academy. It seems they only have 1 battalion. In reality, it is a composite army. He cultivates them using the resources of an entire army. And each individual that emerges from here is an officer. Would you not consider that impressive? Situi lamented. Does this not pose a threat to our guard regiment? Tang Kaiping expressed his primary concern for his brother's safety. It certainly does. To venture out now would be tantamount to seeking death. I cannot fathom their reasoning. Situi replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. Yunzhou is characterized by its open civil ethos. There is virtually no verbal repression among the populace. Thus, the citizens exhibit considerable fervor for political participation. Whenever the authorities err, they are quick to voice their grievances. It seems we are destined for a fierce struggle. Tang Kaiping mused, refraining from immediate complaints, instead recalling his father's words regarding the matter of traitors. The current situation remained unclear, and Yunzhou was in a perilous state. No one dared to be complacent, for even a moment's negligence could escalate the crisis. As the two conversed, the guard regiment, led by Tang Kailan, surged forward. The rhythmic clattering of hooves echoing in the air, reminiscent of a tragic melody narrating the resolve of the guard regiment and the indomitable spirit of the people of Yunzhou. Death held no terror for them, for they pursued a higher calling, willing to sacrifice everything if need be. Against the backdrop of the sun, the silhouettes of the guard regiment elongated, resembling a flag that stood out starkly. As they moved, the entire Yunzhou army was infused with vigor. Regardless of the battles that lay ahead, at that moment, every soldier brimmed with strength, more potent than any prior moment. Yunzhou had bestowed upon them everything, and in return, they were compelled to give back, not merely for themselves, nor solely for their families, but for the entirety of Yunzhou. The sky blazed, and the earth bled. The indignant people, unwilling to live as slaves, burned with righteous fury, their blood boiling with fervor. Chapter 10. The Master of the Guard Camp is undoubtedly the elite of the military, yet Qin Yijiao's personal guard transcends the ordinary army. It is akin to a corps. Although their numbers may not match, their strength certainly does, often rendering a whole army inadequate in comparison. Thus, while the guard camp launched its assault, the entire personal guard remained utterly unaffected, progressing steadily towards the battlefield as if nothing were amiss, regarding the guard camp with disdain. Having engaged in numerous battles, they harbored no expectations of combat. Even a decisive encounter seemed merely a game to these individuals who had long since placed life and death upon their belts. Who among them could feel anything towards a mere game? In no time, the two contrasting forces clashed in the distance, and, as anticipated by all, the guard camp proved no match for them, falling as easily as chopping vegetables. Enraged at the sight of his brother in peril, Tang Kaiping was ready to leap into the fray, but he was restrained by his mentor. Just then, an order for a full-scale assault was issued from the command platform of Qingyang Prefecture. At such a critical juncture, abandoning their own walls to invite an enemy attack seemed nothing short of suicide. Yet, understanding the gravity of the situation was not needed, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Nevertheless, military orders are absolute, and the entire Yunzhou army surged forth without a hint of doubt, their elite status evident. An army embodies an ideology, manifesting its essence regardless of the time. Simple actions can determine their fate. Yuan Bingyi, what are you doing? Zhou Tingkai was utterly at a loss. Earlier that day, he had been sent away to tend to the wounded, and his concern prompted him to return early, only to witness the unfolding scene. It is the critical moment for Yunzhou's survival. We must fight. Yuan Bingyi's face twisted in anguish. This is murder. Cease immediately. Zhou Tingkai exclaimed, attempting to seize the flag. Arrest him. Arrest him and see who dares oppose me. Yuan Bingyi's demeanor began to shift, his contorted expression growing increasingly bizarre. The sky darkened ominously as he uttered those words, a chilling wind accompanying his declaration, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Is it? A voice, not overly loud yet strikingly audacious, emerged suddenly, more brazen and domineering than Yuan Bingyi. Who dares? Yuan Bingyi furrowed his brow, scanning the vicinity for the source of the voice, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared, as though conjured from thin air. Who is it? Yuan Bingyi's agitation escalated, feeling profoundly threatened, shedding his former wise persona and resembling a reckless brute as he shouted. A group of over 10 individuals strolled leisurely from beneath the city walls, causing Yuan Bingyi's eyes to widen in terror as if he had encountered something frightful. Unable to bear the sight, if this continued, his pupils might well dilate to the brink of death. My lord. Upon recognizing the newcomers as the military governor of Yunzhou, everyone present bowed in respect. What troubles you, Yuan Bingyi? Do you intend to imprison me as well? Tang Yuan spoke with profound sorrow, the betrayal of Yuan Bingyi weighing heavily upon him. My lord, you are not. Yuan Bingyi stammered, flustered. What? Are you questioning why I'm still alive? Tang Yuan concealed his fury beneath a veneer of calm. You. Yuan Bingyi suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter, infused with a sense of relief, a release from his previous uncertainty. You have not achieved your goal. It must be disappointing. Tang Yuan refrained from issuing a direct command for his demise, considering their long-standing friendship. Brother Tang, I must apologize. Yuan Bingyi abruptly swallowed a black pill and leaped from the wall. Bingyi. Tang Yuan recalled countless shared moments, disregarding the peril as he jumped down. The height trivial for a master martial artist like him. When he landed, Yuan Bingyi lay nearby, barely clinging to life. As Tang Yuan checked his pulse, Yuan Bingyi slowly opened his eyes. Brother Tang, I am sorry. Tears of regret streamed down Yuan Bingyi's face. Do not speak. I will summon a physician. They had faced countless storms together over the past 30 years. It is futile. I ingested the deadly 7-star pill when I jumped. I know my words are of no consequence now, but I must clarify. My family has always been the leaders of the White Lotus sect, and I am its current master. Yuan Bingyi interrupted Tang Yuan's call for help, revealing his lineage. The Yuan family's ties to the White Lotus sect extend back millennia, until the emergence of Qin Yijiao drastically altered the sect's fate. To compete with him, Yuan Bingyi, the heir, was compelled to come to Yunzhou, serving as Tang Yuan's guard for 30 years. Despite his title as master, the entirety of the White Lotus sect fell under Qin Yijiao's control. Had there been anyone else aside from the Yuan family as a master, he would have ceased to exist. Now, With over 500 members of the Yuan family held captive by Qin Yijiao, Yuan Bingyi saw no escape. Death was his only release. My family has not been delivered to Qin Yijiao. I entrusted them to the chaotic territory. If fate permits, please look after them. As for the Yuan family of the White Lotus sect, let them fend for themselves. He handed Tang Jinyuan a golden token. This is the emblem of the White Lotus sect's merchant guild. You can gather resources to rebuild Yunzhou. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently, Tang Jinyuan lamented. One cannot dictate their fate while immersed in the world of martial arts. Brother Tang, I am aware you have contingencies. But do not underestimate Qin Yijiao. He is indomitable, rising again no matter how often he falls. You must remain vigilant. With that, black blood spilled from Yuan Bingyi's mouth, and his eyes began to fade, ultimately losing their light. Carry him back and signal a full assault. Tang Jinyuan's expression turned ominous, akin to a being emerging from the depths of hell, fearing for his safety after his leap from the wall. The others hastily followed suit. Jinyuan, how can we attack now? Zhou Tinkai questioned in bewilderment. Do not worry, I have made arrangements. The 5th and 6th divisions have already assembled outside the city. At the moment we issue the command for a general assault, they will commence their attack. Tang Jinyuan raised his gaze towards the location of Tang Kailan, the true focal point of this battle. Ah, they have returned, yet we are still only 80,000 strong. With the addition of militia, we may reach 100,000, but below us are 200,000 battle-hardened soldiers. Do we stand a chance? Zhou Tinkai remained anxious about the unfolding situation. Alas, we have no choice. Our circumstances are grim. Bandits in the chaotic territory have resumed their schemes against us. If we do not swiftly neutralize Qin Yijiao's encroachment, Yunzhou may plunge into utter chaos. Tang Jinyuan said with a hint of insolence. What? Are these brigands plotting again? It was evident that Zhou Tinkai was significantly agitated by their provocation. The chaotic territory was an exceptional locale, teeming with various factions, bandits, and outlaws. Should they infiltrate Yunzhou? The devastation they would unleash would far exceed that of Qin Yijiao. There was no point in dwelling on it. It was best to confront the immediate peril. Hoping Lina remained unharmed, Tang Jinyuan voiced his concerns. The confrontation between the guards and the Bailian sect's elite forces was nearing its conclusion, with the entire guard battalion on the verge of encirclement. Meanwhile, the elite troops had effectively spread out, intent on swallowing the entire guard battalion whole. Countless soldiers from Yunzhou surged forth from the city walls, quickly attracting the attention of the Wu army. Haha, congratulations, adoptive father. It appears we have succeeded in our endeavor. Luo Xingqian, not particularly loquacious, couldn't help but flatter Qin Yijiao, whose ability to maneuver the Yunzhou army according to the Wu army's directives was truly astonishing. Haha, issue the command for a full assault. Tonight, I shall dine in Qingyang Prefecture, Qin Yijiao commanded with spirited enthusiasm. As the orders were issued, the entire Wu army commenced its advance. An immense force of nearly 200,000 troops mobilized, creating a formidable wave that left no room for defensive resolve. Just as Qin Yijiao believed victory was within reach, over 200 remarkably swift individuals suddenly emerged from the encircled Yunzhou Guard Battalion, presenting a stark contrast to the engaged armies. The weapons they wielded were entirely dissimilar to the long spears of the troops. Instead, they brandished scythe-like blades, swiftly dealing fatal blows to the elite forces, which had previously been mercilessly reaping lives. Among these newcomers, the weakest were first-tier warriors, with several postnatal and 3 innate masters among them, rendering the elite forces as defenseless as mere radishes. What? Yuan Bingyi dared to deceive me. Qin Yijiao instantly felt the sting of betrayal, akin to a slap across the face, and his fury was palpable. Adoptive father, it is the Dark Arrow. Luo Xingqian quickly furrowed his brow. If the Dark Arrow had intervened, the current assault might well be doomed to failure. Renowned as a formidable assassination organization on the continent, the lethality of the Dark Arrow was not to be underestimated. Regardless, advance. We shall overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Qin Yijiao, seasoned by countless dangers, made a judicious decision in the shortest time. The entire Wu army was promptly ordered to continue its comprehensive offensive, resulting in a fierce clash between the Yunzhou and Wu armies outside Qingyang City. The ensuing melee was starkly different from the stringent battle for territory on the walls. Here, the objective was not merely to contest a sliver of land or to fight as solitary warriors. It was a matter of annihilating enemies while preserving oneself and one's comrades. The battlefield was vast, and without prior preparation, altering the established formations was virtually impossible. One could only adapt and flow with the tide of battle. Chapter 11. The lethal sunlight. The sun relentlessly scanned the entire battlefield, akin to a scanner yearning to record every detail of the scene. Yet it was hindered by the absence of a means to document it, leaving it to ceaselessly sweep across the chaos, an unbearable sight to behold. Not far from the battlefield, Zhang Yoji, the commander of the 5th Division of the Yunzhou Army, and Wen De, the commander of the 6th Division, surveyed the grand, yet tragic panorama before them with cold scrutiny. "Brother one, how many years has it been? Who would have thought we would fight alongside the master once more?" Zhang Yoji remarked. Having been adopted by Tang Jiutian as a child, he had grown up alongside Tang Jinyuan, although officially he was merely a scholar's assistant. It was no small feat for someone in his position to command an entire division. Indeed, reminiscing about our days at military academy fills me with nostalgia. Time, however, is relentless. So many years have swiftly passed, when De replied with a smile. "Haha. Let us take the stage." Zhang Yoji gestured forward, and more than 20,000 soldiers followed suit, charging towards the left rear flank of the Wu army. "My lord, the Yunju army is attacking from the rear." Just as the Qin Yijiao's personal guards became entangled with the ambush, a messenger rushed in with the alarming news. "What? The Yunju army?" Qin Yiji was momentarily taken aback, calming only upon recognizing the insignia of the 5th and 6th divisions. "Foster father, what is happening? Why do we have the Yunju army here?" Luo Xingqian, visibly shaken, sensed the ominous portent. "Fear not. It is merely some reserves from Yunju. Ignore them and continue the assault," Qin Yiji commanded decisively. Even at this critical juncture, he remained unconvinced that the Yunju army could turn the tide, no matter the circumstances. He believed Yunju could not rival him, particularly after facing numerous battles in recent years, none of which had slipped from his grasp. He was confident this encounter would be no different. Indeed, the 5th and 6th divisions had always been perceived as reserves, a contingent far less formidable than militia, comprised largely of aged, infirm, and retired soldiers, lacking any real combat capability. Yet, Qin Yijiao would soon pay dearly for his underestimation. Each of these divisions boasted over 5,000 cavalrymen, and while they may not have been the elite of the guard battalions, the sheer force of over 10,000 mounted warriors was unparalleled. The cavalry of Yunju differed significantly from that of the plains. The latter was often scattered and less effective in large-scale warfare, except during genocidal conflicts. The horses of Yunju, being pack animals, were shorter and gentler compared to the robust and fierce steeds of the plains, which were known for their ferocity in battle. Nonetheless, cavalry is cavalry, regardless of origin. Their lethality cannot be dismissed. The speed of these horsemen was astonishing, and before the Wu army could react, they surged into the ranks, tearing apart the defensive line with their momentum and force. This incursion shattered the integrity of the Wu forces, halting their offensive and forcing them into a defensive stance. The galloping cavalry had no intention of stopping. After their initial charge, they swiftly regrouped and struck again, plunging deeper into the Wu army's ranks, compounded by the follow-up units. The Wu soldiers found themselves on the back foot, overwhelmed by the relentless assault. The potency of the ambush had become too formidable for Qin Yijiao's personal guards, who found themselves on the brink of collapse. "Foster father, what should we do?" Luo Xingqian observed the devastating toll on their guards, fearing for the very foundation of the Wu army. "Withdraw." Qin Yijiao ground his teeth, a testament to his resolve. It was not fear of the Yunju army that prompted his retreat, but the dire condition of the Wu forces. Even a victory would come at a terrible cost, leaving them ill-prepared to confront the armies of King Chu and the central capital. Qin Yijiao was a man who understood the ebb and flow of battle, wise enough to know when to retreat. However, extricating his forces in the midst of such chaos would prove a Herculean task, as the Yunju army would not grant them an easy exit. With a ruthless determination, he ordered the immediate withdrawal of his personal guards, abandoning the fates of the other troops. Perhaps in his mind, as long as he could save his guards, he could swiftly muster another force. The common soldiers held little value for him. He had ample reserves behind him. Sacrificing his elite for their sake would be an unworthy trade. As the personal guard retreated, the defense against the ambush crumbled, plunging the Wu army into disarray in a matter of moments. What is happening? Why are the Wu troops fleeing? As Tang Kaiping prepared to strike, he was astonished to see the Wu army in complete turmoil. "Forget it. We must pursue and slay them," he declared. Disregarding the chaos of command, unencumbered by the intricacies of leadership, Situ remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet this did not deter him from his singular goal, to eliminate as many Wu soldiers as possible. It was evident that they were not alone in their intentions. The entire Yunju army shared the same sentiment. Witnessing the Wu army's retreat, they wasted no time, charging forward without the need for commands, their movements swift and decisive. What was once envisioned as a grand confrontation had swiftly morphed into a relentless pursuit. Countless Wu soldiers were hunted down, caught unawares by the Yunju army's unexpected counterattack. The sudden emergence of the ambush in the 5th and 6th divisions transformed the battle into a legendary tale, a record of 10,000 triumphing over 20,000. What region is this? Both the Yunju and Wu forces found themselves disoriented, uncertain of their next steps as Tang Kaiping and Situ led their squad in pursuit for an entire day. "I do not know. The sky has yet to brighten. Let us allow the troops to rest for a moment until dawn," Situ suggested, acknowledging the fatigue that had set in after prolonged exertion. Indeed, we are not familiar with this terrain, and it poses certain dangers. A brief respite would be prudent, Tang Kaipeng concurred. Aware that rest at such a time was far from ideal, yet unavoidable. The night sky grew darker, the morning star having long ascended to herald the sun's approach. As shadows danced in the distance, Tang Kaipeng scanned his surroundings, acutely aware that any lapse in vigilance could cost them dearly. Over there, someone approaches. Situ E, equally vigilant, noted the figures moving swiftly in the distance. Everyone, keep quiet. We do not know if they're enemies, Tang Kaipeng promptly instructed. The members of both squads fell silent. Their recent experiences in battle having forged them into a force indistinguishable from a regular army, perhaps even more formidable at times. The figures emerging did not seem to notice their presence, clearly a group hastily on the move. Halt! Who goes there? As they approached from a short distance away, Tang Kaipeng and Situi, accompanied by their troops, swiftly surrounded the individuals ahead. Initially, it seemed the opposing party was about to retort. Yet upon seeing the two companies of soldiers, they ceased their resistance and brazenly approached, treating them as if they were non-outsiders at all. We are from the 3rd Division. Which unit do you belong to? One of the newcomers inquired with a smile. The 3rd Division? Where are you headed? Situi's alertness heightened. Throughout the day's pursuit, they had encountered various divisions, yet none from the 3rd Division. We have no specific destination, we merely followed the enemy here. Hoping to gain some merit, an older soldier from their ranks explained. I see. We belong to the 2nd Division. In that case, you may proceed, Tang Kaipeng interjected, pulling Situi aside, signaling him to remain silent. Please, go ahead. We will catch up after a brief rest. Situi, though uncertain of Tang Kaipeng's intentions, complied with the unspoken understanding. Thank you, gentlemen. When we secure our accolades, you shall not be forgotten, the young man who initiated the conversation replied with a grin. Under Tang Kaipeng and Situi's direction, a long passage was formed between the two groups of soldiers, who stood calmly at either side without retreating. The young man, having approached an elderly soldier disguised in military garb, leaned into converse. Is there danger? The youth asked. There's no choice now. Our opportunities are limited. If we do not pass through, the pursuing troops will only increase, the veteran replied after a moment's thought. Their voices were low enough that outsiders could not possibly overhear. What now? Shall we not proceed? Tang Kaipeng observed their hesitation and took the initiative. Of course, we shall pass, the man replied, quickly organizing his men to move forward. As time pressed on, the dim light of dawn began to illuminate the sky, making the figures more discernible. Engage. Just as the entire group entered the corridor formed by the two companies, both Situi and Tang Kaipeng shouted in unison. What are you doing? The advancing group called out, startled as they attempted to quicken their pace. Do you think donning the Yunzhou army's attire will allow you to slip by unnoticed? Tang Kaipeng remarked with a smile. Brothers, you misunderstand. We truly are from the 3rd Division. Are you not afraid of military justice? The leader of the group continued to protest. Misunderstanding? The Yunzhou army would never address each other as brothers, only the White Lotus cult would do so. Situi replied directly. No, Commander, you are mistaken. We genuinely belong to the 3rd Division, the man insisted, still attempting to argue. However, Tang Kaipeng and Situi had no intention of allowing them the chance to explain. The two companies swiftly engaged, and upon realizing the futility of their situation, the leader relinquished any pretense and joined the fray. Chapter 12. The Great Fish. As soon as the confrontation began, both sides ignited with fury. One sought to flee while the other aimed to obstruct, resulting in an irreconcilable clash. The leader at the forefront wielded not the standard long spear of a soldier, but rather a rare 9-section iron whip, while the elder behind him, lacking any martial prowess, was completely encircled by a dozen men who sought to shield him. Protect my father and let him escape. I will handle them, commanded the young man with the whip. Understood, young master. It was evident that these individuals were a professional military unit. They attempted to flee swiftly, and with a single misstep, they could very well succeed. Capture them all. Not a single one shall escape, ordered Situi. This was the opportune moment, as the Wu army had already retreated. Capturing even one would be a victory, and they could not let the chance slip away. Seeking death, the young man with the iron whip exclaimed, unleashing a unique whip technique. As Tang Kaipeng and Situi engaged, they quickly realized that this adversary was a martial artist at the initial stage, newly arrived in his realm. Although they sensed his nascent strength, he was not someone they could easily defeat alone. Do not overestimate your abilities. Seeing Tang Kaipeng's eagerness to confront the foe head-on, Situi grew anxious. The difference between a warrior and a martial artist was immense. Sheer courage would not suffice for victory. However, Tang Kaipeng was undeterred, launching into his most ferocious spear technique without regard for teamwork. Yet, the force of his opponent soon overwhelmed him, compelling him to employ the exquisite footwork of the dragon-slaying spear technique to evade, maneuvering around the edges and seizing opportunities to strike. The peculiarity of the dragon-slaying spear left the whip wielder at a loss for a counter. Recognizing that this approach was futile, the whip wielder swiftly altered his technique. Be cautious. This is the Overlord Whip technique. Situ, he shouted in alarm. The Overlord Whip technique? Why was this not mentioned earlier? Tang Kaiping realized the gravity of the situation. The accompanying footwork of the dragon-slaying spear was completely suppressed. The whip seemed to assault him from all directions, and given the disparity in strength, he found himself unable to withstand it, sent crashing away with a single blow. Surround him! Surround him! Upon witnessing Tang Kaiping being thrown back, Situi immediately commanded. In battle, individual valor was significant, but when outnumbered, courage could easily be buried. After all, one's strength was inherently limited. Stand aside, let me through. Tang Kaiping, feeling deeply insulted, shoved past those around him, insisting on confronting the enemy alone. The Tang family's spear techniques emphasized dominance and unrestrained aggression. To withdraw would severely damage his martial spirit, hindering future progress and leading to self-elimination. Though Tang Kaiping had only recently acquired the complete dragon-slaying spear technique and was still unskilled, the martial will he had honed over the years was fully ingrained within him. That indomitable spirit surged forth from the depths of his being, manifesting uncontrollably. The Overlord 9-section whip was a legendary weapon, exceedingly difficult to wield. Each user possessed unparalleled perseverance. Thus, Tang Kaiping found himself locked in a battle with the whip wielder, making it difficult for others to intervene. Despite the overwhelming disparity in strength, Tang Kaiping displayed unmatched control in other aspects. Although he was at a disadvantage, he would not face utter defeat. You there, apprehend these individuals. Situi, realizing he could not intervene, issued a command to detain the remaining few. Though the remaining fighters were also elite, they were no match for the overwhelming numbers and had no choice but to surrender. Quaner, do not resist. Tang Yuan will not harm us. Spoke the elder disguised as an ordinary soldier, his expression unfazed, as if the conflict around him held no significance. What nonsense! The young man, evidently Tangli, bristled, unwilling to concede. If you do not cease your resistance, I will kill him, Situi warned, seizing the elder as leverage upon hearing him call the young man father. You dare! The young man's anger flared. Try me, if you dare, Situi retorted fiercely. Realizing that further resistance would be futile, the young man relinquished his whip, allowing himself to be captured. Tang Kaiping had no intention of letting him off easily, and when the young man discarded his weapon, he continued his assault without hesitation. Stop. I am Wei Yunshi, the elder suddenly declared. At the mention of Wei Yunshi, Tang Kaiping paused, recognizing him as one of his father Tang Yuan's few close friends. He recalled being held by Wei in his childhood, astonished to have caught such a significant figure. The capture of Wei Yunshi marked the conclusion of Tang Kaiping and Situi's search, compelling them to return to Qingyang Prefecture with 2 battalions. During this pursuit, over 50,000 Wu troops were captured, and with both immediate and gradual apprehensions, less than half of the original 200,000 Wu soldiers returned. The most infuriating aspect for Qin Yi Jiao was the devastating loss of his personal guards, who had suffered significant casualties from ambushes, requiring at least a year to recover. All while facing the joint assault of the Chu King and the Second Prince. Naturally, Yunzhou also faced grievous losses, with nearly 20,000 troops rendered ineffective. In the region's production and daily life severely disrupted, necessitating at least 6 months for restoration. Upon returning to the city, Situi and Tang Kaiping received a grand welcome, though this celebration was not solely for them. The returning Yunzhou troops were honored collectively, as their efforts had liberated the region from peril. Haha, brother Wei, this is my 4th son, exclaimed Tang Yuan, rushing over upon learning of Tang Kaiping's capture of Wei Yunshi, disregarding his attire. Tang brother, truly a tiger begets no dog. Not one member of the Tang family is ordinary, Wei Yunshi remarked with a blend of sarcasm and envy. Do not jest, brother Wei, quickly, release your uncle Wei. Tang Yuan instructed Tang Kaiping. Yes, Tang Kaiping complied, knowing he had no other choice. Also, release my son, Wei Yunshi added straightforwardly. Haha, certainly. I did not expect my nephew to have grown so much. It has been years since we last met, Tang Yuan observed, his demeanor somewhat unusual today. After the two were freed, they were escorted to the Tang residence, where Tang Kaiping was also summoned, regardless of his willingness, to welcome them. The entire Tang family returned to the governor's mansion, including Tang Kaling, who was still leading troops outside. Come, brother Wei, let us take our seats, Zhou Tingjia remarked after arranging the banquet and prompting Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan and Wei Yunshi engaged in lively conversation, both visibly delighted, while Tang Kaiping and Wei Quan exchanged intense glances below, as if they were eager to devour one another or to settle their unfinished battle. Enough with the stares. You two, the feast will commence shortly. Seeing the momentum between the two, Tang Yuan and Wei Yunshi exchanged a knowing smile. The banquet at the Tang residence was not extravagant, yet it was executed with utmost perfection. A grand round table was surrounded by 10 chairs, and upon its surface lay 4 exquisite dishes alongside 8 cold appetizers. As the guests gradually took their seats, the atmosphere began to grow lively. Please, everyone, Tang Yuan announced, his voice resonating and carrying far beyond the immediate vicinity. Before long, Lin Lan gracefully entered the room, her gentle voice breaking the anticipation. Thank you for your patience. Tang Kaiping felt his heart flutter. The Lin Lan before him was utterly transformed from the one he had embraced days prior, if her beauty then was subtle. Today, she radiated an air of noble elegance, particularly when she cast a slight smile in his direction, making him feel as if he were soaring. Of course, he was not alone in this reaction. Tang Kailan was equally mesmerized. He had never truly noticed how breathtaking Lin Lan was. Akin to a celestial being of unparalleled grace, merely gazing upon her was enough to captivate him. Tang Kaizheng, raised in the teachings of Confucianism, managed to maintain his composure, albeit with occasional furtive glances. In stark contrast, Wei Quan held a deep-seated resentment toward the Lin family, blaming them for the current state of the kingdom of Qing. No matter how beautiful the princess, she could not captivate his hardened heart. Haha, enough waiting, let us commence the feast, said Shou Tingjia, the hostess. At just the right moment, during the banquet, Tang Kaiping and Tang Kailan, seated closely, found themselves under Lin Lan's occasional glances, rendering them utterly dazed. Their appetites forgotten as they struggled to maintain composure. Tang Kailan, no longer young and already betrothed prior to the war, exhibited a deeper admiration for Lin Lan than others. Following the initial cold dishes, 32 hot dishes and 4 soups, all traditional delicacies from Yunzhou or the chaotic territories, were served. Yet, how many of the guests could truly immerse themselves in the feast? What are your plans, Wei brother? After the meal, Tang Yuan led Wei Yunxi, Wei Quan, Tang Kailan, Tang Kaizheng, and Tang Kaiping to a lakeside pavilion in the backyard. What plans could there be? Our fates rest firmly in your hands, Tang brother, Wei Yunxi replied, adeptly sidestepping the question. I know you possess great wisdom, a true master of Confucian thought. Many of us understand this, Tang Yuan stated plainly. Haha. Do you believe that our kingdom of Qing, or perhaps the Lin family, still is hope? Wei Yunxi queried directly, no longer avoiding the subject. I cannot say. But it is undeniable that the citizens of Qing require our assistance, Tang Yuan responded tactfully. Though Wei Yunxi could not discern Tang Yuan's inner thoughts, he felt reassured by the sincerity of the conversation and settled in to enjoy the refreshments. Chapter 13. The future gazing at Tang Yuan with an expression akin to observing a rare species, Wei Yunxi scrutinized him intently. He was taken aback by Tang Yuan's pronouncements. In his estimation, Tang Yuan was a paragon of righteousness, quick to decry the failings of the Qing kingdom. It was unexpected to hear him speak favorably of it. Oh, so you possess such perspicacity, Tang, Wei Yunxi remarked, genuinely surprised by his companion's insight. The common populace was a frequent subject of discussion among scholars, yet seldom considered by military men. Are we all to emulate Qin Yijiao? If so, our Qing kingdom is surely doomed, Tang Yuan retorted, displaying a distinct aversion. Qin Yijiao's reign was notoriously tyrannical, where life was forfeit to his whims. His subjects existed solely for his benefit, never knowing if they would see the dawn. Yet, is that not preferable to starvation and the sale of one's progeny? Freedom and life are luxuries afforded only to those with a full belly, Wei Yunxi countered immediately. Despite Qin Yijiao's brutality, he ensured the sustenance of his people. Otherwise, he would not command such loyalty, enabling him to wield such power and become one of the preeminent forces in the land. This was the reason why a man as proud as Wei Yunxi chose to align himself with him. Ideals and slogans were mere rhetoric. Their implementation posed formidable challenges, a task Wei Yunxi was not yet prepared to undertake. Alas, is not sustenance the sole desire of the common folk? Tang Yuan lamented, deeply moved. Under the Lin family's rule, the Qing kingdom had stagnated over 8 centuries, its society ossified and its populace burdened. Yet, your Yun province presents a stark contrast, Tang. Its society is stable, its people prosperous, a veritable paradise. Why not emulate Feng Hong of Gao province and extend such felicity to the entirety of the Qing kingdom? Wei Yunxi inquired, fixing his gaze upon Tang Yuan. I, too, am beset by uncertainty, Tang Yuan confessed. This admission confounded not only Wei Yunxi, but also Tang Kailan, Tang Kaizheng, and Tang Kaiping, who had joined them. To emulate Feng Hong was tantamount to rebellion, a notion they had been taught to abhor. Uncertainty? In your moment of doubt, are you not aware of the countless Qing citizens being slaughtered, families torn asunder, and countrymen dying in foreign lands? Wei Yunxi exclaimed, his voice rising with fervor. This is the way I know, Tang Yuan responded cheerfully. You have a scheme, do you not? Wei Yunxi pressed. Would you prefer the truth or a fabrication? Tang Yuan replied with a subtle smile. Wei Yunxi hesitated, then fell into deep contemplation. The other youths were perplexed. The truth was the obvious choice, yet Wei Yunxi found himself unable to answer. After a long pause, Wei Yunxi broke his silence, raising his head to meet Tang Yuan's gaze. If you can guarantee the safety of my family, I will hear the truth. Otherwise, speak falsehoods. Well said. I shall impart the truth then. My Tang family is not composed of craven individuals. Since the days of my father, Tang Jiutian, we have held the welfare of the people paramount. Should the people require us to take that step, we shall not falter. Tang Jinyuan's words, though veiled, were sufficient for Wei Yunxi. Excellent. I, too, shall dispense with pretense. Yun Province presents numerous opportunities. Its location is strategically advantageous, its resources abundant, and its population substantial. It borders the chaotic territories in the Eastern Sea, adjacent to Bin, Kai, He, and Gan provinces. The eastern part of the Qing Kingdom also includes Jiang, Hui, and Yan, Fei, Bai, Hai, Long, and Ming provinces. Apart from Ming province, which is occupied by the grasslands, the others are occupied by Qin Yijiao's Wu army. In other words, our primary enemy at this stage is Qin Yijiao, Wei Yunxi declared. Only then did Tang Kailan, Tang Kaijing, and Tang Kaiping realize the extent of their father's ambition and understand his deference towards Wei Yunxi, a man of undeniable talent. Qin Yijiao, a scoundrel, was the object of universal hatred. Our enemy is indeed formidable, Tang Jinyuan conceded. The opportunities are scarce, but Qin Yijiao's position is precarious. If we can repel his initial assault, we will gain at least 1 or 2 years. If we can withstand his subsequent offensives, I dare say the entire eastern region will be yours, Wei Yunxi continued. The next time will not be as straightforward, Tang Jinyuan cautioned. Undoubtedly. However, Qin Yijiao faces numerous adversaries. Yun province is but a minor concern. The second prince in Zhong province, the Chu king in the south, and the grasslands in Ming province pose greater threats. Furthermore, the chaotic territories are a burden. Should he be besieged on all sides, he will be undone, Wei Yunxi asserted. Displaying a more optimistic outlook than Tang Jinyuan. Does this mean our chances of success are considerable? Tang Jinyuan inquired. The odds are uncertain. However, Yin province's geography makes it a land of opportunity. As long as it remains free from Qin Yijiao's grasp, opportunities will persist, Wei Yunxi replied. What then is our course of action? Tang Jinyuan asked. To claim that he and his family harbored no ambition would be disingenuous, yet their strength was undeniably limited. Feint to the east, strike to the west. Yin province's population can sustain a maximum of 100,000 troops. Expansion is virtually impossible. However, the adjacent chaotic territories offer a solution, capable of supporting an additional 1 or 200,000 men, Wei Yunxi proposed unexpectedly. That is unacceptable. We must not meddle in the chaotic territories. Though they appear fragmented, we would be devoured without a trace if we intruded, Tang Jinyuan countered immediately. The chaotic territories were unique, nearly the size of the Qing kingdom, with a large population. However, they were a chaotic mire, teeming with countless factions, primarily martial sects, constantly at odds. Yet, when faced with external aggression, they would unite to repel the invaders. The Tang family's foothold in Yun province was secured because the Qing emperor, in his hubris, sought to conquer the chaotic territories and establish a vast empire, only to suffer a devastating defeat. Of the 3 million troops that entered the chaotic territories, over 70% were lost within 6 months. Only 600,000 were able to retreat to Yun province. 2 million people from the chaotic territories followed. If Tang Jiutian had not intervened, the Qing kingdom might have fallen. No one on this continent dares to invade the chaotic territories. Not even the surrounding Great Song Empire, the Tianyuan Empire, or the Commerce Alliance, Wei Yunxi said with a smile. In truth, it is not that they lack the courage to invade the chaotic territory. Rather, the entanglements among them are too numerous. In contrast, the forces in Yunzhou appear significantly more tranquil, requiring no reservations, as long as they can maintain stability in the chaotic realm. The reactions from the surrounding areas become considerably simplified. How can one sustain an army of 1 or 200,000 in such turmoil? Tang Jinyuan inquired without hesitation. We already have people from the chaotic territory, Wei Yunxi replied with a hearty laugh. People from the chaotic territory? Tang Jinyuan suddenly realized something. The current state of the chaotic territory is a result of countless intertwined powers, and your Tang family's secret arrows a prime example? Wei Yunxi elucidated. Indeed. The secret arrows are the most renowned assassin organization in the chaotic territory, yet after this time, returning is no longer an option. Thus, Tang Jinyuan contemplated how to re-enter the chaotic realm. It was indeed a viable idea. Moreover, what Yunzhou lacks is not high-end forces like the secret arrows, but rather the most ordinary soldiers, who are the essence of combat. This is merely a case of self-deception. Tang Jinyuan still felt some discontent. At present, Qin Yijiao is preoccupied with his own affairs, while others would prefer your strength to grow, thus no one will trouble you. As for your concerns, weren't there 2 divisions that launched a surprise attack that day? Simply draw half of the personnel from these 2 divisions, combine them with your seasoned militia, infiltrate, and adopt a resounding title. Would that not suffice? Wei Yunxi further expounded. At this moment, Tang Jinyuan's remaining doubts were alleviated. Even if discovered, it would be unlikely that anyone would trace it back to him. Very well, it shall be so. I will find a way to bring your family back in the shortest time possible. For now, you must remain in hiding for a while, Tang Jinyuan declared. Haha. The Lord indeed thinks ahead, Wei Yunqi chuckled. Father. Upon hearing that his father was to be hidden away, Wei Quan immediately grew anxious. Should his father truly disappear, he might unleash his wrath. Haha. Is this your son? Quite impressive, Tang Jinyuan noted, observing Wei Quan as he stood. Rest assured, Quan-er. Your Uncle Tang would never wish for my demise. We only need to feign death for a period, lest our family suffers calamity, Wei Yunqi clarified. Haha. I never expected Quan-er to have grown so much, and to be so dashing, Tang Jinyuan remarked, having met Wei Quan a decade prior. You are formidable indeed. Look at your family members, each more remarkable than the last, even managing to capture me, Wei Yunqi responded. Every father feels a swell of pride when their son is praised, especially in their presence, as it serves as a recognition of their own merits. Tang Jinyuan was no exception. Tang Kaiping's success in capturing Wei Yunqi brought Tang Jinyuan immense joy, for this was a rare achievement. One must understand that Wei Yunqi's utility far exceeds that of a 100,000-strong army. Otherwise, Qin Yiji would not have placed such trust in him. This was indeed a treasure, and Tang Jinyuan formally acknowledged Tang Kaip's value within the military. Chapter 14. The captain once the entire strategy was established. The forces across Yunzhou began their movement. Tang Kaipeng, being a militia member, was directly dispatched to the chaotic territories. His adaptation to Wei Yunqi was still lacking. After all, he had been a prisoner of war just a day prior and now found himself as a strategic decision-maker for Yuzhou. Although his strategies were evidently advantageous for Yuzhou, his aversion remained. What astonished Tang Kaipi was that he, along with Situi and Wei Quan, were assigned to the newly formed 3rd Battalion of the 8th Division in Yuzhou. The three were simultaneously designated as captains, each commanding merely one company, with Wei Quan commanding only a single company. Most critically, this battalion lacked a commanding officer, with the stipulation that whoever could fully assemble their company in the shortest time would become the new battalion commander. Fortunately, with Situ-E by his side, their chances were promising. As long as Wei Quan did not become the battalion commander, Tang Kaiping was indifferent. The departing force comprised two newly formed divisions, the 7th and 8th, totaling less than 10,000 men, whose combat efficacy was evidently inferior to that of the Yunzhou army. Yet, the mission was to muster a force of 1 to 200,000 to counter the impending assault by the Wu army. Tang Kaiping did not return home, departing directly from the barracks, fearing that he would be reluctant to leave again if he returned. Perhaps out of overwhelming nostalgia, he secretly entrusted a vertical flute, a gift from his childhood, to be sent to Linlan. Qingyang Prefecture, located in the heart of Yunzhou, would take at least 5 days to reach the chaotic territories. During this period, Wei Quan became his sparring partner. Although he lacked strength, it was evident that Tang Kaiping's mastery of the dragon-slaying spear far surpassed Wei Quan's proficiency with the 9-section whip. Moreover, after much training, Tang Kaiping's strength was steadily increasing. They had arrived in Wuqi County. Beyond this point lay the chaotic territories. Situ-E was quite candid regarding their rivalry, acknowledging Wei Quan's talents, as they now commanded a full team, and mutual sparring was beneficial. Is this Wuqi County? Upon hearing the name, Tang Kaiping's interest in combat waned. His eyes wide with inquiry. Is it true? Wei Quan, unperturbed, gazed at the small town that lay before them. Indeed, this is the only Wuqi County in Yunzhou, Situ-E affirmed. Wuqi County held a unique significance in Yunzhou, besides marking the boundary between Yunzhou and the chaotic territories. It was renowned for housing a martial sage known as Qi, hence its name. Though small in size and population, the residents were fervently devoted to martial arts. Alas, the army cannot enter the city. Otherwise, we could explore and recruit some men, as this area is the finest source of soldiers in all of Yunzhou, Situ-E lamented. What? We aren't entering the city? Tang Kaiping, immersed in his exchanges with Wei Quan over the past few days, had entrusted the battalion's affairs to Situ-E and was oblivious to any other arrangements. We lack time. Entering the city would waste too much of it, Situ-E replied. Sigh, Wei Quan echoed, sharing in the regret. Not being able to enter Wuqi County became a shared disappointment, yet they consoled themselves with the hope of future opportunities. As they approached the border of Yunzhou and the chaotic territories, the temperature surged dramatically, and the air grew increasingly humid, rendering it uncomfortable. To avoid provoking a strong reaction from the chaotic territories, both divisions operated at the battalion level, with each division comprising only 4 battalions, totaling 8. There were no divisional commanders. The battalion leaders held the highest command, and several battalions, like Tang Kaiping's, lacked a direct officer. These battalions could not simultaneously enter the chaotic territories. Nevertheless, Yunzhou had significantly increased the number of lower-level commanders in these units, all seasoned veterans, who served as their greatest assets. The border between the chaotic territories and Yunzhou was unexpectedly bustling. Amidst the turmoil of the entire Qing state, Both Yunzhou and the chaotic territories appeared increasingly stable, and trade flourished. The northern terrain of the chaotic territories primarily consisted of plains and hills, with only one mountain range. The Great Hungduan Mountains, connecting to the Meishan Range. This colossal mountain range, located at the heart of the continent, was treacherous and sparsely traversable. Given that the chaotic territories were in the southern region, numerous rivers flowed through, virtually countless. Due to the multitude of factions within the chaotic territories, the administrative divisions differed from those in the Qing state. There were no state, prefecture, or county divisions, nor were there provincial or county delineations like in other nations. Instead, there existed only divisions of counties and cities, making any faction that could occupy several small counties a significant power. After 3 days of waiting, Tang Kaiping's 3rd Battalion of the 8th Division successfully entered the chaotic territories. This mere 1,000-man force caused not a ripple as it was completely absorbed by the chaotic realm. Where do we establish ourselves now? As the longest-serving member of the Yunzhou army, Situi prioritized the safety of all personnel above all else. Now that we are here, I believe we should not linger in this border area, Tang Kaiping suggested. After wandering through the chaotic territories for some time, Tang Kaiping felt that remaining stagnant was untenable. Conflict erupted incessantly, providing no opportunities for power consolidation. Surviving with such a small force was exceedingly challenging. To establish ourselves here is undoubtedly difficult. If we intend to recruit soldiers, I think this area is quite suitable, Wei Quan remarked, gesturing to the map's far western edge. An area known as the Toto River Plain, notorious for bandit activity. Due to its rich land resources, it supported a large population, albeit with significantly heightened risks. I see the merit. We have nothing at present. What is wrong with operating as bandits? Tang Kaiping viewed the situation optimistically, recognizing that they needed an army. Not necessarily territory, even bandits could function as soldiers. That won't do. Without the support of the populace, we cannot amass a substantial force. We also require the abundant provisions that the people provide, Situi promptly countered. That is true, let us take it one step at a time. We'll head there. Tang Kaiping was never one to impose his will, valuing diverse opinions to foster calm and rational problem-solving. Due to their small numbers, they did not provoke local factions. Yet their presence was sufficient to deter any ill-intentioned brigands. The Toto River originates in the Great Hungduan Mountains, swirling through the surrounding plains before flowing southward, eventually merging with another river, the Tongyang, which then veers eastward into the Eastern Sea. The meandering plains of the Toto River became a rare haven within the chaotic territories. Home to over 5 million inhabitants, yet nearly 1,000 factions of varying sizes claimed dominion over the area. After enduring a month of arduous journeys, the three were nearing their destination. Throughout this month, they faced immense hardship, encountering a myriad of chaotic factions. It was a veritable maelstrom. Had it not been for their clear objectives, they might have been entirely consumed. Up ahead is Dongshan Town. We have arrived at our destination, Situi announced. I see the construction here is impressive. Shall we breach the town ourselves, or employ other means? Wei Quan inquired. Unable to breach the defenses, our very existence is at stake, rendering it impossible for us to establish a foothold here. Therefore, I propose that Wei Quan and I enter the town first, while Situi leads the troops outside to engage and plunder. Given our martial prowess, I believe the local powers will accept us, and subsequently, we can assimilate those from outside, thus legitimizing our position. Tang Kaiping articulated. The other two gazed at him with wide eyes, akin to observing a peculiar creature. Tang Kaiping's demeanor was entirely unexpected to them. Do I have flowers on my face? What is there to gawk at? Tang Kaiping inquired. It's not flowers. I'm merely astonished by how resourceful your mind is, Situi responded, having known Tang Kaiping for a considerable duration but only now realizing his intellectual acuity. My mind has always been sharp. It's just that there were too many leaders before, and no one paid attention, Tang Kaiping replied candidly. Let us leave it at that. Otherwise, he might end up inflating his own ego, Wei Quan mused, finding this version of Tang Kaiping to be more pragmatic and gradually accepting of him. Dongshan Town derives its name from the East Mountain, nestled against its slopes and facing the Tuatao River Plain. Due to its advantageous geographical position, it is one of the most tumultuous areas on the Tuatao Plain, witnessing hundreds of battles each year. Nevertheless, over 30,000 residents call it home, under the control of the Han family, who maintain a military force of 500. Though it remains a mystery how they sustain such a number. After years of conflict, the Han family is perpetually recruiting, seeking young men like Tang Kaiping and Wei Quan, even if they lack martial skills, as they are deemed desirable for their strength. Are you here to enlist? An elderly man, nearing 50, inquired curiously as the two entered. Yes, we are soldiers, Wei Quan replied, frowning. No, we haven't tea eaten in 3 days and heard there was free food here, so we came, Tang Kaiping interjected, having pulled Wei Quan aside. Unlike Wei Quan, who grew up in a nurturing environment, Tang Kaiping was raised in a small village in Ming Mountain, having encountered various experiences, and thus lied without a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, who would still wish to join the army. Rest assured, we have provisions, if nothing else, the elder replied, shaking his head as he produced some food and tossed it to them, then took out a ledger to make notes. Names? He asked. Tang Kaiping. Wei Quan. Ages? 17. 20. Hometowns? We don't know. We're just wandering, having been to many places. Finding direct lies too easily exposed, Tang Kaiping added, just put anything down. The elder scribbled Liangzhong County in the book. Remember, this Liangzhong County lies in the eastern part of the chaotic territory, fraught with turmoil. There is no need to worry about anyone investigating, the elder continued to explain. Clearly, he had no intention of scrutinizing their circumstances and smoothly fabricated a story for the two. Exceptional soldiers like them would undoubtedly find favor in the chaotic territory. Thus, Tang Kaiping and Wei Quan became ordinary soldiers of the Han family in Dongshan Town. Chapter 15. Dongshan Town, just after receiving their uniforms and weapons. And before they could report to the army, the sound of a bell rang out, accompanied by shouts of enemies are attacking. Enemies are attacking. Sometimes, fate operates with such serendipity, requiring no effort on your part, as opportunities unfold before you. Naturally, these opportunities demand your pursuit. Securing them means everything, while failing to do so results in nothing. Look, we have established our footing, Tang Kaiping remarked, exchanging glances with Wei Quan. Let us observe the situation of the battle here, Wei Quan suggested. The urgent ringing of the bell plunged the once bustling Dongshan town into an eerie silence. Apart from the soldiers scurrying about, the streets were devoid of any civilian presence, as if the town had been entirely abandoned. Who are you, and why are you running about? A man with a square jaw inquired as he approached Tang Kaiping and Wei Quan, flanked by over 30 men. We are new recruits, not yet assigned, Wei Quan replied candidly. I see, then follow me, the man nodded, leading his troops away. Years of warfare had rendered Dongshan town quite neurotic. Any slight disturbance sent the citizens into a state of panic, where even a moment's hesitation could cost them their lives. The town's defenses were impressively fortified, surpassing many county towns, thanks to its advantageous geographical position, facing the Tua River, which hindered the enemy's ability to deploy large forces. It is the Wang family, everyone be cautious. Soldiers on the city wall whispered among themselves upon spotting Wang family troops below. Despite being new soldiers, Tang Kaiping and Wei Quan exhibited remarkable social skills, having fully integrated into their small unit. What makes the Wang family so special? Tang Kaiping inquired with curiosity. The Wang family is one of the dominators of the Tua River plain, boasting an army of over 2,000 and control over 2 counties. Indeed, they are formidable. Explained a squad leader named Duerden. That is quite powerful, but given our advantageous terrain, their chances of breaching the wall should be slim, Tang Kaiping reasoned. They harbor a vendetta against us. Their eldest son wishes to marry Our Lady and swallow us whole. Initially, our lord agreed, but on the night of their engagement, he was caught in an affair. One can only imagine our lord's fury, leading us to wage war for 2 years. At first, we attacked them. But now it is they who assault us, Duerden elaborated. The Wang family truly sees us as insignificant, Tang Kaiping exclaimed passionately. Indeed, I did not expect you to feel this way, haha. Duerden responded, amused by Tang Kaiping's fervor. Perhaps due to their familiarity. The Wang troops did not linger long below and commenced a methodical assault. Initially, they fired fewer than 100 arrows to suppress the town's resistance, then began to scale the walls. Although the walls were not as towering as those of Qingyang Prefecture, they were not easily breached. Goodness, what kind of battle is this? The Han family army of Dongshan Town did not retaliate as expected. Instead, they all raised their long spears, waiting for the enemy to approach. This sight made Wei Quan and Tang Kaiping apprehensive. Is this truly warfare? Perhaps due to their battle-hardened experience or the instinctual nature of warfare. Tang Kaiping and Wei Quan began to gather stones and wood from the walls and hurled them down upon the advancing Wang soldiers. This unexpected tactic caught the enemy off guard. Though not particularly strong, their efforts resulted in the Wang family losing over 30 men in combat effectiveness. What? Does the Han family seek death? How dare they employ such treachery? Kill them, annihilate them. A figure hiding not far from Dongshan Town suddenly leaped forth, shouting vehemently. Yes, the young master is right. The soldiers below responded eagerly. This so-called young master was none other than Wang Huadao, the eldest son of the Wang family. His feminine features were adorned with stubble, his hair styled in a peculiar manner, and he donned a white garment. Had it not been for his father Wang Bin's formidable prowess, he would have likely faced numerous indignities. Of course, my father has entrusted me with 1,000 men. Trust me, I will capture Dongshan Town and present it as a birthday gift, Wang Huadao declared. When the young master leads, victory is assured. In a few days, we shall enjoy tea in Dongshan Town and seize the Han family's young lady, his subordinates chimed in. Upon hearing about the Han family girl, a glint of madness flickered in Wang Huadao's eyes, as if he were about to explode with rage. I shall make her wish for life, but find it unattainable. To experience the pinnacle of existence. his face contorted in a twisted expression, revealing the depth of his fury. Advance, advance. Press forward. I demand the breach of this town. Wang Huatao crowed, akin to a raucous rooster. Tang Kaiping and Wei Quan's reactions prompted a widespread response, and soon the townsfolk mirrored their actions. With their initial success, the Wang troops became more cautious, resulting in less decisive outcomes and subsequent clashes. However, the war entered a stalemate, with neither side able to disrupt the balance. As the siege devolved into a deadlock, the defenders' advantages became apparent. The Wang army found that they needed to sacrifice approximately 3 soldiers for every one of the Han family's men they eliminated. Moreover, as some Wang soldiers began to scale the walls, the battlefield's advantage gradually eroded. If the conflict continued in this manner, the Wang army might still achieve victory. Let us attack together and see who can claim more lives. Tang Kaiping taunted Wei Quan. Your strength is negligible. What can you compare with me? Wei Quan retorted mockingly. Let us find out, shall we? Are you afraid? Tang Kaiping challenged. Who is afraid? I only fear that you will lose. Wei Quan replied before brandishing his whip and plunging into the fray. Without so much as a word, Tang Kaiping complained, yet his spear did not hesitate, cutting through the air and piercing the densest throng of enemies. The speed with which they dispatched foes far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers, even against seasoned warriors of the chaotic realm. In the theater of war, heroes are always in demand. When a sweeping hero emerges, people instinctively rally behind him, creating an unstoppable tide. Kill them, quickly, in their lives. Wang Huatao, observing from below, erupted in a frenzy, dancing wildly, oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. However, the battlefield remained unaffected by his frantic cries as the combat continued unabated, tilting decisively in favor of the Han family forces. Charge forward. Damn the Han family. I will cleanse Dongshan town. Cleanse it thoroughly. Wang Huatao incessantly bellowed. Slaughter the Wang family. Yet, his exhortations met not with triumph, but with the earth-shattering roar initiated by Tang Kaiping, imbuing each denizen of Dongshan town with boundless vigor. The countless oppressions endured at the hands of the Wang family now erupted in a torrent, endowing all with Herculean strength, yearning to expend every last ounce of energy. The Wang army, entrenched upon the ramparts, immediately suffered a cataclysmic assault. Innumerable soldiers were dislodged from the walls, the entire perimeter now devoid of Wang's forces. My lord, perhaps we should withdraw. The losses today have been considerable, a confidant of Wang Huatao implored, observing the shifting tides of battle. Withdraw? After such grievous losses? I demand retribution. Wang Huatao retorted, erupting in fury. My lord, these 1,000-odd troops represent the cornerstone of our future influence. Should we suffer excessive casualties here, our advantage over the second and third young masters will dissipate. Should they unite, we may find ourselves subservient to their whims, the man urgently explained. Wang Bin had sired more than one son. Thus, the 2,000-strong contingent was divided amongst 3 sons. The eldest, being of lineage, received preferential treatment, commanding over 1,000 soldiers. Yet, in the pursuit of inheriting Wang Bin's legacy, the brothers engaged in myriad clandestine rivalries. I cannot stomach this humiliation. The contorted visage of Wang Huatao finally softened, recognizing that such grievances paled in comparison to the stakes of power. After weighing the advantages, he abruptly declared, My lord, upon inheriting the master's dominion, will not everything be at your disposal? What waves can a mere Han family in Dongshan town possibly stir? The man reasoned. Wang Jun, upon inheriting my father's power, I shall bestow upon you the title of Grand General, entrusting you with command over all our forces, Wang Huatao proclaimed, elated. My lord is too kind. This humble servant has always been but a thrall to your will. Such lofty aspirations are beyond my reach. To serve you is my sole honor, Wang Jun demurred, bowing his head while secretly smirking. Good. You shall not be disappointed. Wang Huatao was exceedingly gratified by Wang Jun's display of loyalty. Though Wang Jun had been adopted in his youth and raised alongside him, the human heart is an inscrutable labyrinth, and it was more reassuring to maintain direct control over the military. To lay down our lives for my lord is the highest honor, Wang Jun added, promptly offering another flattering remark. Withdraw, Wang Huatao commanded, finally and uncharacteristically decisive, realizing that the walls of Dongshan town remained impregnable. The Han family, just you wait. I shall return, Wang Huatao spat, his face once again contorted in a mask of malice. Thus, the battle concluded in an anticlimactic fashion due to the Wang army's retreat. Much like the commonplace occurrences of the Chaos Plains, too unremarkable to warrant even a fleeting memory. Battle is life, and life is battle. Who can recall the minutiae of each passing day? Chapter 16. Infiltration. Much like the relentless waves of the Eastern Sea, the chaos of war in the turbulent territory arrives swiftly and departs just as rapidly. Aside from the devastation left in its wake, it is nearly impossible to find any other evidence of a fierce battle having taken place. The only indication of the recent turmoil is the fatigue etched upon each face. There is little else to suggest that war is now a commonplace affair, so routine that it has become mundane. However, at this moment, Wei Quan's visage bore more than mere exhaustion. How many did you kill? Wei Quan inquired, tilting his head as if he were the center of the universe, exuding an air of superiority. Oh, it seems you've achieved quite a feat, Tang Kaiping remarked. Given the duration of their skirmish, he could already sense that Wei Quan's accomplishments were noteworthy. Not too many, just 63 fell by my hand. So, I suppose that means I've lost, Wei replied, his head cocked to the side. Lose? How could that possibly be? Clearly, my long spear has proven more effective. I accounted for 82 kills. Admit it, Tang Kaiping declared, brandishing his spear with pride. The long spear possesses an irreplaceable role on the battlefield, offering unparalleled lethality and advantages over shorter weapons. Under identical conditions, the outcomes are undeniably distinct. Humph, indeed, the long spear possesses significant advantages, yet my 9-section whip is no mere trifle. Just wait, I shall emerge victorious, Wei Quan retorted. Although he harbored disdain for Qin Yijiao, he still felt a sense of loyalty to the Wu army, making it difficult for him to concede to Tang Kaiping without a contest. Haha, welcome, most welcome, Tang Kaiping replied. During his time with Wei Quan, he had finally identified his own aspirations, demonstrating remarkable progress, having ascended from a 3rd-tier warrior to a 5th-tier warrior. Come quickly, the master wishes to see you. Just as the two were about to leave the city walls, the elderly man who had been registering them hurried over and addressed them. Master? Which master? Wei Quan asked. Why, the esteemed Lord Han of Dongshan Town, of course. Few can lay claim to the title of master in this town, the elder replied with a smile, his words revealing his standing in Dongshan Town. Let us proceed, the master awaits. Noticing the confusion on their faces, the elder continued. Let us go? Tang Kaiping urged Wei Quan. Their purpose for being here was to infiltrate the Han family's military, and it appeared that an opportunity had now arisen. The dim light cast an air of desolation over the surroundings, with the lingering dusk swirling through the air, threatening to infect everyone present with its melancholic essence. The two companions soon followed the elder to the only family fortress in Dongshan City, where a grand sign bearing the name Han Residence hung at the entrance, flanked by 4 imposing guards who stood like statues, motionless. Steward. As the elder took his first step inside, the guards promptly bowed in respect. It was evident that this elder held a significant position, yet there was nothing about him that openly conveyed his high status. The master awaits you inside. I shall not accompany you further. Upon reaching a grand edifice, he informed them. After exchanging glances, Tang Kaiping and Wei Quan pushed the door open and entered. A slender, solitary figure soon appeared before them, exuding an overwhelming sense of loneliness and composure, as if he would not flinch even if the sky were to collapse around him. Younger men, Tang Kaiping and Wei Quan, pay their respects to the elder, they greeted, stepping forward. Lord Han suddenly opened his eyes, fixing an intense gaze upon them that seemed to penetrate their very souls. His stare was both commanding and unwavering, revealing a fierce determination. However, both were not ordinary individuals. Seasoned by the trials of battle, they had grown accustomed to the specter of death, rendering the tension in the air inconsequential. Please, have a seat. I am Hanyu. He finally spoke after observing them for a moment. The two took their seats without hesitation, remaining silent and at ease, content to sit in tranquil composure. When you entered, I initially presumed you were sent by someone nearby, but now I can confidently assert that you are not agents of my enemies, Hanyu stated. Why is that? Tang Kaiping and Wei Quan exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of his reasoning. Haha, geniuses like you are rare. No faction within the Tuo River Plains would willingly let such talent slip away. Talents are the key to our survival in the chaotic plains, Hanyu replied. Your words flatter us. Elder, they responded with a knowing smile, humbly acknowledging his praise. Haha, a warrior under 20 and another at 17. Both at 5th-tier status, such individuals are worthy of great responsibility. Even were you my enemies, I would still value your worth, Hanyu declared, his authoritative presence evident. Though Hanyu appeared to be a 9th-tier warrior, the weight of his experience bore down upon them, rivaling that of even the most formidable practitioners. Yet, having encountered grandmasters before, the two remained unfazed. They did not speak, for they had entered with ulterior motives and could not afford to be candid, opting instead for silence. Their foremost desire was to establish a foothold within the chaotic territory, yet they knew they must not appear overly eager, lest they raise suspicions about their intentions, which were hardly pure to begin with. I will appoint you as squad leaders, each commanding approximately 30 men. The future will depend on your capabilities. From now on, you need not address me as elder. Here, we refer to me as the head of the family. Since you have joined the Han family, this will be your address. Hanyu stated, not probing further. Yes, head of the family, they replied, taken aback by Hanyu's generosity. They had expected merely to become squad leaders. Yet now they were being granted the title of team leaders. Given the relatively small population of Dongshan Town, being a squad leader was already a commendable position. promising command over dozens of men. At this juncture, they could not afford to be choosy. Any opportunity was worth seizing. Han Yu then lapsed into silence once more, and the two quietly withdrew. What do you think of what he said? Wei Quan asked as soon as they stepped outside. Perhaps 3 to 4 parts true. He likely wishes to utilize us while keeping a wary eye, Tang Kaipeng replied directly. Indeed, we shall proceed cautiously. As long as we establish our foothold, we can gradually integrate our forces, and, when we possess a numerical advantage, seize control here. Then we shall rise again, Wei Quan analyzed. Having been appointed as squad leaders, the two had yet to visit the barracks, so they were soon escorted away by the steward. What do you think of them? A light-hearted girl suddenly inquired from within Han Yu's chamber. What do you think? Han Yu replied with a grin. They're all talents, far superior to those in Dongshan town. It is difficult to find similar individuals across the Tuato River plains. The girl's voice was low as she contemplated. Has our Tianqing taken an interest? Han Yu turned with a smile. Father, a beautiful figure emerged from behind the railing, capturing their attention. A light azure gown swayed gracefully, animated by the gentle breeze. Her movements possessed remarkable agility, akin to a lithe panther. Her capable face radiated perpetual vibrancy, and her large, round eyes perpetually reflected deep contemplation. Father, Wang Huatao surely suffered a significant setback today, Han Tianqing remarked, embracing Han Yu's arm as she approached. With two such prodigies present, how could he not? I had anticipated we would be the ones at a disadvantage, Han Yu explained. His days of causing trouble are numbered. I suspect that upon his return, his younger brothers will undoubtedly seek to create difficulties for him. Provided we exercise patience, I believe our territory in the Toachua River Plain could expand severalfold, Han Tianqing stated. Alas, if only our daughter were a son. I would entrust my modest legacy to you with complete confidence, Han Yu lamented. Oh, even as a daughter. You can still entrust it to me. Or would you truly prefer to bequeath it to your 3 nephews? Han Tianqing retorted. Very well. If you can find me 2 sons-in-law comparable to those 2 today, I might consider it, Han Yu jested. What's wrong with being a daughter? Observe Du Sanyang and Zhou Yin of Tuachua River. Are they not both women? Yet they each command over 3,000 individuals. I am certain I can do the same. Han Tianqing protested, bewildered by her father's prejudice, asserting that women are equally capable. I shall not debate this matter with you. When you have time, I suggest you observe those 2 talents. I have a feeling they have other motives, although not directed at us. It's better to be cautious, Han Yu advised, refraining from placing complete trust in Tang Kaipeng and Wei Quan. In any case, it won't be us. Such geniuses are beyond our ability to provoke. As for their motives, I suspect our objectives may align. Their selection of our Dongshan town may present an opportunity for our Han family, provided we cooperate effectively, Han Tianqing countered, displaying greater optimism than Han Yu. Regardless, I shall keep a close watch on them. As long as they do not act against our interests, I shall refrain from interfering. However, should they pose a threat, I shall intervene, Han Yu affirmed, unwilling to gamble with Dongshan town. I fear there may not be an opportunity when the time comes. Han Tianqing concluded before departing. Han Yu sighed, succumbing to a pensive silence. This is the military camp of our Dongshan town. The old steward, having escorted the 2 men on a tour of the city, led them to an expansive square on the eastern side. The perimeter of the square was fortified with various defensive structures, and soldiers patrolled the barracks incessantly, despite having recently endured a major battle. Over 100 soldiers were engaged in training exercises on the drill ground, undeterred by the scorching sun. The Han family army of our Dongshan town is divided into 5 companies, each comprising approximately 120 soldiers. What you see is the 5th company, led by Li Qiuan, who, like you, is a wanderer who came to our Dongshan town 3 years ago. This 5th company was personally established by the young mistress recently. Hence, their training is more rigorous than that of the others. You will be assigned here as well. There is a shortage of squad leaders in this company. The old steward continued. The 2 men remained silent. Such training was commonplace in Yunzhou and other regions of Qing, as training is essential for survival as professional soldiers. Chapter 17. Suppressing bandits. The sun commenced its ascendance, bathing the land in its golden luminescence. Life, in its nascent vibrancy, unfurled as a tapestry of simple pleasures. Li Kaiyuan, bellowed the steward, his voice echoing through the training grounds. The aforementioned abruptly ceased his practice, his attention piqued by the unprecedented audacity of addressing a squadron leader by name. It's the steward. I wonder what matter necessitates his presence? A towering figure queried, emerging from the assembled throng. The master has bestowed upon you 2 new sub-captains, whose valor was evident in today's engagement, the steward announced with measured courtesy. Indeed, they acquitted themselves admirably, Li Kaiyuan affirmed, cognizant of the duo's prowess during the preceding skirmish. As a mid-level leader within the town's hierarchy, he was elated to incorporate such capable individuals into his ranks. Then I shall take my leave. May you foster a harmonious camaraderie, the steward declared, departing with haste. Assemble. Everyone, Li Kaiyuan commanded, pivoting on his heel. The squadron's rigorous training and unwavering discipline manifested instantaneously. With nary a whisper or hesitation, the unit coalesced into formation. I presume you all witnessed the valor of these two individuals in today's battle. Does anyone harbor reservations? Li Kaiyuan inquired, his gaze sweeping across the assembled ranks. None. The squadron thundered in unison. Very well. I hereby appoint them as the 4th and 5th sub-captains of our squadron. Each existing subunit will contribute a detachment to bolster the ranks of the newly formed subunits, Li Kaiyuan decreed. With a hint of reluctance, the 3 incumbent sub-captains each relinquished a contingent of their personnel, who then congregated behind Li Kaiyuan. Each subunit comprised over 40 soldiers. And Li Kaiyuan had long contemplated the establishment of the 4th and 5th subunits. For now, you shall each establish 2 platoons. In the coming days, a merchant caravan will traverse our township, presenting an opportunity for bandit suppression. The number of captives you secure shall be the measure of your prowess, Li Kaiyuan elucidated. Are we to conscript bandits into our ranks? Wei Quan inquired, skeptical of the unorthodox proposition. In this chaotic dominion, from whence else shall we draw our soldiers? The ranks of vagrants such as yourselves are insufficient, Li Kaiyuan retorted. Do the common folk not enlist? Tang Kaiping inquired. Those who possess the strength to fight are already deceased. The remaining populace constitutes the workforce. Only bandits, teetering on the precipice of survival, provide a viable source of recruits. Li Kaiyuan explained. Tang Kaiping and Wei Quan remained silent, heeding the unspoken tenet that certain inquiries are best left unasked. Here, strength reigned supreme. And one's destiny was determined by their own capabilities. In contrast to the smooth integration of Tang Kaiping and Wei Quan, Sita Yi's fortunes were less favorable. The sheer number and ferocity of the bandits in the eastern mountains surpassed all expectations. His force of 1,000 men was akin to a solitary droplet in a vast ocean, vulnerable to the slightest tempest. Only through meticulous caution had Situi managed to evade complete annihilation. How many villages have we secured? Situi inquired of a scholarly-looking individual at his side. 5. At most. Our forces can barely maintain control over them, the man replied. Indeed, these villages are veritable nests of bandits. I had not anticipated such rampant lawlessness. Situi lamented. Survival in this chaotic dominion is a Sisyphean endeavor, the scholar remarked. Rest assured, Chen Bin. Your existence will be infinitely superior to that of your former village, Situi declared. Chen Bin had been apprehended during the assault on the second bandit village. Unlike its predecessors, this settlement boasted a sophisticated division of labor, and its inhabitants exuded an aura of contentment. Consequently, Situi unceremoniously conscripted Chen Bin into his service. I have no doubt as to your capabilities. However, in this chaotic dominion, banditry is a precarious existence. The paramount concern is how to legitimize our presence, Chen Bin asserted, implying his extensive knowledge of the region. Why is banditry so arduous? The bandits here possess considerable strength. Why not simply seize a city? Situi inquired, puzzled by the absence of a unifying force in such a turbulent land. Such an undertaking is far from simple. This chaotic dominion is, in actuality, governed by the 10 great sects, with countless other factions vying for influence. They are the true arbiters of power, and without their sanction, bandits can never ascend to prominence. Chen Bin explained. Sectarian control? Situi exclaimed in astonishment. In other regions, martial arts organizations were strictly regulated and barred from wielding political power. The great nations of the continent are all supported by numerous sects, whose influence far surpasses your comprehension, Chen Bin stated. Perhaps, but once our strength grows, these sects will clamor for our patronage. As for legitimacy, our agents are already at work. I anticipate that our transition to respectability will occur sooner rather than later. We shall provide you with ample opportunity to showcase your talents, Situi declared, focusing on establishing a foothold in the region. Indeed, Chen Bin conceded, both impressed and apprehensive by the ambition of Situi's forces. Despite the slow progress, the 3rd Battalion of the 8th Division had managed to establish a foothold in the chaotic dominion, averting complete annihilation. Meanwhile, the 2 subunits of Tang Kaiping and Wei Quan had been formally established, albeit with a mere 15 soldiers apiece. Nevertheless, it was a start. And intelligence gleaned from other units suggested that integrating their forces into the region would be relatively straightforward. Li Kaiyuan, step forth. A strident voice echoed from beyond the training grounds. Han Ke, what brings you here? Li Kaiyuan inquired, noticing a dozen individuals standing in the distance. What am I doing here? Are you even aware of your actions? Han Ke retorted, his tone a mixture of anger and derision. I am conducting training, Li Kaiyuan replied, his voice laced with suppressed ire. Training? Who authorized you to conduct training? Do you not realize whose territory this is? Furthermore, your cacophony disrupts my men's repose. Training? You should be eating dung, Han Ke sneered. Young Master Han, I implore you to moderate your language, Li Kaiyuan remonstrated. What? Are you defying me? This is the Han family's township. Are you displeased? Han Ke retorted, refusing to yield. Wei Quan and Tang Kaiping exchanged glances. Shall we engage in fisticuffs? One inquired. I concur, Tang Kaiping replied, launching himself into action. What do you think you're doing? Li Kaiyuan, order your men to desist, Han Ke shrieked. Caught completely off guard by the sudden assault, Tang Kaiping was indifferent to the chaos around him. During his time in Yunzhou, he had lost count of how many debauched scions he had bested. With a swift motion, he struck Han Ke across the face 3 times, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Li Kaiyuan observed from a distance, showing no inclination to intervene, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Han Ke, the epitome of a spoiled youth, had long perfected the art of arrogance, excelling in martial prowess, strategy, and attitude. Thus, as Tang Kaiping unleashed his strength, Han Ke finally grasped the potency of true power. I want all of you to perish. Every single one of you from the 5th team, Han Ke shouted, his voice piercing the air like a crowing rooster as he was seized by his subordinates and carried away. Tang Kaiping and Wei Quan swiftly returned to their ranks, as if nothing had transpired, maintaining an air of tranquility. Likewise, Li Kaiyuan continued to guide the others in their training, seemingly unaffected by the earlier commotion. Uncle, you must stand up for me. I've been attacked. Han Ke cried out loudly outside Han Yu's quarters. Steward, what is happening outside? Han Yu inquired. It is young Master Ke. It seems he has been assaulted, the steward replied. Assaulted? Who dares to strike him in Dongshan town? Han Yu's interest was piqued. I'm not entirely sure. Miss has sent someone to investigate, and we will know more shortly, the steward said. Then let it be for now. We'll discuss it when Qing'er returns. Have him kneel outside, Han Yu ordered. Is it not unjust? Striking me is akin to striking your own face. As silence reigned within, Han Ke's cries grew louder and more desperate. Despite his fervent lamentations, Han Yu remained silent, and Han Ke dared not rise, forced to remain in his position of humility. Father, it was Tang Kaiping and Wei Quan who struck him, Han Tianqing reported upon her return. Oh, they had the audacity to strike him on their very first day? Han Yu chuckled. It was he who provoked Li Kaiyuan. Perhaps unaware of his identity, Han Tianqing explained. Han Ke, as the eldest of the Han family, was groomed for leadership since his father had no sons. He was raised in luxury, often dismissing others. Since Li Kaiyuan had assumed command of the 5th team, Han Ke had viewed him as a thorn in his side, wishing nothing more than to eliminate him. However, the more Han Ke despised Li Kaiyuan, the more favor he garnered from Han Yu, who continuously bolstered the 5th team's strength. Eventually, even Han Tianqing had become the vice-captain of the 5th team. An unbearable reality for Han Quebec witnessing Wei Quan and Tang Kaiping's impressive display of might on the battlefield had ignited a fierce resentment within him. Leading to the recent events, what should we do? Han Yu asked Han Tianqing. If we do not impose some punishment, the family may face consequences, especially with the recent need to eradicate bandits. Let them go. This will not only allow them to avoid Han Ke, but will also test their capabilities. Han Tianqing suggested after a moment of contemplation. Haha, very well, you shall handle the arrangements this time. As for Han Ke, inform him of my disappointment. He will understand, Han Yu concluded his orders. Chapter 18, Convergence. The turmoil within Han Tianqing's heart was of little concern to Tang Kaiping. At this moment, his thoughts were consumed by the strategic completion of Yunzhou. Each passing day rendered Yunzhou increasingly perilous, and as one of the 4 young masters of the Tang family, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Let us proceed. We must first seize Guanwangzai, he declared. Tang Kaiping understood that this was not the time for sentimental musings. Directly subjugating the Han family would yield boundless benefits for both parties, minimizing the risk of widespread alarm and violent resistance. The Han family's fate was all but sealed. Meanwhile, Situ Yi surveyed the troops below from his vantage point in Guanwangzai, a smile gradually gracing his lips. His time spent in Dongshan was for this day, a day that would bring him peace of mind. Are these our people? Chen Bin, initially perplexed by Situ Yi's orders for the troops to refrain from resistance, was beginning to comprehend. Look at the advantageous position of Guanwangzai. It looms over the nearby villages. Why couldn't their leader conquer the other outposts? Situ Yi posed a sudden inquiry. These outposts are like grasshoppers on a single string. With such a formidable external threat, who would dare to turn on one another? Besides, they have intermarried for generations. They are akin to one family, Chen Bin replied. Oh. Then why did we not witness any unified resistance during our successive assaults? Situ Yi pressed further. This question left Chen Bin blushing, at a loss for words. In the past, when Situ Yi initiated the attacks, Chen Bin had also attempted to unite several villages. However, those villagers were solely focused on self-preservation, and no alliances were formed. Consequently, despite their numerical advantage, all the outposts fell to Situ Yi's forces. They were short-sighted, he finally managed to articulate after a considerable pause. It is not that. They are simply unwilling to sacrifice their own interests. Only by relinquishing a portion can they hope to gain more. In terms of construction, Situ Yi was indeed a harbinger of destruction. It was his forte, albeit with lofty aspirations. At that moment, The sound of gongs and drums echoed from the outskirts of the fortress, startling the two men engaged in conversation. They must be commencing their assault, Bin remarked, recognizing the proximity of the nearby villages. Let us go forth and greet them, exclaimed Situ-yi, his demeanor contrasting sharply with the tension of earlier moments. Joy illuminated his face. The sun in the mountains appeared even more resplendent, casting its verdant rays across the sky, bestowing its energy upon all living things in the realm. The flora and fauna basked in the sunlight, absorbing their share of vitality to sustain themselves in the future. Guanwangzai was situated on the mid-slope of a small peak in Dongshan. An assault on this location would be challenging simply due to the terrain. Numbers were inconsequential in such a setting. Only overwhelming force could hope to succeed. Otherwise, even a million-strong army would find it nearly impossible to breach this stronghold, an impenetrable fortress. Situ-yi, Tang Kaiping called from a distance. After enduring battles of life and death, their camaraderie had reached an indelible level. Open the gates and let them in, Situ-yi exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy upon seeing Tang Kaiping. They were not just comrades in arms but also colleagues. Though their separation had been brief, the bond forged through shared peril was unmistakably palpable, a connection that could not be severed. However, Chief, they are military personnel, a local. Recently surrendered, expressed his confusion. The mountain folk harbored an innate distrust of outsiders. Countless experiences had taught them that such individuals were their adversaries, bringing death and destruction in their wake. To survive, one must distance themselves from these intruders, a primal instinct akin to self-preservation in times of danger. No buts, open the gates at once, Situ-yi commanded, prompting cheers from the others, who were eager to welcome the newcomers. This meeting signified a stabilizing force for the Yunzhou army. Even amidst the chaotic territories that had once seemed insurmountable, what could possibly dampen their spirits? They were undeniably jubilant. Your authority is growing ever more formidable, Tang Kaiping exclaimed as he embraced Situ-yi. Now that we have established a foothold in the chaotic territories, we must press onward, Situ-yi mused, recognizing the importance of their newfound stability. Let us enter and converse, Tang Kaiping suggested, treating the situation with familiarity. As they proceeded into the fortress, a group of bewildered soldiers remained uncertain of their next course of action. The recently subdued were less troubled, but the 30 newcomers appeared increasingly flustered, aware that they were no longer in a position to challenge events beyond their control. How many personnel do we currently have? Tang Kaiping inquired. Are you asking about the original members or the current total? Situ-yi teased, eliciting an irritated response from Tang Kaiping. I wish to know both, Tang Kaiping insisted, frustration evident in his tone. Alas, over 100 of our brothers have departed, while nearly 500 new recruits have joined us, Situ-yi revealed. Such a significant loss? Tang Kaiping gasped in disbelief. Did you think these bandits would be easily subdued? Had they possessed formidable power? I shudder to think of our losses, Situ-yi replied, his agitation palpable. Document their names. When we return to Yunzhou, we must ensure their families are provided for, Tang Kaiping sighed. Our ranks have grown sufficiently to form a regiment, yet none of us can assume the role of commander. That duty must fall to a member of the Han family, Tang Kaiping lamented. Thus, Wei Quan briefed Situ-yi on the circumstances at hand. This is for the best. We still have ample opportunities ahead. Moreover, who else could take on the role of commander besides you? Situ-yi remained optimistic. Why must it be me? You both are equally capable. Let us compete fairly, Tang Kaiping replied hastily, as both Situ-yi and Wei Quan turned their gazes toward him. In Yunzhou, the Tang family holds the reins. As a direct descendant of the Tang family, you are the rightful choice, Situ-yi asserted, embodying a deep loyalty to both Yunzhou and the Tang clan. I believe your arrival is indeed fitting, Wei Quan added, though he maintained a certain distance from the two, recognizing that unity was paramount in their cause. Let us defer this discussion for now. We have yet to commence our endeavors. There is still time, and we need not rush. In the future, it would not be unreasonable for each of us to command a division, Tang Kaiping replied, neither conceding nor opposing the suggestion outright. The enhancement of Yunzhou's strength remained their primary concern. What are our arrangements for this regiment? Situ-yi inquired, shifting the focus back to strategy. We currently possess 4 battalions. Each of us will command one, with the 4th under the control of the Han family. We should endeavor to integrate our brothers from Yunzhou into their ranks and then redistribute the rest accordingly. We will station ourselves in this mountainous region and expand our forces through recruitment, Tang Kaiping articulated with poise. Exercise caution. The chaotic territories are more complex than we initially perceived. These bandits, while powerful, harbor a deep-seated fear of organized forces. Until we possess absolute strength, we must tread carefully, Situ-yi advised. The 3 men fell into contemplative silence, having already heard relevant news while stationed in Dongshan. This is a talented individual I recently acquired. His name is Bin. Suddenly, a bearded man in his 30s was pulled in by Situ-yi, declaring, Haha, welcome. I am Tang Kaiping, and this is Wei Quan. Tang Kaiping approached with a broad smile, behaving as if he were the master of the establishment. Chen Bin felt overwhelmed, recognizing this man as an exceptional figure. However, witnessing Siti's attitude towards him, Chen Bin felt honored to be so esteemed. I am Chen Bin. It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Tang. Although he was unaware of the origins of the three men, it was evident that leading 1,000 individuals through the chaos was no feat for an ordinary faction. Brother Chun, please, do not stand on ceremony. Simply refer to me as your younger brother, Tang Kaipeng insisted, for in his worldview, talent was paramount. Even towards someone like Wei Yunqi, he offered utmost respect. Come, do not mind him. From now on, we are family, Situ interjected, sensing Tang Kaipeng's excessive enthusiasm. As the four laughed heartily, Han Tianqing sat across from Li Qiuan, her face etched with melancholy, as if the sky itself had fallen. What to do? What to do? It is all my fault, she lamented, muttering to herself, on the verge of tears if not for Li Qiuan's presence. Qing'er, it is not so dire. This is not your fault, Li Qiuan sighed. How can it not be my fault? If it were not for me, you would not be here to deal with the bandits. If it were not for me, they would not have grown so powerful. We can hardly control the situation now. Do you not see? Those bandits follow their commands. They must have coordinated beforehand. Yes, they are bandits after all. Han Tianqing's agitation escalated. Ah, my young lady. When have bandits ever been easy to deal with in our chaotic territory? Even if they are bandits, what of it? As long as they can bring us tangible benefits. That is all that matters, Li Qiuan explained, clearly possessing a deeper understanding. I must return to inform my father to prepare. I cannot allow Dongshan Town to fall into ruin on my watch. After pacing a few times, Han Tianqing declared. For her, Dongshan Town represented everything. And for the Han family, it was likewise. If they were to lose Dongshan Town, what would remain for the Han family? Han Tianqing would not permit such a calamity to occur, not even a hint of it. Perhaps this is for the best. It is too perilous for you here. If they harbor ill intentions, I cannot foresee the outcome. From our current observations, they do not seem to pose a threat. They have only just infiltrated our ranks. And my presence here offers the Han family a potential escape, Li Qiuan concurred. Han Tianqing then set forth, lightening her load as she returned to Dongshan Town. Her departure seemed tinged with loneliness. She was unsure of what she had lost, her demeanor suddenly appearing despondent. Observing Han Tianqing's retreating figure, Li Qiuan began to speak to himself. Though uncertain if this is a blessing for the Han family in Dongshan Town, my hopes have drawn closer. Fear not. Mother and father, I shall not disappoint you. A resolute determination gleamed in Li Qiuan's eyes. Chapter 19. Development. The desolate land, bathed in layers of sunlight, offered its purest essence to all, asking for nothing in return, for, in truth, everyone was but a fragment of it. Tang Kaipeng and his companions did not return to the military camp immediately. Instead, they meticulously planned and arranged the newly recruited forces under Situ with the existing troops. The 3 battalions were organized into 4 mixed squads of approximately 100 men each, incorporating the newly assembled individuals, while leaving over 300 for Li Qiuan. This arrangement granted Tang Kaipeng a significant advantage, enabling him to exert control over Li Qiuan for his own purposes, an opportunity too good to let slip away. Will they agree to reorganize with us later? Situ inquired with a hint of concern. Do not fret. If they refuse to integrate, we shall simply appoint another captain and establish our own regiment. I doubt that is a scenario he would prefer, Tang Kaipeng reassured. When the 2 returned with their contingent, Li Qiuan was utterly bewildered, having already judged them harshly in his mind, yet he was still taken aback. Haha, brotherly, we are back, and this time, our haul is quite commendable, Tang Kaipeng exclaimed joyfully, greeting him as he walked. Welcome back, both of you. Come, let us celebrate, Li Qiuan responded eagerly. Haha, brotherly, take a look. These are your men. Tang Kaipeng pointed excitedly at the 300 individuals he had brought along. Oh, is that so? Li Qiuan feigned ignorance. How about it? I keep my word, right? By the way, brotherly, I would like to discuss something with you. We have captured so many bandits, and managing them is proving quite challenging. If you could spare some of your men to assist us, we could effectively handle them all. Tang Kaipeng smiled. Haha, brother Tang, you jest. It is only right that we support each other. With this, our East Mountain town will become a formidable force around the Tuo River. Li Qiuan fully embraced the suggestion, granting Tang Kaipeng the respect he sought. Indeed, our East Mountain town is destined to not only dominate the Tuo River plains, but also to become a powerful entity in the chaotic territories, Tang Kaipeng declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Whether it was the allure of Tang Kaipeng's ambition or disdain for such rhetoric, Li Qiuan merely nodded before redirecting his focus onto the group Tang Kaipeng had delivered. These individuals were utterly unlike the bandits he had envisioned. Each appeared to have endured life's trials, their eyes devoid of turbulence. This was the kind of army that Li Qiuan needed. In a remarkably short time, Li Qiuan reorganized the over 100 men he had brought in accordance with Tang Kaiping's directives, thereby fully accepting his arrangements and alleviating Tang Kaiping's earlier anxieties. Thanks to Li Kaiyuan's cooperation, Tang Kaiping successfully assumed command of the entire force, marking a significant step for Yunshou in establishing a foothold in the chaotic territories. Since the captain is absent, I shall preside over today's meeting, Tang Kaiping announced, unperturbed by Han Tianqing's departure. He trusted that intelligent individuals like Han Yu would know how to make wise choices. Enhancing their strength was paramount. This gathering convened all individuals above the rank of squad leader to inform them that the 1st Regiment of East Mountain Town was officially established yesterday. Although the captain was not present, he urged everyone to remember that they were all East Mountain people, and from henceforth, they would be known as the 1st Regiment of East Mountain. Tang Kaiping positioned the troops, recognizing the importance of leveraging East Mountain Town's reputation at this juncture. The others remained silent. Those present were still fewer than half of East Mountain Town's members, yet Tang Kaiping regarded the meeting with utmost seriousness. Looking ahead, I believe our current numbers are still insufficient for establishing a stronghold in the chaotic territories. Moreover, our training has been lacking. In the coming days, our primary objectives will be to focus on training and continue confronting the bandits, ensuring everyone hones their martial skills. Tang Kaiping had fully transformed his perspective, prioritizing the collective future. Therefore, we have 2 critical tasks ahead. As you can see, this area we occupy will serve as our base, and its development will rely on all of us. Additionally, we must address the military aspect. Let us discuss this together. Tang Kaiping did not wish to monopolize the conversation. This force belonged not only to him, but to everyone involved. To his surprise, the discussion became fervent, starkly contrasting the initial silence. Gradually, barriers began to dissolve, and all individuals started to integrate into this pyramid-like community, perceiving themselves as part of a unified entity. With dialogue came ideas, and both the team's dynamics and aspirations experienced a substantial elevation. Alongside rigorous training, Tang Kaiping began to regard East Mountain as his home and dedicated himself to its betterment. Although a martial artist of the 5th tier, he felt an immense disparity between his current status and the aspirations he held. Li Kaiyuan and Situ Yi were both martial artists of the 6th tier, and with Wei Quan, a 1st-tier martial artist, Tang Kaiping's training partners were formidable. At this stage, enhancing his own martial prowess was of utmost importance. Say, Kaiyuan, what technique is this? I feel as though all my energy is being suppressed by you, Tang Kaiping remarked during a spar with Li Kaiyuan, who wielded a 9-ring broadsword, employing a peculiar style that completely subdued his opponent's momentum and dictated the rhythm of the fight. Were it not for the unique attributes of the Dragon Slayer spear, he might have found himself overwhelmed. This blade is called the Great Ring Blade, and the technique is a family heirloom, Li Kaiyuan stated, unwilling to elaborate further, prompting Tang Kaiping to abandon the inquiry, knowing that time alone could bring change. Kaiping, come quickly. Just as Tang Kaiping prepared for another round, Situ Yi dashed over. Urgency etched on his face. What is it? Tang Kaiping asked. The bandits in East Mountain's eastern region are planning to unite and attack us, Situ Yi disclosed. What? Tang Kaiping was astounded, realizing that they had only occupied 6 villages and already gathered over 600 bandits. How many bandits could be found throughout the entirety of East Mountain's eastern region? Do not panic. Shinbin has just received news. Let us go investigate, Situ Yi explained. Kaiyuan, let us go together. After taking a few steps, Tang Kaiping suddenly insisted. All right, Li Kaiyuan replied, taken aback that Tang Kaiping would think of him at such a moment. Upon returning to the military camp, Wei Quan and Shinbin were already engaged in discussion. The expressions on their faces indicated that the impending crisis was far graver than anticipated. Shinbin, please update us on the situation, Tang Kaiping requested upon entering. The Eastern Ear King of East Mountain organized this. The villages we occupy are within his territory, and now that we have cleared this area, he is retaliating. Shinbin explained. And what of his strength? Tang Kaiping inquired, furrowing his brow. His martial prowess is at the 5th tier, but he commands 5 martial artists and controls approximately 10,000 bandits. Including those who are loyal to him, he can mobilize around 50,000 men, Shinbin stated, astonished. Why does he not attack East Mountain Town or the Wang family directly? With such numbers, he could easily be the most formidable force in the Tua River Plains. Tang Kaiping pondered. He does not dare. Just as Han Yu from East Mountain Town possesses martial prowess at the 9th tier, he alone could pursue him relentlessly. In terms of martial arts and strength, there is an insurmountable gap, forcing him to remain a tyrant of the mountains, while the bandits may heed his command. Only a select few are truly loyal to him, Shinbin elaborated. Tang Kaiping had never felt the significance of his own strength so acutely. A mere bandit, lacking noble lineage, he had little opportunity to rise. Yet, it appeared that this Donger king harbored grand ambitions. Was it not said that our forces were limited? This presented an opportunity, Tang Kaiping suddenly declared. An opportunity. Everyone was taken aback. The Donger king commanded an army of over 10,000 and indirectly controlled more than 50,000, in addition to possessing 6 formidable warriors. It seemed overly ambitious to even consider the prospect of seizing such an opportunity. Indeed, it is an opportunity. With an army of tens of thousands, my options are limited. Yet we must all strive together. As for those 6 warriors, leave them to me. I shall devise a solution. Tang spoke as if he were merely jesting. Everyone gaped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such boldness. Do not be surprised. It is not I who will confront them, as long as he comes forth. There will be those who will clear the path for us, Tang stated candidly, while a few deliberated on how to deal with the Donger king. In a luxurious stronghold nestled among the lofty mountains in the southeastern region of Dongshan, an extravagant performance was underway. 30 or so dancers, clad in scant attire, provocatively entertained a group of over 20 robust men. Haha, esteemed guests, grant me the favor of Donger, and your rewards shall be plentiful. This time, the Han family of Dongshan dares to infringe upon my territory. If we do not retaliate, we shall be utterly humiliated, and how can we maintain our standing in Dongshan? The Donger king, with his distinctive large ears and sharp hearing, spoke with a ruthless determination, keenly observing the reactions of those below. The attendees, comprised of locals from the southeastern region of Dongshan, including bandits and genuine townsfolk, were all subjects of the Donger. His words ignited a fury among them, as if they had lost a dear parent. Yet, before the Donger king, none dared voice dissent. In his eyes, all were mere resources to be exploited. To contradict him meant certain annihilation. My king, for the sake of our future, we must eliminate this Hanyu, who lacks discernment, and demonstrate to the people of Tuo River who truly holds dominion over the southeastern Dongshan. A sly old man with a pointed head and clad in a coarse coat chimed in, his demeanor reeking of insincerity. After his statement, he scurried to the Donger king's side, bowing profusely, his obsequiousness evident to all. His words immediately pleased the Donger king, who had been in a foul mood due to incessant troubles. Hearing such flattery was a welcome relief. Rest assured, as long as you follow me, there will come a day when you shall rise. The future world is ours, the Donger king proclaimed. He understood that to enlist loyalty, one must offer something in return. However, such promises were mere embellishments for the time being. The future could be addressed later. After everyone acquiesced, Dong was elated, believing that rewarding those who pleased him was only fitting. He exclaimed with jovial laughter, "Excellent. Ma Shan understands me best. You shall be duly compensated." Emboldened by this example, the others dared not voice dissent, instead lavishing praise upon Dong, elevating him to a divine status, much to his amusement. Such adulation was indeed pleasing. Despite his ascendant position, Dong inevitably faced detractors. One dissenting voice arose. "I remain unconvinced. Hanyu is merely a defender of fortifications. When has he ever initiated an offensive? Furthermore, I have learned that these villages were initially breached. Their subsequent recapture by Dongshan town suggests a premeditated scheme. We have been imprudent." The speaker, garbed in tattered attire with numerous patches, possessed a youthful countenance weathered by hardship. His aristocratic bearing stood in stark contrast to the surrounding rabble. Even within this den of brigands, his innate nobility remained unassailable. "Jiangbo Tian," Mai retorted. "Bear in mind, this is not the Great Song Empire, but the domain of the king. A mere whelp like you has no place to speak. Summon your grandfather. Perhaps then you would be worthy of attention." Mai felt profoundly insulted that his pronouncements were challenged, especially when he was attempting to ingratiate himself with Dong. Jiangbo Tian dismissed him with disdain. "I would sooner converse with an ant." He held Ma Shan, a sycophant, in utter contempt. "So you believe yourself superior merely by uttering a few flattering words? You are nothing." Incensed by this affront, Ma rose to his feet, his agitation palpable. Dong interjected, "Ma, what is the meaning of this? How dare you address the grandson of the sage of the army in such a manner? Have you a death wish?" He flapped his prominent ears, seemingly to accentuate their size, before uttering, devoid of emotion, "Indeed, the king is correct. With that old reprobate still alive, I dare not speak ill of them. They command over 1,000 bandits. I would not dare antagonize them with my paltry 4 or 5,000. He is, after all, a military sage." Mai's facetious laughter and exaggerated gestures elicited amusement from the assembly. "Precisely," Dong responded, amused. Jiangbo Tian, his face flushed with anger, turned and departed. Unable to endure their mockery, Jiangbo Tian's departure led him away from Dong encampment. His lineage traced back to a distinguished clan of the Great Song Empire, a family that had long furnished commanders for the imperial army. His grandfather, Jiang Shaoxing, the Grand Marshal of the Southern Military District and one of the 10 great military sages, had served the empire with unwavering dedication. However, on the verge of retirement, he was betrayed by his 2 junior disciples and falsely accused of treason, resulting in the execution of his entire clan. Only the desperate efforts of his eldest disciple and son had saved him from a similar fate. Upon fleeing to the lawless territory, he was accompanied by only 3 guards and his grandson. afflicted by a potent poison. He had lost all his martial prowess and clung to life solely for the sake of his grandson, seeking refuge in a village belonging to one of his guards. Following his exit, the others ceased their derision. Jiang Botian was, after all, the scion of a legendary figure. Even those who held him in contempt could not deny a certain respect. Despite their lowly status, they revered heroes, even those in decline. Very well. Let us return to the matter at hand, Dong Er declared. The young man's words are not without merit. It appears that Han Yu is not the instigator of this affair. A mere squad was dispatched, effortlessly seizing these territories. Furthermore, these villages were previously overrun by vagrants. Dong Er placed his feet upon the table before him, dismissing the dancers with a wave of his hand. Ma Yi was dumbfounded, reduced to a mere buffoon. Fear not. Dong Er continued. They are but insignificant clowns. I have summoned you to impress upon you that this eastern region of Dongshan is my domain, and I alone hold dominion. His jovial demeanor abruptly vanished, replaced by an air of stern authority. Ma Yi, who had been jesting, trembled, sensing his transgression. Dong Er's gaze swept across the assembly. Settling upon Ma Yi, his eyes narrowing and his lips curling into a sardonic smile. Under Dong Er's scrutiny, Ma Yi's face paled, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. What is this? Has Ma Yi disobeyed my commands? Does he no longer recognize me as the master of Eastern Dongshan? Dong Er inquired, his voice laced with menace. King, you jest. How would I dare? Ma Yi protested, his voice betraying his terror. Indeed, then our Ma Yi is truly devoted, Dong Er drawled. What then? Is the meaning of purchasing weapons from Shuedashan? Spare me, king. I merely acquired weapons to bolster our strength, Ma Yi pleaded, prostrating himself before Dong Er. Shuedashan, a powerful warlord from southern Dongshan, was Dong Er's principal adversary. Their incessant conflicts had escalated to a point of no return. Ma Yi's territory lay at the border of their domains, making him susceptible to Shuedashan's enticements. Ma Yi, an inveterate opportunist, had long profited from both sides. Until Dong Er exposed his treachery. Spare me, king. It was not my intention, Ma Yi wailed, clinging to the ground in abject despair. You should have considered the consequences of your actions, Dong Er rebuked him. He had no intention of inflicting severe punishment, as it was a time for consolidation. His purpose was to remind Ma Yi to refrain from such machinations within his territory. I am at fault, king. I shall never repeat this transgression. Henceforth, I shall be your loyal hound, Ma Yi vowed, his pleas relentless. So you acknowledge your error? Approach me, Dong Er said. Adopting a benevolent demeanor that belied his true intentions, Ma Yi, wary of treachery, hesitated. Do my words carry no weight? Dong Er pressed. The countenance of Dong Er broadened into a radiant smile, as if sharing a jest with everyone present. My lord? Observing the deepening intensity in Dong Er's gaze, Ma Yi reluctantly prostrated himself, crawling on the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. Raise your head, Dong Er commanded, his eyes fixed upon the prone figure of Ma Yi. Left with no alternative, Ma Yi slowly rose. Dong Er extended his right hand, gently caressing Ma Yi's left cheek before abruptly seizing his ear. A sharp cry pierced the air as Ma Yi's left ear was severed, a torrent of blood erupting forth. Ma Yi writhed on the ground, his screams echoing through the space. The onlookers remained motionless, paralyzed by fear. With a single, swift motion, Dong Er had claimed Ma Yi's ear. Do you know why I'm called Dong Er? Dong Er inquired, his tone nonchalant. I possess a peculiar fondness for collecting ears, be they animal or human. Those with ears must heed my words. Disobedience shall result in their addition to my collection. Dong Er gestured for his subordinates to retrieve the severed ear. Long live the king. Without hesitation, the assembly prostrated themselves, chanting their fealty. Ha ha. Dong Er erupted in laughter. In his estimation, Tang Kaiping and his ilk were mere buffoons. Their so-called meetings and discussions were nothing more than political lectures for his underlings. Jiang Badian sprinted through the mountains of Dongshan, tears streaming down his face. Raised in opulence, he had never known such hardship. The tragic demise of his parents and the annihilation of his clan had plunged the 15-year-old into a world of madness. Were it not for his grandfather, he doubted he would have found a reason to persevere. After traversing several mountain streams, a shimmering lake appeared before him, its tranquil surface reflecting the verdant trees and quaint villages along its banks. The scene epitomized the unparalleled beauty of Dongshan, a sight rarely found even in the tumultuous expanse of the chaotic territory. The sight of laborers toiling in the fields brought Jiang Badian a measure of solace. He vividly recalled the desolate state of the region upon his arrival, a land plagued by roaming beasts and rampant banditry, where survival was the sole purpose of existence. Under Jiang Xiaohang's leadership, the inhabitants had vanquished several neighboring villages, quelling their predatory instincts. Through careful planning, this secluded paradise had begun to reclaim its former glory. Grandfather, I have returned. A bamboo hut stood nestled against a mountain cliff. A dozen newly recruited guards practiced their marksmanship near the entrance. Suddenly, a dark figure darted from afar, materializing before Jiang Badian. Shaya, you are being mischievous again. A silver wolf, the size of a bull, nuzzled against Jiang Badian, as if greeting a long-lost relative. The silver wolf, adopted by Jiang Shaoling over 2 decades prior, had accompanied him through countless battles, saving his life on more than one occasion. It was a true member of the family. Chapter 21. Spirit and soul, enough with your games, come inside. A gentle voice suddenly resonated within the minds of a wolf and a man. Jiang Shaoxing, once a sage, despite being poisoned and having his powers diminished, still retained the formidable presence of a holy being. The ability to communicate through the spirit was a mere rudimentary application for him, capable at times of taking lives from afar. Unlike martial artists, scholars have always focused on cultivating their spirits from the very beginning. However, the path of spirit cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Only upon reaching the saintly tier does a scholar's spirit become remarkably powerful. A single roar can even be lethal to a martial arts master. Similarly, martial saints also develop their spirits, yet theirs is comparatively weaker than that of a scholar. Nevertheless, the martial artist's formidable physique remains unattainable for the scholar, rendering their strength somewhat balanced. As a former martial saint, Jiang Shaoxing still wielded this enigmatic spirit, causing most postnatal experts to tread carefully in his presence. Grandfather, I'm back. Jiang Batian gently stroked the silver wolf beside him, pointing forward, prompting the wolf to lift him onto its back and swiftly dash towards the bamboo hut. Come in. The voice that had previously echoed in their minds now beckoned from within the hut. Jiang Batian pushed aside the curtain of the bamboo door and stepped inside. The hut, though modest in size, had half of its floor precariously perched over a cliff, while the other half extended over a tranquil lake. The interior was quite spacious, furnished with 2 rows of bookshelves, a half-height table, and 4 simple bamboo mats. In the center of the table sat an incense burner, from which tendrils of smoke gracefully spiraled upwards. Ahead lay a small, open platform, offering a panoramic view of the lake's shimmering surface, capturing the breathtaking beauty of the landscape. As Jiang Batian became entranced by the picturesque scenery, an elderly man clad in white, with a face adorned by a bushy beard, appeared behind him and playfully tapped his head. Grandfather, why do you always sneak up on me? Startled, Jiang Batian turned around, recognizing Jiang Shaoxing, and rushed to embrace his arm in a display of affection. Observing this, the silver wolf bounded over, nuzzling against Jiang Shaoxing and reveling in the warmth of camaraderie. Enough of this, you're not a child anymore. Act like a man. Jiang Shaoxing, having fathered 3 sons, 2 of whom perished on the battlefield, had only this one grandson left, to whom he had always shown immense affection, leading Jiang Batian to be particularly enamored with him. Come over and tell me, what movements has the Eastern King made? Jiang Shaoxing was eager to guide him, hoping to hasten his maturity through such discussions. Jiang Batian, not daring to conceal anything, recounted all that he knew without any omissions. The Eastern King merely seeks to establish his authority. I've long heard that my and the others have been trafficking weapons from Shui Dashan, and he has been biding his time, now seizing the opportunity. Jiang Shaoxing explained, aiming to clarify the intricacies involved. It seems that way. I noticed something amiss in the Eastern King's gaze from the start. It appears he intends to teach that fellow a lesson. Jiang Batian suddenly grasped the situation. I see that those emerging from Dongshan town are no ordinary folk. If the Eastern King is so careless, he may encounter significant setbacks. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Jiang Shaoxing, resigned to his fate, awaited death beside the tranquil lake, yet he could not allow his sole grandson to lead such a life. It was not necessary to achieve great renown, but he should not feel that his existence was in vain. Grandfather, could it really be that formidable? Jiang Batian, having matured significantly from his former frivolous self, now approached matters with a measured demeanor. Even if he found it hard to believe, he chose not to voice his doubts, understanding that humility was essential for survival. From the information we've gathered, it appears they may be far more formidable than we initially thought. Recently, there have been numerous such forces emerging in the chaotic territories, but this is the first instance of someone managing to cleanse their reputation in such a manner. Jiang Shaoxing stated, What? Is there truly a connection? This leap of logic was characteristic of Jiang Shaoxing and indicative of the fundamental skills one should possess as a military sage. Yet for Jiang Batian, linking such a multitude of events proved challenging. There is nothing to worry about for now. What concerns me most is the internal strife reported in the northern chaotic territories. If these are indeed from the Qing nation, a violent storm may soon sweep through, and we cannot expect to remain unscathed. Jiang Shaoxing expressed his apprehensions. Perhaps it presents an opportunity? In any case, we cannot make significant moves in Dongshan. However, if we venture to the Qing nation, we might find some prospects. Jiang Batian remarked with newfound composure. Oh, is that your perspective? Jiang Shaoxing was taken aback by his grandson's insightful observation regarding the situation. In comparison to these chaotic territories, I believe the Qing nation must be infinitely better. Moreover, a country with a history spanning thousands of years may soon find itself unified once more. Though still young, Jiang Batian had absorbed much from his upbringing, gradually maturing into a perceptive individual. Quite impressive. I didn't expect my grandson to possess such insight. It is truly commendable. Jiang Shaoxing praised without reservation. But grandfather, why the concern? Jiang Batian, not reveling in the praise, redirected the conversation. Primarily, I can only ascertain that these individuals belong to the Qing nation without knowing which faction they represent. Currently, it seems the chaotic territories are even murkier than we perceive. As the saying goes, when gods fight, the common folk suffer. We will inevitably be affected. However, as you mentioned, this could indeed be an opportunity. Jiang Shaoxing explained at length. What should we do next? Jiang Batian inquired. For the moment, we shall take no action. As insignificant players, we are not yet entangled in these events. As for the future, we must proceed step by step. There is no need to make hasty decisions. I suspect the Eastern King is in danger and will likely return empty-handed. Jiang Shaoxing shook his head. Given what you've said, I am rather inclined to investigate. At the very least, I wish to understand who these individuals from Dongshan Town are to elicit such admiration from you. Jiang Batian declared, intrigued by his grandfather's praise. Ha, I believe you should seek an opportunity to observe them. Those capable of inciting such upheaval in such a short time must have numerous strategies in place. It would be prudent to learn from them. Jiang Shaoxing gazed into the distance, reflecting on the scenery. The rise and fall of the Jiang family had played out within the brief span of his life, revealing to him that individual strength meant little. Only through collective empowerment and mutual support can one truly stand undefeated. Through the serene waters of the lake, the undulating hills in the distance beckoned, shrouded in mist, suggesting that what was once concealed was now gradually surfacing, unrestrained. Beyond the layers of fog in the southern part of Dongshan lay a place even larger than Dongshan Town. Resembling a city, the comings and goings of its inhabitants exuded an air of tranquility, were it not for the towering mountains surrounding it. No one would suspect it to be a den of bandits. At the pinnacle of this city, a man nearing 40 reclined in a hanging chair on an open terrace, flanked by 3 maidens who took turns fanning him with large fans. Nearby, several officials were engaged in conversation with him, yet he paid them no heed. His gaze fixated on the city he called home. The individual in question is Xue Dashan, another prominent figure in Dongshan. He ascended from a mere soldier, enduring countless conspiracies, deaths, and betrayals, ultimately reaching his current stature, relishing in his achievements, which he considers the greatest happiness. Great King? Great King? Noticing his distraction, those around him urged him to pay attention. Please continue, he replied. Unlike the irascible Donger, Xue Dashan exudes a serene demeanor. If one were unaware of his true identity, they might mistake him for an amiable neighbor. This time, Donger convened all his subordinates for a meeting, and we are apprehensive regarding his potential hostility towards us. The speaker, an official named Zhu Yin, in his 50s, has been with Xue Dashan for nearly 2 decades, serving as the second-in-command in this domain, his words carrying considerable weight. If Donger dares to act, I should like to remind him that it has been quite some time since we engaged in any activity. The lads must be quite restless. Should he make a move, I would be inclined to dismantle his stronghold. Xue Dashan has consistently implemented effective policies, and his strength far surpasses that of Donger. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant. A sudden assault could inflict significant losses. Zhu Yan's greatest concern is not the inadequacy of their strength or a potential defeat, but rather the fear of incurring losses that would render years of hard work futile. Indeed, you should instruct Xue to take 5,000 men to the border for exercises, while remaining vigilant against Donger. Should he make any moves, we shall obliterate his lair. Xue Dashan declared. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yin felt reassured. Xue Dashan was not only formidable but also fortunate, for Xue, his son, possessed both scholarly and martial prowess. At just over 20, he had become Xue Dashan's most trusted aide and the third-in-command of his faction, having achieved the status of a martial artist 2 years prior. Zhu Yin refrained from further comments, feeling confident in Xue Yi's capabilities, knowing that even if Donger possessed tenfold courage, he would not dare to act recklessly. Amidst the brewing tensions, Tang Kaiping found himself remarkably at ease. Although the camp still lacked personnel, the core structure had been established. They merely needed more recruits. Once initial training was completed, capturing individuals in Dongshan would merely be a matter of demand. The camp leader has returned. The camp leader has returned. Suddenly, several piercing voices shattered the previous tranquility. What camp leader? Where did this leader come from? Tang Kaipeng exclaimed, springing up to inquire among those nearby. It's the young lady, murmured a guard at the entrance. Oh, it's the young lady. Yes, she is indeed the camp leader. Tang Kaipeng chuckled heartily, striding forward to greet her. Han Tianqing, however, was in a state of distress, almost driven to madness. Originally, she intended to return and inform her father to prepare for potential threats, as she viewed Tang Kaipeng as a cunning predator, hoping for his swift eradication. To her dismay, she was met not with joyous praise, but rather with a barrage of harsh reprimands, including many words she had never heard before, which Han Yu expressed without reservation, leaving Han Tianqing heartbroken. Chapter 22. Chaos Han Tianqing found herself grappling with confusion, unable to comprehend why Han Yu would treat her in such a manner. After all, she was his only daughter, and everything she said and did was intended for the betterment of Dongshan Town. Was it truly wrong to act in the town's best interest? What purpose did the Han family serve if not for Dongshan? In a fit of frustration, she resolved to ignore Han Yu if he did not favor her. So be it, Dongshan was not hers alone. If he chose to give his attention to others, then let him do so. Han Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he sighed deeply, his weariness evident as if he had aged a decade in an instant. His anger flared unexpectedly. Initially, Han Tianqing had intended to retort, but the sight of her father in such distress rendered her speechless, leaving her to simmer in her own indignation. She had firmly decided to refrain from speaking to him for an extended period, yet a single remark shifted her resolve, causing her to feel as if she no longer recognized herself. The Wang family was incensed by their recent defiance, and rumors circulated that Wang Bin intended to take matters into his own hands, threatening to sell her into a brothel and annihilate all life in Dongshan Town. Han Yu glared at Han Tianqing, unable to contain his fury. Stunned, Han Tianqing could hardly fathom the gravity of the situation. Such threats in a chaotic territory signified a complete breakdown of relations, where the outcome was either their demise or survival. Clearly, the Han family could not hope to rival the Wang family, which dominated 2 counties. What was needed now was to forge alliances. Did she not understand? If they could defeat the Wang family, marrying into their ranks and allowing them to inherit the Han family name could be a viable option, as it would provide the Han family with a glimmer of hope. Yet, he questioned whether anyone would even desire her. Han Yu spoke bluntly. Father, do you truly believe that man can assist us? Han Tianqing dismissed Tang Kaiping outright. At that moment, she found nothing redeemable about him, and her disdain flowed freely, pouring forth like a relentless stream. In such a short span, expanding the troops into a battalion was no small feat. It took her 10 years of hard work to gather just over 500 in Dongshan Town. Was that not impressive? Han Yu shook his head. He admired his daughter's boldness, her audacity to speak her mind, yet he lamented her lack of experience. What shall we do? I have returned, Han Tianqing pouted, resorting to her age-old strategy of charm, a tactic that had proven effective over the years. After all, Han Yu had only one daughter, and at merely 16, she was confident he would not burden her. Return to him. It is safer there than here. We cannot predict when the Wang family will strike, and we may need his assistance. Once you are there, marry him, or do not return at all. Han Yu pushed her toward a precipice of despair, leaving her utterly stunned. In a fit of rebellion, Han Tianqing left Dongshan Town that very night. Returning to the military camp, watching her daughter's retreating figure, Han Yu sighed deeply, lamenting, "My foolish child. Your father has lost his way and does not know when he will find his way back. If the Wang family learns of this, our Han family will indeed be in peril. At least there, you can serve as a chieftain's wife. That is better than losing your life." His forlorn voice faded into the mist. "Ah, our enchanting camp leader has returned. I thought you might have lost your way. I was about to send out a search party," Tang Kaiping jested. Humph. Although Han Tianqing had begun to release her resentment toward him, altering her attitude entirely proved the challenge. It's good to have you back. With the camp leader's return, we now have a reliable leader, don't we?" Tang Kaiping's words were laced with hidden intentions that Han Tianqing could not quite decipher. "Stop pretending," Han Tianqing retorted, jumping down from the carriage and confronting Tang Kaiping. Her gaze unwavering. The intoxicating fragrance enveloped Tang Kaiping's senses, rendering him momentarily spellbound. His breath quickened, but he steeled himself, taking a decisive step closer. Halting just 3 centimeters from her, their eyes locked, hearts racing in unison. "Gather around, everyone. The camp leader is here for inspection." Tang Kaiping's breath brushed against Han Tianqing's cheek, sending a shiver down her spine. "What are you doing?" Han Tianqing exclaimed, instinctively stepping back as she sensed the shift in her body. "Just joking, of course. I'm here to assemble the troops for the camp leader's inspection." "Surely. I want to just stand here gazing into your eyes." Tang Kaiping felt the awkwardness of the moment but maintained his stance, taking a step back to regain control. Soon, the camp was filled with the resounding call of the bugle, summoning the scattered troops to assemble. Teams swiftly gathered around Tang Kaiping, eventually forming into 4 distinct battalions, each counting their numbers and reporting to their respective leaders before presenting the final tally to Tang Kaiping. Standing aside, Han Tianqing regarded the troops with a sense of unfamiliarity. In just a few days, they had transformed into a formidable unit, one that she felt she could not penetrate. Perhaps this battalion was no longer the Han family's force. A gentle breeze stirred her thoughts, awakening her indomitable spirit. Her eyes hazy, she watched Tang Kaiping's performance with a newfound interest. Unperturbed by her gaze, he remained seated, observing the troops with a sidelong glance, his demeanor unwavering. Once the troops were assembled, they stood rigidly at attention, silence enveloping them as if the entire scene bore no relation to their existence. Han Tianqing was utterly astonished. Was this truly a military unit? In her experience, troops conversed freely when gathered, yet this disciplined formation was unlike anything she had encountered. Even the new recruits, under the guidance of the Yunzhou militia, had conformed to the military's decorum. Greetings, everyone. I am Han Tianqing, and today I formally appoint Tang Kaiping as our new camp leader, while I shall take on the role of the 1st Battalion leader, she declared. Casting a dismissive glance at him, Tang Kaiping, initially anticipating a spectacle, was taken aback, unable to fathom that she would boldly relinquish the camp leader position to him, opting instead for the role of battalion leader. Han camp leader, isn't this a bit hasty? Tang Kaiping interjected swiftly, interrupting her before she could continue. Not at all. Our Han family has always believed in meritocracy. Talents like Brother Tang should contribute more, Han Tianqing replied cunningly. Long live. The soldiers erupted in cheers. Oblivious to who Han Tianqing was, yet fully aware of Tang Kaiping's leadership since the unit's inception, the notion of a leadership change seemed utterly implausible. Everyone, disband and return for training. Tang Kaiping hesitated, responding with vague instructions. Han Tianqing remained silent, merely observing Tang Kaiping as he performed alone, as if none of it concerned her in the slightest. That, young lady, let us discuss this indoors. Tang Kaiping conceded reluctantly. Hige, let us go, Captain Tang. Witnessing Tang Kaiping's discomfort, Han Tianqing seemed to shed all her anger, revealing a genuine joy that emanated from the depths of her soul. After the entire village underwent renovation, we divided it into 5 distinct areas. To the east lay the military camp. The west was designated for the recuperation of the injured. The southern section served as the living quarters for the common folk, while to the north, I planned to establish a commercial zone. The central area would serve as the administrative hub. Once the population increases, I intend to relocate the military, thereby allowing Dongshan Town to expand into an additional settlement. As they walked, Tang Kaiping elaborated on his plans. Haha, your ambitions are quite grand, Han Tianqing remarked candidly, unreserved now that they were alone. What ambitions could I possibly have? I merely cannot bear to witness the hardships endured by these people. I seek only to provide them with a stable environment. Tang Kaiping replied. Han Tianqing fell silent, fixating her gaze on him for a moment before lowering her head and walking ahead. In Tang Kaiping's eyes, she discerned no trace of deceit. However, this stark reality diverged vastly from her ideals, rendering her unable to comprehend the true nature of Tang Kaiping. Perhaps he was a devil. Was he, as her father claimed, a savior of the Han family, or its ultimate demise? Thus, both lapsed into silence as they arrived at the conference hall in the center of the village. This is our regiment's roster. Please take a look. I will summon several other captains for a meeting shortly, and you should join us. After all, now is not the time for discord. To establish a foothold in this chaotic territory, we still require the Han family's reputation, he stated. Understood, Han Tianqing replied, taking the roster from Tang Kaiping and beginning to peruse it, thus facilitating her swift integration into this collective. The room was filled solely with the sound of Han Tianqing turning pages, creating a strangely awkward atmosphere devoid of any other noise. Were it not for the roster in her hands, both would have been at a loss for conversation. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room just as Tang Kaiping began to fidget. Kaiping, it's us. May we enter? Shouted Situi from outside, followed by laughter with Wei Quan that was distinctly lewd. Come in. The door is open. Tang Kaiping responded reluctantly. How can we leave the door open? It's quite unsafe. This is a military restricted area, Wei Quan interjected, seizing the opportunity to tease. Situi, having never met Han Tianqing, showed no intention of respecting her, continuing to speak without restraint. Chapter 23, Action. At this moment, Tang Kaiping wore a satisfied smile, a reflection of contentment and freedom. All right. Let us cease the commotion. The forces of Dong'er have assembled, and our time is limited, he stated, directly addressing the meeting's agenda. Dong'er? Is Dong'er preparing to strike against us? Han Tianqing suddenly leaped to her feet, visibly alarmed by the mention of Dong'er. Despite her fierce demeanor, she was, in truth, a fragile soul, and any hint of danger would swiftly unveil her vulnerability. After all, she was a woman. The reputation of Dong'er in Dongshan was truly intimidating. His territory spanned over 300 kilometers in the eastern region of Dongshan, a domain secured not through mere threats but through brutal conquests. His notoriety for savagery was well known. Often associated with acts of dismemberment, execution, and annihilation, he epitomized brutality. Though Han Tianqing felt a surge of anxiety, she soon regained her composure, realizing that her behavior was unbecoming in Tang Kaiping's presence. Why provoke this harbinger of death? Do you all wish for demise? She exclaimed in a fit of anger. It is not us who have provoked him. This stronghold is inherently his domain, and he seems quite displeased with our occupation, Li Kaiyuan interjected, compelled to respond to her fury. Displeased? Quickly, we must withdraw entirely to Dongshan Town, immediately. Han Tianqing felt as though the world was crumbling around her. The Wang family had already caused her considerable distress, and now with the added threat of Donger, the Han family appeared doomed. Haha, I would welcome his arrival sooner. Tang Kaiping's words infuriated Han Tianqing further. Are you out of your mind? With your meager forces, do you truly believe you can oppose Donger? Han Tianqing shouted, disregarding her refined image. If we wish to establish ourselves here, Donger is merely our first hurdle. Our true objective lies in the entirety of Tua River. Tang Kaiping remarked coolly, as if this were merely a matter of common knowledge. Han Tianqing was momentarily stunned. This man had lost his senses. This was sheer madness. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the other three individuals, including Li Kaiyuan, appeared unfazed, sitting in serene composure, as if they were all in agreement with Tang Kaiping's insanity. Have you all gone mad? Are we to dive headlong into this lunacy? Han Tianqing questioned, uncertain whether it was her sanity or theirs that was in question. Miss, please remain calm. It is not we who are mad, but rather we must confront the reality. Failure means total loss, while victory promises everything. Li Qiwan stated with an unsettling logic. His words shattered her composure. After much time spent together, she understood his character well enough to recognize that such a statement indicated a lack of alternatives. Resigned, Han Tianqing shifted her focus and boldly stepped into Tang Kaiping's 1st Battalion, assuming command of the captaincy. Naturally, the remaining three continued their discussions regarding Donger. For this was a matter of life and death. The hard-won force they had assembled was on the brink of collapse. Donger will surely not regard us as a serious threat and will not send many forces. Our immediate concern is if he dispatches elite fighters. For then we shall have no chance, Li Kaiyuan asserted, drawing upon his extensive experience in the chaotic territories surrounding Dongshan. I shall handle the elite fighters, currently. We must assess how many of Donger's men we can withstand, Tang Kaiping replied. Without elite threats, we should be able to endure an assault of over 5,000 men in a defensive capacity, but in an offensive scenario, we can only manage 3,000. Li Kaiyuan felt he had given the most generous estimation possible. That is insufficient. Donger will deploy no less than 10,000 troops, thus our preparations fall short. Tang Kaiping concluded after deliberation. Purely defensive or offensive strategies will not suffice in our current circumstance. We must bleed them gradually until we are drained, Situi interjected. Moreover, we must ensure they cannot rest or recuperate. This place shall become their hell, and once they arrive, there will be no escape. Wei Quan, though new to Yunzhou, remained fiercely devoted to his father's safety. Haha, splendid. From now on, let the battalions train separately. The 2nd will focus on offense, the 3rd on defense, the 4th on ambush tactics, and the 1st will provide support. Let us hope all may survive, Tang Kaiping declared with resolute finality. Yes, Captain. The others responded in unison. Whether earnestly or with mixed sentiments, they at least outwardly complied with Tang Kaiping's leadership. As they strategized against Donger, the latter had already organized his internal affairs, neutralizing any potential threats with minimal losses. This smoothness brought a smile to Donger. It had been years since things had gone so seamlessly. In fact, he contemplated expressing gratitude to the people of Dongshan Town, for without them, he would have struggled to find a pretext to deal with them. Are the troops prepared? Donger commanded approximately 10,000 men, with fewer than 3,000 being direct subordinates and over 7,000 hailing from allied forces. They advanced openly towards several villages, without any attempt at concealment. Da, Air, San, you three shall lead the charge, capture the leaders within. If you encounter Hanyu, do not engage. Wait for my arrival before striking, Donger ordered his trusted subordinates. Yes, my lord. These three had been nurtured by Donger over many years, transformed into formidable warriors through extensive resources, his ultimate trump cards. They're coming. Donger's forces are approaching. The training in the camp was abruptly interrupted by shouts. A soldier raced towards the meeting hall, urgently alerting everyone to prepare. At last, they have arrived? Tang Kaiping, hearing the commotion outside, pushed open the door and stepped out, gazing into the distance with a calm demeanor. Captain, Donger's men have set out. There are 1,000 of them. The messenger finally reached Tang Kaiping, breathless. Go rest. I shall take it from here, Tang Kaiping said, noticing the messenger's fatigue as he helped him regain his footing with a smile. At last, it is time for us to act. Turning to the others, he remarked, can we truly contend with just 1 battalion? Donger will undoubtedly deploy considerable force. Han Tianqing's 1st battalion was left behind, while the others were dispatched, which she vehemently opposed. Why not depart with them? I alone am sufficient here. Tang Kaiping replied with a mischievous grin. I won't go. I intend to supervise you. Han Tianqing seemed resolute, determined to remain with Tang Kaiping regardless. Your singular objective is to prevent Donger's forces from resting for even a moment, employing any method necessary. However, we must avoid direct confrontation. If we withstand an assault now, the losses will be too great, and the cost will outweigh the benefits. Once I have neutralized his elite forces, we will counterattack together. Tang Kaiping continued, dismissing her concerns as he turned to discuss strategy with the others. Situi and Wei Quan were well aware of Tang Kaiping's hidden cards. The meager strength of Dong Er was hardly worth their attention. Not long ago, he had already established contact with the Tang family to continue the infiltration of the chaotic territory with their covert personnel. Although the recent Yuzhou battle had exposed these covert operatives, making it nearly impossible for them to maintain a foothold in the chaotic land. The entirety of this underground organization should not be underestimated. If it weren't for the fact that Dong Er had over 10,000 troops at his disposal, Tang Kaiping would have long since trampled him down. Why do you always follow me? Tang Kaiping returned to the hall of the camp after the three had departed, only to find Han Tianqing trailing behind him like a persistent shadow, causing him considerable annoyance. You are in great danger. I am here to protect you. Do not be ungrateful, Han Tianqing retorted without the slightest hesitation, showing no respect for Tang Kaiping's authority. Do I need your protection? Tang Kaiping was infuriated. It was incomprehensible to him that such a delicate girl, lacking in both cultivation and reflexes, would assert the need for protection. As a man, this was simply intolerable. And he raised his voice in exasperation. Han Tianqing, taken aback by his outburst, felt it was somewhat inappropriate. Yet her stubborn nature coupled with genuine concern for Tang Kaiping's safety prompted her to respond unabashedly. Of course, you need protection. You are the first camp leader of our Dongshan town. It is only right to safeguard you. As she spoke, she casually found a place to sit down, disregarding Tang Kaiping's words entirely. Sighing, Tang Kaiping observed her silence and refrained from further comment, instead immersing himself in the study of the map nearby. This prompted Han Tianqing to quiet down, merely watching him intently from the side. He intrigued her deeply, akin to a captivating enigma she could hardly resist. Do I have something unsightly on me? Why do you keep staring? Initially, Tang Kaiping did not pay her much mind, concentrating on the map with a furrowed brow. However, after a while, he looked up to find her still gazing at him, leaving him feeling rather flustered. No, I am just worried for your safety. Caught off guard by Tang Kaiping's gaze, she quickly averted her eyes, her previously pale cheeks now flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a sunset. There is no need to look at me like that. Tang Kaiping pulled a chair toward him and sat directly across from Han Tianqing, inquiring. The distance between them was now less than 10 centimeters, so close that they could feel each other's breath, the air thick with an undeniable tension between them. Men and women possess a unique chemistry. When opposites attract, their hearts race with uncontainable impulses that stem from the depths of their beings, making it nearly impossible to resist. Gradually, Tang Kaiping leaned in closer, feeling the warmth of Han Tianqing's gentle exhalation, creating an intimate atmosphere. Had he not been restraining himself, he would have undoubtedly kissed her at that moment. Yet while he maintained his composure, Han Tianqing found herself increasingly perplexed. Chapter 24. The minor characters' time seemed to freeze at that moment, with only each other's presence reflected in their eyes. Whether they were merging into one another or simply lost in the moment remained a mystery, as time appeared to have vanished entirely. As the two became engrossed in their shared experience, not far from the village, Dong Er's forces drew ever closer. A contingent of about a dozen soldiers separated from the main group and stealthily disappeared into the vast mountains. Subsequently, the 2nd Battalion, under Wei Quan's command, took cover on a rocky cliff and unleashed over 10,000 javelins below. The diverse terrain of Dongshan was rich and varied, and as one of its rulers, Dong Er had never anticipated that anyone would dare to ambush him on his own territory, leaving him utterly unprepared. The rain of javelins resulted in the deaths of over 300 of his men, with more than 1,000 rendered combat ineffective and over 3,000 sustaining injuries. Chase them down. I want them pursued. Dong Er felt as though he had been struck hard, and his voice rang out in fury. The site of the ambush was a half-day's journey from Tang Kaiping's village, a location that was entirely Dong Er's domain. Such an audacious ambush within his territory was intolerable, igniting a blazing wrath within him. Yet, Dong Er was not foolish. After issuing a command to those who had begun to retreat, he swiftly set out in pursuit. Hurry up. Move faster if you wish to stay alive, Wei Quan shouted, racing through the terrain. Despite having undergone numerous training sessions, the urgency of real combat elicited panic. It was a race against life and death. Under Wei Quan's guidance, Dong Er's forces quickly deviated from their original path, entering a route ominously dubbed the Death Skulls. This path had been meticulously devised by Tang Kaiping over 3 days in anticipation of Dong Er's offensive. Dong Er's meager forces were incapable of causing any significant upheaval, yet in his fury, he was oblivious to this fact. Is Wei Quan coming? Are we prepared? In an inconspicuous stone cave along Wei Quan's trajectory, Situ Yi inquired of Li Kaiyuan, who sat across from him. Everything is ready. Once Wei Quan arrives, the traps will be activated, and at least half of Dong Er's men will suffer losses, Li Kaiyuan replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. They won't lose that many. After being ambushed, he'll surely exercise caution. If he disperses his forces, the losses will be significantly minimized, but the wounded will undoubtedly trouble him. Situ Yi countered. Regardless, we have toiled for many days, and it will be worth it, Li Kaiyuan asserted. Although he had previously struggled to understand why Tang Kaiping insisted on their continued watch, he now accepted the plan, albeit with lingering doubts. Dong Air is destined to be merely our stepping stone. He will have no opportunity to rise, Situi said calmly. Li Qiuan, who had been silent, suddenly felt a flicker of hope, igniting a renewed vigor within him, prompting a sideways glance from Situi. Due to the familiarity of the 2nd Battalion with the entire route, they soon reached the prearranged area. Have we caught up with the ones in front? A soldier exclaimed as he rushed forward. Dong Air, seated in a large sedan chair carried by 8 men, expressed his irritation. There are some traps ahead. Our men have fallen into them, the soldier replied anxiously. Dong Air's ire flared at the news of traps, and without hesitation, he delivered a punch that sent the soldier flying, the force of which was enough to prevent any resistance. The soldier fell lifelessly to the ground. And Dong Air did not spare him a glance. Attack. I want a full-scale offensive. In Dong Air's mind, traps were mere trifles, evidence of a coward's impending surrender. He believed that a complete onslaught would lead to the enemy's annihilation. Has Dong Air fallen for the bait? Wei Quan could not suppress his curiosity upon returning. Despite his heavy panting, better than we anticipated. I don't know how he is thinking. I initially thought he would send someone to investigate the traps, which would have required us to expend some effort. But it seems unnecessary. He has ordered his entire army to advance, Situi lamented, shaking his head, feeling almost surreal at the unfolding events. These traps are insignificant in this chaotic territory. They are not formidable at all. We have never encountered anything like this. Li Qiuan explained to the two. I want them to witness what war truly entails, Situi proclaimed. Having received formal military training, his understanding of warfare was profoundly intense. To him, war was merely a process with countless steps, and only through these processes could events unfold, regardless of the means employed. The ultimate goal remained the defeat of the adversary, and traps were but one facet of this ongoing conflict. At that moment, unbeknownst to Dong Air, his entire force found itself ensnared in perilous circumstances, with an unending series of traps appearing before them, unimaginable traps that claimed countless lives in succession. Had Situi not dispatched members of the 3rd Battalion to initiate long-range harassment, they might not have encountered a single enemy. Chase after them. I want them exterminated. And then we will flatten Dongshan Town. Dong Air, unfazed by the traps and the casualties among his troops, was consumed by rage at the enemy's audacious reappearance and treacherous ambush, issuing commands with fervor. At last, we have sighted the enemy, all in his ranks thought, relieved to finally see their foes. The preceding stretch had been fraught with danger, devoid of enemies yet rife with silent threats to life, instilling fear that morphed into anger upon the enemy's appearance. They charged forward, disregarding their lives in a fervent quest to quell the terror that had gripped their hearts. Fully aware of the price they might pay, the enemy has completely fallen into our trap. Let us move out before we are cornered, Situi urged. Let us go. Wei Quan and Li Qiuan exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, amidst the escalating conflict, Han Tianqing remained oblivious, sitting before Tang Kaiping, her eyes wide as she stared at him. Moments earlier, she had unexpectedly kissed him, and now sat there, foolishly allowing him to gaze at her, the air thick with tension. Time passed, and the charged atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a series of urgent bugle calls, the alarms of the Yunzhou army, inherited since the formation of the unit. Dong Air's men are approaching. You should find a place to hide, Tang Kaiping advised Han Tianqing. I won't. I am the captain of the 1st Battalion. How can I flee now? What if you are in danger? Han Tianqing declared resolutely. If I were in danger, you wouldn't be able to save me. Tang Kaiping replied with a cheerful smile, revealing his gentler side. I'm going. Han Tianqing stubbornly pouted. Fine, let us go. After all, these small fry want tea cause much trouble, Tang Kaiping remarked, akin to reeds swaying by the water's edge, easily flipped by the breeze. Had this been in the past, he would have surely confronted her. Upon leaving the hall, Tang Kaiping beheld the distant emergence of dozens of individuals. Among them were 3 leading warriors and over 20 high-ranking knights, arriving with an air of nonchalance, as if embarking on a leisurely outing, utterly disregarding their adversaries. The voices from within echoed, offering them a brief moment of respite, either surrender or face annihilation. Ada, known for his impatience, rarely engaged in lengthy discussions with others, and was invariably the first to strike. As this group split, they faced no ambush. Thus, Ada remained oblivious to the current plight of Dong Air. Had he been aware, his arrogance would have likely diminished. When shall we commence our assault? Han Tianqing, having begun to trust Tang Kaiping, turned to inquire. What is the rush? Did he not grant us a moment's grace? We shall discuss it shortly. Tang Kaiping replied with an air of calm. Han Tianqing paused, but witnessing his composure, she understood he had a plan, leading her to remain silent and stand quietly beside him. In her heart, she began to quietly place her faith in him, a notion that had been inconceivable just moments prior. Rest assured, when he refers to them as small fish, they are indeed small fish. The foes we face are far more formidable, Tang Kaiping stated vaguely. He sensed Han Tianqing's curiosity regarding the situation. Yet there were matters that could not yet be disclosed. Why grant them time? We could simply charge in. There are merely 500 of them. And we can surely overpower them. A ruthless figure, expressed his preference for swift violence. Eliminating all 500 would still incur significant losses on our part. We carry the treasures of the king. Losing them here would be catastrophic. Asan, possessing greater wisdom, countered. Can these small fish truly inflict great losses upon us? Aer remained skeptical. I said we shall wait. Ada, a warrior of the 4th stage and the highest ranked among them, asserted. As their leader, he commanded respect. And his words quelled Aer's objections. In stark contrast to the tranquility on their side, chaos reigned on Dong-Air's end. After traversing countless traps, he realized he had been deceived. 80% of his troops were injured, over 4,000 rendered incapable of combat, and more than 1,000 had perished. Compared to the initial ambush, his forces had nearly lost their fighting spirit. Had it not been for Dong-Air's steadfast presence at the command center, his army might have disbanded entirely. What are you all doing? Gather everyone. Assemble. Dong-Air felt as if the world had gone mad. Or perhaps it was he who had lost his mind. How could there exist a world where traps could inflict such heavy losses? Any other leader would have retreated under such circumstances, yet Dong-Air, unlike any other, showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he grew increasingly furious. Akin to a volcano ready to erupt, its flames consuming all who dared approach or advise him. Countless soldiers, nursing their wounds, steeled themselves and surged forward along this perilous path. Though an assault could lead to death, failing to advance would surely invoke Dong-Air's wrath, resulting in immediate demise. Fortunately, the road ahead appeared significantly clearer. The deadly traps had vanished without a trace, and the assailants had also retreated, leaving no sign of their presence. Chapter 25, The Breakthrough. Before departing, Situi and his companions hastily discarded their armor and scattered their belongings, creating an impression of a frantic escape. Yet, as bandits, they were unperturbed. Any seasoned military strategist would recognize this as an evident trap. How could they possibly flee in such disarray when they had yet to lay a finger on the enemy? However, fortune favored them. For their adversary was the notorious Dong-Air king, a formidable bandit from the eastern regions. Such an opportunity was too precious to squander, so he took the lead in pursuit. As this preordained conflict unfolded, an unexpected occurrence transpired with Tang Kaiping. The already tense Han Tianxin could no longer maintain her composure. She rushed outside, prompting Tang Kaiping, fearful of her safety, to grab a stool and sit beside her, allowing her to observe the unfolding scene. His actions, though unintended, were instinctive as a man. There exists an innate impulse to showcase one's strength, particularly in the presence of a woman with whom one shares a flirtatious rapport. This impulse, driven by hormones, was beyond his control. However, Tang Kaiping's display incited the ire of Aer, who perceived it as a blatant affront. Did he truly believe that their 30-strong contingent could not dispatch them all? What was there to be so proud of? Aer, come back, Ada shouted, realizing he could do little to rein him in. Yet Aer paid no heed to his words. Tang Kaiping's demeanor was an affront to his dignity. Did he not regard them as formidable opponents? Attack. Everyone, charge. Ada, recognizing the futility of restraint, issued the command for an assault. The 30 warriors surged forward, their collective might reminiscent of a tidal wave, instilling fear in any who dared to stand against them. Yet, Tang Kaiping remained unfazed, as if utterly detached from the chaos around him. Aer disregarded Ada's orders, consumed by indignation. The disrespect he felt was palpable. This man showed him no regard, and it was a humiliation he could not tolerate. In a fit of rage, Aer launched himself into the fray, intent on annihilating Tang Kaiping. Seeing Aer engage, Ada had no choice but to follow suit, rallying the remaining warriors to join the fray. To their surprise, the anticipated resistance was absent. Aside from a few thrown spears, the enemy retreated, leaving only Tang Kaiping standing resolutely, seemingly prepared to withstand their onslaught alone. Seeking death, Aer scoffed. Feeling deeply insulted by the warrior's bravado, armed with a short knife, which was in fact a crude chopping tool, he charged forward, ready to cleave the man before him in two. However, to his astonishment, his strike was thwarted, as if an unseen force had intervened, deflecting his blow and preventing him from landing a hit. Unperturbed, Aer unleashed a flurry of strikes, each more ferocious than the last, determined to reduce the old man to mincemeat. Yet, regardless of his efforts, he could not land a single blow. It was as if the old man existed beyond the realm of reality, or perhaps Aer's perception had faltered. Aer, come back. We do not wish to provoke this venerable elder. The Dong-Air king is not one to be trifled with, Ada warned, recognizing Aer's predicament. Ridiculous. Do you think we, the 3 friends of Baishan, fear your Dong-Air? The elder retorted scornfully. The 3 friends of Baishan? Ada questioned, bewildered. For he had never heard of such a name in the entirety of the Dongshan or Tuatua River Plains. The elder offered no pause for contemplation, swiftly seizing Ada with a single, effortless gesture, rendering him completely defenseless. In that moment, Aer and Asan realized the magnitude of their miscalculation. While the three friends of Baishan may have lacked renown in the Tuato River Plains, their reputation was formidable in the chaotic Eastern Territories. These three postnatal peak warriors wielded a formidable cooperative combat technique, capable of holding their ground even against innate high-tier opponents. They had wandered the tumultuous lands for an extended period, resisting all temptations to align with powerful factions, until now, when they finally emerged from the shadows. The three friends of Baishan, retainers of Tang Yuan, were devoted to him. For the sake of the Tang family, they ventured to the lawless territory to secretly establish Dark Arrow, which, with the Tang family's support, became an absolute power. They possessed unparalleled insight into the lawless territory. Seeing that the two were not falling for it, Ada grew anxious. He sensed a threat from the three men, far greater than that of Dong. Something not typically found in a place like Dongshan. "Spare me, seniors, spare me," Ada pleaded, abandoning his previous arrogance. "Why keep scum like you alive?" With a swift grasp, his head was seized, and Ada's life was extinguished. Aer and Asen, initially at a loss, dared not utter a word and attempted to flee. However, the three friends of Baishan would not allow it. Each swiftly dealt with one, eliminating them both. The remaining individuals were too terrified to escape, standing there trembling. "Since you're here, why run?" Tang Kaipsing addressed the two men who were dragged over like dead pigs. "Spare us. We were blind. Asen immediately begged for mercy. Preserving their lives was paramount. Everything else was meaningless. With three post-celestial experts present, they could sweep across the entire Ta'achua River Plain. "Spare you? So you can go back to being dogs for Donga?" Tang Kaipung retorted, and without further ado, he pierced them both through with 2 shots. "Young master, you increasingly exude the aura of the master from back in the day," remarked the white-bearded elder, Bai Song, the leader of the three friends of Baishan. The other two were named Bai Yuan and Bai Yin, the latter being less talkative. "Uncle Bai, are you praising me or criticizing me?" Tang Kaiping did not recognize these men, as they had been in the lawless territory for many years. However, upon his arrival, they had approached him, volunteering to be his guards and secretly protect him. "Of course, we are praising you. Just like the master in his youth. Decisive and ruthless," Bai Yin stated calmly. "How can that be? If I possessed even a fraction of my father and elder brother's abilities, I wouldn't have been sent to this lawless territory as a militiaman." Tang Kaiping sighed. "This lawless territory is so chaotic. Did you think the master would let you come here alone? We were sent here under his orders. I didn't expect you to make use of us," Bai Yuan said good-naturedly. "How dare I? Isn't it just that the capable are made to work harder?" Tang Kaiping did not dwell on it. What the Tang family needed now was to build an army in the lawless territory. As for everything else, it was not his concern. "All right, the rest is up to you." With a wave of his hand, Bai Song quickly vanished with the other two, as if they had never been there. Han Tianqing was completely stunned. 3 peak post-celestial experts were far beyond her imagination. In the Tuachua River Plain, a post-celestial expert was a local overlord, controlling several counties. To suddenly have 3 appear was truly terrifying. "What's wrong? Scared?" Tang Kaiping turned around and noticed Han Tianqing standing there dumbfounded, thinking that the recent slaughter had stunned her. "What is going on? You better explain it to me." Han Tianqing finally reacted. Chapter 26, Annihilation. With the enemies before him completely vanquished, Tang Kaiping felt a wave of relief wash over him. The ordeal was finally behind him. While he yearned for a moment of tranquility, those around him were not so easily appeased. What was the meaning of this? Such a significant matter had been kept from him. How could that be justified? Unbeknownst to him, Han Tianqing had already begun to regard herself as one of Tang Kaiping's own. "An explanation? What do you wish to clarify? Are you referring to the 3 uncles?" Tang Kaiping feigned ignorance. "What is the situation with these uncles?" Han Tianqing inquired directly. "I'm not from the chaotic territory, but these uncles are. For now, this is all I can disclose. Knowing too much may not be beneficial for you," Tang Kaiping said as he approached her, gently taking her hand. Han Tianqing did not shy away, allowing Tang Kaiping to hold her hand. Her bright eyes glistened with unshed tears, threatening to spill over at any moment. She felt deeply aggrieved. Her initial approach towards Tang Kaiping had been with purpose. Yet as time passed, she found herself unable to detach from him. In every aspect, Tang Kaiping had brought her immense shock and awe. He was the person she had been searching for, both in spirit and beyond. "Rest assured, I promise I will not bring any harm to the Han family. In the future, your family will thrive," Tang Kaiping vowed. Han Tianqing chose not to press further. Their conversation had yet to reach the point of silence. However, Han Tianqing opted for unconditional support of Tang Kaiping. Deciding to trust him implicitly, whatever he said would be taken at face value. With him present, everything seemed manageable. As matters concluded for Tang Kaiping, Dong Er was escorted by Situi and the others to a predetermined location. "My lord, ahead lies a gorge. They have no path of escape." Dong Er, who had been seething with frustration at his inability to catch even a single hair of the enemy, finally received exhilarating news. Oh, truly? Huh. They are their own undoing. Their demise is upon them. Brothers, charge. Like a rabid dog on the brink of madness, having failed to capture even a trace of the enemy. Dong Air suddenly caught a whiff of their presence, igniting a frenzy that threatened to engulf everyone. The place where Dong Air was brought was a rather ordinary valley. Such valleys were plentiful in the eastern mountains, making it nearly impossible to discern any notable characteristics. Have you found anyone? Dong Air could no longer restrain his curiosity after witnessing his men search for a considerable time. We haven't seen the enemy. The discarded items have vanished as well. A soldier promptly reported to Dong Air. Quickly search. Quickly search. They cannot have sprouted wings and flown away. Dong Air exclaimed, jumping up in agitation. The valley appeared small. Yet upon entry, Dong Air's remaining men quickly realized the reality was far from what it seemed. They could scarcely see any figures. Have they all entered? Wei Quan, who had climbed to the cliff's edge from the valley, inquired. Everyone's inside. Let us wait a moment. Once they scatter, we shall surprise them, Situ-yi remarked, gazing below. Will that contraption truly work? Can it handle so many? Wei Quan questioned, nodding thoughtfully. You've seen its potency before. With such a high level of toxicity, it can easily eliminate not just this number, but even more. Moreover, we've kept it sealed for so long. Once released, the effects will be astonishing, Li Kaiyuan interjected eagerly. I trust that. However, the wait is becoming rather impatient, Wei Quan explained. Before long, as all of Dong Air's men vacated the gorge, Situ-yi issued a command. As a rope was pulled, the sound of rolling stones echoed, and countless dark shapes surged from the cliffside, their frenzied rage filling the valley. It turned out that this valley was home to a swarm of giant-eyed hornets, each nearly the size of a finger. With a potent venom that could prove fatal if a person was stung multiple times without prompt medical attention. Days prior, Tang Kaipeng had arranged for the entrance to their nest to be sealed, depriving them of sustenance for several days. Upon their release, their frenzy was unimaginable. Have you found them? At the sound of the rolling stones, Dong Air assumed that those vile foes had finally been located. Before a response could be given, a deafening buzzing filled the air, followed by the anguished cries of Dong Air's men. Just as he was about to curse, the swarm of giant-eyed hornets descended upon him. In that moment, Dong Air's fifth-level martial prowess proved somewhat useful. Unlike others who were immediately incapacitated, he began to dash desperately toward the valley's exit. Few were as fortunate as he. When he finally counted his remaining comrades outside the gorge, he found that fewer than 100 had survived. The fate of the others, whether alive or dead, remained shrouded in uncertainty. Even so, Situ-yi and his companions did not relent. Their 3 battalions began a relentless pursuit, leaving Dong Air with no respite. Realizing the futility of the situation, he abandoned even the injured left behind during the ambush, fleeing with all who could run. In the end, fewer than 200 returned, and along with the deceased, over 4,000 had been captured. The following evening, only then did they dare send men into the valley to search. Just looking at Dong Air's wretched state makes me want to laugh, Wei Quan remarked, seated opposite Tang Kaipeng in the encampment. With our General Wei in the fray, it's a challenge for that fellow to escape with his tail between his legs. Tang Kaipeng replied. Enough games, come and see. Wei compiled the statistics. Situ-yi, a graduate of a military academy, stressed the importance of war statistics. Promptly heading over to tally the numbers. What are the results? Tang Kaipeng inquired, recognizing the significance of such data. The situation is manageable. We sustained only 10 injuries, with no fatalities. We captured 4,325 of their men, with 2,138 corpses, while the remaining are missing, most likely fled back. Situ-yi elucidated. How many can we utilize? Han Tianqing, feeling wholly assimilated by the group, uttered something she herself could not comprehend. Everyone paused in surprise. Yet upon seeing Tang Kaipeng offer a faint smile, the matter was not pursued further. Approximately 1,800. Many among them are elderly, weak, ill, or disabled. 1,800 is our limit. Situ-yi expressed with a hint of regret. Do not retain so many. Select based on a standard of 1,200. Distributing them among the battalions. Recruit additional individuals to form a new battalion, ensuring our regiment is at full capacity. The remaining personnel can be released. Leaving Dong Air to grapple with the consequences, Tang Kaipeng instructed. Is it feasible to form a new battalion? Li Kaiyuan voiced his concerns. It is indeed urgent. However, if we do not establish a solid framework now, we will encounter difficulties later. Dong Air should remain subdued for a while, yet he will not simply accept this defeat. Thus, alongside intensified training, we must remain vigilant of his movements. Tang Kaipeng had long since transcended conventional thought, contemplating far ahead. The others nodded earnestly. Although they had achieved success, the road ahead was still fraught with challenges. This was not a time for celebration. By the way, there's a child who insists on seeing you. Situ-yi suddenly announced. A child? Tang Kaipeng responded, intrigued. It was this time that they captured me. As soon as I arrived, I expressed my desire to meet you. Initially, I thought it was out of fear, but it has remained the same for the past few days, said Situ-yi. Oh, what a curious child, remarked Tang Kaiping, who still possessed the mindset of a youth, immediately intrigued. Not quite a child anymore, perhaps around 15, and apparently not lacking in cultivation, Situ mused. Is that so? How intriguing. I should meet him, Tang Kaiping replied, finding the notion engaging. As a captive, Jiang Batian displayed no awareness of his predicament. Not only did he secure a clean private room from Situ-yi, but he also furnished it with a table, a zither, and a pot of tea. He leisurely strummed the zither while sipping tea in a state of reverie. Had Situ-yi not denied him alcohol, he would have indulged in several pots, further enhancing his carefree existence. Before even entering, the elegant strains of the zither captivated Tang Kaiping. The deep melodies intertwined his lofty ambitions and the absurdity of life in a harmonious blend, simultaneously tranquil and radical. This was a person unwilling to succumb to solitude. Tang Kaiping's first impression. He turned to Situ-yi, puzzled at his description of this individual as merely a child. How could such a figure be reduced to that? Situ-yi shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty regarding the situation. Tang Kaiping, undeterred, raised his right hand and rapped on the half-open wooden door before pushing it open. Inside the room, aside from the faint scent of tea, the enchanting zither music resonated beautifully, as if these sounds were destined to drift through the air. Outside this room, many emotions seemed to evaporate. Without the music, one might indeed perceive the zither player as a mere child, disheveled hair, untidy clothing, a youthful visage, and eyes that appeared untouched by wakefulness, resembling a neighbor's child. You are Tang Kaiping, Jiang Batian declared, pausing his playing. He was taken aback by Tang Kaiping's youth. He appeared to be only slightly older than himself. Had it not been for the battle-hardened aura surrounding him, he might have seemed even less mature. Indeed, I am Tang Kaiping. What brings you to me? Though he recognized Jiang Boshan's potential, Tang Kaiping did not immediately reveal it, instead maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. I wish to join your forces, Jiang Batian stated directly, eschewing any preamble. Oh, Tang Kaiping responded with little surprise. However, Situ-yi widened his eyes in disbelief. Had this young man lost his mind? He looked at Tang Kaiping, hoping to comprehend the reasoning behind this. Explain to me why you wish to join us, or why I should accept you, considering you are merely a captive of mine, Tang Kaiping inquired. Ignoring Situ-yi's confusion and gazing curiously at Jiang Batian, Jiang Boshan's eyes widened. Who was this individual? His desire to join Tang Kaiping's ranks was a sign of respect. Yet here was someone questioning his motives. Seeing the jesting glint in Tang Kaiping's eyes, Jiang Batian felt a surge of irritation but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately lowering his head in silence. Chapter 27 Indeed, I can offer you unexpected utility, Jiang Batian remarked with a smile, a habit cultivated over many years. Oh, is that so? Tang Kaiping responded with a smile, his expression becoming somewhat inscrutable. Jiang Batian was momentarily taken aback. His grandfather had warned him that such an approach would lead to misfortune, yet he remained unconvinced. A genius was someone whom all desired to possess. Upon encountering Tang Kaiping, this belief was only reinforced, for in his worldview, heroes and exceptional individuals would naturally recognize one another. Of course, I've been studying military strategy since I was 3. And now I am fully prepared to step into the fray. During his time with the Eastern Air Brigade, Jiang Batian distinctly felt the difference between the two armies. One remained elusive, while the other was meticulously organized. Really? I didn't expect you to be so experienced. Tang Kaiping feigned contemplation, as if pondering whether to keep him around. Seeing Tang Kaiping's apparent hesitation, Jiang Batian grew anxious and exclaimed, if you let me stay here, I will take you to meet my grandfather. For reasons unknown to him, Tang Kaiping suddenly felt that this grandfather of his was the crux of the matter. Splendid. It's a deal then. I need to form a new brigade, and you shall serve as the deputy commander. Once you are familiar with the operations, I will promote you to commander, Tang Kaiping quickly declared, seemingly fearful of a change of heart. What? Jiang Batian and Situ-yi were both bewildered. Was he really being made commander? Although it was merely a deputy position, it essentially signified a promotion. Kaiping, isn't that a bit hasty? Situ-yi promptly cautioned. I believe it's more suitable for me to start as a squad leader or a company commander, Jiang Batian concurred, feeling that this was rather frivolous. How could one self-recommend in such a manner and immediately be appointed commander? What are you afraid of? I am willing to employ you. What is there to fear? Tang Kaiping laughed heartily, contrasting his previous air of superiority with a sudden display of timidity. Fear? Just wait. You will not regret your decision, Jiang Batian retorted, feeling invigorated. I look forward to it, Tang Kaiping responded, opting not to press further. Yet, from this grandson, he sensed that the grandfather would surely exceed his expectations. Once outside, Situ-yi immediately pulled Tang Kaiping aside and inquired, what is going on? Why have you appointed him as brigade commander? Even if he is talented, shouldn't we assess him first? His tone was urgent and offered no room for pleasantries. Haha, rest assured, I will be the initial commander of the new brigade. If he proves capable, I will elevate him. He truly possesses talent, Tang Kaiping explained with a smile. Talent? What makes you say that? Situi asked, puzzled. From his music and his grandfather is my true objective, Tang Kaiping clarified. Grandfather? This is becoming increasingly absurd. What does he mean by that? Situi expressed his confusion. Intuition tells me that this fellow possesses military acumen, evidently instilled by his grandfather, Tang Kaiping said meaningfully. Situi pondered this, although still somewhat perplexed. He was not inclined to oppose the idea outright. The scars of war do not easily heal, but when divorced from the conflict itself, all else loses significance. Time will mend all wounds. Dong Er lay despondently on the ground, feeling that the world had become exceedingly bizarre. Why was this happening? His army of over 10,000 could not even subdue a mere 1,000. As the king of the southern region of Dongshan, Dong Er had endured countless hardships. Yet never had he faced such a substantial blow. It was more painful than death itself. Nevertheless, he understood that he must persevere. Not only for himself, but to annihilate every last member of the cursed Han family, leaving no one behind to ease his resentment. However, the current situation did not permit such actions. Shui Dashan had amassed over 5,000 troops at the border, and unlike Shui Dashan, he did not hold absolute control over his territory. Various tribes and factions also required appeasement. Moreover, the absence of a heir, and a San had directly terrified him. He believed Han Yu had taken decisive action. Dong Er regarded Han Yu with considerable respect, for in this chaotic territory, Han Yu had the support of factions while he was merely a bandit. Yet in such a chaotic place, it would be strange indeed if chaos did not reign. In contrast to Dong Er's predicament, Shui Dashan remained silent upon learning of Dong Er's situation, rather than reveling in joy. My king, what shall our troops do next? Zhu Yin inquired, standing beneath Shui Dashan, his tone calm. First, we must withdraw and leave Dong Er some breathing room, Shui Dashan replied in a low voice. My king, we do not have many chances. We could seize at least half of his territory this time, and I have already contacted several leaders of factions who will support us. Zhu Yin urged anxiously. Old Zhu, this is not an opportunity. The people of Dongshan Town will be our adversaries. As long as Dong Er stands in our way, we still have a chance. If he is annihilated, we will face the consequences directly, Shui Dashan declared, rising to gaze at the distant starry sky, as if envisioning the future world. My king, Zhu Yin suddenly realized and exclaimed in surprise. Not yet, we still have opportunities. This chaotic territory is not so easy to navigate, Shui Dashan said with a deep sigh. What shall we do then? Zhu Yin asked. Old Zhu, isn't this a chance for us? There is no need for excessive worry. We will address matters as they arise, Shui Dashan responded, his tone laden with significance. Sighing, Zhu Yin could only exhale deeply before departing. Regarding the battle in Dongshan, Jiang Shaoxing was also an interested observer. The outcome had completely taken him by surprise. Even if he had been in command, such a result would have been unattainable. These individuals are indeed formidable. I wonder how Tian is faring now. In Jiang Shaoxing's thoughts, only Jiang Baiyan remained as his sole concern. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiyan was berating himself for his predicament, lamenting why he had been so unfortunate as to be conscripted. Although officially not yet a brigade commander, he was responsible for everything, as Tang Kaiping had relinquished all authority to him. Aside from the seasoned veterans, the rest were merely a band of rogues, and achieving the combat effectiveness of several brigades in a short time was an undeniably daunting task. Tang Kaiping, however, was unburdened by such thoughts. As the battalion commander, he decisively led Han Tianqing to an undisclosed corner for some leisure. I heard you lost quite a few men in Dongshan Town, Wang Ben inquired, addressing his disappointing eldest son nearby. What? No, I merely went to teach them a lesson. They complied, and I returned without any casualties, Wang Huata replied with a forced smile, too fearful to admit the truth. Teach them a lesson? Surely not. I heard you incurred losses of over 200 men without gaining a single one back. What lesson were you teaching? It sounds more like you were the one being taught. Wang Ben narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Wang Huatao. Humph, cease your prattle. In our Wang family, I remain the one in command. Wang Ben scoffed, and immediately, his demeanor shifted. Father, I was wrong, utterly wrong. Wang Huatao's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground, pleading for mercy. He harbored an immense fear of his father, and upon witnessing his wrath, he quickly yielded. Get up. Do you not even recognize whether you are still my son? Look at the sorry state you've become. Wang Ben's ire intensified at this sight, and he erupted in anger. How can you claim not to be my son? Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and even mice produce offspring that burrow. Are you not simply following in my footsteps? At that moment, a woman at the door could no longer bear to witness this and stepped inside, chiding them. The woman appeared to be just shy of 40, impeccably maintained with smooth skin that bore no marks of age. Though clad in simple attire, She emanated an air of profound nobility and elegance that seemed inherent. Mother. Wang Huao immediately recognized his savior, his previously tense demeanor shifting instantaneously. Why are you kneeling? Rise. Your father should be defending you, not allowing you to admit fault. The woman entered with authority. Wang Huao resembled a child yet to mature. Madam, I am merely educating my child, Wang Bin replied, somewhat dejectedly. Educating? My child has committed no error worthy of instruction. When he is wronged, you do not seek retribution, yet here you are trying to impart lessons. If this continues, I shall return to my family and seek my brother's aid. The woman retorted with palpable indignation. Stop. I shall handle this. Wang Bin, taken aback, hastily responded. That is more like it. The woman promptly led Wang Huao away. Wang Bin exhaled a long sigh of frustration, reflecting on his wife, Hu Yuan, the original lady of his house. She was the daughter of the Hu family from the Heavenly River sect. They had shared nearly 25 years of life together. When they first met, Wang Bin was merely an outer disciple of the sect with little promise, yet Hu Yuan fell for him at first sight, disregarding her family's objections to be with him. Fortunately, Wang Bin proved to be a hidden gem. Over the years, aside from marrying her two handmaidens as concubines under Hu Yuan's guidance, he had revolved his life around her. Recently, during his seclusion, Wang Bin finally reached the 8th tier of postnatal cultivation, becoming a figure of significance even within the Heavenly River sect. Such indulgence is not an act of kindness. Wang Bin sighed to himself. He had gathered considerable insight into the circumstances in Dongshan town and devised strategies, intending to use this incident to properly educate Wang Huatao. But it appeared that would not come to pass. Summon the eldest, second, and third sons, and order all troops to assemble within 3 days. I shall commence rigorous training. Wang Bin commanded. The troops had been dispersed for nearly 3 years. He could only wonder how they had deteriorated. These forces constituted the foundation of his standing in the chaotic territory. Personal strength was merely one aspect, and he could not allow them to languish any further. Thus, the entire Dongshan region, along with its surroundings, took on an enigmatic quality, standing in stark contrast to the turmoil of the chaotic territory. Resembling an outdoor paradise devoid of war. The sky was somewhat dim, with scattered white clouds drifting in the distance, serene as blossoms in a gentle breeze, exuding both tranquility and leisure. The eve of a storm often presents a facade of calmness, yet within Tang Kaiping's heart, a tempest was brewing, as if a maelstrom had already been unleashed. With Dong Air vanquished, Tang Kaiping had seized several surrounding villages, but refrained from excessive haste, while Dong Air seemed to have relinquished resistance, allowing their encroachment. What is the extent of our controlled territory now? Tang Kaiping inquired, feigning nonchalance but keenly attentive to the troops' status. It has expanded nearly threefold since the beginning, providing ample sustenance for the troops. Moreover, other bandits dare not provoke us, granting us more time for meticulous cultivation. Chen Bin, the sole civilian official, replied, burdened with all administrative matters. You've toiled diligently during this period. Enlist more individuals to alleviate your workload and delegate authority boldly. Tang Kaiping remarked with genuine concern. Understood, Chen Bin responded, sensing Tang Kaiping's sincere solicitude, devoid of ulterior motives, making him willing to dedicate himself to such a leader. After dismissing Chen Bin, Tang Kaiping summoned several battalion commanders to consolidate the troops' experiences and address emerging issues, aiming to expedite training, given the limited time the enemy afforded them. Everything is now on track, but molding these bandits into a disciplined force will require time. Han Tianqing observed, having developed a deep affection for Tang Kaiping during their time together. What began as a calculated approach had transformed into genuine love for this young nobleman, who possessed undeniable allure. It depends on the desired level of proficiency. For general purposes, we're nearly there, but for deployment on the battlefield, more time is needed. This cannot be rushed, Sito Yi, now effectively the second-in-command, stated, responsible for spearheading most initiatives before Tang Kaiping's final approval. Share your thoughts, all of you, Tang Kaiping urged, drawing in the reticent members. Tang Kaiping had long recognized the paramount importance of team building, seizing every opportunity to foster it. Involving everyone in future planning was the ultimate training method, broadening horizons, cultivating magnanimity, promoting mutual understanding, and fostering collective growth. I find the training somewhat lacking. They need practical exercises, otherwise, their blades will rust, and they might struggle to wield their weapons. Wei Quan, naturally restless, frequently sought sparring sessions with Tang Kaiping, finding mere training unfulfilling. While building our main force, we should also establish an elite unit for reconnaissance and special missions, such as the recent feigned retreat. They should meet high standards, be versatile soldiers, and serve as a pool for future officers, Li Kaiyuan suggested, a quiet but profound thinker who often contemplated issues in solitude. Li Kaiyuan's proposition resonated with everyone. In all Qing's forces, such a unit existed as a cornerstone. The time was ripe to establish such a unit. A small, elite unit might not be of great use in large-scale battles, but never underestimate its existence. In the right circumstances, it can be far more effective than larger forces. Explaining its allure, Li Kaiyuan added, "Indeed, let's have Li select and train them, forming a squad directly under our battalion headquarters, drawing from each battalion. You all will take turns training them, selecting individuals who meet squad leader standards," Tang Kaipeng declared, seizing the moment. While others pondered the practicalities, Li Kaiyuan's words transported them to a broader perspective, emphasizing the paramount importance of the future, which begins now. "And you?" Tang Kaipeng asked Jiang Batian. After this period, Jiang Batian appeared remarkably composed, his youthful naivete shed by the rigors of military life, replaced by maturity. His achievements were undeniable, as the new battalion under his command had caught up with the others. While Tang Kaipeng's support was crucial, Jiang Batian, as the grandson of the Sage of War, possessed systematic and skillful training methods. "Forgive my shortcomings. I've been learning during this time, and I may have many deficiencies that require your guidance," Jiang Batian began humbly, elevating the others to the status of mentors. Everyone nodded approvingly, surprised by the young man's sagacity. "Furthermore, I've observed ideological confusion within our troops. They merely fight and eat, living only to survive," Jiang Batian declared, dropping a bombshell that struck the core of everyone's being. Silence descended as everyone pondered this issue, which had been largely overlooked. Each individual held different motivations: Tang Kaipeng, Situi, and Wei Quan for Yunzhou, Han Tianqing for Dongshan Town, and Li Qiuan for vengeance. These diverse motivations had coalesced to drive their collective efforts. But what motivated the soldiers, hailing from various backgrounds? Was it merely survival? Should humans exist solely to survive? Although Jiang Batian had been during his time in the Song dynasty, he had absorbed the fundamental principles of military leadership from his grandfather, Jiang Shaoxing. "Continue," Tang Kaipeng urged, breaking the silence. Encouraged by their gazes, Jiang Batian spoke freely, sharing all that he knew. A formidable army should not only be well-trained, skillfully commanded, and experienced, but also possess its own ideology, understanding why it lives and fights, and willing to sacrifice everything, including life, for those goals at any time and place. An army should be a union of flesh and spirit, a powerful machine with a soul. This is what our army should strive for, what we should build," Jiang Batian declared, having fully embraced the collective, even though it lacked a proper name. This collective had begun to forge its own soul. Profound and inspiring. "We lack so much," Tang Kaipeng exclaimed, realizing that Jiang Batian had brought not just an idea, but a vision, a previously unimagined realm. Like Batian said, "I only saw the army's muscles, neglecting its soul. Without a soul, what is the meaning of a person's existence?" Situi, one of the oldest among them at barely 20, expressed the most profound understanding. "Tell us, how do we forge this soul?" Han Tianqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. "In truth, I am not entirely certain, but I believe that there are at least two crucial points to consider. Firstly, to convey that we are thriving in this place, and secondly, to assure everyone that our future holds even greater promise, as we diligently strive toward this goal." Jiang Batian contemplated briefly before speaking. "Life continues each day, after all. Isn't it the aspiration of every individual to enhance their existence for tomorrow? This sentiment resonates universally, albeit from different starting points. We require a cohesive force that unites everyone, enabling us to work collectively towards this vision, treating this place as home. It is imperative that we provide tangible benefits to all. For only with sufficient incentives can we retain our community," Tang Kaipeng articulated simply. His words plunged everyone into deep reflection. Silence enveloped the room as each individual pondered the significance of his statement, contemplating both the collective journey and their personal futures. "We have established a foothold. It is essential that everyone feels a sense of belonging, rather than existing as mere commodities, perpetually anxious." Han Tianqing possessed considerable insight into the bandits of Dongshan, recognizing them as a group of ordinary folk resisting subjugation, who, in their essence, are the most vulnerable. "We ought to engage in further discussions about their past, present, and future, fostering understanding among them," Wei Quan suddenly remarked. "Indeed, the spirit is collectively forged. A mere few of us deliberating cannot encapsulate the entirety of our purpose." Tang Kaipeng concurred. "If we aspire to cultivate independent thought, we must also facilitate learning, thereby broadening their horizons." Li Kaiyuan's perspective is perpetually future-oriented, allowing him to swiftly grasp the crux of the matter. "Yes, we harbor not only these thoughts but also the ambition to transform them into a feasible process, enabling gradual realization. It is through this progression that our collective strength will burgeon, leading to limitless possibilities ahead," Tang Kaipeng continued, refusing to let these noble ideas remain confined to mere imagination. Only through actualization can the good manifest, and thus, he yearned to bring these visions to fruition. The meeting persisted into the late hours. This unit may be small, yet undeniably possesses strength. Like their inception, they remain youthful, a quality evident in their leadership. Such youth signifies hope. Their capacity for learning and adaptability will, over time, foster their growth into a force of considerable renown. Naturally, this endeavor requires time and will encounter numerous challenges. However, a radiant path emerges before everyone. By advancing in this direction, they may swiftly arrive at unforeseen destinations and achieve remarkable feats, imbuing life with purpose. These significances bestow rich rewards upon each individual, and many years hence, when those present are asked about their most profound memories, this scene will undoubtedly resonate at the forefront of their minds. Chapter 29. The turmoil of Dongr. Following the recent assembly, the entire battalion underwent a remarkable transformation. The previously chaotic and disordered existence had vanished entirely. A new, rhythmically intense way of life returned to everyone, and within the ranks, one could sense an ongoing growth, a belief that with time, anything was possible. The most significant change stemmed from a shift in mentality. Many in the troop had previously lacked direction, uncertain of their daily purpose or what the future held, unable to distinguish right from wrong. However, after this gathering, everything changed. Nothing remained the same. Each individual found a source of solace, a spiritual anchor that rendered the future no longer an elusive concept. At least for now, everyone existed in a state of contentment, striving for their own futures with fervor. In stark contrast, life in Dongr was considerably more arduous. Initially, there were concerns regarding Shwedashin's movements, but after his forces retreated, numerous discordant voices emerged within the territory he once controlled. Had it not been for his firm grip on power, his authority might have faced severe challenges. The question arose, how was the troops' assembly progressing? With the loss of Ada and his two companions, only a Si and a Wu remained at the core of Dongr. The situation is not promising. There is a reluctance to exert effort. Currently, we have only managed to gather approximately 8,000 individuals, and with our controlled 5,000, the total barely exceeds 13,000, a Wu reported. Following Shwedashin's withdrawal, Dongr swiftly issued orders to rally the troops, intent on avenging Tang Kaiping and eliminating internal discord to bolster cohesion. Do they no longer wish to live? Dongr's temperament grew increasingly irritable, the recent setbacks weighing heavily on him, often causing him to lose control of his thoughts. Perhaps the previous losses have instilled fear. A Wu explained. Fear of us, or perhaps a change of heart, Dongr surmised. What should we do? A Si inquired. Forget the details. We must first maintain control over those assembled and find tasks for them. I am eager to see who dares oppose me, Dongr remarked with a glint in his eye. Then we shall prepare, a Si replied. Just as Dongr was poised to unleash a storm, Jiang Shaoxing received the first letter from his grandson. In it, Jiang Batian recounted his experiences and sentiments during this period, expressing admiration for the troop, which seemed to ignite a newfound determination within him. I never imagined my grandson would mature so, Jiang Shaoxing exclaimed, perceiving from the letter that Jiang Batian was genuinely growing. The letter also reminded him of Tang Kaiping, Situ Yi, Wei Quan, Li Kaiyuan, and Han Tianqing, particularly admiring Tang Kaiping's remarkable magnanimity in appointing a mere child like Jiang Batian as the squad leader, evidence of his immense capacity for leadership. The troop's ability to learn was equally moving. One must understand that a military formation often carries an indescribable character that is challenging to alter but can be enhanced through learning, transforming these traits into strengths. It was astonishing to witness such a troop emerge from a chaotic territory. It seems adjustments to our plans are necessary, regardless of the objective. As long as Tian can grow, that suffices, Jiang Shaoxing mused, already dispatching individuals to investigate the troop's background. However, thus far, no substantial information had been gathered. Although the news from Jiang Batian suggested the troop was indeed malleable. Simultaneously, Han Yu, currently in Dongshan town, was taken aback by the rapid shift in Han Tianqing's attitude, from extreme aversion to effusive praise. Had he not been well acquainted with his daughter's notes, he might have suspected she was brainwashed, yet no external threats appeared to loom over her. In her letter, Han Tianqing revealed that Tang Kaiping had 3 formidable backers, prompting Han Yu to breathe a sigh of relief for not having suppressed him initially but choosing to support instead. With 3 such formidable allies, even the direct backing of the Qingqing faction would hesitate to provoke them. Concurrently, the stirrings of the Wang family left Han Yu unsettled, uncertain of when Wang Bin might take action against him. He thus issued orders to begin a thorough withdrawal of personnel from Dongshan town, striving to maintain a low profile to avoid unnecessary complications. As the game of strategy unfolded, time swiftly slipped away. For Tang Kaiping, Han Yu, and Wang Bin, this was fortuitous. They were in need of time. However, for Dongr, time was a torment. His prestige diminished with each passing moment. Have there been any developments? Dongr queried, leading the assembled troops on patrol. Ostensibly a routine patrol, it was, in truth, a means of suppressing dissent. For those who resisted him, he would encircle their dwellings, surrounding them until they capitulated. They remained tightly shut, with patrols active in the village, a Wu reported. Currently surrounded was the largest tribe within the region, boasting over 30,000 members, including more than 4,000 warriors. Previously, Dong Er had only sent a token force of 500 during an operation, but now he dispatched none. Leaving the gates firmly barred, much to his frustration, Dong Er yearned to storm in with his troops, yet the terrain presented formidable defenses, making direct assaults unfeasible. Especially as he could not afford further losses. We shall maintain the siege and observe the reactions of others, then press them to recruit soldiers. I refuse to believe they will not yield, Dong Er declared vehemently. Should we mobilize the army? Asi inquired. Yes, send out scouts to patrol the vicinity. With me here. They will not dare to act recklessly, Dong Er commanded. Thus, an unusual phenomenon unfolded across Dong Er's territory. Countless small tribes began to gather, while larger tribes shut their gates, refusing entry or exit. To evade Dong Er's encroachment, some smaller factions began to band together spontaneously. As time progressed, while Dong Er's power grew, so too did the opposition against him, and the specter of war loomed ominously. Zhang Lao, could you offer us some counsel? As the revered military sage, the people of southern Dongshan found themselves seeking his guidance. Fear not, Dong Er truly dares not act against us just yet. Shui Dashan's forces are still vigilant, and the inhabitants of Dongshan town are not easily provoked. Moreover, the majority of his followers hail from our tribe, should hostilities arise. They will certainly not support him and may even turn against him, Jiang Xiaoxing explained, albeit reluctantly. What shall we do? Allow him to act with impunity? The leaders voiced their frustrations, unable to tolerate Dong Er's tyranny, yet hesitant to take immediate action. Dong Er's greatest weakness is time. Rest assured, the longer this drags on, the more it will be he who fears, not us. Opportunities to deal with him will arise. Jiang Xiaoxing reassured them quickly. When can we take action? Aside from passive resistance, what more can we do? An agitated tribal chief lamented, recalling the substantial losses his tribe suffered, around 1,000 lives, during the last encounter. With Dong Er offering not even a word of condolence, making his grievance all the more profound. Certainly, action cannot be avoided. Is he not recruiting people everywhere? We shall also seek individuals far and wide. He has taken 3 today, and by nightfall, we will bring back 4. Let us observe who is truly anxious. He or we, Jiang Xiaoxing remarked. Ironically, an episode emerged that drove Dong Er to the brink of madness. During the day, he managed to capture 300 individuals. Yet by nightfall, more than 400 escaped. Due to chaotic management, he was oblivious to who had fled. And his subordinates were equally unaware of whether their own men had absconded. Initially, this went unnoticed, but no matter how many he apprehended, the numbers failed to rise. Instead, they dwindled at an alarming rate, which finally drew his attention. What are you all doing? Bring everyone back, all of them. Dong Er roared like an enraged tiger, ready to lash out at the slightest provocation. Indeed, none dared to defy his orders, especially in such turbulent times. Swiftly, they intensified their efforts to capture individuals. The loyalty of Dong Er's followers was unquestionable, yet as more men were utilized here, fewer remained there, making escape increasingly feasible. This vicious cycle compelled Dong Er to hasten the conclusion of this capture expedition, regardless of how many were apprehended. All were dragged to the east until the numbers began to stabilize. When they finally counted, it was discovered that the entire troop numbered merely over 14,000. This indicated that after such prolonged turmoil, Dong Er's forces had increased only marginally. The morale of the entire contingent was precarious, teetering on the brink of chaos. After enduring such tribulations, even his most steadfast subordinates were utterly exhausted, and though the battle had yet to commence, he had already suffered a significant loss of 30%. My lord, when shall we launch our attack? Asi expressed deep resentment for the heavy losses incurred, especially with several comrades' fates hanging in the balance. Even if they were dead, he desired closure. Alive or dead, he sought to see them. Now is not the time. Our internal stability is in jeopardy, and we remain unaware of any traps the enemy may have laid for us. We must apply some pressure first. When the opportunity arises, we shall act. Dong Er, who had risen to power in Dongshan, occasionally exhibited a fierce determination, yet he possessed a formidable ability to seize opportunities in battle, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Although Asi and Awu felt a tinge of regret, they refrained from opposing Dong Er. What truly gnawed at Dong Er's heart was not merely these concerns, but rather the absence of any news from the 20 elite individuals led by Adu amidst the constraints of his main force. This uncertainty troubled him greatly. While he was confident in his strength to eliminate Hanyu alone, the potential involvement of other forces posed a significant threat, as his current manpower was insufficient to withstand such strains. The previous engagement had already depleted nearly half of his resources. Chapter 30, A Clash of Wits at this moment. Every move made by Dong Er was entirely under the control of Tang Kaiping. As he was organizing his troops, Tang had dispatched over a dozen individuals, strategically infiltrating various divisions of Dong Er's forces. Although the specifics of Dong Er's next steps remained uncertain, Tang possessed a profound understanding of the current situation within the opposing ranks. Initially, when Dong Er's forces approached, Tang experienced a period of concern, as the suddenness of the assault left his camp unprepared. However, Dong Er chose not to act at that critical moment, affording Tang ample time to strategize and seize a remarkable opportunity to potentially alter the course of the conflict. What does Dong Er's inaction signify? Wei Quan inquired. Observing Tang Kaiping and Situi engaged in earnest discussion regarding the unfolding circumstances. Currently, it remains unclear. Yet, the longer this continues, the more advantageous it is for us. Reports indicate that each day, several of his men are deserting. Perhaps we need not confront the enemy. They may simply flee, Tang Kaiping replied, shaking his head nonchalantly. I believe he is fearful of us and is evaluating our responses, Li Kaiyuan interjected suddenly. Everyone paused momentarily, but soon exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the significance of this assertion. The enemy would undoubtedly exercise utmost caution this time. Our previous strategies would no longer suffice. Fortunately, our strength is steadily increasing, and the enemy's opportunities are dwindling, thus providing us with less cause for concern, Tang observed, gazing into the distance. When shall we act? Zhang Batian asked. Soon. There is no need for direct provocation. We will proceed methodically, dispatching teams to engage in less fortified areas. If his men are intent on fleeing, we shall assist them in their haste. Tang Kaiping replied with a smile. Laughter erupted among Tang's troops, their spirits evidently buoyed by his words. However, Dong Er sensed the onset of skirmishes as casualties began to mount among his ranks, an occurrence previously unimaginable. As those fleeing lacked both the courage and the opportunity to do so. How many fled last night? Dong Er sat alone, uncertain of how to position his hands. Obscured from view. 2,000 escaped, and we suffered over 200 losses, Asi exclaimed, his eyes widening with indignation. What? Dong Er's eyes flew open, and his previously concealed hands reached out, gripping Asi with fervor. My lord, we have been ambushed. Asi's face reddened as he spoke, realizing his overreaction. Dong Er released Asi and appeared utterly dejected, as if stripped of all vitality. First, stabilize the troops. Avoid unnecessary movements while I ponder our course of action. Dong Er lamented. My lord, Asi voiced his concerns. Dong Er gestured with his left hand for him to depart, then retreated to the rear of the camp. Collapsing onto his bed and slipping into a deep slumber, seemingly oblivious to the severity of their situation, even in the face of significant disadvantage. Conversely, Tang Kaiping had no intention of allowing Dong Er to rest. Numerous harassment units were once again divided into several waves, launching relentless and increasingly audacious attacks. While any other troop could have effortlessly neutralized their adversaries, the now anxious forces of Dong Er began to exhibit signs of potential collapse under such pressure. Asi and Awu dared not disturb Dong Er, unaware that he was currently asleep. They could only muster their resolve, leading the corps of over 5,000 troops in an effort to eliminate the persistent threats. What is the outcome? Seeing the rapid advance of their forces, Tang Kaiping could no longer remain seated and rushed to the front lines for an update. It's manageable. However, the enemy's defenses are growing increasingly stringent. And our opportunities are diminishing, Jiang Badian, leading the surprise attack, responded earnestly. His newly formed 5th Division required this battle experience to facilitate rapid growth with minimal losses. The enemy has begun deploying larger forces. Advise everyone to exercise caution. If we cannot execute a surprise attack, we must halt all operations to minimize losses, Tang instructed. Observing the 2 battalions of 2,500 men sweeping forward. Indeed, this presents an opportunity. These troops are evidently core units, if we can restrain them. The remainder will scatter, Jiang Batian discern the enemy's vulnerabilities. Nonetheless, remain vigilant. The forces we have painstakingly assembled are too valuable to lose, Tang Kaiping replied. No longer viewing Dong Er as a formidable opponent, convinced that the war would soon reach its conclusion, and it would be a pity to squander the hard-trained soldiers. Understood. I will exercise caution, Jiang Batian nodded in acknowledgement of Tang's perspective. Yet, Jiang Batian did not immediately withdraw his troops. Instead, he executed a tactical retreat while continuing to harass the enemy, striving to distance the pursuing forces from their original positions. Dong Er's slumber did not last long. Roughly an hour. When he awoke, he was astounded to discover that the martial arts barriers that had long hindered him had suddenly been shattered. Years of accumulation propelled him to the 8th tier of martial prowess, leaving him momentarily speechless. With this newfound strength, Dong Er felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, confident that, barring any formidable foes, he need not fear any challenges to his martial abilities. Even if Han Yu sought assistance, it would be in vain. A powerful martial artist could potentially contend against hundreds, or even thousands, but when faced with tens of thousands, even a sage would falter. Nonetheless, such strength could inspire troops and elevate their morale, instilling in Dong Er a profound sense of confidence. I see, Awu. Dong Er flung open the door he had tightly secured and called out. "My lord, they have taken the troops to encircle and eliminate the attackers." A soldier rushed to inform him. Dong Er, with keen eyesight beyond his large ears, scanned the horizon and noticed that the forces led by Ah Si and Ah Wu had become entirely detached from the main army. Fearful that they might fall into a trap like him, he circled the area twice before sprinting back to the camp. "Summon everyone. We shall launch a full-scale assault," Dong Er declared with fervor. Immediately, the camp resounded with the blaring of charge horns as countless troops surged forth from the encampment, charging ahead as if confronting mortal enemies. To Dong Er's astonishment, however, he failed to realize that during his brief slumber, his entire force had diminished by more than half. Erroneously believing that Ah Si and Ah Wu had led them away. "Camp leader, the enemy is launching a full-scale assault." A soldier rushed in as Tang Kaiping was studying a map. Tang Kaiping sprang to his feet, pacing the room before commanding, "Order a complete retreat to Shinshu Cliff." Shinshu Cliff lay on the eastern edge of Dongshan, characterized by its unique terrain. Contrary to expectations, it was not as perilous as imagined. Between two cliffs approximately 10 meters high lay a passage about 7 to 8 meters wide, featuring a central stone pillar that rose to the height of the surrounding rocks. Resembling a tree, this passage would serve as Tang Kaiping's final line of defense, where a fierce battle of attrition was anticipated. After a period of construction, Shinmu Cliff has taken on the semblance of a fortified stronghold. The stones on either side have been arranged to form a semblance of a city wall, while the central passageway, relying on the sacred tree, has been shaped into an inverted triangular formation, rendering it a veritable bastion, difficult to breach. 5 battalions are assembled here, with the exception of Li Kaiyuan's unit, which has been concealed in advance. Perhaps everyone is aware that the impending battle will be extraordinarily brutal. Thus the atmosphere is particularly somber. "Have they all retreated?" Tang Kaiping inquired as he observed Jiang Badian returning. "There are no issues. I left them a contingency plan, which should afford us some additional time," Jiang Badian replied with a smile. "Oh, what is it?" Upon hearing this, Wei Quan's interest was piqued. "Look over there." Jiang Badian gestured into the distance. A towering plume of smoke began to rise with the gentle breeze, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. Soon, the vibrant flames became fully visible. Ascending a nearby boulder, Tang Kaiping discovered that Jiang Badian had ignited a fire upon their return, plunging Ah Si and Ah Wu's troops into disarray. "Haha, well done. We might achieve victory without engaging in combat," Wei Quan exclaimed jubilantly. "Perhaps it isn't so straightforward. The fire may not sustain itself, there aren't sufficient underbrush here, and the flames will merely sweep by, causing minimal damage," Jiang Badian countered, shaking his head. "Enough of this expectation. During daylight, they are still adept at retreating. Let us descend and prepare, for we have gained some precious time," Tang Kaiping noted. Realizing that the advancing troops were entirely falling back, indicating futility, he addressed everyone, acknowledging the disappointment, but emphasizing that warfare is fundamentally a contest of strength. With everything else being secondary, relying solely on these tactics would not suffice to secure victory nor reflect the true capabilities of the forces. The Eastern Ear's troops quickly regrouped, and as Jiang Badian had predicted, the fire ignited had little effect. There was scant fuel for the flames, and they merely passed through. Moreover, following their retreat, the forces behind Eastern Ear also advanced and assembled in clusters. "Your Majesty, those monkeys have been driven away. We can annihilate them if we charge now," Ah Si reported to Eastern Ear, noticing the latter's flushed countenance. "Indeed, haha. Let us launch a full-scale attack. This evening or tomorrow. I shall spend the night in Dongshan town, permitting 3 days of unrestricted activity," Eastern Ear declared joyfully. Unrestricted activity, in the context of these bandits, signified orders to pillage. It is known that all legitimate forces in the chaotic territories are recognized by several major factions, occupying crucial transportation routes and fertile lands, vastly more prosperous than the meager ravines. If they were to plunder for 3 days, they could become immensely wealthy, perhaps even striking gold. Long live the king. Long live the king. Ah Si, being a capable individual, promptly initiated the cheer, and soon the entire battalion joined in. Eastern Ear smiled slightly, then pointed with his right hand. The entire force surged forth like a roaring torrent, rushing directly towards Shinmu Cliff. Chapter 31. The siege and defense. The battle erupted instantaneously, unfolding with remarkable swiftness and offering little time for reaction. It was both simple and brutally raw. Combat itself is a contest of life, intellect, and courage, narrating the most frenzied occurrences of this world through the most elemental means. Unlike the battles in Yuzhou, the skirmishes in the chaotic territory lacked established rules and systematic approaches. The only measure of victory was the ability to vanquish the enemy. Initially, the forces of Donggo found themselves at a geographical disadvantage, unprepared for the onslaught, leading to a moment of despair. Yet, one should never underestimate human ingenuity. They swiftly adapted. In this domain, where the narrow paths favored the valiant, those unable to adjust were swiftly eliminated, leaving only the wise and courageous survivors. The chaotic territory. particularly in the Dongshan region, was rife with siege warfare. Many strongholds were erected in formidable locations, often situated in nearly impregnable terrains. Historically, numerous strongholds had fallen. Employing unique tactics native to this area, the inhabitants quickly recalibrated their strategies and launched a methodical counteroffensive. The nature of warfare here was distinctly chaotic. Traditional weapons like javelins were complemented by unconventional tactics, including the relentless addition of materials in front of the cliffs. The most common of these materials was timber. With each tree weighing over 3,000 pounds, an impossible feat for an ordinary individual to move alone, requiring at least 10 skilled warriors of the 7th or 8th rank to lift. Quickly organize the men, eliminate their ranks, commanded Tang Kaipsung, realizing the urgency. Even a fallen tree could be propped up to nearly 3 meters in height, and with several of them in place, the defenders would lose any advantage they held. Soon, a select group of marksmen alongside several skilled warriors were designated to neutralize the threats. However, the opposing forces did not remain idle. They were protected by numerous defenders, with Asi and Awu personally engaging to thwart any aggressive intentions, extinguishing threats before they could materialize. This prompted a recognition of the situation's gravity, leading to an increase in their own offensive measures, escalating the conflict. This cannot continue. We are running out of time and must resolve this quickly. Han Tianqing voiced his concerns as the advantage began to wane. Let us move. Tang Kaiping acknowledged the urgency but found himself at a loss for alternative strategies amid the tumultuous fighting. He took the lead, determined to subdue their foes. The impact of their actions was palpable, particularly with Wei Quan demonstrating formidable prowess as a genuine martial artist. Although Tang Kaiping could certainly challenge him directly, in this long-range engagement, sheer strength proved paramount, often determining the outcome. Simultaneously, it became evident that Situ Yi and Li Kaiyuan also possessed 9th-tier martial skills, their assaults surpassing Tang Kaiping's in destructive capability. Surprisingly, young Zhang Batian revealed himself to be a martial artist as well, with both sides deploying martial artists. The fray descended into madness, resembling the fervor of the battles in Yuzhou. Despite the apparent disparity in quality and armament, the ferocity of their combat illustrated the brutality of war. From a distance, Donga surveyed the battlefield, refraining from engagement until he located Han Yu. He hesitated, suspecting hidden adversaries behind the two martial artists already revealed. He bore the chaos of warfare with a stoic resolve. As time passed, the conflict intensified, reaching a fever pitch that left all involved struggling to cope. Chu Jun, an elder companion of Tang Kaiping from their Yuzhou days, had risen to the rank of squad leader in the 1st Division, his dedication evident. Yet, today's battle left him disheartened. His unit was stationed at the critical central passage, fortified with stone barricades, yet the Donger forces relentlessly sought to breach their defenses. Apart from the initial long-range advantage, Chu Jun had to endure direct assaults from the Donger, whose extensive training allowed his men to maneuver with precision, their lethality significantly enhanced. The defensive position was fortified, compelling the Donger to exert 5-fold effort to match their strength. Yet in such a location, such power could scarcely be harnessed. Withdraw the front line, hurling stones. Chu Jun commanded, implementing a defensive strategy deeply rooted in Tang Kaiping's teachings. The formation consisted of 3 tiers, stone throwers in front, followed by a squad of polearm wielders, and a rear unit specializing in ranged attacks with javelins, occasionally utilizing local materials as projectiles. As the enemy suffered grievous losses, the foremost ranks faced peril, necessitating the release of rolling logs. If stones represented a cataclysmic threat, then the logs were a harbinger of utter devastation, capable of claiming countless lives, even those of skilled warriors. The aftermath left the cliffside bereft of adversaries. Charge. Just as the offensive stagnated, Donger urged his forces to advance, intent on tearing through the defenses and annihilating all in their path. Unlike his own loyal followers, the newly arrived troops lacked his fervor, unwilling to sacrifice themselves for such a fierce struggle, especially under Donger's command. Instead, they sought to evade the conflict, stalling their advance and offering no semblance of respect to him. War, it seems, is characterized by the instinct for survival. No one desires death. Yet sometimes choices arise that are not worth making, but the paramount importance of life remains ever clear. As the battle raged on, Tang Kaiping and his comrades found themselves liberated from their prior constraints as the enemy ceased their timber assaults and initiated a direct attack, diminishing their tactical efficacy. In such a grand conflict, individual valor was increasingly obscured. Spread out, Asi observed the devastating impact of the rolling logs and promptly ordered the attacking troops to create distance to mitigate casualties. This fierce confrontation persisted in a state of deadlock, the passage of time claiming countless lives, accompanied by the mournful cries of the battlefield. Though fatalities were fewer, injuries proliferated, often necessitating assistance from others to survive. Yet, in such chaotic circumstances, how many would risk their lives to save another? The situation for Donger was no different. The agonizing cries of the dying profoundly influenced the course of the battle. Death itself is not the most terrifying aspect. Rather, it is the struggle that precedes it. Charge forward. Dong Er never contemplated such an abrupt culmination. The more he pondered, the more his fury reignited, consuming him in incandescent rage. His eyes became bloodshot with hatred. His muscles taut, and his labored breathing audible from afar. Though Han Yu remained unseen, Dong Er's impatience grew unbearable. Another assault would necessitate the retreat of his forces. Like an enraged bull, Dong Er's charge sent shivers down Tang Kaiping's spine, despite the distance. His men, either joining his onslaught or instinctively recoiling from his menacing aura, left him the center of attention, even amidst the chaotic battlefield. Quickly, exercise caution. Dong Er has engaged. Avoid needless sacrifice, Tang Kaiping urgently commanded. His amplified voice caused both factions, locked in mortal combat, to abruptly cease hostilities. Dong Er's intervention signaled the war's climactic phase. Dong Er, however, held a different perspective. He recognized the paramount importance of his troops. An individual's power, however formidable, remained finite. He promptly roared, "Charge. All of you charge. Slay an enemy. And I shall waive your taxes for a year." The bandits, whose livelihoods depended on plunder, understood that their spoils were subject to taxation, often exceeding half their value. The promise of tax exemption ignited a frenzy among Dong Er's men. The prospect of instant wealth spurred them into action. Amidst their frenzied cries, they surged toward the divine wood cliff, heedless of the screams of agony. As time elapsed, the two sides clashed anew, descending into a tempest of violence. Observing Tang Kaiping and his comrades wreaking havoc on the battlefield, Dong Er charged directly toward them, hoping to draw out Han Yu. Just as he prepared to strike, an icy dread washed over him, a premonition of imminent danger. As he faltered, attempting to discern the source of the threat, a figure materialized before him, appearing instantaneously. Upon closer inspection, he beheld an elderly man with snow-white hair, seemingly frail. Yet, Dong Er was overcome with terror, as if the innocuous old man embodied his deepest fears, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 32. The demise of a tyrant. Dong Er, a man who feared nothing and no one, found himself trembling uncontrollably, his body betraying him. Who are you? Dong Er stammered, his tongue failing him in his terror. Even as an 8th-level martial artist, he lacked the courage to challenge the old man's authority. Merely a passing old man. Does the great King Dong have any advice for me? The old man, Bai Song, couldn't resist teasing Dong Er upon witnessing his fear. Bai Song often indulged in playful antics, and this situation was no exception. Upon hearing Bai Song's words, Dong Er regained some composure, though his fear persisted. Passerby, leave at once. Your involvement here is not required. Having realized that the old man wouldn't spare him, Dong Er spoke with unwavering resolve. Am I not allowed to be here? Does the great King Dong object to my presence? Bai Song retorted mockingly. Dong Er, abandoning further dialogue, launched the most powerful attack of his life before retreating rapidly towards his army, intending to reassess the situation. A fatal blow from an 8th-level martial artist possesses considerable force. Bai Song sidestepped the attack, but Dong Er's shamelessness surprised him. The man who had moments before vowed to fight to the death now fled as soon as he attacked, leaving Bai Song speechless. Dong Er, though not exceptionally strong, was a master of escape. Before anyone could react, he had reached his ranks, where he urged his troops to attack. His escape, well prepared, proved effective, making pursuit difficult. Damn it, Bai Song cursed, abandoning all pretense, and charged into Dong Er's ranks, cutting a path toward his target. Bai Song's carnage contrasted sharply with his silver hair, swiftly altering the battle's course. The attacking troops were forced to regroup and surround him. However, attempting to encircle a master of the postnatal limit with ordinary troops was a fool's errand. They were swiftly dispatched, but their numbers were vast. As the front ranks fell, the rear ranks surged forward, giving Bai Song no respite. Tang Kaiping, witnessing this, immediately ordered a full-scale assault. The deep horn sounded, and a tidal wave of shouts filled the air as the Shinmu Cliff troops launched a counteroffensive. Simultaneously, Li Kaiyuan, lurking outside, heard Tang Kaiping's command. He had been concealed behind Dong Er's forces, awaiting the order to strike a decisive blow. As the horns blared, he unleashed his final, deadly attack. His brigade had an extra squad, an elite unit he had proposed, the most refined part of the camp, and the hope for the future. These men were Tang Kaiping's precious assets, so Li Kaiyuan hesitated to use them lightly. He had been cautious, revealing no information even as Dong Er's troops passed by, and remaining still even as the battle raged. As the horns of the full-scale assault sounded, the suppressed spirits of the troops soared. Li Kaiyuan, too, felt a release. Today, we fight for the first time. Let the world remember us. Li Kaiyuan, unwilling to waste time, gave a brief encouragement before leading his squad and brigade in a final strike against Dong Er's flank. The newly formed squad, selected from the camp's elite, possessed advantages over ordinary soldiers. Even with their smaller numbers, they swiftly penetrated the enemy's heart, while the brigade expanded the breach. The sudden arrival of this brigade caused Dong Air's forces, already faltering, to show signs of collapse. To prevent the rout of other factions' troops, Dong Air had dispersed them among his own, who were the first to break when the final blow landed. Stop them. Kill anyone who flees. Dong Air shouted from within the ranks, witnessing the unfolding disaster. Dong Air's loyal followers immediately began massacring the fleeing soldiers. Driven to desperation, the fleeing troops retaliated, surpassing even Dong Air's men in their frenzy. With survival at stake, all allegiance to Dong Air vanished. Anyone in their path would die. The battlefield transformed into a scene of Tang Kaiping's brigades pursuing Dong Air's troops, Dong Air's forces fighting amongst themselves, and Li Kaiyuan's brigade and squad pursuing from behind. Li Kaiyuan did not actively hinder those who fled, unless they posed a direct threat. However, those who attacked or encountered him were swiftly eliminated, leaving no chance for survival. Dong Air's men desperately avoided these killing machines. Amidst the chaos, Tang Kaiping unleashed his remaining weapons, Bai Yen and Bai Yuan. Dong Air, who had clung to hope, was now utterly dismayed. One postnatal master was manageable, but 3 were beyond his comprehension. A force with 3 postnatal masters was rare in the Toto River Plain, yet Dongshan possessed one. Had he known, he would never have dared to attack, as it was worse than seeking death. But Dong Air was Dong Air. He never considered surrender. In his worldview, death in battle was preferable. Tang Kaiping, too, had no intention of accepting surrender. Capturing or killing him was the only victory. Dong Air, cunning as ever, turned to flee, abandoning his army and his followers. Survival was paramount. The Bai brothers would not allow it. To let him escape would be a disgrace. They had positioned themselves to encircle him, leaving no avenue for flight. The battle had reached a point where no opportunity remained for Dong Air, who had long abandoned any delusions of fortunate escape. His foremost priority was to survive, prompting him to flee without hesitation. This act of desperation triggered a severe chain reaction. A Si and a Wu could no longer maintain control over their forces, as all thoughts of resistance vanished, leaving only the instinct to escape. Zhou Ju, the chieftain of a small tribe in the eastern region of Dongshan, commanded a mere 1,000 souls. His proximity to Dong Air necessitated immediate response to any conflict, rendering his tribe steadfastly loyal. Despite the unyielding reality of their situation, Zhou Ju's survival through countless life and death struggles was a remarkable feat cunning by nature. Zhou Ju had conserved his strength throughout the conflict, never engaging directly nor suffering an attack, a testament to his strategic prudence. The haunting memories of past battles weighed heavily on him, particularly the annihilation of his forces without a single enemy sighted. Thus, he remained vigilant. When he opted to flee, an unexpected assault from Li Kaiyuan's troops instilled fear in him, paralyzing his movements. He chose to sit down on the battlefield, whether due to his notoriety or the peculiarity of his actions, leading others to follow suit. As Li Kaiyuan's forces became embroiled in another confrontation, Zhou Ju abruptly rose, ready to escape. Dong Air, recognizing Zhou Ju's prowess as a master of survival, followed closely behind. In the chaos of battle, a few individuals attempting to flee might have gone unnoticed. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to Zhou Ju or Dong Air, the fleeing group rapidly swelled in size. Should they succeed in their escape, Li Kaiyuan would be left without recourse. Although the main forces were entangled in other conflicts, the newly formed group of hopeful escapees played a crucial role, advancing like a bulldozer and infiltrating Zhou Ju's fleeing ranks. This forced Dong Air into the open, eliminating any chance of concealment. Driven to madness, Dong Air unleashed a merciless onslaught, sparing even his own subordinates from his wrath. Anyone obstructing his path would face his fury without hesitation. To prevent any losses among Tang Kaiping's valuable assets, Li Kaiyuan refrained from confronting Dong Air directly. Instead, he relentlessly pressured those fleeing with Zhou Ju, corralling Dong Air onto the battlefield, biding time for others to deal with him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dong Air became frantic. Yet, with so many adversaries to eliminate, every moment wasted was a precious opportunity lost, an eternity in the realm of survival. Chapter 33. The aftermath. Amidst the urgency, Zhou Ju remained composed, discerning that the assault was not directed at him. He surmised a significant mole existed within their ranks. As the leader, he executed a sharp maneuver, veering north, abruptly exposing their right flank. Seizing the opportunity, Li Kaiyuan plunged into the fray, wreaking havoc. Dong Air's brow furrowed. Realizing escape was paramount, yet their pursuers were relentless. He abandoned his contingent, seeking an alternate route, but the Bai brothers intercepted him. Cornered, Dong Air emitted a primal roar, lunging toward Li Kaiyuan, seeking to claim lives in his demise. For Dong Air, a life lived on the edge, death held less terror than defeat. Preferring a swift end to succumbing to the Bai brothers, he embraced a final, desperate frenzy, albeit belatedly. Engrossed in the assault, Li Kaiyuan remained oblivious to Dong Air's advance. Focused on dispersing the enemy, Dong Air's attack possessed formidable speed and power, a clear death blow, fueled by desperation. Tang Kaiping, alarmed, recognized the danger to both Li Kaiyuan and the newly formed squad, both precious to him. He cried out a warning. Careful, Li Kaiyuan. Alerted by Tang Kaiping's cry, Li Kaiyuan turned, spotting Dong Er's impending strike. Reacting swiftly, he unleashed an attack, deflecting Dong Er's assault. The opportunity vanished as the Bai brothers descended, denying Dong Er a second chance. Fate betrays me, Dong Er lamented, gazing skyward, his voice laced with despair. His disheveled hair billowed in the wind. A macabre dance of defeat. Ignoring his disarray, Dong Er mercilessly slaughtered all within reach, friend and foe alike, a madman devoid of reason or remorse. Yet, his rampage was short-lived, quelled by the arrival of the elders. Surrender and live, Bai Song commanded, his aura imposing. Surrender? You think I believe in your mercy? Dong Er scoffed, dismissing any notion of leniency. A seasoned bandit, he held no faith in promises from enemies. Refuse and face immediate death, Bai Song retorted. Dong Er erupted in maniacal laughter, persisting in his carnage. Bai Song, without hesitation, delivered a fatal blow, his hand striking Dong Er's head. The disparity between a martial arts master and a mere warrior was insurmountable. In that instant, Dong Er smiled, a serene expression of release. He had found solace in accepting death, the inevitable end. As Bai Song's hand connected, blood gushed from Dong Er's orifices, and he collapsed, his wicked existence extinguished. War itself is not inherently evil, but rather defined by the motives of its participants. When waged for personal gain, it is malevolent. When fought for the greater good, it transcends evil, though not necessarily righteous, as war inherently seeks advantage, an inherently unjust pursuit. Dong Er is dead, Tang Kaiping proclaimed, seizing the moment. The troops erupted in jubilation, invigorated, intensifying their assault. Consumed by grief and loyalty, a Si and a Wu launched a suicidal attack on the Bai brothers, who swiftly dispatched them to join their fallen leader. As the mopping-up operation commenced, the battle concluded. Capturing all was impossible. Zhou Ju, among others, eluded capture. Indifferent to the fate of Dong Er or others, he had seized the opportunity during Dong Er's assault on Li Kaiyuan, making his escape. Spurred by his notoriety, others followed, provoking Li Kaiyuan's pursuit. Chase them, Li Kaiyuan commanded, initiating the pursuit of Zhou Ju, whose fate was sealed. His contingent was swiftly dispersed, and he was apprehended. The cleanup extended into the following afternoon, involving prisoner capture, body retrieval, and tending to the wounded. Tang Kaiping, relieved of pressure, felt more exhausted than during the battle itself. The war's end signified his ascendance as the new Eastern overlord, diminishing the threat to Yunzhou. Li Kaiyuan presented the captured Zhou Ju, whose escape skills were remarkable. What is your name? Tang Kaiping inquired amicably, amused by the situation. Zhou Ju, mistaking Tang Kaiping for a mere wealthy heir, remained defiant, refusing to answer. As if deaf to the question, Tang Kaiping, eschewing anger, personally untied Zhou Ju's bonds. Come, let us speak seated, Tang Kaiping said, patting his shoulder. Zhou Ju was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Tang Kaiping's intentions, yet he did not falter, boldly taking a seat directly opposite him. I have heard that your tribe is quite sparse, Tang Kaiping inquired. Indeed, not many, Zhou Ju replied with a slight nod. Are there still many left? Tang Kaiping continued. Alas, I cannot be entirely certain, but we were scattered from the beginning, and after such a fierce battle, it is difficult for many to emerge unscathed. Zhou Ju lamented with a hint of despondency. Join us, and in the future, your village's people will not need to fight unless they wish to, of course. You cannot abstain, Tang Kaiping tempted. This allure was indeed compelling, and Zhou Ju felt his resolve wavering. However, he raised his gaze, scrutinizing Tang Kaiping for a moment before reluctantly asking, will your word hold true? His tone conveyed profound skepticism. Haha, rest assured, here it is I who holds the authority. Tang Kaiping replied nonchalantly, offering no further elaboration. I trust you, Zhou Ju said, first casting a bewildered glance around before returning his focus to Tang Kaiping, suddenly declaring, haha. Your decision is indeed wise. Tang Kaiping regarded Zhou Ju's unique ability with considerable esteem. A person capable of seizing opportunities to escape amidst battle undoubtedly possessed keen battlefield insight. With a bit of cultivation, he could become a valuable subordinate. As the saying goes, while 1,000 troops are easily found, a worthy general is hard to come by. Of course, Zhou Ju was entirely oblivious to Tang Kaiping's thoughts, yet he had never realized his own talent for evasion was so pronounced. Was this man perhaps paving a path for his own retreat in the future? With the conclusion of the battle, all statistics began to emerge. And Tang Kaiping was truly dismayed by what he uncovered. A total of 326 men had perished, while 872 sustained injuries, over 200 of which were severe. This meant that more than half of the troops were wounded, a staggering blow that left this newly formed unit nearly decimated. The casualties are exceedingly high, Tang Kaiping addressed the assembled group. We are a new force, and our training has been brief. Furthermore, this was a fierce offensive and defensive engagement, thus the high toll. Situi quickly interjected. fearing the meeting might devolve into a denunciation session. Ensure the wounded are well cared for, and provide some compensation to the families of the deceased, Tang Kaiping stated. Recognizing that this meeting was not intended for criticism and promptly shifting his tone. There is no need to make excuses. We indeed have numerous shortcomings in this battle, Jiang Batian asserted, believing these were not adequate justifications, as there were indeed many deficiencies during the fight. While we have highlighted several strengths, overall, many of our tactics were rather crude. These soldiers have been cultivated with great effort. We must engage in deep reflection, spoke Li Qiuan, who had played a significant role in the battle and possessed the most profound understanding of the situation. At this moment, it could be said that these two were the individuals Tang Kaiping needed to heed. Wei Quan and Situ hailed from Yunzhou, where they shared a mutual understanding, while Han Tianqing now found himself in a complex relationship with Tang Kaiping. Li Qiuan had joined midway, and it remained unclear whether he harbored any grievances. Jiang Batian had boldly volunteered, yet was still an unknown quantity. However, it was these two who now took the initiative to engage in self-criticism, which greatly pleased Tang Kaiping. Chapter 34. Meeting the Saint of the Rock Army at the opportune moment, Tang Kaiping stepped forward, surveying the surrounding individuals before falling into a contemplative silence. This brief pause tightened the hearts of all present, leaving them uncertain about what Tang Kaiping would articulate. Whatever he chose to express at this juncture would undoubtedly shape their fate. I am leading a newly established force, and it is precisely because of our inexperience that we have committed numerous errors. In order for us to mature, we must diligently reflect upon our shortcomings, Tang Kaiping stated with a nod. Thus, the meeting transformed into a genuine session of self-criticism, where various deficiencies were thoroughly unearthed. Just as in human development, criticism signifies improvement and the acquisition of experience. A collective, too, benefits from continual self-scrutiny, indicating their growth. Growth is invariably accompanied by hardship. Through persistent struggle amidst suffering, one learns and truly evolves. Without effort, there can be no reward. Of course, one must adopt a dual perspective when assessing issues. The results of this recent battle were evident to all. There was virtually no opposing force in the entirety of eastern Shandong. After a period of recuperation, the entire region would inevitably undergo a reorganization. We will soon take full control of the territory of Dong'er, thus I have resolved to establish 3 companies. Each of your battalions will be expanded to double their size for future considerations, Tang Kaiping declared. This would give us 15 battalions, along with the other personnel. We would command a total of 8,000 individuals. Can we sustain them? Han Tianqing, still unfamiliar with their true capabilities, spoke up, now considering herself a part of this collective. In this chaotic territory, various formations exist. However, given its proximity to the kingdom of Qing, most factions adhere to the standards set by Qing. Even without complete dominion, Dong'er could field an army of 10,000, suggesting that sustaining 8,000 is certainly feasible. There is no need for concern. Eastern Shandong is larger than you perceive. Recruiting such numbers is undoubtedly manageable. If we fully assimilate Dong'er as forces, feeding these troops will pose no issue. However, what about the strength of this army? Jiang Batian interjected, clearly possessing much greater insight into Eastern Shandong. To enhance our military capacity, we must ensure other tribes feel secure. Moreover, resorting to banditry in the mountains is hardly a viable path. Our aim lies beyond these confines. Situi remarked to the assembly. Venture outside? Let us not act recklessly. Aside from the mountains, every other area in this chaotic territory is fraught with hidden powers. We must exercise caution, Han Tianqing cautioned, firmly believing that bandits, no matter how numerous, stood little chance. There will be opportunities, Tang Kaiping asserted, unwilling to dwell excessively on this matter. For now, let us first secure Dong'er as territory and prevent others from taking advantage, Situ urged, noticing Han Tianqing's continued reluctance. Promptly redirecting the conversation. Jiang Batian will lead the way. We shall follow and commence our action shortly, Tang Kaiping commanded decisively. Thus, without the opportunity to tend to their wounds, the entire contingent set forth, their spirits infused with the vigor of victors. The entire process unfolded more swiftly than anticipated. The army encountered negligible resistance as they swiftly reclaimed Dong'er as former lands. Apart from the lack of opposition, Jiang Boshan's role was evidently pivotal. As if the entire scenario had been meticulously orchestrated. The remaining tribes were rife with suspicion towards each other, yet under the guidance of the astute. Jiang Batian merely affirmed that all prior arrangements would remain unchanged, leading to their immediate surrender. See, I told you it would be effortless. Jiang Batian boasted upon encountering the party that had followed behind. Indeed, it appears your prestige rivals that of an emperor. Had we known, we would have refrained from engaging Dong'er and simply summoned you. Tang Kaiping jested, a smile gracing his face. At this, Jiang Batian flushed, awkwardly clearing his throat. Haha. All credit goes to my grandfather. Come, he wishes to meet you. Where? Upon hearing of his grandfather, Tang Kaiping's interest was piqued. This individual wielded such influence with apparent ease, igniting his eagerness to meet him at once. Haha, this way, Jiang Badian said, leading the way personally. This stronghold served as Dong'er's bastion, constructed with remarkable fortitude. One could scarcely traverse 10 minutes without being observed. As the region had been under Dong'er's dominion for many years, prompting many inhabitants to seek refuge within its walls, resulting in a relatively populous settlement. Here we are. A magnificent tower loomed before Tang Kaiping, rising 7 stories high, each level adorned with expansive corridors, meticulously designed akin to a military fortress. In times of war or emergencies, troops could be stationed above, serving as a last line of defense, though. If the enemy reached this point, what significance would resistance hold? At the base of the tower lay a grand hall, an array of chambers with the inscription Great Prosperity Hall at the entrance, which elicited a faint smile from Tang Kaiping, for this hall bore the name of the emperor of the kingdom of Qing, revealing Dong'er's ambitious aspirations. Upon entering the hall, an overwhelming aura of authority permeated the atmosphere, exuding a rustic charm. At the center stood a stooped old man, garbed in simple linen garments, yet radiating an undeniable presence, as if he were the very nucleus of the space. Esteemed elder, I am Tang Kaiping proclaimed. Bowing respectfully before the elder before Jiang Badian could utter a word. The old man slowly turned his head, his previous demeanor transforming into one of warmth and familiarity, akin to a cherished family member. Grandfather, Jiang Badian exclaimed with delight, rushing toward him. Haha, come, we have guests. You may step down now, Jiang Shaoxing, as ever, lived the life of an ascetic, moving with unhurried grace, visibly pleased to see his grandson growing up. You must be Tang Kaiping? Jiang Shaoxing inquired with a smile. I am indeed Tang Kaiping, Tang Kaiping replied, somewhat astonished yet respectful in his response. Truly a promising youth, Jiang Shaoxing remarked with a profound tone. You flatter me. Esteemed elder, Tang Kaiping responded with a touch of humility. Why are you two always so syrupy? Jiang Badian interjected, unable to bear the interaction any longer. Haha. My grandson speaks wisely. Let us not linger in such a manner, shall we? As the elder, Jiang Shaoxing preferred a more straightforward discourse with Tang Kaiping. Once seated, Jiang Shaoxing and Tang Kaiping exchanged direct glances, finding no need for pretense. Feeling rather bored, Jiang Badian could no longer endure the ambience, boldly interjecting himself between them, declaring, enough of the staring, let us get to the point. Aha, I shall speak first. I am Jiang Shaoxing. I wonder if you have heard of me, Jiang Shaoxing began. So it is the esteemed saint of the Rock Army, Tang Kaiping thought initially with skepticism, yet his doubts dissipated as he realized the truth of the matter. Every military sage is a legend of the continent, and every historical narrative cannot escape their shadows. It can be asserted that they are the architects of history. Among the most formidable powers on the continent, the Great Song Empire stands out, and its military sages are particularly captivating. Thus, the name Jiang Shaoxing has been mentioned repeatedly in literature since childhood, with a largely positive overall appraisal, despite some negative aspects, which is quite rare. Notably, Jiang Shaoxing's forte lies not in leading troops into battle, but rather in training them. It can be said that 1/4 of the millions of soldiers in the Great Song Empire were trained under his guidance, including significant commanders. Therefore, even though he now faces personal ruin, no one on the continent speaks ill of him. The titles of military sage and the like are relics of the past. I am merely an old man wandering with my grandson. Surviving has been exceedingly difficult, and were it not for my grandson's affection for you, I would not find myself amidst this turmoil, Jiang Shaoxing remarked with profound meaning. Senior, you are being overly modest. We, in our endeavors, believe you have observed our actions. We genuinely aspire to accomplish something significant, without ulterior motives, Tang Kaiping explained, sensing a misunderstanding. Haha, I tend to believe that for otherwise. Your Qing nation's influence would not be drawn to this chaotic territory. Jiang Shaoxing immediately unveiled the significant secret that Tang Kaiping had been concealing. Initially prepared to refute, Tang Kaiping hesitated upon noticing that Jiang Badian remained silent, realizing that there was no longer any way to conceal the truth, and thus narrated the entire sequence of events. I belong to the Tang family of Yunzhou in the Qing nation. With Tang Kaiping's elucidation, previously obscure details became crystal clear, confirming all speculations. The Tang family now faces internal and external crises, with considerable peril looming, and a single misstep could lead to irreparable ruin, akin to the Jiang family's fate. This reality was intolerable for Tang Kaiping as a member of the family. While our Jiang family has faced such trials, there is no need for sympathy, however. Your Tang family should not succumb to despair. You are the direct descendants of Tang Jiutian, and this hardship should be surmountable, Jiang Shaoxing unexpectedly defended him. Tang Jiutian holds considerable renown on this continent, having once been a celebrated military sage of the Qing nation, revered by countless individuals. Senior, Tang Kaiping, burdened by immense stress and visibly diminished in stature, felt a surge of resolve at the thought of his family and the people of Yunzhou upon hearing Jiang Shaoxing's understanding words, stirring his spirits once more. Haha. No need for gratitude. Our Jiang family also seeks an opportunity. I, as an old man, can endure. But my grandson should not be condemned to languish in this remote valley, especially since he holds great admiration for you. Jiang Shaoxing candidly expressed his thoughts. The pressure on Qin Yijiao is substantial. I am uncertain how much longer Yunzhou can withstand, Tang Kaiping remarked with a tinge of pessimism. While conquering the chaotic territory is considerably challenging, your Qing nation has ample opportunities in Yunzhou, and the odds are significantly more favorable, Jiang Shaoxing stated suddenly. Ah. Both Tang Kaiping and Jiang Baiyan were taken aback, unsure of the reasoning behind his assertion. Chapter 35 Analysis. Upon witnessing Tang Kaiping's astonishment, Jiang Shaoxing felt no surprise. In this world, experience can be of paramount importance at times, while at others, it may hold no value whatsoever. It often depends on whether one can discover their own destiny within it. Adhering to that fate is essential for success and a promising future. Firstly, the major powers in your nation, Qigua, cannot easily defeat any one of their rivals. Furthermore, in their attempts to undermine each other, there will undoubtedly be considerable overt and covert conflict. The pressure on Qin Yijiao, located in the eastern part, is immense. Apart from your Tang family in Yuzhou, the king of Chu and the second prince pose the greatest threats to him. Moreover, the nomadic Manchus of the grasslands are unlikely to be satisfied with just one province. The eastern region of Qinghua is inherently dominated by aristocratic factions. How could a rebel like him find support? Jiang Shaoxing meticulously analyzed the situation. Jiang Shaoxing's words led Tang Kaiping into deep contemplation, not merely a fleeting thought, but a profound reflection that lingered. He had previously considered these matters, yet now, with Qin Yijiao controlling the White Lotus sect and possessing a significantly larger army, the Tang family's opportunities appeared limited. Should Qin Yijiao be granted even a slight reprieve, the Tang family would likely be the first to suffer, as they are the weakest among their adversaries and a burden that he carries. You need not worry excessively. Your Tang family is far more powerful than you realize. Do you not wonder why the second prince and the king of Chu mobilized their forces against Qin Yijiao, especially at the onset of his aggression? The strength of the Tang family exceeds your expectations, Jiang Shaoxing continued to elucidate as he observed Tang Kaiping's confusion. Yet, Qin Yijiao remains vastly more powerful than us. Despite the shock, Tang Kaiping had not anticipated the Tang family's involvement in this matter. Nevertheless, he forced himself to regain composure and focus on the crux of the issue. Ah, indeed, I am somewhat astonished that you can remain calm at this juncture. Qin Yijiao is formidable, but as I mentioned, his enemies are equally formidable. Therefore, there is no need for undue haste, given your current capabilities. Even if you were to rush, it may prove of little benefit, Jiang Shaoxing continued to guide Tang Kaiping. However, my pressure is considerable. Tang Kaiping did not immediately oppose these views, but rather shifted the discussion to another angle. Let me analyze the strengths of your Tang family in comparison to Qin Yijiao, and you will understand why I assert this. Aside from their numerical advantage, Qin Yijiao is fraught with peril at every turn. In contrast, the Tang family enjoys a strategically advantageous location, backed by a chaotic territory, with only Qin Yijiao as their direct adversary. Moreover, the Tang family has resided in Yunzhou and Qinghua for generations, possessing irreplaceable prestige. Most importantly, the various factions in Qinghua would likely oppose his ascension. While your Tang family has already begun to take action, indeed, the chaotic territory may serve as your avenue for opportunity. Though Jiang Shaoxing had never visited Qinghua nor deliberately gathered information about the Tang family or the nation, his analysis was markedly clearer than that of Tang Kaiping, a native of Qinghua. While Tang Kaiping acknowledged his insights, he did not immediately succumb to despair. Although the situation may seem as such, we indeed faced numerous challenges. Jiang Shaoxing, somewhat taken aback by Tang Kaiping's calm demeanor, found his perception of the young man deepening significantly. This child was indeed remarkable. Your ability to recognize these complexities is surprising. Indeed, the challenges you face here are far more intricate than you imagine. Yet it is precisely due to this complexity that the Tang family may find opportunities, Jiang Shaoxing remarked, feeling a sense of reassurance. May I humbly request your guidance? Esteemed elder? Tang Kaiping boldly stepped forward and suddenly bowed to Jiang Shaoxing, inviting him to share his wisdom. Tang Kaiping's invitation carried two meanings. He sought ongoing mentorship and wished to enlist Jiang Shaoxing's support. Those of high standing in society rarely squander their lives. He had the means to offer a path for Jiang Shaoxing to choose, without overstepping any bounds. To have Jiang Shaoxing emerge from retirement, a legendary figure, a military sage, would be invaluable. Even without martial prowess, his influence would be immense. Should he lend his guidance and support? Tang Kaiping was confident that Qin Yijiao's ilk would not pose a significant threat. Haha, the youth is formidable. You should know that I am a wanted criminal in the Great Song Empire. Are you not afraid of attracting trouble? Jiang Shaoxing suddenly quipped. Esteemed elder, you jest. We are far removed from the Great Song Empire, and as I am a citizen of Qigua, even if the Great Song were powerful, they would not concern themselves with this region. Furthermore, given your esteemed reputation in the Great Song Empire, I believe that once the current ruler passes, returning to a life of seclusion would not be difficult for you, Tang Kaiping reasoned, demonstrating a certain aptitude for the intricate dynamics at play. Haha, you young rascal. Jiang Shaoxing chuckled, shaking his head. Indeed, with Grandpa leading the charge, one can accomplish twice as much, Jiang Batian chimed in, relishing the chaos. I shall not emerge from retirement, yet since my grandson has chosen you, I find myself with no choice. You should establish a military academy for training. I will assist you as best I can, and you may consult me should you encounter any uncertainties. Jiang Shaoxing was not one to hold himself aloof, recognizing the need to contribute if he were to support his grandson. Though Tang Kaiping's suggestion had been spontaneous, he had not anticipated gaining Jiang Shaoxing's approval so swiftly. This unexpected endorsement filled him with delight, and he believed that, given sufficient time, their collaboration would deepen. The conversation did not conclude with this matter. Rather, it served to strengthen the bond between the two parties. Topics once deemed too sensitive to discuss were now freely explored, and as they delved into the current military system, Tang Kaiping even invited Jiang Badian to summon other key figures. If you currently organize merely a battalion, expanding in the future will become exceedingly problematic. After a brief introduction, Jiang Shaoxing began to assume the role of advisor, stating directly. As the others were still unfamiliar with him, they fell into contemplative silence after his remarks. Observing the lack of response, Tang Kaiping was the first to speak. Let us deliberate on this matter. I believe our current organization poses issues, particularly. It may lead to confusion in command. If we base our structure on battalions, it would suffice for the time being in Dongshan. But should we wish to expand further in the future, it could become quite challenging, spoke Situ Yi, regarded as the second in command in this assembly. Besides his relationship with Tang Kaiping, he was also among the first to establish a presence in Dongshan. Would it be feasible to directly reorganize into divisions? That would make us a target for criticism. Only a handful of factions in the northern part of the chaotic territory possess division-level organization, and they are core forces of the major sects, countered Han Tianqing, the third-ranking member of this faction, who had connections to the Han family of Dongshan. The remaining members, Wei Quan, Li Qiuan, and Jiang Badian, observed that their peers had begun to express their thoughts and thus felt encouraged to share their own opinions as well. In our discussions regarding the restructuring of our forces, it is evident that merely forming a battalion would pose significant challenges to command implementation and hinder future development. Conversely, an immediate expansion of our ranks is equally impractical, given the current constraints of our environment. After extensive deliberation, Tang Kaiping succinctly summarized the situation. We have debated these issues ad nauseum, yet no viable solutions have emerged. When Tang Kaiping spoke, his words were met with silence. Eventually, he proposed the establishment of 3 battalions, each comprising 5 companies, all fully staffed according to the new structure. Suddenly, he remarked that he was not inclined to perish just yet. We would organize our forces into a division, with the 3 battalions reconstituted as the independent brigade of Dongshan Town. His sudden, cunning smile left everyone, including Jiang Shaoxing, momentarily speechless. How could 3 companies transform back into a single brigade leader? It is merely a title, as long as we can bolster our strength. What does it matter if we call ourselves a squad? Tang Kaiping asserted, effectively dispelling all doubts. Ultimately, it is power that holds paramount importance. Everything else is of little consequence. This transformation would significantly reduce the likelihood of hostility towards our brigade. Furthermore, I recommend leveraging the names of local individuals, as this could lead others to perceive us merely as a small tribe. Jiang Shaoxing was about to voice his approval, recognizing the brilliance of Tang Kaiping's strategy. Such a simplistic designation dismantled all reservations. Seeing no further objections, Tang Kaiping continued. Since we are establishing 3 battalions, I appoint Situ Yi and Han Tianqing as my deputy commanders, one overseeing logistics and recruitment, the other managing discipline and daily training. Wei Quan will lead the 1st battalion, Li Qiuan the 2nd, and Jiang Batian the 3rd. What do you think? Although he held absolute authority over this force, Tang Kaiping did not wish to be a tyrant. With Jiang Shaoxing as his advisor, the pace of Tang Kaiping's assimilation of the local populace accelerated remarkably. Initially, the people of Dongshan had resisted the encroachment of Dong-er, but upon hearing they would be governed by Dongshan Town, they readily acquiesced. After all, in the mountains, they were bandits. Once they stepped outside, they were recognized as something else entirely. However, the transformation of the military proved to be far more challenging than anticipated. The rapid escalation from 5 companies to 15 was indeed swift. Besides the original troops, the loyal guardians of the Jiang family, along with local residents like Zhouju, emerged as crucial components under Tang Kaiping's leadership. Nonetheless, the ranks were still populated by numerous individuals. Fortunately, the elite squad established with Li Kaiyuan played a decisive role, alleviating many pressing concerns. As this squad began to recruit, it immediately garnered widespread enthusiasm. It became apparent that anyone emerging from this group would at the very least be regarded as a squad leader, illustrating the squad's allure. Had the selection slots not been so limited, nearly the entire force would have sought to enlist, an outcome no one had foreseen. Chapter 36. The Great Trend. As Tang Kaiping reorganized the troops, he, with the assistance of Jiang Shaoxing, initiated a training organization within the army. Selected individuals participated in training sessions during the night. Besides Jiang Shaoxing, several others joined in to learn from each other, collectively exploring the shortcomings of their ranks and contemplating future directions. Progress is born from learning, and particularly from collaborative discussions, which not only broadened their horizons but also fostered mutual understanding. Communication is indeed the finest catalyst for growth. The diligence of those in higher positions spurred even greater efforts from those below. The fruits of labor are directly proportional to the effort invested. Growth is palpable. As territory expanded, Qin Bin was burdened anew, appointed as the administrative official for the entire southeastern region of Dongshan. This was a considerable challenge for him. Yet there was no alternative, as others were oblivious to his struggles. Observing his exhaustion, Tang Kaiping unabashedly sought assistance from Yunzhou and Dongshan town, hoping they could address the personnel shortages. Due to Tang Kaiping's swift restructuring process, Shui Dashan, who initially intended to take advantage of the situation, retreated hastily. He was disinclined to engage in conflict here, especially with the imminent showdown between the formidable kings of Dongshan's western and northern territories, whose threats far surpassed those posed by Tang Kaiping. The northern and western regions of Dongshan are steeped in an intricate history of enmity. The northern king, Guajida, and the western king, Guajiming, are siblings, as their names suggest. Both were orphans in their youth, enduring countless hardships before being taken in by a Gua clan in Dongshan, a significant tribe with a population nearing 100,000. The Gua family, notorious for its banditry, thrived on plundering, causing unrest throughout Dongshan. Consequently, the three kings from the southern, western, and northern regions united to besiege the Gua clan. But their coalition was easily defeated in several encounters, resulting in the downfall of the three kings. In subsequent conflicts, the Gua clan captured the entirety of Dongshan's northern and western regions. The two brothers, now possessing considerable strength, gradually began to consume the resources of the Gua family, ultimately leading to one brother seizing the north and the other the west, after which they parted ways. However, the brothers, unchanged in their nature, continued their rampant thievery, which exacerbated existing tensions. Ultimately, a dispute over a woman ignited a war that raged for 2 decades. This woman, whose involvement affected the lives of thousands, was merely a courtesan of modest beauty, lacking any remarkable attributes. Had the brothers united, the entirety of Dongshan could have been their domain, potentially allowing them to emerge as the supreme rulers of the chaotic territories. Yet, history offers no alternatives. It was this courtesan, deemed the most beautiful by the Guo brothers, who led to their downfall, simultaneously allowing Shui Dashan to rise and become another dominant force in Dongshan. Despite their cunning, Guajiming and Guajida were unwilling to concede, leading to Guajiming's decline after acquiring the woman, while Guajida gradually outmaneuvered him. Especially in recent years, Guajida exhibited remarkable prowess, rendering Guajiming no match for him. The conflict has now entered its final phase, with Guajida poised to unify the northern and western territories of Dongshan, potentially establishing himself as the true sovereign of the region. After years of warfare, both the northern and western territories of Dongshan lay in disarray. Even if he were to unify these regions, Shui Dashan perceived opportunities for himself. However, Guajida's military might was formidable, instilling in him a reluctance to engage. Consequently, Dongshan was enveloped in an eerie silence, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest, suffocating in its stillness. This tranquility proved advantageous for Tang Kaiping, allowing for the swift reorganization of the army according to plan. Drawing from prior experiences, this endeavor was significantly less arduous, eliminating the need for blind exploration. Many policies were implemented seamlessly, and with Tang Kaiping meticulously planning the roles of Situ, Yi, and Han Tianqing, he became the most untroubled individual, ensuring that the development of his ranks remained unaffected. This indolent fellow reveled in his ease, opting to spend his days teaching assembled troops alongside Jiang Shaoxing, while also inspecting the smaller units, appearing quite busy, even joining them for training sessions. Although he wished for this idyllic existence to persist, circumstances dictated otherwise. A plea for aid sent to Yunzhou received an immediate response. In the chaotic territories, the Tang family's dark influence remained robust. This time, Tang Jinyuan generously dispatched a support team of over 100 personnel to Tang Kaiping, unveiling all factions within the tumultuous region of Yunzhou, providing considerable resources, both covert and overt. Among the reinforcements were individuals of various talents, most notably grassroots military officers and adept administrators, alongside military academy instructors, and several specialized military advisors, forming a veritable leadership cadre. On the day of their arrival, Tang Kaiping gathered several major leaders to personally welcome these individuals at the outskirts of Dangshan, demonstrating the significance he placed on this event by bringing minimal guards. After an anxious wait, Tang Kaiping finally spotted a long line of carriages on the horizon. Such a grand procession was conspicuous amidst Dongshan's terrain, prompting him to lead his contingent forward. The delegation was comprised of three notable figures, Zhou Ying, Qing Jun, and Du Wuwei. Each was well known in Yunzhou. Zhou Ying, Tang Kaiping's cousin, distinguished himself as a political virtuoso. Having become the town mayor at the tender age of 15, and now serving as a county leader after a decade of honing his skills, he was dispatched to assist Tang Kaiping. Cheng Jun, in his early 40s, boasted over 25 years of service in Yunzhou's military, serving as a pillar of the logistics department. His presence assured the steady production of troops for Tang Kaiping's army, characterized by high standards. Du Wuwei, however, was a unique case. At just 20 years old, he was a prodigy from the renowned Du family in Yunzhou, having excelled academically since childhood. Yet, at some point, he veered off the path of serious study, indulging in various esoteric pursuits, ultimately becoming a jack of all trades. He had spent over 3 years wandering with an old Taoist before returning home. Eager to offer his services to Tang Kaiping, Du Wuwei had shared a close bond with Tang Kaiping during their youth. Initially, the Du family opposed his departure. But after Du Wuwei's persuasive discussions with Tang Jinyuan, they reluctantly acquiesced, allowing him to join Tang Kaiping's cause. Haha, little turtle, little turtle. From a distance, Du Wuwei spotted Tang Kaiping approaching, and without hesitation, he called out. Long ago, Tang Kaiping had acquired the nickname Little Turtle, and upon hearing it, he instinctively lifted his head. Little Rooster? Tang Kaiping suddenly uttered a remark that left everyone aghast. Haha, it's me, I am the Little Turtle. Except for the indifferent Du Wuwei, everyone else was momentarily bewildered. It was utterly perplexing. Is he really a little rooster? Tang Kaiping continued to display his comically exaggerated expressions, appearing remarkably at ease, without a hint of awkwardness. At this point, Zhou Ying could no longer bear the situation and promptly stepped in front of Du Wuwei. Addressing Tang Kaiping, Zhou Ying, Tang Kaiping's cousin, had always looked after him like an elder brother since childhood. Having spent many years in the political arena, he exuded maturity. Such an occasion was no place for Tang Kaiping to embarrass himself. Thus, he candidly remarked. Tang Kaiping soon realized his lapse in decorum and swiftly adjusted his demeanor, welcoming everyone warmly to Dongshan. Due to this interruption, everyone exchanged odd glances. Yet the initial sense of estrangement dissipated instantly, as if they were all old friends reuniting after many years, devoid of any barriers. The convoy was soon guided to the village established by Dong Air, where Tang Kaiping hosted a grand welcome banquet, surpassing even the celebrations following his victory over Dong Air. Except for a few vigilant troops, everyone enjoyed a 3-day respite in rotation. Tang Jinyuan was taken aback by how swiftly Tang Kaiping had established himself in the chaotic territory. Thus, when he made requests for personnel, he was generous, dispatching precisely the right individuals. Apart from Zhou Ying, who alleviated Tang Kaiping's homesickness, Chen Bin was finally able to relax. Qing Jun was also assigned to establish a training camp in Dongshan, where all new recruits would undergo training under his supervision, while the army would focus solely on routine practices, shifting emphasis to the art of warfare itself. Furthermore, after an in-depth discussion between Tang Kaiping and Du Wuwei, the latter was appointed as the deputy commander of the independent battalion, a position of moderate significance. With a sufficient influx of personnel, Tang Kaiping did not hesitate to assign 2 deputy commanders to each of the 3 battalions. The 1st Battalion's deputies were Kong Ning and Zhu Jinke. The 2nd's were Wei Hongwei and Su Jingcheng, and the 3rd's were Ma Jiyun and Yang Ji. All were distinguished members of the Yunzhou army. After these arrangements, Tang Kaiping noticed a marked improvement in his command capabilities. Moreover, he appointed both a commander and a deputy to each squad and expanded the special team into a battalion. Given a little time, Tang Kaiping was confident that this force, deeply rooted in the chaotic territory, would become an absolute asset to Yunzhou, serving as yet another pillar of support. Chapter 37. The world where have you been all these years? Tang Kaiping and Du Wuwei set up a table on a small hill beside the village, brewing 2 pots of the unique eagle tea from Dangshan, and engaged in lively conversation. I have traveled to many places, having explored the realms of the Xiangling, the Song, Tian Yuan, the Wei, the grasslands, the barbaric lands, and the Jurchens, which are the great powers surrounding us. I have also visited the countries of Yu, Wei, Zhou, Jiao, and Yi to the west, which are of a similar size to ours, as well as the 72 smaller nations like Yushur, Xixia, Gan, Rong, and Fenggang further west. The farthest I have reached are the great empires of Daqin and Rilang, Du Wuwei mentioned casually. You spent 3 years on foot? In Tang Kaiping's mind, it would be nothing short of miraculous to cover such distance in 3 years, considering that even for a small nation like Qinghua, it would take several months to traverse from east to west without pause. Indeed, I did not stay in one place for more than 10 days. And my master is somewhat special, allowing us to travel much faster than others, Du Wuwei replied. Seeing that he was reluctant to elaborate further, Tang Kaipeng refrained from probing deeper, instead countering with, what about the south? I have heard that there are many powerful nations even further west. I have heard of them too, but there was simply no time. As soon as I returned, I came straight to you. I still wish to explore more. Du Wuwei lamented. Haha, I am not conscripting you. Tang Kaipeng chuckled, feeling a tinge of regret for him. With Qingguo in such a state, and Yunzhou facing both internal and external strife, I have little inclination to venture out. Du Wuwei expressed a strong sense of patriotism. There is nothing we can do. As you can see, our opportunities are limited, Tang Kaipeng sighed. In chaotic times, heroes emerge. This presents us with opportunities. Du Wuwei asserted with a hint of audacity. Oh, has the once little rooster developed ambitions? Tang Kaipeng couldn't help but smile at his expression. After experiencing so much, how could one not mature? Du Wuwei remarked nonchalantly. By the way, tell me about this chaotic territory. I have yet to visit here, he continued. Recently, it has been relatively peaceful here, and our opportunities are scarce. The people around us are not easy to deal with, facing numerous challenges. Thus, Tang Kaipeng provided an overview of the surrounding situation. So, our current enemies are Wang's family, Shui Dashan, and Guodaji. Allow me to rank them. The most formidable is Wang's family. Although they are not particularly strong, their background is solid. Next is Guodaji, who currently controls the western part of Dongshan and most of the north, and finally, Shui Dashan. Du Wuwei pondered aloud. Indeed. We must also consider that without Uncle Bai and the others, we would be the weakest. Our opportunities are limited, Tang Kaipeng concurred. I do not believe that. First, I think Shui Dashan is a sensible person. Now, cooperation with us is his only chance. Therefore, we are not the weakest in Dongshan. As for Wang's family, they probably won't act rashly. After all, they don't regard us highly, focusing instead on Han's family, which also has some background. As long as we support them when necessary, they will surely retreat when faced with difficulty. Du Wuwei provided a contrarian analysis. Support? Tang Kaipeng had never regarded Han's family or Dongshan as outsiders. So he was immediately puzzled by his statement. Haha, of course, it's support. Given the current situation, Han's family cannot see you as their strength, and commanding them would be quite challenging, Du Wuwei clarified. That may be true, but we should act first. Tang Kaipeng feared Han Tianqing might feel distressed. Hence, he had always refrained from intervening in Dongshan. To act first would invite criticism, and they cannot trust you. We must wait for them to request support, allowing us to appear as saviors, and then we can incorporate them seamlessly. Du Wuwei had already positioned himself strategically in the conversation. Tang Kaipeng found himself deep in thought, seriously reflecting on Du Wuwei's words. Indeed, given the current circumstances, this choice seemed to be the best course of action. Let us not dwell on this for now. After all, Wang's family has not taken any significant action, while Guodaji is moving swiftly. Could this pose a substantial threat to us? Tang Kaipeng inquired. The opportunities here are greater. Shui Dashan cannot withstand much longer, and his plea for help will come swiftly. Guodaji won't grant him much time, Du Wuwei responded. Why wouldn't he choose to act against us? If Guodaji unifies the north, he will be connecting with the eastern part of Dongshan. He does not understand. And our 3 post-heaven messages will surely reach him. He dares not act against us, Du Wuwei said with a smile. This is advantageous. The more time we have, the more favorable it is for us, Tang Kaipeng remarked. Thanks to the fortuitous alignment of time, location, and human resources, a transformation was brewing in another part of Dongshan that Tang Kaipeng had not anticipated. However, these changes were still quite subtle, only to evolve from quantitative to qualitative shifts over time. At this moment, hundreds of kilometers away in the western part of Dongshan, Guodaji stood in the center of a training ground, surveying the newly assembled force of over 15,000 men with great enthusiasm. This was to be the final strength to be deployed against Guodaming in the last battle. Guodaji was quite rotund, resembling a rolling ball, waddling like a duck, as if he might topple over in battle. Yet, the formidable presence he had cultivated over the years was not something to be challenged lightly. Trailing behind this imposing figure was a slender scholar, possessing a striking visual contrast. If one were not careful, they might easily overlook him, as he appeared rather unremarkable. However, Guodaji occasionally turned to him with jovial exchanges, indicating that this individual held a position of significance. Luo, it seems my brother is quite incapacitated now, Guodaji remarked, his voice surprisingly soft despite his size. Haha, congratulations, my king. You are on the verge of unifying Dongshan, Luo replied with a beaming smile. Haha, it cannot be that swift. We have yet to eliminate a single corner. Guodaji expressed his delight, nearly unable to contain his laughter. Luo did not respond directly. Instead, he stepped aside, unfurling a map of the entire Dongshan region, and took a brush to encircle Guadaming's northern territory within Guadaji's western domain. My king, we occupy half of Dongshan. When we add the forces that will soon pledge allegiance to the Gua family, we could command an army of nearly 80,000. Even if we suffer some losses at our peak, with 80,000 troops advancing, who in Dongshan could withstand us? Dongshan will be ours, Luo declared boldly. Guadaji, however, lacked the ambition one might expect. In the past, he had been similarly restrained. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his brother to take his woman. Thus, rather than exuding unbridled excitement, he wore a frown and said, "Is this not too hasty? We should wait a while longer." Upon hearing this, Luowen's previously ignited passion was extinguished. At such a critical moment, to refrain from pursuing victory and instead advocate for waiting was utterly unfathomable. Luowen is not a local of Dongshan. His family resides in the southern region of the Chaotic Territories. His father, a leader of a small town, is unlike others in the Chaotic realm, being a scholar rather than a martial artist. Thus, tragedy was destined from the very beginning. When Luowen was merely 10 years old, the town fell victim to a conspiracy, leading to the catastrophic downfall of his family. Due to his tender age, he seized an opportunity to escape and eventually made his way to Dongshan. Yearning for revenge, he endured 5 or 6 years in Guadaji's army, waiting for the moment he could gain Guadaji's trust. Just as he was poised to make his mark, he discovered Guadaji's true nature. Xiaowen, do not worry. Dongshan will eventually fall into our hands. There is no need to rush. Once I secure my brother's position and stabilize our hold, we shall swiftly take Dongshan. Guadaji reassured him, recognizing the shift in Luowen's expression after years of being in power. He understood that he must provide some comfort. For Luowen was indeed a talent he valued. Yes, my king, I admit my youthful impetuosity, although only 16. Luowen's experiences had long since stripped him of any youthful exuberance. He realized he had lost all hope in Guadaji. Haha, good. You see, I have no sons, only a daughter. In a few years, when you are older, I shall arrange your marriage. Guadaji beamed at Luowen's submission. Luowen was at a loss for words. Guadaji's daughter was merely 11 years old. Even if he waited, it would be many years hence. And Guadaji himself was only 50. Who could predict how many years would pass before his abdication? If all continued as it was, opportunities would be lost. The recent upheaval in the eastern part of Dongshan and the southern region's struggle for self-preservation presented a prime opportunity. Though Luowen wished to argue, he knew it would be futile, as Guadaji was inherently cautious, an attribute that might lead to his success, yet could also herald his downfall. Perhaps due to his uncertainty about the future, Luowen's thoughts turned to preserving his own life and making a resurgence in Dongshan. Guadaji's promises seemed to him mere trifles, hardly worthy of serious consideration. Meanwhile, in Dongshan town, a few hundred individuals were gathered, with Hanyu personally overseeing the training of these troops. The Wang family's forces had already made several appearances on the outskirts of Dongshan, indicating that war might not be far off. In the distant north, thanks to Qin Yijiao's timely return, the second prince and King Chu, after engaging in 2 battles, retreated upon realizing there was no opportunity for victory. This allowed Qin Yijiao to regain some composure, yet the thorn of Yunzhou continued to cause him significant discomfort, leaving him restless. Just as he contemplated a decisive action to eliminate this threat, the Jurchens suddenly surged forth from Mingzhou, startling him. It is well known that the greatest enemies of the entire Qing nation are the nomadic tribes of the grasslands, the Manchus, and the Jurchens. The forces at Qin Yijiao's disposal were inadequate to withstand such threats, prompting him to hastily reallocate troops, temporarily sidelining his plans for southern expansion. Fortunately, due to seasonal factors, the Jurchens seemed not to have launched significant offensives, sparing Qin Yijiao from immediate danger, though the scare left him in a cold sweat. Moreover, in the regions under his rule, various so-called righteous armies began to emerge, local inhabitants of the Qing nation struggling to survive, posing a severe threat to his authority. To maintain control and confront the Jurchens, Qin Yijiao was reluctantly compelled to abandon his southern campaign, leaving the thorn of Yunzhou to fester for some time. At this juncture, the second prince and King Chu, rightful heirs of the Qing nation, did not neglect to add to his troubles, dispatching over 100,000 troops to the border. Once again, Qin Yijiao, the harbinger of the Qing nation's demise, found himself besieged by internal strife and external threats. In the autumnal depths of the 348th year of the Qing dynasty, a profound chill permeated the Yun province. The once golden lands had surrendered to desolation. Yet diligent souls toiled, preparing for the next season's yield. Engrossed in their pursuits, they remained oblivious to the observer in their midst. Survival, and the aspiration for a better existence, consumed the thoughts of the masses, with grander notions remaining distant to those untouched by such experiences. Yun province differed from other regions of the Qing dynasty, nestled as it was in the south, where the land yielded 2 harvests annually. Predominantly cultivating rice, the province flourished, ensuring that families, after settling their dues, were spared from hunger. Occasional ventures further eased their burdens. "How fares this year's harvest?" inquired Tang Yuan, his concern reflecting the future policy direction of Yun province. "The heavens have been kind, sparing us from natural calamities. The harvest is bountiful, though slightly hindered by the recent conflict with Qin, resulting in a marginal increase compared to last year," replied Du Mu, the province's administrative official and patriarch of the Du family. Du Mu's contributions were vital to Yun province's prosperity, granting Tang Yuan peace of mind. "Even a modest increase is welcome, as it sustains our armies," Tang Yuan remarked, his consideration for the populace, uncommon for a proprietor of Yun province like himself, earned him their unwavering support. "We are fortunate here. I hear Qin is collecting taxes 2 decades in advance," Du Mu, a man in his 50s with prematurely white hair, quipped, eliciting laughter from the assembly. The mirth stemmed not from his words, but from his antiquated demeanor. "Let us not dwell on that. A confrontation with Qin is inevitable, a battle for survival. His actions only serve our cause," Tang Yuan declared. "The fourth young master has made headway in the chaotic territory. Success there will turn the tide in our favor," added Wei Yunqi, the architect of the chaotic territory strategy, displaying particular interest in its progress. Following his family's displacement from Qin's inner circle, Wei Yunqi was readily embraced by Yun province, leaving him no recourse but to dedicate himself to their cause. As Tang Yuan recognized, Wei Yunqi was a capable man, swiftly supplanting Yuan Bingyi and charting a course for Yun province, averting stagnation and instilling hope. Indeed, his performance is commendable. Of those dispatched, only 5 groups have shown promise, with his amassing nearly 10,000 recruits. With proper cultivation, he could become our most vital source of manpower. Tang Yuan expressed his satisfaction with Tang Kaiping's endeavors. "While the chaotic territory requires no provisions from us, I believe we must maintain control over personnel to ease the young master's burden," Du Mu proposed, recognizing the boon of a territory that augmented their forces without straining their resources. "Agreed. The young master faces considerable challenges with such a rapid influx of recruits. Sending reinforcements would be prudent," Wei Yunqi concurred. "Very well, we shall augment his ranks and transfer the chaotic territory's military intelligence to his command," Tang Yuan decided after a moment's contemplation. Ordinarily, the intelligence apparatus remained under Tang Yuan's direct control, making its delegation unthinkable. However, given Tang Kaiping's position, objections were muted. Strengthening Tang Kaiping indirectly bolstered Yun province, a strategic imperative for the region's expansion. The plan offered minimal investment for substantial returns, rendering opposition futile. While his peers engaged in light-hearted discussion, Tang Kaiping found no respite. Guodaji's final strike against Guodaming was imminent, and Xue Dashan's letter lay before him. Though the aftermath of Guodaji's actions remained uncertain, the balance of power in Dongshan had irrevocably shifted. Even if he harbored no desire for aggression, his subordinates would likely press for it. With turmoil engulfing Dongshan, Tang Kaiping's days of tranquility are numbered. While Tang Kaiping should have been undaunted, he, like any commander, desired a better trained force before engaging in conflict. "Let us discuss our course of action," Tang Kaiping began, seeking counsel from his advisors in hopes of devising an infallible strategy. Du Wei, without hesitation, seized the letter and scrutinized its contents. Xue Dashan lauded Tang Kaiping as an unparalleled hero, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, before abruptly shifting to the menace posed by Guodaji, painting a grim picture of his power. "If his words hold true, we might as well surrender," Du Wei muttered despondently. "Let us persevere. Hope remains," Tang Kaiping countered. Du Wei, taken aback, suspected the letter contained more than met the eye. He reluctantly resumed reading, his countenance changing dramatically as he slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed with indignation. Witnessing Du Wei's reaction, Zhou, a man of composure, promptly seized the letter and began to read aloud. Beyond the profuse praise, the letter transitioned to a comparative analysis of Dongshan's forces. While Guodaji held the lion's share, Xue Dashan also possessed considerable strength. In contrast, Dongshan's eastern forces were portrayed as a mere few thousand, vulnerable to any assault by Guodaji and Xue Dashan. The letter urged Tang Kaiping to rally around Xue Dashan's leadership, culminating in a demand for Tang Kaiping to integrate his troops into Xue Dashan's command. Has the man lost his mind? Sima equipped, in contrast to Du Wei's fury. Nay, he is far from mad. He is shrewd, attempting to intimidate us into negotiations, Tang Kaiping declared, having discerned Xue Dashan's intentions from the outset. Du Wei, lacking the political acumen of his battle-hardened comrades, grasped the situation upon hearing their interpretations. He settled back, took a sip of tea, and suggested, if he seeks leadership, perhaps we should acquiesce. Would Guodaji not languish without an adversary? His words elicited laughter. Indeed, Guodaji was ambitious, while Xue Dashan was audacious. As these two factions engaged in internecine conflict, Tang Kaiping's nascent power required only time to surpass them all. Xue Dashan was acutely aware that a mere letter could not alter the course of events, nonetheless. He sought to instill in these newcomers a sense of caution regarding the dominion of Dongshan. They must tread lightly and refrain from being ostentatious. At this juncture, however, the real peril lay with Guadaji. After issuing a stern warning, Xue Dashan mobilized all his forces to guard against Guadaji. Confident that Tang Kaiping lacked both the audacity and the means to harbor any ambitions against him, Guadaji continued his relentless assault, ultimately seizing the stronghold of Guadaming. The woman who had captivated him so profoundly met her wicked fate alongside Guadaming in that very moment. Unfazed, Guadaji rushed to his brother's side, overwhelmed with grief. Perhaps the woman had merely been a pretext. Looking around, he realized that his brother had become far more significant to him now that he himself had lost much of his former allure. After offering solace, he unified the western and northern territories of Dongshan under his singular authority. Long live the king! The jubilant cheers erupted from below, a cacophony of victorious acclaim, opportunistic flattery, and the begrudging acceptance of some surrendering factions. Regardless of their sentiments, they all knelt before Guadaji. Though no longer in his youth, he felt as if he had been transported back 2 decades to a time of unbridled vigor, as vitality surged back into his weary frame. The stage of this world still had a place for him. Congratulations to the king on his monumental achievements. May he continue to forge greatness and unify Dongshan. Luo Wen had never contemplated vengeance, for in such chaotic territories, life and death were commonplace. Yet, he refused to languish in such a fate, waiting for Guadaji to grow old and pass, only to inherit his domain when it was too late. What he sought was a formidable legacy, a powerful platform. Mediocrity was not his destiny. Thus, he chose to exert pressure, compelling Guadaji to declare his intent to unify Dongshan. The cheers swelled again. Unify Dongshan. Unify Dongshan. The troops below, devoid of complex thoughts, would follow whoever provided sustenance. Their fervor ignited. In that heated moment, they were indeed fervent. And the aspiration to unify Dongshan felt exhilaratingly attainable. Guadaji, however, was not swayed by the fervor as others might expect. He had outgrown such impulsiveness and, in fact, became the most composed among them. His perceptive gaze was fixed on Luo Wen, seeking to discern the motives behind this provocative discourse. Had they not reached an understanding? Luo Wen paid no heed to Guadaji's expression. He needed a nod of agreement from him at that moment. Dongshan is ours. Guadaji, a seasoned veteran of many a tumultuous scene, recognized the gravity of the moment. Luo Wen understood that Guadaji harbored no immediate intentions to mobilize his forces and realized that further persuasion would be futile. In the face of despair, he found himself at a loss. Chapter 39. The Assassination Order in the winter of the 348th year of the Qing dynasty. The entire chaotic territory and the kingdom of Qing were suddenly enveloped in an unusual chill. Wild snowstorms swept from the east to the distant west, and this war-torn land once again fell into a strange tranquility. Qin Iju successfully repelled the Jurchen invasions in Haizhou, while other factions within the kingdom of Qing also paused their advances. Only the chaotic territory continued to be embroiled in relentless strife, regardless of the people's longing for peace. War resembled an unstoppable wheel that would not cease its grinding until it left a deep mark behind. Due to Guadaji's retreat, the East Mountain unexpectedly settled into a calm, yet this unforeseen snowstorm exacerbated underlying conflicts, igniting rivalry among the 3 factions, with war looming ominously. The onset of these events was abrupt and entirely unforeseen. Following Luo Wen's palace coup, he was swiftly quelled by Guadaji. As an outsider who had clawed his way to prominence, Luo Wen had unknowingly offended countless individuals. Once he lost his standing, numerous ambitions surged forth. It mattered little if one rose to power, for they were merely human, devoid of any true support, merely a castle built upon air. However, should one fall from grace, the collapse of their lofty dreams would be anything but simple. Originally, this posed no significant threat. Luo Wen's intelligence should have rendered him unaffected by such turmoil. But an ambiguous letter from Xue Dashan suddenly placed his life in jeopardy. During the era of the 4 kings competing in the East Mountain, Xue Dashan had been Guadaji's most natural ally, and Luo Wen had engaged him fervently. Beyond sharing intelligence and resources, they had also exchanged territory and strategic dealings. However, the situation had drastically changed. The entirety of the East Mountain now belonged to Guadaji, particularly at a time when Luo Wen was most vulnerable. Under the influence of scheming individuals, the letter became a hot potato, burning Luo Wen, who lamented helplessly. Initially, Guadaji had not believed the contents of the letter. However, upon receiving reports of Luo Wen's attempted escape, he issued an arrest order just as Luo Wen neared the junction of East Mountain's western and southern borders. Within Luo Wen's residence, Guadaji's men discovered 2 letters, one penned by Luo Wen and the other by Xue Dashan. The latter contained no significant information, merely greetings. While Luo Wen's letter ominously stated, "Your Majesty, our aspirations diverge. When we meet on the battlefield, do not show mercy to my subordinates. Contrary to expectations, Guadaji did not erupt in rage. Instead, he sighed and issued the unique assassination order characteristic of the Gua family. The Gua family's assassination order was renowned as the most terrifying decree in the East Mountain, targeting enemies of the Gua clan. Historically, only 5 individuals had received such a fate: the 3 original kings of East Mountain and 2 postnatal-level powerhouses who had retreated into seclusion. None had escaped death. As snowflakes delicately danced through the air, Luo found no joy in their beauty. He had learned of the Gua family's assassination order the previous day, aware that life and death could hinge on the next moment. Originally, Shui Dashin had seemed his best ally. Through repeated encounters, Luo sensed that their ideals often aligned. Yet now, he realized that Shui Dashin could not shield him from the Gua family's decree. The name Tang Kaiping suddenly surfaced in his mind. As Guadaji's chief strategist, Luo had maintained a keen awareness of him since his initial appearance in East Mountain. Tang's astonishing displays had caught Luo's attention, and the emergence of 3 unparalleled powerhouses had left him tense for quite some time. Fortunately, these formidable figures seemed to only appear during the final battle, allowing for numerous opportunities. In the face of the assassination order, perhaps that was the safest refuge. Meanwhile, Tang Kaiping was preoccupied with the dire situation in his domain. Many homes had collapsed, and numerous individuals huddled in makeshift shelters, relying on firewood for warmth, often lacking even a single warm garment. Tang Kaiping promptly dispatched troops to unify the reconstruction efforts, erecting wooden structures mixed with earthen walls, which proved effective in retaining warmth. The notion of the military constructing homes for the populace was unprecedented in the chaotic territory, particularly in a bandit-ridden region like East Mountain. It was an almost fantastical idea. Yet Tang Kaiping not only initiated this endeavor but also actively participated alongside his troops. On a brighter note, the second wave of support from Tang Jinyuan had reached East Mountain. Beyond the urgent personnel, the management of intelligence within the chaotic territory greatly benefited him. Historically, the Tang family had placed considerable importance on the chaotic territory, possessing formidable intelligence capabilities. Leading the charge was Xing Fan, an unremarkable figure devoid of distinctive traits. Yet he should not be underestimated. Aside from his early postnatal cultivation, he was a loyal operative of the Tang family, overseeing over 300 intelligence personnel within the chaotic territory. "Young master, I am Xing Fan," he greeted upon their first meeting. "Xing uncle," Tang Kaiping replied, recognizing Xing Fan, who appeared to be around 40 years of age and had been brought along multiple times due to his association with the Tang family. The Tang family's assassins numbered no more than 30, all orphans raised in Yunzhou, utterly loyal to the Tang family. They occupied significant positions, particularly within the intelligence department. "Young master, from now on, I shall report directly to you. Feel free to assign tasks as you see fit," Xing Fan stated, displaying his competence honed from years of navigating the chaotic territory. "Xing uncle, I am still unfamiliar with the chaotic territory. Please enlighten me," Tang Kaiping requested. For a leader still in the process of establishing authority, it was crucial to allow subordinates to unleash their full potential, as this would garner their recognition. "You are already aware of the current state of the chaotic territory. Let me delineate the division of powers here," Xing Fan began slowly after a moment's contemplation. Through Xing Fan's narrative, Tang Kaiping discerned that the chaotic territory could be segmented into over a dozen regions, with the Tato River Plain being particularly unique. Given the relationship between Yunzhou and the Kingdom of Qin, the previous ruling factions had been obliterated. This area, situated in the northern part of the chaotic territory, had once been governed by the Moon God sect during the first invasion of the Kingdom of Qin, but it was swiftly eradicated. Following this, the Qing forces were likewise expelled, and due to unequal distribution, chaos ensued. Ultimately, it became a realm where no one held dominion. While this might not differ significantly from other areas in the chaotic territory, Xing Fan informed Tang Kaiping that opportunities were abundant here, as long as they refrained from allowing other factions to intervene. Accumulating power in this region was indeed the wisest choice. After all, the capacity of Yunzhou was limited, and forming 5 divisions was already the utmost limit. However, in a place like Tato, which could yield 3 harvests a year, establishing 5 divisions was entirely feasible, provided the surrounding environment permitted. Due to the dense population, chaos reigned supreme here, making the pursuit of such objectives exceedingly challenging. After all, numerous factions inhabited the area, and mere occupation would not suffice. "Xing uncle, how many personnel do we have in the intelligence department?" Tang Kaiping inquired, having always considered intelligence to be his eyes and ears, thus taking it seriously from the outset. The center comprises 361 individuals, while the lower tier is estimated to consist of approximately 2,500, although the exact figure remains elusive due to daily fluctuations. This is the fruit of Xing Fan's labor over the years. He initially arrived here with merely 6 people. The expenditure has been considerable. Tang Kaiping is acutely aware that the costs incurred by the intelligence department are undoubtedly substantial, and at present, His own resources are in their infancy, rendering him incapable of providing significant financial support. Rest assured, the superior has already issued orders. Our supply to him will remain uninterrupted, although no further increments will be made. Should the young master harbor any additional aspirations, it may require his own financial contribution. As for our expenditures, they approximate the cost of a battalion. Zheng Fan finally elicited a sigh of relief from Tang Kaiping. After establishing leadership, Tang Kaiping, not one to be overly courteous, decided in consultation with Zheng Fan to shift all focus to the northern regions of the chaotic territory, which also happens to be the most developed area of Zheng Fan's intelligence operations. While Tang Kaiping continued his diligent efforts, Luo Wen had effortlessly traversed the outer territories of Shui Dashan and successfully arrived in the southeastern part of Dongshan. Although he had made some internal resolutions during his journey, he found himself grappling with doubts upon stepping onto this land. Could ideals truly be realized here? Was he perhaps too impatient? After all, if he were to wait 20 years, wouldn't all of Dongshan ultimately belong to him? Yet, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. This was not his desire. Dongshan was merely a small stage, far too modest to satisfy his ambitions. He felt he could not afford to wait even 10 years. The heavy snowfall showed no signs of abating, perhaps reflecting discontent with the world. It persisted for 5 full days without respite. Unlike elsewhere, Luo Wen's carriage did not lose its way, as numerous soldiers and common folk traversed the path, creating a well-trodden road through the snow. From a distance, he heard the sounds of many collaborating in labor, and soon, roaring bonfires came into view. A regimented army worked alongside ordinary citizens, constructing rows of orderly houses on an open plot nearby. Despite the heavy snowfall, the local populace was actively engaged in labor. Luo Wen furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend this. It was a clear manifestation of tyrannical rule. However, the enthusiasm of the people quickly captured his attention. In such inclement weather, not a single citizen voiced complaints. Everyone appeared exceedingly joyful and worked with remarkable vigor, an occurrence that should not be happening. Why were the locals laboring in this weather? Upon noticing someone approaching, Luo Wen hastily inquired. "Young master, you seem to be an outsider," spoke an elderly farmer, who scrutinized Luo Wen's carriage and attire before continuing. "Indeed," Luo Wen replied after a brief pause, nodding in affirmation. At this moment, there was little to conceal. Any attempt at subterfuge would be futile. So he chose to acknowledge the truth directly. Chapter 40, The Strategist. It appears you are unaware, my lord. It is the great Tang Wang who has commanded the construction of houses for us. Just look at the heavy snowfall. It has crushed our homes significantly. We cannot endure this winter. The king, unable to bear the sight, has come to provide us shelter, the old farmer said with deep respect. What? Building houses for the common folk? Luo Wen's perception of the world was utterly transformed in an instant. The notion of an army constructing homes for the people seemed like a fantastical dream, not only in this den of bandits in Dongshan, but anywhere else. What? You doubt it, my lord? Look over there. Our king is laboring himself. The farmer's words struck Luo Wen as if the world had gone mad. He reflected on his own proclamations of love for the people, realizing he could never act in such a manner. The populace was meant to be ruled, not served. The old farmer, disregarding the motionless Luo Wen, found the burden he carried to be particularly heavy for one of his age. Standing for too long became unbearable. Luo Wen remained dazed yet still, observing from a distance, determined to see for himself that Tang Kaiping was merely performing a charade. Surely, no king would personally repair the homes of his subjects. Around Tang Kaiping, many were toiling, evidently kept at a distance from the common folk. But the reality left Luo Wen thoroughly disheartened. Tang Kaiping did not behave as he had anticipated. He worked tirelessly until dusk, departing only after the day's labor was complete. In the biting wind and snow, Luo Wen felt the snow had enveloped his feet. The once ferocious storm seemed to have been touched, halting its descent. As he witnessed Tang Kaiping depart, a multitude of citizens gathered to send him off. He was not merely a ruler. In their eyes, he was akin to a deity. These new homes might not be grand, nor as idyllic as imagined. Yet they offered sanctuary, a place to avoid the bitter cold. Through his actions, Tang Kaiping conveyed to all that to be under his rule was a blessing. The day's labor had been exhausting for Tang Kaiping, yet it was Luo Wen amidst the storm that captivated him. Often, we fail to notice how an environment leaves its mark on us over time. It becomes an indelible part of our being, surfacing effortlessly and revealing our essence. My lord, you have been watching Tang for an entire afternoon. Is there something you wish to discuss? Tang Kaiping had long since noticed Luo Wen's presence. Yet from the disdainful expression on his face, he decided to maintain an air of indifference. He was well aware of the details surrounding the Guo family's deadly edict. Luo Wen's movements had been under scrutiny. It was safe to say he could not escape Tang Kaiping's grasp. This man was too significant with him. Tang Kaiping could expedite the unification of Dongshan. To Tang Kaiping, Luo Wen resembled a rare treasure, brimming with value. His gaze, imbued with a sense of greed, betrayed his intentions. As Tang Kaiping scrutinized Luo, the latter reciprocated the examination. Although Tang Kaiping was still youthful, an undeniable aura of authority surrounded him, as if it were an innate part of his being, woven into his very essence. His eyes, however, conveyed an approachable nature, instilling trust. Tang Kaiping appeared to be no older than Luo, perhaps slightly so, yet the weight of experience in his demeanor suggested a world turned mad. After all he had endured, such a realization should not have emerged, yet it was undeniably present. Ah, so the great Tang Wang has been observant all along? It is of little consequence. I was merely testing to see if you were but a charlatan, Luo replied nonchalantly. Boldness indeed. The individuals accompanying Tang Kaiping were part of a newly formed elite squad, handpicked from the military by Jiang Batian to spend a month with him as guards. In their eyes, Tang Kaiping was sacred, and upon hearing Luo's disrespectful utterance, they grew agitated. Tang Kaiping found Jiang Boshan's arrangement quite beneficial. These individuals were the cream of the crop and would undoubtedly be entrusted with greater responsibilities in the future. Living together would allow him to forge a bond and impart his ideals to them. Enough of this nonsense. Do you not see this gentleman is a scholar? Tang Kaiping admonished. Scholars are the elite of society in any era. Respect is the bare minimum. This gentleman, how fares your wager? Tang Kaiping inquired. Luo appeared momentarily taken aback before he sighed, expressing his disillusionment. Alas, I did not expect there truly existed a bandit king who genuinely cares for the welfare of the people. Haha, you flatter me, my lord. If you do not mind, please join me for a cup of warm wine at my humble abode, Tang Kaiping offered. Captain, this stranger is of unknown origins, is he not? Since Tang Kaiping's group was officially a battalion, they referred to him as captain. Upon witnessing Tang Kaiping extend an invitation to this rude stranger, they quickly cautioned him. It is of no concern. Do you not see the demeanor of a gentleman? He could not even be an assassin, could he? It is quite all right. Tang Kaiping did not reprimand the others. After all, their intentions were rooted in duty. Luo, however, was taken aback. In such circumstances, they dared to voice their dissent openly. It was utterly unexpected. A guard openly defying his master in the presence of outsiders was quite astonishing. Might I ask your esteemed name, my lord? Tang Kaiping had already deduced with a fair degree of certainty that this man was indeed Luo. Yet he chose not to expose him, instead politely inquiring. Haha, we are no strangers to candor. I am Luo, he declared bluntly. Ah, so it is the esteemed Luo Gongzi. I have long admired your reputation. Please, this way. You, fetch some warm wine and light snacks. I shall share a drink with Luo Gongzi. Moments later, they arrived at Tang Kaiping's residence. After opening the door for Luo, Tang Kaiping commanded those outside. Tang Kaiping's dwelling was modest, a simple structure with a small courtyard. Inside, an array of weapons, clearly used frequently, bore the marks of wear, suggesting vigorous training. I apologize for the simplicity of my abode, Tang Kaiping said humbly. You are too gracious, my lord. I too have endured hardships, Luo replied, feeling somewhat awkward. It was entirely unexpected for a figure such as Tang Kaiping to show such courtesy to a fugitive like himself. Come, sit, let us share a few drinks. Noticing Luo's face had turned slightly blue from the cold after waiting outside for so long, he spoke with concern. Please, Luo, no longer concerned with pretenses, accepted the invitation, for the chill was indeed biting. The crackling of the charcoal fire sent sparks dancing into the air, illuminating the room as the temperature began to rise. Despite this, the fierce cold still seeped through the drafty walls, ensuring adequate ventilation. Luo grasped a cup of warm wine, tilting his head back to gulp it down without regard for Tang Kaiping's reaction. The effect was immediate. The warmth coursed through him, alleviating the tremors that had gripped him, allowing him to relax in the cozy space. In addition to the warm wine, the servants had prepared some braised beef and 3 distinctive stir-fried dishes, including a stewed fish and 2 vegetable dishes. Please forgive me for my humble offerings, dear brother Luo, Tang Kaiping said somewhat apologetically, glancing outside at the heavy snowfall. There isn't much to eat, so let us make do. Surely you jest, my lord, Luo remarked. Sensing that such fare was likely a regular indulgence for someone of Tang's stature, it was evident that the rapid preparation of the meal indicated prior arrangements. Haha, you have seen through me. This is merely our standard fare here. Given your impressive abilities, I've added a stew of fish, a delicacy reserved for those of rank above the captain. I suppose I barely qualify, Tang added with a chuckle. Is everyone treated equally? Luo inquired, astonished. It was well known that rulers like Tang Kaiping lived in unparalleled luxury, and even the wisest among them seldom mingled with the common folk in such a manner. In the nascent stages of our enterprise, we lack the means to indulge. Just look at the tempest outside. Troubles abound both within and without, Tang Kaiping said, raising his cup and downing its contents in one swift motion. At this juncture, Luo remained silent, acutely aware of Tang's intentions. The conversation would inevitably shift towards policies, where even dissent would require him to bare his soul. However, Tang Kaiping remained unperturbed, continuing to feast as if the earlier conversation bore no weight. While also serving dishes to Luo Wen found himself drawn to the food, as though it possessed an enchanting quality. Observing his enjoyment, Tang Kaiping smiled and promptly offered him more. The crackling of the bright embers became the dominant sound within the room, accompanied only by the clinking of cutlery between the two meal companions. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to stream quietly from the corners of Luo Wen's eyes. He attempted to conceal this, but his efforts did not escape Tang Kaiping's notice. "What troubles you, brother Luo? Is the food not to your liking?" Tang Kaiping asked with concern. "To be honest, this scene evokes memories of my parents," Luo Wen replied after taking a deep breath. His words plunged Tang Kaiping into contemplation. No one could evade the chaos of this world, and perhaps only in some rare haven of bliss could one find true happiness. Luo Wen had been but a child when he left home, on a snowy day much like this one, the snowflakes dancing gracefully in the air. When the marauding soldiers invaded, young Luo was oblivious to the calamity unfolding around him, perceiving it merely as a game. When the guards finally escorted him away, he was haunted by the sight of his parents' demise, marking a profound shift in the course of his life. "My apologies for causing you distress, Luo Wen." A remarkably resilient individual quickly wiped away his tears and resumed eating heartily. As a warm cup of wine coursed through their veins, both men felt a gentle flush rise to their cheeks, and the air grew warmer with the fire's glow, erasing the invisible barriers that had once separated them. "I recognize that you aspire to achieve great things, my lord. I wonder if you might consider me for an opportunity," Luo Wen acknowledged, aware that his options were dwindling. "Haha, to be candid, I had hoped you would come to assist me, which is why I summoned you," Tang Kaiping replied forthrightly. At that moment, Luo Wen realized he had no other refuge. This place was indeed a sanctuary amidst the storm. Chapter 41. Predicament. Enigma driven by an ardent thirst for talent. Tang Kaiping recognized the invaluable experience Luo Wen possessed, a quality desperately needed to solidify his endeavors in the chaotic territories. Securing Dongshan would mark a pivotal milestone, establishing Tang Kaiping's presence and propelling Yunzhou toward a more illustrious future. Observing Tang Kaiping, Luo Wen deliberated intensely before finally reaching a decision. "I pledge allegiance to the king." Without pretense, Luo Wen knelt before Tang Kaiping, expressing his fealty. While Tang Kaiping's influence appeared modest, Luo Wen perceived it as the most promising path, warranting his meticulous consideration as a strategist. "Esteemed Luo, please rise." "Such formality is unnecessary," Tang Kaiping responded, feigning surprise while inwardly elated. Hailing from Dongshan, Luo Wen addressed Tang Kaiping as king, a title befitting his position. This exchange fostered a newfound openness, facilitating the sharing of previously unspoken thoughts. Though lingering distrust remained, their bond began to solidify. Ideals, a common ground for the young, served as a catalyst for uniting their aspirations. Gradually, they unveiled their hidden agendas, fostering mutual trust and understanding. "Frankly, my king, I harbor doubts about avenging my past, but I find Dongshan's limited scope stifling," Luo Wen confessed, recounting his experiences. "Indeed, confining one's vision to Dongshan is a waste of potential," Tang Kaiping concurred, divulging his origins in Yunzhou, Qing Kingdom, though anticipating a connection to a recognized power. Luo Wen was taken aback by the Yunzhou revelation. In contrast to Yunzhou's apprehension toward the chaotic territories, its inhabitants held little regard for Yunzhou or the Qing Kingdom, viewing them as mere footnotes in history amidst their own perilous existence. Luo Wen swiftly composed himself, mentally reviewing the dynamics between the chaotic territories and the Qing Kingdom, particularly Yunzhou. This prospect ignited Luo Wen's ambition, as Dongshan's limitations paled in comparison. True visionaries sought grander stages, shaping the world through their actions. "Dongshan is but a beginning. I seek minimal conflict within the chaotic territories, yet Yunzhou requires a source of manpower," Tang Kaiping lamented. "My king, Yunzhou's strategy is sound. Given the precarious state of the Qing Kingdom, Yunzhou would be bereft of opportunity without the chaotic territories as a reservoir of soldiers," Luo Wen asserted, swiftly adapting to analyze the situation. "Opportunity?" Tang Kaiping inquired, intrigued. He had not considered this, viewing the Qing Kingdom and Yunzhou as distinct entities. However, Luo Wen's words illuminated the connection. Indeed, Luo Wen affirmed, in such turbulent times, has the Tang family, with its vast influence, not contemplated vying for supremacy? "Even if you have not, others surely have." "I have not," Tang Kaiping replied. "As for the future, we shall see." This revelation challenged Tang Kaiping. As the Tang family of Yunzhou, renowned for its loyalty, harbored such ambitions, "I cannot foresee Yunzhou's future. But its actions in the chaotic territory suggest more than mere defense against Qin," Luo Wen continued. Tang Kaiping pondered this, acknowledging that the Qing Kingdom's circumstances demanded more than unwavering loyalty from the Tang family. "What course should I take?" Tang Kaiping inquired, his resolve revealing his inherent leadership. Luo Wen, pleased by this assertiveness, paused before stating, "Yunzhou possesses 3 distinct advantages." "Oh?" Tang Kaiping responded, sensing the crux of the matter. "Firstly, Yunzhou, while autonomous, remains an integral part of the Qing kingdom, recognized by its internal factions. Secondly, the Tang family has governed Yunzhou for 2 generations, establishing deep roots and a solid foundation. Lastly, the Qing kingdom's turmoil stems from 4 external forces lacking legitimate claim to unification, Luo when elucidated. Yet, we remain the weakest, Tang Kaiping side. Indeed. And the state of the chaotic territories will directly impact Yunzhou's future. I surmise this is why the Judushi dispatched you here, Luo when remarked, attributing great importance to the mission. Contrary to your belief, I was but a militiaman in Yunzhou, and my contingent consists mostly of militiamen, save for those arriving later. Tang Kaiping clarified, acknowledging the significance of the chaotic territories to Yunzhou. Luo when merely smiled. Regardless of your belief, that is the reality, Tang Kaiping insisted. What is my present course of action? Luo when inquired, shifting focus to strategic considerations. Our priority is to bolster our forces. We have only recently secured eastern Dongshan and remain vulnerable, Tang Kaiping stated. Luo 1, though not fully aware of Tang Kaiping's strength, understood Guidaji's capabilities. Without overwhelming force, challenging Guidaji with eastern Dongshan's resources would be futile, even with Shui Dashan's alliance. Guidaji controlled western and northern Dongshan, having seized control of the Guo family. What is the size of our army? Luo when inquired, furrowing his brow. Approximately 8,000. I prefer not to recruit excessively, as Dongshan's disproportionate military presence hinders future development. Tang Kaiping explained, recognizing the need for a more balanced governance. Indeed, I have observed this issue, reminiscent of Guidaji's time. However, numbers often dictate outcomes, and our current strength may be insufficient against Guidaji's forces, Luo when concurred. I am aware that Guidaji remains cautious. Given 3 months, I shall transform these 8,000 into a formidable force, Tang Kaiping asserted confidently. Though uncertain of Tang Kaiping's methods, Luo when believed in his capabilities. 3 months? Guidaji will not attack within half a year, Luo when declared with certainty. Tang Kaiping was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Were it anyone else speaking, he would undoubtedly be skeptical. However, this was a statement made by Luo 1, and thus he held it in utmost regard. Although Guidaji appeared formidable at present, he was not the sole adversary. The true opponent lay with the entirety of Shui Dashan and Dongshan. Luo when continued, Shui Dashan? Tang Kaiping questioned, somewhat perplexed. Guidaji's military might may seem impressive, yet his internal stability was precarious, and he had long since abandoned any grand ambitions. If we present ourselves as sufficiently powerful, he would acquiesce. Conversely, Shui Dashan represented the authentic challenge, driven by ambition and operating like a well-oiled machine. Luo when possessed a far deeper understanding of Dongshan. How shall we confront this? Tang Kaiping inquired promptly. Now that we share a common foe, Shui Dashan becomes the enemy of our enemy. Let us enlist their assistance, Luo when replied with a sly grin. The enemy? Indeed. To unify Dongshan, 2 conditions must be met. First, Shui Dashan. Second, absolute military might. While the notion of absolute power was comprehensible, Tang Kaiping's curiosity was piqued regarding Shui Dashan. What do you mean by that? He pressed eagerly. We must force him into a corner and then assimilate him. Luo when, perhaps under the influence of drink, spoke with a mixture of jest and sincerity. Assimilation. Tang Kaiping contemplated this notion, yet it ultimately hinged upon whether others would grant him such an opportunity. I possess a comprehensive understanding of both Guidaji and Shui Dashan. They will comply with your wishes, Luo when assured with a twinkle in his eye. Sir, please assist me, Tang Kaiping exclaimed, rising to his feet, clasping his hands before him in a deep bow. In this era, he was performing a significant act of reverence. Luo when promptly returned the gesture, saying, I am honored by your regard. In the chaotic territories, lord is a term used for vassals. Even amidst turmoil, a semblance of justice persists, with vassals embodying one such form of loyalty. Even if one's kin betray them, their vassals would remain steadfast once one becomes a vassal. It is akin to becoming a sworn protector. Should a sworn protector betray their master, who would trust you thereafter? Haha, splendid. Brother Luo, I assure you, your stage will be grand, Tang Kaiping declared. He refrained from making excessive promises, yet Luo when could sense a profound confidence emanating from him. In his eyes, the stage of Yunzhou was ample to display all that he had to offer. Thus, the two engaged in spirited discourse well into the night, discussing not only the strategy for Dongshan but also the development of the chaotic territories, the occupation of Yunzhou, and the state of Qiguo, despite it being their inaugural meeting. And with much still to learn about one another, an air of trust began to take root. As time progressed, this trust would gradually deepen, eventually blossoming into a robust bond. This marked the first of many lengthy conversations between the two, and it was within such dialogues that the transformations impacting the entire continent, and indeed the very era itself, would slowly unfold. Naturally, in the future, such discussions would not be limited to these two alone. The winter nights were exceptionally long. And with the cessation of falling snow, the darkness lurking beneath the previously concealed snow began to stir. The polar night transformed into a vibrant tapestry of activity. Tang Kaiping did not formally appoint Luo into a high-ranking position. Rather, he merely assigned him a modest advisory role, equivalent to that of Du Wuwei, albeit with different responsibilities. Chapter 42. Haizhou, situated on the northeastern frontier of Qing, is bordered by Mingzhou to the north, Baizhou to the south, and Longzhou to the west. Endowed with an extensive coastline, it boasts a large-scale port and 3 smaller harbors, rendering it one of the most flourishing locales in Qing. Beyond its prosperity, Haizhou is a source of pride for all citizens of Qing, serving as the nation's vanguard against the nomadic tribes. Countless Qing heroes have left their mark here, their deeds chronicling the annals of Qing. Haizhou is a place that stirs the blood upon mention. Yet, history is immutable. All of this has receded into the past, seemingly distant from contemporary memory. Hailong Bay, the name of this colossal port, is the jewel of Haizhou. However, since Qin Yijiao's incursion, its former splendor has vanished, leaving behind only ordinary citizens dwelling in their homes with trepidation. Approximately 50 kilometers from Hailong Bay, 2 contingents, each numbering over 2,000, are engaged in fierce combat, despite the snowdrifts reaching 2 feet high. Their attire clearly distinguishes the combatants, Qin Yijiao's Wu army and the Jurchen forces. Providence is equitable. In this snowy weather, the Jurchen cavalry is rendered ineffective, while the Wu infantry gains a decisive advantage, becoming the protagonists of the conflict. The Jurchens are swiftly routed and retreat. My lord, we have discovered Jurchens in Hailong Bay again, reports Fan Qi, one of Qin Yijiao's strategists. Did they engage? Qin Yijiao harbors a dislike for strategists, finding them excessively astute, often anticipating problems before him. However, he cannot dispense with their services, so he maintains a tolerant attitude toward them, albeit without granting them any authority. Fan Qi, in his 40s, possesses a perpetually somber demeanor, lacking the vivacity of Wei Yunxi, resembling a mere automaton. Yes, my lord, they engaged, and we emerged victorious, beheading over 800, with only 200 escaping, Fan Qi states. What? Qin Yijiao furrows his brow, exclaiming loudly. Qin Yijiao harbors a deep-seated animosity toward the Jurchens, but the current circumstances preclude him from antagonizing them, lest he plunge into an irredeemable predicament. My lord, Fan Qi is perplexed by his lord's vehement reaction. Oh, it is nothing. Order the troops to withdraw. The Jurchens can accomplish little in such weather. Qin Yijiao has dispatched emissaries to negotiate with the Jurchens, offering to cede Haizhou and Longzhou to them at an opportune moment in exchange for a cessation of hostilities and the provision of war horses. The Jurchens have assented to his proposal, stipulating that they will refrain from action as long as his forces remain quiescent, but any provocation will be met with retribution. This prospect causes Qin Yijiao considerable consternation. He had intended to utilize the 4 legions, comprising over 400,000 troops, amassed in the south to assault Yuzhou. But now he must defer the offensive. Once I have unified Qing, I shall exterminate the entire Jurchen race, Qin Yijiao vows inwardly after dismissing Fan Qi. Qin Yijiao detests being constrained, particularly when he perceives an opportunity. However, complete fulfillment is elusive in this world. One must perpetually address challenges to truly live, even if one is an emperor. In this ostensibly placid snowy weather, the Jurchen's movements afford Yunzhou a modicum of respite, though this tranquility is merely superficial. The vicissitudes of Qing have no discernible impact on the anarchic territories, which remain perpetually tumultuous, as if destined to never find repose. Be more diligent. I do not maintain you for mere observation. If you do not exert yourselves, I shall execute you all, Wang Bin exclaims. Exasperated by the troops' failure to meet his expectations despite nearly 3 months of rigorous training, Wang Bin has been unstinting in his efforts over the past months, subjecting the troops to daily training. Even Wang Huatao has been conscripted. Initially, many resisted, particularly the faction led by Wang Huatao, comprising a dozen individuals. Wang Bin showed no leniency, summarily executing 3 and administering 30 lashes to the remainder, including Wang Huatao, confining him to bed for 3 days. Moreover, Wang Bin's subsequent pronouncements rendered the previously efficacious mother card utterly ineffective. 3 days later, Wang Huatao was once again escorted to the training grounds. The months of training have precipitated a dramatic transformation in Wang Huatao's character. While retaining a degree of imperiousness, his former dissolute demeanor has completely dissipated. He has come to realize that this is advantageous, as his subordinates now exhibit greater loyalty, as evidenced by their laudatory remarks, which gratify him immensely. After the session, report to my residence, Wang Bin commands Wang Huatao. Yes, Wang Huatao responds formally. In addition to basic physical conditioning, Wang Bin's training regimen places significant emphasis on discipline. After such prolonged conditioning, Wang Huatao has become akin to a regular soldier, discipline ingrained in his every word and deed. As the snow ceases and the air grows increasingly frigid, Wang Huadao shrugs to warm himself and quickens his pace to hasten his return home, which he has not visited in over 2 months, evoking a profound sense of longing. Has the young master returned? The gatekeeper of the Wang residence exclaims, hurrying to greet Wang Huadao. Wang Huadao has returned alone. Had the transformation not been so profound, the gatekeeper might have mistaken him for someone else. Wang Huadao's outings were invariably accompanied by a retinue of at least a dozen individuals. His solitary return is unprecedented. Yes, I have returned. Why are you standing outside in this frigid weather? The wind is strong. Come inside, Wang Huadao says to him. Young master? The gatekeeper is taken aback. This is an unprecedented occurrence. Patting the man's shoulder, Wang Huadao smiles without further comment. These are the fruits of Wang Bin's recent tutelage. Winning hearts is difficult, yet sometimes simple. Wang Huadao treads directly onto the snow-covered ground and enters the courtyard. As the rulers of the 2 adjacent counties, the Wang residence is exceptionally expansive. Upon entering, one encounters a corridor stretching over 100 zhang, flanked by an artificial lake on one side and a garden teeming with various plants on the other, all currently blanketed in snow. Traversing the corridor, one arrives at the Wang family's main hall, where portraits of the preceding generations of the Wang family are displayed. The lineage spanning 4 generations. Wang Huadao approaches the portraits, kowtows formally 3 times, takes the incense offered by a maidservant, and places it in the incense burner. Afterward, he retires to his small room to remove his outer garment and wash before returning to the main hall. Wang Bin has not yet arrived, so Wang Huadao takes a seat and drinks tea served by a maidservant. The room lacks a fireplace but is equipped with a subterranean heating system. The fire source situated far away, with the warmth emanating from below. Come with me to the study. Wang Bin finally emerges from the rear after a period of waiting. Instructing rather than speaking directly, Wang Huadao is taken aback. Wang Bin's study is a sanctum, generally inaccessible. Wang Huadao has only visited it once before. Thus, Wang Huadao does not dare to tarry and follows promptly. The study is situated directly north of the main hall, approximately 100 meters distant. Due to its importance, a 10-man guard is stationed there year-round. Wang Bin also secludes himself here during periods of contemplation. Despite his curiosity, Wang Huadao refrains from gazing about. Proceeding with his head bowed. Please be seated, Wang Bin gestured. Yes, father. Having arrived here, Wang Huadao understood that familial matters were to be discussed. Tao Tao, you have grown up, Wang Bin said with a smile, pleased with the changes in Wang Huadao recently. Father, I was ignorant before. Please forgive me. Wang Huadao had long wanted to express this sentiment but lacked the opportunity until today. Wang Bin's face shifted through a myriad of emotions, recalling the bittersweet moments of life, making the growth of his child all the more worthwhile. I am relieved to entrust the Wang family to you, Wang Bin said, gratified. Father, I fear I lack the ability. Wang Huadao was taken aback, unsure why his father would suddenly relinquish power. Our Wang family is a force to be reckoned with in the Tawachuo River Plain. How could a frivolous son lead? This training was primarily aimed at you, Wang Bin explained. Wang Huadao had never fully understood his father's intentions, often finding his demands too strict. Now, he realized it was all to groom him as a successor. From today onward, the entire army is yours, including training. The Tawachuo River is now in flux. Do not fixate solely on Dongshan Town. Act boldly, and I will bear the brunt of any major consequences, Wang Bin declared abruptly. Father, Although Wang Huadao yearned for the army and had trained extensively, he knew his capabilities were still limited, and his competence was crucial. Child, now that you are sensible, I am at ease. We will not rush. Remember, I will always stand behind you, Wang Bin said, seemingly unwilling to delve further into the matter. Yes, father, I understand, Wang Huadao replied, knowing that once his father made a decision, it was difficult to alter. A prodigal son who returns is more valuable than gold. Wang Huadao possessed a rare tenacity, returning to the military camp that very night without even visiting his mother, whom he longed to see most. At this time, Tang Kaiping was unaware of the changes taking place within his enemy's ranks. He only felt an intense headache, unable to rise. He had no idea how much he had drunk the previous night, but even after sleeping for an entire day, Luo Wen had yet to awaken. The snow outside had ceased, making the weather much colder than before, rendering most activities impossible. Someone, announce a meeting, a general assembly. Tang Kaiping divided meetings into 4 types: internal small meetings, overall general assemblies, and mobilization meetings. This general assembly required the participation of all key military and political figures. Tang Kaiping personally stoked the charcoal fire in the room until it glowed red before rousing Luo Wen to attend the meeting. We will have a meeting shortly, and I will introduce you to everyone, Tang Kaiping said as he had someone bring water for Luo Wen to wash up. All right, Luo Wen replied, thinking it was for the best. Having resolved to pledge allegiance to Tang Kaiping, the sooner he interacted with others, the better. After a simple meal, the others began to arrive one after another. Chapter 43. Strategy on the 23rd day of the winter month in the 348th year of the Qing dynasty. A modest assembly convened at Tang Kaiping's residence in eastern Dongshan. Unbeknownst to those present, this unassuming meeting would ignite a world-altering future. Why has the weather turned so bitterly cold all of a sudden? I didn't feel it as much when it was snowing a few days ago, remarked Si Tui, a man deeply averse to the frigid temperatures. It's because the snow has stopped. Haven't you noticed it's starting to melt? Wei Quan responded. Indeed. I wonder when this dreadful weather will finally abate, Si Tui conceded. All right, come in, everyone. This is Luo Wen. I'd like you all to become acquainted. Tang Kaiping announced at the entrance. Most of those present were already familiar with Luo Wen, a prominent figure in Dongshan. However, they were surprised that Tang Kaiping had managed to secure his allegiance. His reputation alone was enough to command attention, and with Tang Kaiping's introduction, everyone transformed into paragons of civility, introducing themselves to Luo Wen one by one. Come over here, Tang Kaiping instructed, gesturing for everyone to gather around the table after the tea had been prepared. The reason I've called you all here is simply to introduce Luo Wen, who will be joining us as an advisor. Furthermore, we spent last night discussing some ideas that we'd like to share with you all. Tang Kaiping's conversation with Luo Wen had been comprehensive, encompassing a detailed blueprint for the future of the group and the Yunzhou region it supported. As a result, his words plunged everyone into contemplation. The room became reminiscent of the previous day, save for the sounds of breathing and the crackling of the burning charcoal. Each person was engrossed in thought, contemplating matters that would affect their future and the future of the group. This silence was short-lived, and soon a fervent discussion erupted. The meeting persisted throughout the entire day, with political, economic, and cultural matters being raised and meticulously planned, in addition to military affairs. While many imperfections may have remained, it was far more sophisticated than before. At the very least, these plans demonstrated that the group was more than just a military entity. It had evolved into a regime, a nascent political power ruling over eastern Dongshan. Despite their youth, Luo Wen was deeply impressed by the maturity these individuals had cultivated over time. The group lacked rigid rules and excessive inhibitions, and their most abundant asset was their youthful vitality and unwavering determination. Amidst such reflections, Luo Wen found himself unconsciously drawn into the group, becoming one of its members. The meeting commenced with a discussion of political affairs, an area where the group had consistently been lacking. Now that I've essentially streamlined our framework, I've identified 3 issues. First, the structure within the region is chaotic, resulting in ineffective governance, with many tribes remaining in a state of semi-independence. Second, Dongshan is a mountainous region with limited grain production and low economic income. Third, the proportion of the population serving in the military is too high, consuming excessive manpower, Zhou stated, his expertise immediately apparent. These are all determined by the fundamental conditions of Dongshan, and change may take time. Luo Wen, can you tell us how Guadaji avoided these problems? Tang Kaiping inquired, frustrated by the fact that while eastern Dongshan had been unified, the tribes were paying lip service to his authority, leaving him at a loss. Actually, Guadaji wasn't able to solve this problem either. However, Shuedushan has been quite successful in this regard, Luo Wen replied. Shuedushan? Everyone was taken aback. His method is gradual. He first improves the of his troops and then recruits soldiers from various tribes. After these soldiers have served with distinction or retired, they are sent back to their tribes. After several batches of soldiers have passed through his ranks, most of the young people in these tribes will have served in his army. Then, he establishes a reserve force, which essentially brings these tribes under his control. Luo Wen explained. Indeed, the idea was clear: control the youth of these tribes, and you control their future. However, this approach required too much time, and they did not have enough to spare. When I was at the Trade Alliance, I discovered some ideas that might be applicable, Du Wuwei mused. Oh? Tell us about them, Tang Kaiping said, always curious about the Trade Alliance, a nation so unlike any other in the era. As you all know, the Trade Alliance has countless islands and territories in the Tiannan Ocean. These territories are inhabited by numerous indigenous peoples who have consistently resisted their arrival. To govern these indigenous populations, the Trade Alliance establishes numerous factories in suitable locations and recruits these people to work in them. These workers experience a significant improvement in their living conditions and security compared to before, which attracts more and more people. The workers in the factories are easy to manage, and resistance ceases to exist. Eventually, only the elderly and children remain in the mountains. Moreover, these individuals spend and pay taxes, and the money they earn gradually flows into the Trade Alliance's coffers, eliminating resistance, Du Wuwei explained, expressing his admiration for this model, which emphasized development rather than mere occupation. Everyone was lost in thought, profoundly impacted by this unprecedented concept. But we don't have any factories to build, Chenbin pointed out. While he may not have been particularly adept at political affairs, he possessed an intimate understanding of the group. We can build farms. Dongshan's agricultural capacity is too weak. During the Song dynasty, farms were used to concentrate labor and increase production. Jiang Badian suddenly recalled the farms his grandfather had established to increase yields when he first arrived in Dongshan. Yes, build farms. We can grow crops based on demand and then concentrate labor for large-scale cultivation, which can then be sold externally. By establishing some factories, we can attract a large workforce. Zhou agreed, finding the idea feasible. All right, cousin, you'll take charge of this, with Du Wuwei assisting. Enlist the support of everyone. This is not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time and will require sustained effort, Tang Kaiping concluded, making a final decision on the matter. The matters pertaining to military training were approved most quickly. Aside from intensifying training, there were no other simple solutions. However, Cheng Jun brought Tang Kaiping a pleasant surprise. After taking over logistics, in addition to ensuring daily supplies, I focused on two aspects: arms manufacturing and new recruit training. I established 3 logistics departments, with the latter 2 being of particular importance. I must say that I was quite surprised to discover that we had no arms manufacturing capabilities whatsoever, Cheng Jun said, turning to glare at the others with some displeasure. Tang Kaiping and Si Tui could only offer dry smiles. It wasn't that they were unaware of the importance of arms manufacturing, but they simply didn't know how to go about it. I've made some improvements to the existing weapons and have been trying to mass-produce them. I'm also developing some new weapons tailored to our enemy situation, but this will take time. So there are no results yet. As for army training, in addition to regular training, I've also selected some outstanding recruits for the Jiang Lao training class to motivate the new soldiers. We've only trained over 1,000 people in the past few months. But hopefully, things will improve in the future, Cheng Jun explained. Uncle Cheng, we don't understand much about this. From now on, Han Tianqing and Luowen, you two will assist Uncle Cheng. We'll do our best to fulfill any requests he may have, Tang Kaiping said. Yes. With the significance of logistics now universally acknowledged, enthusiastic support has been garnered. Now, let's discuss the circumstances surrounding us. Uncle Xing, perhaps you could enlighten us, prompted. As you wish, young master, replied with a serene obeisance. Our reconnaissance reveals that the entirety of the chaotic territory has witnessed a temporary cessation of hostilities due to the snowfall. However, the underlying conflicts remain unresolved. Portending a surge in disputes upon the thaw. Paused, clearing his throat before continuing, the situation around our eastern mountain stronghold is precarious. Having consolidated the western and northern territories, has completed his military reorganization. An offensive is anticipated in the spring, though whether it will be directed at us remains uncertain. The state of Eastern Mountain Town, just outside our perimeter, is particularly concerning. The forces have been training assiduously and are likely to initiate action imminently, with Eastern Mountain Town as their probable target, concluded, resuming his seat. It appears our adversaries are not inclined to relent. Could we face a two-front war? Inquired, unfurling a map upon the table. They are poised to strike soon. S intentions are less clear, responded. Is unlikely to move so quickly, interjected, recounting his personal affairs. This revelation elucidated the situation for all present, eliciting concern for circumstances. We must not be complacent. Therefore, we shall leave behind a garrison and the new recruits to address the threat first. Securing Eastern Mountain Town will then be a natural consequence, decreed. Thus, the grand strategy was determined. Subsequently, every detail underwent thorough deliberation. Through collective wisdom and collaborative effort, this group completed its initial transformation from insignificance to a regional power, setting the stage to prove itself on the grand stage of the future. The meeting's conclusion signified the rise of this nascent power. As time progresses, everything will take root and burgeon. Through the trials and tribulations ahead, this tender sapling will gradually mature, enduring relentless storms until it ultimately ascends into a towering arboreal giant. Chapter 44. The rising conflict time swiftly passed, and soon it was February of the 349th year of the Kingdom of Celebration. The once snow-covered earth had completely shed its white mantle, and the air began to warm day by day. Contrary to expectations, the royal family did not launch an immediate assault on Dongshan town. To avoid unnecessary complications and to prevent arousing suspicion in Dongshan, the troops refrained from setting out immediately, instead biding their time for an opportune moment. Keep pushing, just 5 more miles, and victory will be yours. A weary contingent trudged along the road. Tang Kaiping stood atop a distant hill, observing these individuals. This was the first public selection for the Special Operations Unit. When applications were opened, over 5,000 had come forward from an initial pool of 8,000 soldiers. However, after 2 rounds of elimination, only 260 remained for the final assessment today. These were the elite of the troops, and the standards for this test were exceptionally stringent. Comprising 5 components: javelin throw, water crossing, teamwork, stealth attack, and a forced march. Completing this process would take an entire day. Initially, the candidates were required to throw 100 javelins into designated areas, followed by a 10-kilometer water crossing. Once across, teams of 10 had to locate 20 specially concealed items in a valley. Next, they needed to stealthily raid a courtyard guarded by 20 unsuccessful candidates. Finally, They would undertake a grueling 40-kilometer march. Throughout this day, eating was prohibited, and there were only a few brief intervals for rest. Consequently, few could endure such trials unless they possessed martial prowess above the third tier. Even then, exhaustion was inevitable. The team leader observed everyone closely, urging them to exert themselves further. Li Kaiyuan noticed Tang Kaiping's gaze upon the group and promptly commanded them. For those selected had previously undergone specialized training under his meticulous guidance, granting him considerable authority. Among those whom Li Kaiyuan referred to as the team leader, there was only one, Tang Kaiping. Privately, everyone called him the king. Upon hearing that the king was watching, the remnants of their spent energy seemed to be mysteriously replenished. And despite their fatigue, they quickened their pace, eager to reach the finish line sooner. The selection process concluded swiftly, excluding those who withdrew midway. All 96 who persevered through the entirety of the ordeal were recruited into the Special Operations Unit. Originally, I had no intention of saying anything. But your sincerity has moved me. I wish to tell you that you are all our seeds, the future of our forces. Tang Kaiping's voice, though not loud, resonated profoundly in the ears of all present. Within this unit, I hope you will absorb ample nourishment, so that in the future, you may take root and flourish, ultimately becoming towering trees that provide a haven of happiness for me, for you, and for your families and friends behind you. Tang Kaiping had always strived to make everyone understand that their current efforts were not for others, but for themselves. Yet, he had struggled to articulate this until today. He realized it was a responsibility, one that could not be shirked. As Tang Kaiping continued to reorganize the military, a small team of about a dozen individuals discreetly appeared on the outskirts of Dongshan Town. Their movements were remarkably agile, and after a quick reconnaissance, they vanished into the distance. Young master, Dongshan Town has made no defensive preparations. It seems they are utterly unaware of our actions, reported one of the scouts. Our deployment is relatively covert, but let us not underestimate Hanyu. We must remain vigilant, replied Wang Huadao. After undergoing significant military transformation, Wang Huadao had shed his former identity as a frivolous youth, emerging as a formidable figure. However, his hatred for Dongshan Town had intensified dramatically. He owned to uproot this malignant thorn. He understood that the onset of battle was not simply a matter of commencing hostilities. Prior reconnaissance was essential, and both sides would engage in a series of intense confrontations. Thus, elite forces were dispatched to ensure an advantage in the forthcoming conflict. The Wang family's maneuvers were extensive, allowing Hanyu to receive early intelligence. It could be said that the Wang family was exerting their utmost effort, deploying over 2,500 troops, all having undergone rigorous retraining under Wang Bin for 6 months. Hanyu refrained from sending out scouts. Instead, he paced back and forth within his residence. During this period, he had not trained his troops or managed them. He was well aware of his nephew's capabilities, and he knew their combined strength was insufficient for resistance. Had he not recently surpassed the limits of a martial artist to become a postnatal master, he might have lacked the courage to resist at all. Master, we could request support from the young lady, suggested the ever-composed steward. Hanyu merely sighed deeply. Han Tianqing had relayed all of Tang Kaiping's strengths to Hanyu, complicating his decision further. While requesting assistance would undoubtedly be unproblematic, reclaiming the troops after the battle would be impossible. Dongshan Town would no longer bear the Han name. Noticing Hanyu's hesitation, the steward refrained from interrupting, waiting a moment before saying, I believe giving Dongshan Town to your nephews might be more advantageous for this son-in-law. Hanyu was momentarily taken aback. Then a subtle smile graced his lips. Indeed, since Han Tianqing was to marry him, offering Dongshan to Tang Kaiping would be akin to gifting it to his son-in-law. Very well, let us send support. Consider Dongshan Town as a dowry for my daughter, Hanyu declared. His words conveyed an immeasurable sorrow. The plight of a hero in Twilight was the obvious description. A newly ascended postnatal master now found himself seeking assistance from his subordinates. The pace of change in the world was astonishingly swift. My lord, could this not be an opportunity? The steward unexpectedly opened the door as he departed, allowing sunlight to stream into the room. He turned back at the threshold and suddenly spoke. Upon hearing those words, Hanyu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Dongshan Town was his creation, and now seeking assistance implied relinquishing his dominion over it. The thought was excruciating. Years of effort seemed wasted, a reality few could accept. Yet, much like the steward had opened the door, stepping through it could lead to a new horizon. Why cling to the trivial gains or losses of the present? Suddenly, Hanyu found himself unburdened, realizing that all his previous repression had vanished. His strength surged dramatically, and the recently achieved breakthrough in his cultivation unexpectedly escalated to the second tier of postnatal mastery, a development that took him by surprise. Upon receiving the message, Tang Kaiping immediately ordered Li Qiuan to lead his battalion ahead, later to rendezvous with Jiang Boshan's unit, alongside Du Wuwei, Han Tianqing, and the Bai family's 3 allies, to escort provisions onward. The eastern sector of Dongshan was entrusted to Situ Yi and Wei Quan. Tang Kaiping's actions were swift, and Wang Huadao was not idle either. After thorough reconnaissance, he promptly initiated a probing attack. Han Yu made no attempt at a defensive response, withdrawing his troops back into the city, as engaging outside would merely squander manpower. Currently, Dongshan Town was critically short on forces. Dongshan Town maintained a garrison of 500 men, and the unit led by Li Kaiyuan was reassembled, albeit with a markedly diminished combat capability. This decline was significantly influenced by the internal strife among Han's sons. After all, Han Yu was a genuine warlord of his time. Following the withdrawal to the city, his sons were stripped of military command. After a series of strategic adjustments, the troops began to show some signs of improvement, yet it remained uncertain whether these forces could adequately defend Dongshan Town. Wang Huadao's probing assault swiftly reached the gates of Dongshan Town, an occurrence that would have been inconceivable in the past. The unexpected ease of this advance led Wang to suspect the presence of a hidden conspiracy. Fueled by doubt, he dispatched over 30 men to scour the surrounding area for an entire day. Only after confirming the absence of any threats did he establish his camp outside Dongshan Town. The situation within Dongshan held little significance for the Wang family, who had never shown interest in it. Consequently, they were oblivious to Tang Kaiping's circumstances. In the chaotic territory, the number of bandit factions was countless, yet none possessed substantial strength. Even with a large army, without robust power, all efforts would be in vain. Why concern themselves with him? To the Wang family, Tang Kaiping was entirely dispensable, incapable of stirring any considerable turbulence. Dongshan remained merely a den of bandits. After a night's encampment, Wang Huadao organized his troops for their initial assault at dawn the following day. Following extensive training, the Wang army exhibited a remarkable synergy in their assault. Long-range suppression, medium-range strikes, and close-quarter attacks fused seamlessly. This was indeed my army. Wang felt an exhilarating thrill. Despite being at a disadvantage, Dongshan Town did not surrender easily. As the Wang army approached within 30 meters of the city walls, the defenders launched their counterattack. As before, countless arrows rained down from above, impeding the Wang army's advance. Subsequently, javelins descended as well, their lethality far surpassing that of arrows, effectively halting the assault and resulting in significant casualties among the Wang troops. Damn it, they're using javelins? Wang Huadao cursed upon witnessing the heavy losses. In the chaotic territory, javelins were referred to as throwing spears, and their usage in warfare was relatively rare due to the smaller scale of battles. Inspired by Han Tianqing, Han Yu had also incorporated corresponding javelins into his forces, which compelled Wang Huadao to halt his attack. Wang commanded the shield bearers to take the front line and instructed the archers to provide covering fire, aiming to minimize losses. A fierce tug-of-war ensued, with casualties escalating rapidly. It was evident that the Wang army excelled far beyond Han's troops in terms of cohesion and vigor. They were not comparable in any regard. Were it not for the Han army's advantage of occupying the city walls, a rout would have been imminent. The February winds were biting cold, sweeping through in layers, compelling everyone to burrow deeper into their garments. On the afternoon of the third day of battle, Li Kaiyuan finally arrived at the outskirts of Dongshan Town. His battalion, bolstered in strength, comprised over 2,200 men, supplemented by more than 100 from the Special Operations Unit, thereby possessing the capacity to launch a direct assault. However, he chose not to do so. Instead, he established his position at a considerable distance from Dongshan and dispatched the Special Operations Unit to commence a thorough elimination of Wang Army scouts. Although the Wang Army scouts were the elite of their forces, they were swiftly eradicated under the element of surprise, leaving the Wang Army blind and deaf. Chapter 45. Flanking attack. In comparison to the battles of the first 2 days, the third day proved to be significantly easier for the Wang family. By midday, under the command of a captain, the Wang forces surged onto the city walls. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Huadao committed the remaining strength of his troops to this assault, aiming to decisively capture the stronghold and seize control of Dongshan Town. Observing the impending breach of the walls, Han Yu simultaneously dispatched the last remaining support unit, comprised of Han family members, to reinforce the defense. As the conflict intensified, Wang Huadao grew increasingly impatient. After 3 days of relentless fighting, he had already suffered the loss of over 200 men, with an additional 600 wounded, more than 200 of whom were incapacitated for the foreseeable future. His forces were weary, and if they could not achieve victory today, they would have to wait several days to regroup before launching another offensive. In stark contrast, the casualties suffered by Dongshan Town were staggering. With an initial force of merely 500, even bolstered by new recruits, they numbered no more than 700. After 3 days of battle, over 200 had perished, and more than 100 were rendered unable to fight, effectively decimating their ranks. Had this been a field battle, it was highly likely that the remaining forces would have already crumbled. Han Yu was acutely aware that Tang Kaiping's troops might appear within the next few days, making it crucial to endure the afternoon's conflict. At this critical juncture, as the battle raged on, Li Kaiyuan launched a surprise attack from the rear of Wang Huadao's forces. Caught off guard in the absence of scouts, Wang Huadao was oblivious to the threat approaching from behind. Nevertheless, he had prudently reserved a battalion of troops. Believing that such a large force was unnecessary to conquer Dongshan town, Li Kaiyuan's trained forces emphasized mobility, enabling them to advance swiftly and penetrate the ranks of Wang Huadao's troops. As they pressed forward, Wang Huadao was baffled. When had Dongshan town amassed such a formidable force, and how had they concealed it so effectively? The formation of an army takes time. The resources required to sustain such a multitude were unfathomable, leaving Wang Huatao in disbelief. Regardless of his confusion, the battle had commenced. Li Qiwan's troops infiltrated the Wang forces, relentlessly claiming lives. The entire assault came to a halt as Wang Huadao's men hastily organized a defensive line. Hoping to reverse their dire situation, Lady S forces have come to our aid. Charge! A voice erupted from the ranks, having spotted Li Qiwan's troops. The beleaguered Han forces of Dongshan town suddenly found renewed vigor, surging forth from all directions, driving the remaining Wang soldiers from the walls and even launching a counteroffensive against them. After extensive training, the Wang army was no longer the same as before. In the face of the subsequent wave of resistance, they began to mount a coordinated counterattack. However, the Han forces, emerging from Dongshan town, were met with stiff resistance, plunging both sides into a brutal tug-of-war. War often appears merciless, devoid of strategy. It devolves into a desperate struggle for survival, where the only options are to kill or be killed, leaving no room for mercy. Chu Jun's battalion was the first to breach the Wang lines, suffering the brunt of the counterattacks. Yet, this only stoked his ambition. The battlefield was where he truly belonged. Without haste or hesitation, he commanded his forces to launch a javelin assault, different from the javelin tactics employed by Dongshan. Chu Jun, a product of the Yunzhou army, placed a high premium on javelin training. The moment they were unleashed, Wang Huatao's troops faced a devastating blow, particularly those who had initially organized the counterattack. The previously stabilizing defensive line was abruptly torn asunder, and as the javelins flew, the breach widened. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Jun directed his entire battalion through the gap. Recognizing the perilous state of his forces, Wang Huatao promptly contracted his line of defense. You seek death, then so be it. Do you not wish to live? If you desire death, I shall oblige, he declared, gritting his teeth. With Chu Jun's sudden incursion, Wang Huatao's forces found themselves encircled, yet Chu Jun remained undeterred. As Wang Huatao attempted to encircle him, Chu Jun pressed forward into the fray, disregarding the surrounding forces. Both sides fought fiercely, with Wang Huatao's position advantageous. In a bid to rally his troops, he displayed several unusual banners, hoping to confuse the enemy. Aware that allowing Chu Jun's battalion to reach him could result in his defeat, Wang Huatao ordered his men to fire arrows directly at the advancing troops. In such chaotic circumstances, archery was a precarious strategy, as the intertwining forces risked inflicting casualties on their own side, yet he felt he had no other option. As arrows rained down, Chu Jun's advance came to an abrupt halt. The onslaught from the archers rendered any further assault impossible. In the ensuing chaos, both sides endured significant losses. To evade the arrows, all troops retreated, and Li Kaiyuan, ever perceptive, seized the moment to command his forces to exploit the newly opened gap. Due to the suddenness of this shift, the Wang army's line was breached under overwhelming pressure, enabling Chu Jun's assault to gain momentum. The tide of victory began to tilt in favor of Li Qiwan, whose battalion comprised 5 brigades and a regimental guard, totaling over 2,300 men, all of considerable fighting prowess. In contrast, the Wang forces, now fatigued from prolonged combat, could only fight while gradually retracting their lines. Although Chu Jun had penetrated the Wang defenses, Wang Huatao quickly responded by redeploying the troops that had previously retreated from the walls to encircle Chu Jun's battalion, denying them any chance of respite. Under the relentless pursuit of Li Qiwan and the Han forces, the Wang army's retreat accelerated as they regrouped, once again balancing the scales of power, plunging the battle into an agonizing stalemate. Guard unit, Special Operations Squad, charge with me. Li Qiwan, witnessing his troops losing momentum, committed his final reserves. Each regiment's guard unit consisted of individuals who had been culled from the Special Operations Squad, driven by a sense of honor. After a period of training, their combat effectiveness had become comparable to that of the Special Forces. With this reinforcement, the Wang army finally succumbed under the weight of this last straw, their formation shattered and unable to mount any significant resistance. Retreat. Fall back to the camp, cavalry, advance. Wang Huatao seethed with rage, yet in this dire situation, he had no choice but to order a retreat. With a somber blast of the horn, the Wang forces hastened their withdrawal. After extensive training, they were no longer the same as before, and at this critical moment, they offered no significant opportunities to Li Qiwan, executing their retreat with mutual cover. With the sound of hooves echoing, the cavalry of the Wang family finally emerged from their encampment. In the chaotic territories, cavalry was more a legend than a reality. These lands, situated in the south, had been ravaged by war for years, leaving no suitable grounds for raising war horses, let alone forming a cavalry unit. The Wang family's cavalry, approximately 100 strong, served as their trump card in establishing dominance in the chaotic domain. The family had expended vast sums of wealth and, with the aid of their faction, managed to acquire such a number of horses. After years of rigorous training, the cavalry was finally unveiled to the public. The town of Dongshan, perched on the edge of the Toto River plain and backed by the eastern mountains, was not entirely flat. The terrain was uneven. Consequently, the Wang cavalry could not charge in a single sweep. However, Li Kaiyuan could not afford to underestimate them. The impact of cavalry against infantry was devastating. Immediately, he commanded his troops to retreat swiftly and form ranks to withstand the cavalry's charge. In such a vast battlefield, with thousands of troops, it was no simple task to regroup. Thus, Li Kaiyuan led his specially trained squad and guard unit to flank the cavalry. Yet, how could two legs outrun four? The cavalry swiftly breached his ranks, inflicting significant casualties. The limitations of the terrain soon became apparent, and coupled with the infantry's resistance, the cavalry could no longer maintain their relentless assault, devolving into a fierce struggle. Subsequently, Li Kaiyuan's specially trained squad and guard unit directly engaged the cavalry. Order the cavalry to retreat and safeguard the camp. Wang Huatao, realizing the danger, promptly issued the withdrawal command. The cavalry, upon receiving the order, broke away from the surrounding troops and returned to their encampment. Thanks to Wang Huatao's meticulous preparations, Li Kaiyuan saw no opportunity to attack the camp and ordered his troops to retreat back into Dongshan. Upon entering the town, Han Yu personally came forth to greet him. Master. Although Li Kaiyuan was no longer Han Yu's family general, he refrained from adopting a more distant address, wishing to maintain their connection. Haha, splendid, splendid. You have saved us. Han Yu exclaimed upon noticing Li Kaiyuan clad in a suit of gleaming steel armor, his demeanor exuding the poise forged in military camp. In truth, Han Yu's joy stemmed from the fact that Li Kaiyuan had not altered his form of address. It affirmed that Li Kaiyuan still recognized him as the head of the Han family and regarded himself as part of the Han lineage. Although he knew this was primarily for the sake of Han Tianqing, it provided Han Yu with reassurance. With Li Kaiyuan's support, Han Tianqing would have a foothold with Tang Kaiping, ensuring that even if the Han family merged into Tang Kaiping's faction, they would still possess influence and not be entirely passive. Li Kaiyuan understood Han Yu's sentiments, yet there was no way to alter this reality. His roots in Dongshan would forever bear the Han family's mark. As long as his interests did not conflict with those of Tang Kaiping, he would look after the Han family's welfare, which would serve as his support. Though the battle did not last long, it was a rare and brutal confrontation in these chaotic lands. About half of Li Kaiyuan's camp sustained injuries, primarily from cavalry charges, with 200 fatalities and over 100 rendered temporarily incapacitated. The situation for the Han family's forces in Dongshan was even more dire. They could scarcely muster 100 men, all of whom bore wounds. After 2 days of conflict, their combat effectiveness was nearly zero. Had Li Kaiyuan not arrived in time, Dongshan would surely have fallen. Outside Dongshan, within the Wang army's encampment, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the jubilant cheers resonating from the town. Incompetent fools! What purpose do you serve? Is this all you can muster? Wang Huatao was beside himself with rage, feeling as though he could scarcely breathe. The victory that had seemed within grasp now slipped away, an unimaginable loss. Look at our casualties. Over 500 dead and 1,000 wounded. We can only field 1,800 fighters now. Is this the battle you fought? He continued to roar. Throughout the engagement, Wang Huatao had made no significant errors, and his subordinates had adhered to protocol. Thus, such a dismal outcome was utterly unexpected. After all their arduous training, this was the result. Enough, Tower. Everyone has done their utmost. Do not cast blame upon them. A calm voice suddenly pierced the tumult, and Wang Bin stepped into view. To prevent Han Yu from slaughtering his troops, Wang Bin had accompanied Wang Huatao during the campaign. However, a master like him would typically refrain from appearing on the battlefield unless it was the final moment, as at their level of combat, ordinary troops seldom had an opportunity to intervene. Chapter 46. Ambush. The advent of Wang Bin served to stabilize the nearly routed Wang family army, quelling the preceding panic. Father, Wang Huatao uttered, bowing hastily upon seeing Wang Bin. Patriarch, the officers echoed, offering their respects. Rise, Wang Bin commanded. You have all acquitted yourselves admirably. Today's setback was due to unforeseen reinforcements. We shall make them rue this day. See to the defenses. You are all dismissed to rest. He understood the paramount importance of morale on the battlefield. Even if displeased, he could not voice his dissatisfaction, as he still relied on their service. A word of encouragement cost nothing. Yes, they responded, bowing before departing. Father, Wang Huatao felt a sense of shame at the outcome. Enough, Wang Bin interjected. Today's events were not your fault. You performed well. We underestimated Han Yu's contingent, initially dispatched to quell bandits in Dongshan. Their rapid growth was unforeseen. Dongshan, quell bandits? Wang Huatao, engrossed in training, was unaware of these developments. It was nothing of consequence, Wang Bin explained. Upon hearing of the threat posed by Dongshan bandits to the Han family, Han Yu sent Li Kaiyuan to quell them. We dismissed it as inconsequential. Li Kaiyuan. Indeed. He led the forces today. But how did he amass such a following? Wang Huatao inquired, perplexed. Undoubtedly, Han Yu orchestrated this. However, the Wang family army is more than capable of handling these numbers. Rest for a day. We shall engage in a final, decisive battle the day after tomorrow. Wang Bin declared, exuding confidence. Father, our men Wang Huatao felt this was not a mere band of brigands, but a well-trained force, on par with the Wang family army. Rest assured, Wang Bin declared, not only Han Yu, but I too have cultivated a band of brigands. Tomorrow, over 1,000 will arrive, bolstering our forces. In the chaotic territories, such banditry is often orchestrated by us. Thus, the battle came to an uncanny halt. Dongshan did not advance, nor did the Wang family. The following day, Wang family reinforcements arrived, as did the supporting troops of Tang Kaiping, Han Tianqing, and Jiang Batian. To maintain secrecy, both sides immediately sealed off communications, preventing any knowledge of their reinforcements from spreading. That night, Tang Kaiping and Han Tianqing stealthily infiltrated Dongshan town. Father, Han Tianqing uttered, her heart aching at the sight of Han Yu's weariness. Tianqing, you've returned. Han Yu's demeanor instantly brightened. The bonds of kinship are unbreakable. Even though Han Yu knew that Han Tianqing had matured and would eventually leave him, he still cherished her presence. A daughter is a father's own. Uncle. Tang Kaiping addressed Han Yu, no longer referring to him as patriarch, as his position had shifted. Excellent, excellent. We owe you our gratitude, Han Yu exclaimed, genuinely impressed by the power Tang Kaiping had amassed in a mere 6 months. Uncle, I have brought an additional battalion, stationed just outside the town. For now, they will remain concealed until the opportune moment to strike a fatal blow to the Wang family, Tang Kaiping said, quickly changing the subject, not wanting Han Yu to feel indebted. Hearing Tang Kaiping's change of subject, Han Tianqing promptly inquired, Father, what is the enemy's situation? More formidable than anticipated. The Wang family army seems invigorated, unlike their previous state. Their numbers? Tang Kaiping had gleaned a general understanding from Li Kaiyuan, but Han Yu's insight would be more precise. Their entire force numbers fewer than 2,000, barring reinforcements, Han Yu stated, relaying the steward's report. In that case, we have the advantage in numbers, Han Tianqing asserted. Exchanging a glance with Tang Kaiping, although Han Yu had mentally prepared himself, he was nonetheless taken aback. An army requires more than just numbers. It demands comprehensive support. The elite nature of Li Kaiyuan's battalion was evident, and he marveled at their training. Adding to Han Yu's unease was Wang Bin, a formidable figure. Although he had ascended to the second level of the Hotian realm, he doubted his ability to withstand Wang Bin. Fortunately, Tang Kaiping possessed hidden assets, preventing immediate surrender. That night, Tang Kaiping returned to the military camp, without lingering in Dongshan town. The Special Operations Platoon was also extracted by Tang Kaiping, to ensure the unit's secrecy. The Special Operations Platoon had to deal with the Wang family army scouts, ensuring that military information was not leaked. Upon returning to the camp, Tang Kaiping sought out Jiang Batian, recounting the situation in Dongshan town. The situation is not optimistic, Jiang Batian frowned, contemplating the information. Indeed, they likely have hidden tactics. Tang Kaiping concurred, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. When do we strike? Jiang Batian inquired. We hold our position until the enemy reveals their hand, Tang Kaiping replied. Can the walls of Dongshan town withstand the assault? After days of battle, Jiang Batian doubted the integrity of the town's defenses. Do not fret. Li Kaiyuan's forces are formidable enough to hold the line, Tang Kaiping assured him. Jiang Batian remained silent, returning to his post to ensure meticulous preparations within the camp. A thin veil of morning mist gradually dissipated into the air. The rising sun, yet to display its full splendor, began to fade in the faint sunlight. Dongshan town was enveloped in silence. Outside the town, Wang family army units silently assembled near the walls. Within the walls, Li Kaiyuan and Han Tianqing had seized control of all entry and exit points. The Han family soldiers were all given leave. Since the 100 or so soldiers had little effect at this time and would cause cooperation problems, the atmosphere of war, even before its commencement, hung heavy, as everyone gripped their weapons tightly. How goes it? Wang Bin inquired, deeply concerned about the day's assault. The battle's outcome would determine the Wang family's fate. All is normal, Wang Huatao replied. The 100 scouts he had dispatched in the morning had reported no anomalies. Huatao, the Han family has been a thorn in your side. If you can vanquish them this time, the Wang family will be yours to command, Wang Bin said, sensing that his martial arts accumulation had reached a point where he needed to seclude himself for an extended period. Father, I shall eradicate every member of the Han family, Wang Huatao declared, brimming with ambition, unaware that he was a pawn in a larger game. At Wang Huatao's command, the Wang family army launched another assault on Dongshan town, this time with a force of 3,000, marking their most formidable offensive yet. Captain, the Wang family is on the move, Li Ling, The 23-year-old captain of the Special Operations Platoon, a veteran from Tang Kaiping's days in Yunzhou, reported. Upon emerging from Dongshan town, Tang Kaiping had immediately tasked him with gathering intelligence. His platoon had captured 66 Wang family scouts, attesting to their combat prowess. What is the situation? Tang Kaiping inquired promptly. They number over 3,000, with reinforcements arriving yesterday, Li Ling replied. Do we engage? Jiang Batian asked. Not yet. The enemy remains vigilant, Tang Kaiping replied, believing that an immediate strike would not suffice. Can the town withstand the assault? Jiang Batian harbored some concerns regarding the situation in Dongshan town. If it were only these individuals, there should be no issue. I will take action at noon, first seizing the enemy's barracks and incinerating everything. Then directly infiltrating the enemy's long-range strike, severing their front and rear, coordinating with Li Kaiyuan to completely outmaneuver the adversary. Tang Kaiping, like the two of them, was weaving this vast web of death. Both Jiang Batian and Li Ling were astute individuals, thus they deemed this the most feasible plan at that moment. Li Kaiyuan meticulously perused the letter in his hand, reading it word by word before passing it to Han Tianqing, furrowing his brow as he approached the map to scrutinize it earnestly. Han Tianqing cast a swift glance, and then joined him by the map, following Li Kaiyuan's notes. What are your plans? She inquired. The probability is quite high. If successful, our future development will become significantly easier, Li Kaiyuan responded. All right. I will arrange matters here in Dongshan town, Han Tianqing replied after a moment of contemplation. I will retain Xu Jun's battalion as a reserve force, thus requiring the assistance of the Han family, Li Kaiyuan remarked after a brief pause. Very well, no problem at all. Although the Han family's strength has suffered a severe blow, the accumulation of many years will still allow for the mobilization of some personnel. The war did not linger long. It swiftly commenced under the vigorous advance of the Wang family army. The initial actions were, of course, the long-range strikes from both sides. However, due to their preparedness, the effectiveness of these assaults was far from satisfactory. As the distance diminished, the javelins from Li Kaiyuan's camp began to demonstrate their might. The Wang family army, having learned of the javelin's potency through recent battles, promptly produced the wooden shields they had prepared in advance, thereby significantly reducing the javelin's lethality. The conflict escalated into a brutal melee, with one side striving to scale the city walls while the other vowed to defend it to the death. Perhaps these ordinary soldiers were entirely unaware of the reasons behind their struggle. After several days of combat, the walls of Dongshan town had become dilapidated. Yet, this crumbling fortification stubbornly resisted the onslaught of the Wang family army, which, despite exhausting every possible strategy, found itself unable to succeed. Chapter 47. The campfire. Li Kaiyuan swiftly felt the mounting pressure from the Wang army. In their fervor to seize Dongshan, the entire Wang army had descended into a frenzy. Disregarding life and death, their relentless assaults soon began to compromise the entire defensive line, and Li Kaiyuan's position was rapidly deteriorating. Had it not been for his tenacity, the defenses might have already crumbled. Nonetheless, the situation remained perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to the fall of the city. If that occurred, the battle would be deemed lost, as Dongshan town was too small to sustain any real defense. Han Tianqing was not mistaken. She had managed to organize over 1,000 able-bodied men overnight. Although they could not directly engage on the battlefield, they could assist in transporting supplies for the defenders on the walls. The Wang army was ferocious, yet the camp led by Li Kaiyuan was no minor force. The two sides exchanged blows fiercely, fighting over life itself. Despite the dilapidated condition of the walls, the troops stationed at a height still held a strategic advantage, with the casualty ratio hovering around 2-1. As long as this conflict continued, victory would still favor the people of Dongshan. Advance, advance! Wang Huadao shouted from outside the city walls. His obsession with attacking Dongshan town stemmed from the geographical necessity of drawing out the metaphorical knife embedded in their backs. Wang Bin was reluctant to comply, for Dongshan town wielded considerable strength. This evenly matched battle would not be swayed significantly by his madness, yet it still served to uplift the morale of his troops. As time relentlessly consumed lives, Tang Kaiping surveyed the battlefield from a vantage point not far off. He believed that after this engagement, Li Kaiyuan's battalion would undergo unexpected transformations, for battle was indeed the finest crucible for honing troops. Let us set forth. Tang Kaiping whispered to Jiang Badian beside him. Indeed, Jiang Badian replied, having long yearned for this moment. Though he had established his footing during the previous conflict with the Dong, his position within the larger group remained tenuous. In this circle centered around Tang Kaiping, both he and Li Kaiyuan were true outsiders. With the support of the Han family, Li Kaiyuan's stature would surely rise, while Jiang Batian could only rely on his grandfather and 3 uncles who had recently joined the ranks. Though he was a local figure in Dongshan, his power paled in comparison. The battlefield was undoubtedly the best place for him to garner recognition. Zhou Ju felt exceedingly fortunate. An ability to escape had caught the attention of the new king. However, he considered this merely a tactic rather than a true skill. He indeed possessed talent. Having risen from a squad leader to a company commander in just a few months, a remarkable feat acknowledged by his superiors. This time, he was personally designated as the vanguard by the battalion commander, tasked with igniting the enemy camp as swiftly as possible, a challenge for someone accustomed to fleeing. Over there, with swift movements, Zhouju's unit quickly outpaced Jiang Badian's main force, discovering that the enemy camp was not as securely fortified as anticipated. Many doors stood ajar at the back of the camp, and they charged through one that was wide open. The Wang army guards at the gates belatedly realized the breach. But it was too late. As arrows flew, small fires began to ignite within the camp. To the right, upon encountering resistance, Zhouju swiftly altered his course, weaving through the Wang army's encampment and setting fires indiscriminately. Wang Huadao felt a profound discomfort. An unsettling anxiety began to churn deep within him, accumulating in his chest as if it were about to erupt. At this juncture in the battle, events had taken an unforeseen turn. The resistance from Dongshan town was growing increasingly robust rather than waning with time. Fortunately, the walls of Dongshan were nearing a state of collapse, and soon an opportunity would arise to breach the town. Li Kaiyuan cleaved through an attack from the Wang army, driving his sword into the assailant's neck. His gaze fixed on the battlefield, he was acutely aware that his troops, molded by his training, had nearly reached their limits. As the camp erupted into flames, he knew Jiang Badian had finally made his move. Kill, 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 he bellowed. The simplicity of his command encapsulated the fury that had been building over time, signifying the commencement of their long-awaited counterattack. Anyone still able to stand seized weapons nearby, shouting kill, 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 as they surged toward the Wang army. What had once been a balanced confrontation swiftly tilted in favor of Dongshan town, as the counteroffensive inflicted significant losses upon the Wang army. The thick smoke billowing from the camp became visible even from a distance on the battlefield. The camp is ablaze. The camp is ablaze. The Wang army began to stir with agitation. Why panic? We still need to take Dongshan town. Wang Huadao barked orders in haste, his own urgency palpable as he realized the gravity of the enemy's newfound aggression. Zhouju led his troops, deftly disorienting the Wang army defenders. As the flames continued to spread, the entire encampment was engulfed, rendering any attempts to extinguish the fire nearly impossible. At this moment, Jiang Batian's troops appeared behind the Wang army. The first to be swept away were the archers, quickly followed by a direct incursion into their formation. Jiang Boshan's leadership style differed from Li Kaiyuan's. He did not insist on how his subordinates should act, focusing solely on achieving the desired outcomes. His battalion exhibited significantly greater offensive strength. Wang Huadao was momentarily taken aback by the emergence of another battalion, especially one that had launched a surprise attack. Signaling that Dongshan town's power had decisively surpassed that of the Wang army, this battle was indeed premeditated. While he found himself in a stupor, others remained sharp. Particularly Tang Kaiping, who observed the unfolding changes in the battlefield, as if a grand prize awaited him. Li Ling, when do you think Wang Huadao will flee? Tang Kaiping inquired of his companion. He should not retreat. Wang Bin still has a card to play, Li Ling, typically reticent, replied, though he had a penchant for analysis. Indeed, he likely does not perceive himself as defeated, Tang Kaiping remarked with a nod of approval. In the midst of the chaotic Wang army, it was perhaps Wang Huadao who remained the most lucid. He never entertained the notion of impending defeat. Due to his composure, the Wang army organized itself under his direction, methodically withdrawing from unfavorable positions and gradually initiating counterattacks. Jiang Badian was unwilling to allow them to stabilize before engaging in a fierce fight, relentlessly carving away at the Wang army, dismantling them piece by piece with devastating efficacy. At this juncture, the gates of Dongshan town swung wide open, and Li Kaiyuan charged forth, liberating the pent-up shadows from within his heart. Although the tide of battle had turned decidedly in their favor, it was imperative to remain vigilant. A single misstep could allow the enemy to regain the upper hand. Li Kaiyuan wielded his sword with precision, dispatching 5 nearby Wang soldiers with ease, and soon joined forces with Jiang Badian. How are you holding up? He asked, noting the multitude of wounds adorning Jiang Badian's frame. Haha, I'm still standing. The last encounter was exhilarating, and this time has been most gratifying, Li Kaiyuan replied with exuberance. Charge! The Wang army is faltering. Jiang Badian, incensed by 2 things, being provoked and being outshone, rushed forward, his eyes ablaze with determination. The convergence of the 2 battalions swiftly plunged the combat into a relentless pursuit. The Wang army continuously retreated, while the 2 battalions pressed forward, gradually escalating from a leisurely jog to a frantic sprint, ultimately devolving into a chaotic dash across the mountains. For to halt was to invite death. Return to me. Just as Jiang Batian was poised to unleash a fervent chase, a resonant voice reverberated across the battlefield, akin to a gale that toppled the unsteady. A figure materialized before all, and the mere presence of this individual left thousands on the battlefield awestruck. It felt as though he alone could rival 10,000. His appearance offered a flicker of solace to the despondent Wang Huatao. At least the frantic flight was no longer the sole option. Upon sighting this person, the Wang army came to a halt. He was the deity of their hearts, capable of determining their fates at any moment. No one dared to act recklessly, nor to betray their trepidation, instead burying their fears deep within as they remained still. Wang Bin, a master of the post-heaven stage, was a figure of legend in such tumultuous territories, thus Jiang Badian and Li Kaiyuan hesitated to make further moves. Wang Bin, must you trouble the younger generation? Suddenly, a shadow darted forth from Dongshan town, landing before Wang Bin. Hanyu? Wang Bin could scarcely believe his eyes. Hanyu had also reached the post-heaven level. What brings you here, Brother Wang? Hanyu displayed no concern. His side had gained the upper hand on the battlefield. Though he was somewhat weaker than Wang Bin, he could still hold his ground for a while, and with their numbers, they could eventually overwhelm him. Especially with 3 legendary masters backing Tang Kaipsen. Post-heaven second tier, huh? I did not expect Qin Shangguan to produce such a genius. Wang Bin acknowledged Han Yu's position, recognizing his association with the victorious Qin Shangguan, marking him as an outer member. Genius? How can I compare to you? Brother Wang? You are an outer elder of the Tianhe divine sect, Han Yu retorted, unfazed by the pressure, candidly revealing his own backing. You two are quite impressive. Wang Bin conceded. A post-heaven warrior was indeed a figure of significance, particularly in chaotic territories where they often held the title of outer elder within any sect. Let us cease the boasting and commence the battle, Han Yu asserted, aware that the prolonged dialogue was merely allowing the Wang army to reorganize. While Li Qiwan and Jiang Badian needed time as well. Li Qiwan and Jiang Badian, eager to engage, swiftly mobilized their forces without hesitation, charging forth without the need for pleasantries. As the Wang army struggled to align their ranks, Wang Bin felt an urge to curse. However, Han Yu was no ordinary soldier, and his aura rendered such outbursts futile, compelling Wang Bin to respond to the impending confrontation. Chapter 48, The Celestial River Sect at present. The animosity towards Han Yu is not limited to Wang Bin alone. Even Wang Huatao has cursed Han Yu countless times. When he saw his father emerge, Wang Huatao recognized an opportunity had arisen, and he hurriedly reorganized the troops, aiming to alter the course of battle. Yet, before he could finalize his arrangements, Han Yu launched an attack, with Li Kaiyuan and Jiang Badian simultaneously charging forward. For Li Qiwan and Jiang Badian, this was an opportune moment. Had Han Yu remained passive, they would have acted regardless. However, Han Yu's initiative drew in a significant portion of their vitality. With the restructured forces, their lethality began to multiply exponentially, causing Wang's army to descend once more into chaos. In this turmoil, the soldiers were preoccupied solely with their own survival. Come back. What are you doing? Wang Huatao, infuriated, felled 3 fleeing soldiers with a single stroke, shouting loudly. Despite his ferocity, the disordered troops continued their retreat, and none dared approach him amidst the sight of the 3 corpses. Zhou felt a surge of excitement. Fleeing was his forte, while he was currently pursuing others. Skill is skill. Could the Wang family outrun him? Tang Kaiping stood at a distance, surveying the battlefield that had just reignited. Externally, he appeared unchanged, yet internally, he grappled with intense turmoil. When Wang Bin emerged, he had prepared to command the Bai family trio to strike, but fortunately, Han Yu had unexpectedly intervened. Li Ling, engage them. Eliminate all those above the rank of squad leader, Tang Kaiping ordered. He had kept his elite special forces squad intact for this final, decisive blow. He believed that once these key figures were dealt with, it would not be long before the Wang family was relegated to history. Understood, Li Ling replied. Aside from his taciturn nature, he never shied away from tasks. Once assigned, he would complete them, even at the cost of his life. Amidst the chaotic battlefield of over 10,000 soldiers, the mere 100 from the special forces did not stir a ripple, nor did they attract the attention of their allied factions. Clad in no distinctive attire and with their specialized gear concealed, they remained inconspicuous, their extraordinary speed being their only distinguishing feature. In such a disordered battleground, who would pay special attention to them, regardless of the chaos? The duel between Han Yu and Wang Bin remained the focal point, as the 2 postnatal masters carved out a space of several dozen feet amidst the dense fray. Once a martial artist reaches the postnatal stage, their capabilities transform dramatically. Their strength, senses, and perceptions multiply exponentially compared to ordinary individuals. Wang Bin, at the 5th level of postnatal mastery, wielded a strength of 50,000 pounds, while Han Yu, at the 2nd level, possessed 20,000 pounds. Although Han Yu lagged in raw power, for postnatal warriors, as long as one is not at the pinnacle, the sensory differences are minimal. With proper application, the disparity in strength can be mitigated. Wang Bin was taken aback. Upon seeing Han Yu, he realized this battle would not be easily won. Capturing a postnatal warrior proved to be a daunting task. If he could not overpower him, would Han Yu not simply flee? The retribution of a postnatal warrior was indeed lethal, and Wang Bin had not anticipated that Han Yu had already reached the 2nd level only recently. He had been at the peak of martial prowess. The martial arts of the Celestial River sect emphasize an unending flow, rendering opponents incapable of retaliation. Whereas the martial arts of the Qingshan Temple advocate a balance of rigidity and flexibility, standing resolute against any ferocity. Allow me to demonstrate the 5 techniques of the Celestial River. The first is the crossing of the Celestial River. Observing that his troops were on the brink of collapse, Wang Bin no longer held back, unleashing the sect's ultimate technique. Han Yu had no desire for a head-on clash. The longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it became for him. However, he could not withdraw without displaying some prowess, thus resorting to Qingshan Temple's signature sword technique, the Breaking Pine. Unlike the 7 techniques of the Celestial River, the Qingshan swordplay is renowned for its agility, with its lethal moves concealed in inconspicuous places. Wang Bin found himself ensnared in a protracted engagement. Under Tang Kaiping's orchestrations, the tide of war underwent a fundamental shift. The Wang army, which had previously managed to resist, soon succumbed to chaos following the deaths of their captains and squad leaders. Commands from Wang Huada could hardly reach beyond 50 men. The Celestial River sets asunder. The Celestial River alters the universe. The Celestial River turns the tide. The Celestial River claims lives. Wang Bin unleashed several more of the 5 techniques of the Celestial River in one breath. Han Yu felt akin to a small boat adrift in the vast Celestial River, tossed perilously amidst the surging waves, constantly at risk of being engulfed. Han Yu spat forth a mouthful of blood, his 4th such instance. Wang Bin's execution of the Celestial River's 5 techniques had proven overwhelming. Aside from the first technique, he had managed to withstand the rest only through sheer will. Haha. Surrender and cease your resistance, Wang Bin taunted, having gained the upper hand. Are you serious? Just look at the situation below, Han Yu replied, his brows furrowed in resignation. At that moment, Wang Bin glanced over and, upon seeing the battlefield, was immediately struck by fear. The remaining Wang forces capable of resistance numbered fewer than 300. The rest had either fled or fallen, with some even surrendering. Wang Bin began to howl in madness, resembling a frenzied tiger. Suddenly, 2 figures streaked in from the distance, moving with remarkable speed, soon hovering above the battlefield. Postnatal 6th level. Han Yu was astonished upon sensing their auras. He had not expected so many postnatal masters to converge here. Haha, since you are aware, surrender, declared one of the newcomers, Hu Shi. Alongside his brother, Hu Yan, both intersect elders of the Celestial River sect, and cousins of Hu Yuan. The Hu family had always held Wang Bin in contempt. When Hu Yuan married him, they made numerous attempts to hinder her. However, Wang Bin had proven himself by not only reaching the 5th level of postnatal mastery but also by controlling 3 counties in the Tua River Plains, an area where the Celestial River sect's influence was weakest. This compelled them to take him seriously, especially since Hu Yuan was the cherished jewel of the Grand Elder Hu Tunfei, who had continually supported the Wang family over the years. Upon receiving the distress signal, they promptly dispatched 2 postnatal 6th level elders for assistance. The Celestial River sect? Haha, this is the northern land of chaos, not your celestial holy mountain. Han Yu declared defiantly. He had never been one to yield, and given the battlefield's current state, he was convinced that a few postnatal experts would not suffice to turn the tide, no matter how formidable they were. The thousands of soldiers below would not cower before them, especially with Tang Kaiping still holding back his forces. What? Hu Yan's fury ignited. A mere 2nd level postnatal wretch dared to speak so boldly. They were extending him leniency, but since he refused to accept it, they would no longer hold back. One Wang Bin was already enough to contend with. Now, with the addition of 2 intersect elders from the Celestial River sect, the pressure became overwhelming. Seeing that dialogue with Han Yu was futile, the Hu brothers swiftly split up. One charged directly at Han Yu, while the other descended onto the battlefield, releasing his aura to deter the army's advance. With the tide turned, individual prowess became irrelevant. Soon, the Hu brothers abandoned their threats to the army and focused their efforts on encircling Han Yu. In their view, capturing Han Yu, the principal target, would compel the remaining troops to surrender. The Tianhe sect is indeed quite invested in their stronghold in the northern region of the chaotic territory. As soon as they arrived, they employed their ultimate techniques. Han Yu, realizing he could not withstand the onslaught, hastily retreated. It would be foolish to play the hero at such a moment. Just as the Hu brothers and Wang Bin were on the verge of catching up with Han Yu, 3 figures suddenly sprang forth from the ranks of the army below. The swiftest among them, Wang Bin, was abruptly sent flying by a descending kick, crashing harshly to the ground. Initially, Wang Bin was filled with exhilaration, as Han Yu had consistently bested him, leaving him bloodied and battered. Despite his frustration, he found little joy in the ongoing battle of the troops below, which seemed destined to end in complete annihilation. However, Han Yu appeared impervious, as if he had consumed a weighty stone, with neither persuasion nor pressure yielding results. It was baffling to see Dongshan Town so resilient, causing him great distress. Ultimately, he had to reveal his last trump card, hoping for a decisive turnaround. Summoning the Hu brothers was a costly decision. Should he fail, he would rather not live to see the outcome. Yet, just as he was on the brink of eliminating Anew, a foot from the heavens abruptly curtailed his ambitions. What kind of master possesses the prowess to send a postnatal fifth-tier practitioner like him sprawling to the ground, especially without him sensing their approach? Who are you? The Hu brothers were cautious, for this was not their territory, and they need not exert themselves unduly. By pure fortune, they narrowly evaded the devastating kick. Who are we? The three friends from the Bai family exchanged glances, appearing as if they too were uncertain of their own identities. Esteemed guests, we are inner elders of the Tinged sect. We kindly ask that you do not obstruct our path, lest it lead to mutual detriment, Hu Ji remarked, sensing the extraordinary nature of the three individuals. And prudently decided to raise a banner of caution. Since when has the Tinged sect taken an interest in the Tua River Plains? Bai Yin retorted, visibly irked. They are not from the Qingshan Temple, Hu Yin promptly whispered to Hu Ji's ear. In the entirety of the chaotic territory, apart from a few major sects, the Tinged sect held no fear of anyone. Thus, upon learning that the trio from the Bai family were not affiliated with the Qingshan Temple, Hu Ji felt emboldened. If they were not from the Qingshan Temple, the other sects would certainly not come to Anew aid. What does it matter? Let us just fight, Bai Song declared, showing no inclination towards civility as he charged forward. The Bai brothers, having been at the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation for many years, even contending with innate masters in unison, proved to be formidable opponents, rendering the Hu brothers inadequate in comparison. Despite the Tinged sect's strength, it was evident they lacked the means to pose a threat to the trio in the northern reaches of the chaotic territory. Seeing that reputation alone would not suffice, the Hu brothers steeled themselves, hoping that if they could withstand these three, perhaps the Wang family might still have a chance. However, the disparity between reality and expectation often proves to be stark. As soon as combat commenced, the Hu brothers found themselves unable to mount any effective resistance, quickly meeting the same fate as Wang Bin. The difference between 6th tier and 5th tier was negligible in the eyes of the Bai brothers. The battle erupted swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Before the Wang army, who had momentarily entertained the prospect of resistance, could fully adjust to their shifting fortunes, from despair to elation and back again, they were utterly annihilated by the two camps that sprang into action. There was no opportunity for them to retreat, and the sole lament was that Wang Bin and the Hu brothers eluded capture, after all, being postnatal masters. If they were wholly intent on fleeing, there was little that could be done to detain them. Chapter 49. Acquiring the three counties the second day of the third month of the 349th year of the Qing dynasty marked the deepening of spring. Verdant hues began to adorn the land, and flowers, long restrained, burst forth in full bloom. As if awaiting a cyclical return, they unleashed their vibrant essence. Knowing that without propagation, only oblivion awaited, for nothing willingly embraces demise. Much like the world's flora and fauna, humanity, too, sought perpetuation. Their legacy was etched in the annals of conquest. A battle of considerable magnitude commenced and concluded with little fanfare on the plains of the Toto River. Save for the escape of three martial experts of the acquired realm, Wang Huadao also absconded under the desperate protection of his subordinates. The Wang family's army suffered near total annihilation, with over 800 perishing in battle, 1,300 captured, and 500 fleeing. The remainder vanished, marking the end of the Wang family's military strength. The Eastern Mountain garrison also sustained significant losses, with over 1,000 incapacitated and 500 fatalities, making it a particularly brutal engagement. Yet, the rewards were substantial. Tang Kaiping believed that, after this battle, Li Kaiyuan's battalion and Jiang Boshan's battalion could rival the Yun province army. Amidst the battlefield's lull, the Han family forces of the Eastern Mountain garrison stirred to life. Exploiting Han Yu's injury and Han Tianqing's absence, Han Ke seized control of the garrison. Supplementing the remaining 100-odd soldiers with newly recruited local youths, they contested the spoils of war with the two battalions. Weapons, prisoners, anything they could seize, they did, even pilfering items already collected by the battalions. Initially, the battalions tolerated this, but as it escalated, tensions flared. Unlike the men from Yun province, Jia Yunhai was a native bandit of Eastern Mountain. Before joining Tang Kaiping's army, his role in the tribe was robbery. Given Eastern Mountain's scarce resources and numerous bandits, competition was fierce. Yet, Jia Yunhai consistently excelled. After Tang Kaiping conquered Eastern Mountain, he recruited such talents with high salaries. And Jia Yunhai became the third captain of Li Kaiyuan's battalion. A man of unwavering resolve, he always sought to compete and excel. Within the battalion, he respected no one but Li Kaiyuan. After a hard-fought battle, he resented the Eastern Mountain garrison's attempt to snatch the spoils, particularly with such arrogance. The bandit leader, incensed, led his men to surround and capture over 100 of those who had plundered their gains. This would have been a minor incident amidst the chaotic battlefield. However, Han Ke, nearby, was engaged in similar activities. To him, this was a direct affront. This was Eastern Mountain territory, where where the Han family held sway. He believed that despite their numerical advantage, they should not act with impunity. He considered his actions justified and resented the capture of his men. He rallied all of Eastern Mountain's forces, intent on retribution. Jia Yuhai, fearless, dismissed the Eastern Mountain garrison's capabilities, having defeated the Wang family's army. He prepared to retaliate without hesitation. Han Ke, aware of the unit's strength, sought only to escalate the matter, hoping Jia Yunhai's superiors would intervene. Recognizing the Han family's authority in the region, in Han Ke's view, Li Kaiyuan and the others were from Eastern Mountain, and he, as their young master, was entitled to take what he pleased. As he pondered this, Jia Yunhai's forces attacked. The men, fresh from the battlefield, having risked their lives for Eastern Mountain's protection, resented the attempt to seize their hard-won spoils. Han Ke's men surrendered en masse, proving no match for their adversaries. Unable to secure leadership intervention, Han Ke faced total defeat. Though terrified, he remained defiant. "Release me. I am the heir of Eastern Mountain, the Han family's successor. You are merely employed by my family. Imprisoning me has grave implications." "You lackey." Han Ke, oblivious to his situation, continued his tirade. Jia Yuhai chuckled, finding the man's arrogance absurd. He struck Han Ke across the face, dislodging his teeth and causing a torrent of blood. "You dare strike me? A man of Li Kaiyuan dares strike me." Han Ke spluttered, his mouth filled with blood, yet still vocalizing his indignation. Jia Yuhai frowned, perplexed by the man's audacity. He seized a dagger and severed Han Ke's left ear. "Ah! Ah!" Han Ke shrieked, tears streaming down his face. The pain was excruciating, the worst he had ever experienced. Jia Yunhai brandished the bloody dagger, silencing Han Ke's curses. The man fell to his knees, begging for mercy, and soiled himself. Disgusted, Jia Yuhai dismissed him, but forced the others into labor for the 3rd Battalion. Han Ke fled, seemingly unconcerned with his injuries. He rushed to the Han mansion, seeking to display his wounds. However, the Han mansion was in disarray due to Han Yu's severe injuries. No one paid attention to Han Quebec. Han Tiancheng leaned gently on Tang Kaiping's shoulder, watching over the unconscious Han Yu. She was relieved that he was no longer in mortal danger. Her sole focus was on Tang Kaiping. "It's all right, uncle. He'll recover soon. Let's deal with the Wang family first, and then surprise him," Tang Kaiping reassured her. "Yes," Han Tiancheng replied, exhausted and wanting nothing more than to rest. After comforting Han Tiancheng, Tang Kaiping dispatched a battalion under Li Kaiyuan to assume defense of Eastern Mountain, while the remaining troops withdrew to the outskirts to join Jiang Boshan's forces, preparing for departure. "Sir, everything is arranged." Jia Yuhai cut off Han Ke's ear. Li Kaiyuan, despite his disdain for Han Ke, informed Tang Kaiping of the incident, unsure of his superior's stance due to Han Tiancheng's involvement. He recounted the entire episode. It is decided that Jia Yuhai shall remain, guarding Dongshan town, and he need not stand on ceremony." Upon hearing the circumstances, Tang Kaiping was filled with ire, and abruptly commanded Li Kaiyuan. "My lord," Li Kaiyuan suggested that it would be prudent to avoid direct confrontation. "Fear not, Dongshan town is ours, and we must ensure that others grasp the situation." Tang Kaiping understood Li Kaiyuan's perspective, for he hailed from this very place. The minor disturbances caused by Han Ke were quickly engulfed by the overwhelming tide of events, and soon, apart from the forces led by Jia Yuhai, all other troops had departed, with the Wang family as 3 counties awaiting them. Throughout this ordeal, neither Tang Kaiping nor Li Kaiyuan had encountered Han Ke. This was his territory, and even if he came to lodge a complaint, it would have amounted to nothing. As the smoke of battle lingered, Tang Kaiping, accompanied by 2 entire battalions and 9 divisions, departed Dongshan town with the primary objective of seizing the 3 counties belonging to the Wang family. These counties were situated to the east and north of Dongshan town, deeply embedded within the expansive Tuo River plain, encompassing a total area of 180,000 square kilometers. Due to years of conflict, the population had dwindled to approximately 100,000, predominantly comprised of the elderly, infirm, and vulnerable. The 3 counties were Ping County, Yuan County, and Bin County, which thrived agriculturally. Had it not been for the turmoil of war, this region could have sustained at least 500,000 inhabitants, chiefly comprising able-bodied young adults. With the news of the Wang family's defeat yet to reach them, the people of Ping County were caught unawares upon Tang Kaiping's arrival. Under the assault of the specially formed battalion, they swiftly fell into his grasp, as if caught in a dream, perhaps due to a lack of manpower. The Wang forces in Ping County consisted only of a small squad. After securing the prisoners, a substantial portion of troops remained while the rest set off again to address the other 2 counties. Tang Kaiping's movements were remarkably swift, akin to a hurried journey. With such thunderous force, Yuan County and the majority of Bin County soon came under his dominion. Bin County, located in the northern part of Dongshan town alongside the Tuo River, penetrated deep into the plains and served as the stronghold of the Wang family. This place was not originally named Bin County. It was renamed in honor of Wang Bin, a figure revered as a deity in this locality. surrounding the county seat of Bin County. Apart from the 3 dispersed divisions, the remaining 7 battalions of the 2 regiments assembled here. As the Wang family still maintained a presence atop the walls, the troops refrained from assaulting, awaiting the final command to advance. Positioned at the edge of the Tua River, Bin County, as Wang Bin's stronghold, was fortified with great care. A moat, over 10 feet wide, encircled the high walls, which were interspersed with arrow towers every 20 feet, featuring small openings for archery that were securely sealed at both ends. Additionally, there was a rear passage for troop movement, allowing for swift reinforcement should any issues arise. Chapter 50. The capture of Bin County. These circumstances could be considered fortunate. Atop the highest rampart, Wang Bin had installed 5 catapults and 10 powerful crossbows, each capable of unleashing a force exceeding 10,000 pounds. Were it not for their cumbersome operation, they could easily rival a postnatal adept. The devastation these weapons could wreak upon ordinary troops is unimaginable. Each assault would inflict considerable casualties upon those below, serving as a deadly instrument, mercilessly slaughtering anyone daring to approach the walls. These forces had been painstakingly assembled, and witnessing their demise at the hands of Wang Bin was a source of profound anguish. What is the situation? Tang Kaiping inquired of Jiang Badian, who had arrived first. We have yet to engage, but the outlook is grim. The fortifications here are remarkably well constructed. If they hold their ground, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to seize the stronghold, Jiang Badian replied, his brow furrowed. Known for his tenacity, it was rare for him to express such pessimism, indicating the seriousness of their predicament. After surveying the area briefly, Tang Kaiping concurred, it was indeed troubling. He pondered whether Wang Bin's actions stemmed from insecurity or an excess of resources, resulting in the construction of such formidable walls. Let us refrain from attacking for the moment. We shall await news from Uncle Zeng before proceeding, he decided. Previously, he had instructed Xing Fan to send scouts into the city to gather intelligence on the situation in Bin County. Inside the county, the atmosphere was tense, with every heart racing in anticipation of the impending conflict. The final troop withdrawal had left Bin County, Wang Bin's ancestral home, with only 600 defenders. And after summoning the retainers of several prominent families, their numbers barely exceeded 800, far inferior to the 3,000 or 4,000 adversaries outside. Compounding their woes, the Hu brothers and Wang Bin had sustained serious injuries at the hands of the Bai family's trio, leaving Wang Huatao to oversee the defense. Wang Huatao patrolled the walls incessantly, urging the soldiers to remain vigilant. Tao, come quickly. Your father is calling for you, Hu Yuan shouted from a short distance away. Currently, Hu Yuan felt immense frustration. What should have been a straightforward endeavor had spiraled into chaos. Not only was her husband injured, but the 2 brothers she had summoned for assistance were also wounded, a burden too heavy for her to bear. Fortunately, her son had returned safely and managed to stabilize the situation in Bin County. This alleviated some of her inner turmoil, and when Wang Bin requested to see his son, she hurried to fetch him. Mother, what brings you here? It's dangerous, Wang Huat expressed with great respect for his mother, who had showered him with love throughout his life. It's nothing. I am simply delighted to see you grown. Come, your father wishes to see you, Hu Yuan replied, cherishing the growth she had witnessed in her son. Is father any better? Wang Huatao inquired, aware of the severity of Wang Bin's injuries. He's the same as ever, but he seems to be in urgent need of you, Hu Yuan said, noticing the fatigue etched across her son's face as she tenderly stroked his hair. Then let us go, Wang Huatao agreed, recognizing the urgency of the matter. The Wang residence remained as vibrant as ever, akin to a paradise untouched by external strife. Yet, Wang Huatao's heart was devoid of appreciation for such beauty. He could see nothing but the grim reality before him. Father, Wang Huatao greeted as he entered, bowing respectfully. Wang Bin's injuries were internal, hidden beneath the surface, and he appeared gravely weakened. Come in, he beckoned, struggling to sit up. Father, Wang Huatao exclaimed upon seeing his father upright, rushing to support him. What are your thoughts? Wang Bin asked directly, with no time to spare. I will certainly defend Bin County, Wang Huatao replied through gritted teeth. Withdraw. We cannot withstand this assault. As long as we have the mountains, we need not fear the loss of timber, Wang Bin suddenly insisted. Father, this is our stronghold, Wang Huatao protested, unable to fathom relinquishing Bin County. We can only hold out for a time. Without external support, we cannot sustain our defense. While we still possess strength, we must transfer our resources to the Heavenly River sect. There will be opportunities for resurgence, Wang Bin stated, unwilling to risk the entirety of the Wang family's legacy. This notion was indeed difficult to accept. To this day, the Wang family remained unaware of the true identity of their adversaries, believing them to be merely from the Han family. Bin County is a region of conflict. If we operate effectively within the Heavenly River sect, many will covet this land. There will be no shortage of opportunities, Wang Bin foresaw with clarity. Wang Huatao's mindset shifted entirely, yet a hint of selfishness lingered, though he skillfully concealed it upon hearing his father's words. Father, I understand what must be done, he nodded, taking his leave. There was hope for the Wang family's future. Wang Bin felt gratified to witness this change in mindset. Meanwhile, outside the city, Tang Kaiping ordered the troops to rest. They had reached the limits of their endurance. "My lord, the Wang family is dwindling, and the defense is now commanded by Wang Huadao," Zheng Fan soon reported from within the city. "Can we take it?" Tang Kaiping inquired, seeking guidance rather than boasting. "Absolutely. I can arrange for a specialized unit to infiltrate. We have a firm grip on Ben County," Zheng Fan replied, always maintaining an air of mystery. "Oh, how long will it take?" Tang Kaiping was taken aback by the magnitude of this capability and began to take it seriously. "It will require 2 nights. Any more would be unfeasible," Zheng Fan mused. "Very well, I shall grant you 2 days. That will provide the troops ample time to recuperate their spirits," Tang Kaiping agreed. As Zheng Fan set about his arrangements, Tang Kaiping summoned Jiang Baidian and Li Kaiyuan, briefing them on the situation and instructing them to prepare the troops for the covert operation. This would allow them to grasp the capabilities of the intelligence department firsthand. The subsequent days were uneventful. Tang Kaiping refrained from instigating conflict, while Wang Huadao diligently organized the evacuation of the Wang family's belongings via the Tado River. As if the two sides were entirely unconnected, Tang Kaiping found himself at a loss regarding the Tado River with such a limited force. He could not mount a defense nor secure vessels, leaving him to wistfully gaze at the river. However, the land surrounding Bin County was firmly under his control, and no one dared cross without permission. On the 3rd day, the sky appeared oppressive, shrouded in a gray haze that suggested an impending storm, creating an atmosphere of discomfort. The army had already assembled outside the city walls, lined up in formation, the air thick with tension, weighing down the already stifling atmosphere and making breathing laborious. "Attack," Tang Kaiping declared, believing that sufficient time had passed for the specialized unit to prepare. With the order given, the two camps marched in unison toward the city's moat. At that moment, chaos erupted at the gates of Bin County. The gates and drawbridge were swiftly opened, allowing the troops to surge into the city. In stark contrast to their expectations, the two camps encountered minimal resistance, effortlessly seizing all strategic points within the county, with many key locations guarded by only a handful of soldiers. "What is happening?" Jiang Baidian pondered, bewildered by the ease of their conquest. "The Wang family seems to have withdrawn." Li Qiuan, the most advanced in the city, conducted a thorough inspection but found no traces of the Wang family. Tang Kaiping furrowed his brow. If the Wang family could abandon this place, it would undoubtedly lead to future troubles, feeling uneasy about being silently watched by a lurking python. "My lord, the Wang family left last night," Zheng Fan reported as he hurried over. Tang Kaiping nodded noncommittally, lost in thought about how to defend against this metaphorical serpent. "My lord, it was my oversight." Zheng Fan suddenly knelt before Tang Kaiping, seeking forgiveness. "Zheng uncle, please rise. You have contributed greatly." Tang Kaiping quickly helped him to his feet. Although arrangements had been made in Bin County, penetrating the Wang family's internal affairs proved difficult, and they had overlooked their movements. "Bin County has been secured. Everything else is merely trivial," Tang Kaiping stated. The trio, initially vexed, suddenly realized that whether the Wang family had fled or not was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that they had captured Bin County. With this stronghold secured, the Wang family would become like a river without a source, a tree without roots, unable to stir significant waves. With the departure of the Wang family, Bin County quickly settled into tranquility. Despite years of Wang family rule, the residents soon forgot the past. For them, war was merely a characteristic of living in chaotic territories. Regardless of who governed, life must go on. After organizing the necessary tasks, Jiang Boshan's battalion swiftly returned to Dongshan town. The situation there remained unsettled, and a single battalion felt somewhat inadequate. Dongshan could serve as a support base while also monitoring the Han family. In contrast, led by Zhou Qingjun, Duwei, and Luowen, a group arrived in Ben County. Having already captured 3 counties, their next challenge would be to manage these territories, which was undoubtedly the most arduous task. "Kaiping," Zhou called out from a distance upon spotting Tang Kaiping waiting to greet him. "Yes, it's good that you've arrived," Tang Kaiping replied, feeling overwhelmed by the responsibilities of managing such extensive regions, where every decision fell upon him, an insurmountable burden for an ordinary individual. Tang Kaiping had always felt lost in these matters, lacking experience. Warfare was straightforward, merely a matter of eliminating the enemy. However, every command bore scrutiny, and a seemingly inconsequential decision could lead to irreparable consequences. He found himself ill-equipped for the task. With the arrival of these individuals, the responsibilities of the 3 counties could now be entrusted to them, allowing Tang Kaiping to focus on other matters and contemplate the future. Of course, this was the official narrative. Accompanying them was Han Tianqing, and without these burdens, he could relish spending time with her. As time meandered in this mundane manner, Tang Kaiping did not squander his hours. He diligently honed his martial skills, recognizing that achieving the status of a warrior was the paramount pursuit at this initial stage. Chapter 51. The winds rise in the East Mountain. The Wang family, having withdrawn from Bin County with minimal peril, left behind numerous backdoors, anticipating a day of return. Undoubtedly, Tang Kaiping had foreseen certain developments. However, with Bin County secured, the remaining matters were mere trifles. Given time, he believed everything could be transformed. For this land belonged to the Tang family of Yunzhou. After recovering his health, Han Yu was assigned to oversee Bin County, where his name was still needed for deterrence. Although Qing Shangguan had not formally acknowledged him, utilizing his name at this juncture seemed permissible. Surely, Qing Shangguan would not mind. As the territory expanded, so did the population, leading to the subsequent augmentation of the military. The 3 battalions were now bolstered by an additional 3 regiments, each battalion comprising 8 regiments. Aside from the battalion leaders, Tang Kaiping appointed vice battalion leaders for each battalion. Thus, while nominally 3 battalions remained, they effectively comprised 24 regiments. Notably, Zhou Ju, Zhu Jun, and Jia Yanhai, who had distinguished themselves, were all promoted to the rank of vice battalion leader. Due to the previous overstaffing issue, the increase in personnel was not substantial. Aside from the 1,000 men trained by Cheng Jun, an additional 1,000 recruits were needed. Even so, Cheng Jun's responsibilities grew significantly, leaving him overwhelmed with the task of shaping these troops, which required more time. Moreover, the scarcity of able-bodied young men in the Tuo River Plain meant that recruitment would depend on the East Mountain region. During this period, Zhou Ying found himself particularly elated. The 3 counties, despite their fertile lands, surprisingly lacked laborers, which was rather unexpected for him. The East Mountain, on the other hand, was chaotic due to its population density. With the convergence of these 2 regions, he believed that within a year, Tang Kaiping's territories would flourish rapidly, as nothing in the Tuo River Plain could hinder his rise. Due to the scarcity of young men in the 3 counties, Tang Kaiping had no choice but to return to the eastern part of East Mountain to arrange personnel. Those tribes were notoriously cautious, requiring their cooperation not only for military recruitment, but also for the 3 counties, and dispersing their power was Tang Kaiping's primary objective. Accompanying Tang Kaiping were Han Tianqing, Duwei, and Luowen, whose assistance had been limited in the past but was now crucial for the eastern part of East Mountain. Haha, our maneuverability has greatly increased, Tang Kaiping mused. Sima Yi was the first to learn of Tang Kaiping's return and hurried over to greet him. Indeed, much has been accomplished. Yet we still face a population deficit, Tang Kaiping remarked somewhat helplessly. There are plenty of people in East Mountain, Luowen interjected suddenly. The group was momentarily taken aback. Although East Mountain had a large population, not all its inhabitants were under their control. Presently, the power dynamics in East Mountain were fragmented among 3 factions, with their side being the weakest. Before heading to Bin County, I received news that Shui Dashin and Guadaji might be preparing to take action, Luowen revealed cryptically. It turned out that not long ago, Guadaji had succumbed to a mysterious ailment, his health rapidly deteriorating. Meanwhile, upon learning of unrest in East Mountain Town, Shui Dashin's ambitions were rekindled. The crisis in East Mountain Town implied that the eastern part of East Mountain would not hinder him, and Guadaji's illness presented a rare opportunity to eliminate him or seize a portion of his territory, freeing Shui Dashin from the constraints of others' opinions. Thanks to Luowen's influence, a significant portion of Guadaji's subordinates were quite radical, including Luo Ding, Jun Yi, Qin Wushuang, and Zhang Kai, who together commanded more than half of Guadaji's military. When Shui Dashin made his move, they promptly retaliated without yielding an inch, provoking a situation that spiraled out of control. Shui Dashin had initially intended to test the waters, but this action stirred a hornet's nest, and he was forced to press on. Meanwhile, Tang Kaiping had not been attentive, and the situation had escalated beyond recovery. What opportunities do we have? Duwei's eyes brightened as he suddenly inquired. There are considerable opportunities. Guadaji is no longer in control, and Shui Dashin will not squander this chance. They are bound to engage in a significant conflict. Once either side falters, our opportunity will arise, Luowen replied calmly. First, we should withdraw our troops. The new territory must continue to be assimilated. We will refrain from action in East Mountain for now, Tang Kaiping mused, recognizing that caution was prudent. Having just secured the 3 counties, attempting to consume East Mountain seemed overly ambitious. However, he could not deny the remarkable synergy between East Mountain and the 3 counties. Should he manage to conquer both regions, Tang Kaiping could sustain an elite force of 20,000, rather than the current meager army of over 10,000. While the prospects were promising, he could not afford any recklessness. East Mountain, while limited in land, was populous, and the impact of devastation on its able-bodied youth was far less severe than in the plains, making conquest a formidable challenge. On the 5th day of the 3rd month in the 349th year of the Qing dynasty, the conflict in East Mountain intensified under the influence of opportunistic individuals. Shui Dashin began mobilizing troops from the eastern border, while the core forces of the Guo family also joined the fray. Concurrently, Guadaji's condition deteriorated further, often rendering him unable to eat. Regarding the war, he was likely oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. The region had divided into three factions, one consisting of radical hawks, another comprising staunch conservatives, and the third being the ambitious Guo family, eager to inherit all of Guodaji's influence. The young lord is already preparing, Zhu Yin remarked. Standing beside Shui Dashan in his stronghold in southern East Mountain. Everything is ready? Shui Dashan, who had been reclining, suddenly sprang to his feet, inquiring. Yes, my lord. However, are we not taking too great a risk? Zhu Yin responded. Unbeknownst to many, 2 months prior, they had dispatched 3,000 men to the northern part of East Mountain, coordinating with Guo Daming's former subordinates to strike together against Guodaji. The operation was proceeding smoothly, should they succeed. Guodaji would be unable to withstand the onslaught for long. Conversely, if they failed, the loss of 3,000 men would be catastrophic, one that Shui Dashan could hardly bear, leading to his eventual absorption by other forces in East Mountain. Ultimately, only Guodaji and Tang Kaiping would remain in contention. Should they succeed in unifying East Mountain, the victor would undoubtedly be Shui Dashan. Tang Kaiping, unaware of Han Yu's assistance in seizing Wang Bin's territory, felt a sense of helplessness. Although East Mountain's information network was somewhat isolated, they were still aware of the surrounding developments. The strength of Wang Bin was well known, and his defeat indicated the prowess of both Tang Kaiping and Han Yu. What? Zhu Yin exclaimed in astonishment. He was aware of both Han Yu and Wang Bin, recognizing that while their forces may be limited, their personal combat prowess was formidable, making them not to be trifled with in East Mountain. This news dates back more than a month. Our opportunities are limited. If we cannot subdue Guodaji, we will eventually be consumed by him, Shui Dashan admitted, appearing somewhat resigned. Understood, Zhu Yin acknowledged the gravity of the situation and promptly set off to make arrangements. Meanwhile, the focal point of their attention, Tang Kaiping, was presently engaged in animated discussions about the influential figures of the world within Jiang Shaoxing's quarters, indulging in grandiose tales. By the way, Grandfather Jiang, how is your school faring? Tang Kaiping inquired with genuine concern, believing that with Jiang Shaoxing's military prowess, the institution would undoubtedly cultivate countless heroes. Don't even get me started. My students have only been under my tutelage for 3 months. What can they possibly learn in that time? Jiang Shaoxing replied, somewhat exasperated. Alas, there is little choice. In just 6 months, we have amassed over 10,000 men. While some assistance has been provided, self-sufficiency and training is the only viable path forward, Tang Kaiping lamented. Fully aware of the challenges ahead. Sigh, we are already enlisting the third batch. Combined with the graduates, there should be around 100. In the future, I hope to send them back for further training. Their growth will be even more remarkable. 3 months of training represents the bare minimum for Jiang Shaoxing. Given the current circumstances, he finds himself at a loss. Indeed, we shall establish a military academy with a 5-year curriculum, mandating that every officer graduate from here, regardless of their prior education. Although Tang Kaiping has never attended a military academy himself, he is acutely aware of its significance, recognizing that a wealth of knowledge can be acquired within its walls. Haha, I shall await this eagerly, he responded. The profound understanding of the military academy's importance is evidently deeply ingrained in the spirit of the Great Song Empire's army. By the way, could you offer me an analysis of the recent situation, grandfather? Tang Kaiping suddenly inquired. Opportunity is indeed a rare commodity. Jiang Shaoxing has been closely monitoring the developments concerning this group. Opportunity? Tang Kaiping expressed some confusion. If they remain inactive, the unification of Dongshan will be delayed by at least a year. However, with their current movements, Dongshan will soon be ours, Jiang Shaoxing stated with utmost formality. Tang Kaiping recognized that he held a significant advantage, yet he pondered that should one party achieve absolute victory, the prospect of Dongshan's unification would become bleak. He was taken aback by Jiang Shaoxing's unexpectedly high expectations. Currently, with Guodaji unwell, Shui Dashan perceives an opportunity. However, given the formidable power of the Guo family, he would be fortunate to gain much. Nevertheless, Shui Dashan is strong enough to inflict considerable losses upon the Guo family. Once your army is organized alongside your 3 from the Bai family, if they refuse to surrender, their only option will be to await their demise. Jiang Shaoxing, with years of military experience, clearly surpasses the local bandits of Dongshan in capability. I understand, Tang Kaiping replied. Luo Wen and Du Wuwei had also analyzed the situation for him, recognizing its inherent advantages, yet none had articulated it as clearly. After bidding farewell to Jiang Shaoxing, Tang Kaiping commenced mobilizing troops. Aside from Li Kaiyuan's battalion remaining in Bin County, 2 battalions were stationed in Dongshan town, while all other forces were redirected to the eastern part of Dongshan. He reached out to various tribes, directly requesting their military support. Dongshan represents the foundation of the future. Once it is secured, Tang Kaiping is confident in assembling 2 main divisions and an equal number of reserve forces, thus achieving his objectives in Yuzhou. As Tang Kaiping confidently directed his troops in preparation for the unification of Dongshan, An incident unfolded in the southern part of the chaotic territory that would embroil him in complications. The tinged sect, incensed by the loss of the critical stronghold of Wang Bin, found themselves in a furious state. It is essential to understand the current condition of the chaotic territory. The northern region is a veritable treasure trove, and the hard-won territory has now been seized by others, an intolerable affront. Consequently, they dispatched a letter of protest to Qing Shangguan. Situated in the northeastern part of the tinged sect's territory, Qing Shangguan possesses a considerably stronger influence. This is most evident in the fact that the tinged sect boasts only 3 innate martial artists, while Qing Shangguan not only has 3 innate fighters but also a master-level warrior. Thus, they paid little heed to the tinged sect's grievances, instead focusing their attention on Hanyu. The northwestern part of the chaotic territory extends from the Great Hengduan Mountains, aside from the Toto River plain in the north. The remainder consists predominantly of high mountains and hills, rendering the land rather barren. Should they successfully capture the northern region of Dongshan, the future of Qing Shangguan would indeed shine resplendently. Chapter 52. A reciprocal exchange during Han Yu's time at the Qing Shan sect. He was merely an outer disciple, thus receiving little regard. Following the sect leader's decision, the Qing Shan sect dispatched 2 inner elders of the 8th rank to investigate Han Yu's situation, seeking any potential assistance. Naturally, should anyone dare to act against him, they would not hesitate to retaliate. If circumstances allowed, more disciples from Qing Shan would be sent in the future. However, due to the unique chaos in the northern territories, Qing Shan could not operate too openly, lest they become a target. The Tianhe Divine Sect, noticing Qing Shan's lack of response, discerned their intentions and began reaching out to several other sections. Losing such a significant stronghold was simply intolerable. Meanwhile, the long-planned assault by Shui Dashan in the northern region of Dongshan commenced. The remnants of Guodaming's forces remained discontent under Guodaji's rule, which regarded them as inferior, particularly in terms of military supplies and other resources. Many times, they were completely overlooked. Thus, when Shui Dashan made his move, they readily allied with him. The 3,000 troops sent by Shui Dashan were led by Shui, his son, a mere 20 years of age yet remarkably mature, devoid of any typical traits of a wealthy heir. Raised within the military, he embodied the essence of a soldier, believing that a true soldier must possess the proper demeanor and conduct, never tarnishing their own reputation nor disrespecting the title of soldier. Meanwhile, Guodaming's subordinates were undoubtedly parasites. Despite their disdain, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that this was not the time for conflict. Under Shui's command, the offensive proceeded smoothly, as those loyal to Guodaji were swiftly eliminated within a single day. Guodaji had never anticipated that anyone would dare to strike here, hence his lack of vigilance. However, Shui Dashan's progress was far from seamless. He faced fierce resistance, with his 7,000 troops suffering significant losses over the course of several days. In contrast, Guodaji's forces began to regroup rapidly, growing in number, and if the battle continued, Shui Dashan risked being overwhelmed. "My lord, if this continues, we shall face defeat." Zhu Yan expressed his anxiety, fearing the loss of years of hard work. "There is no alternative, as long as he can seize control. We may still have hope to penetrate Guodaji's stronghold. If we are not tied down here, he lacks the capability to resist." Shui Dashan shared his frustration, questioning why Guodaji's subordinates fought so fiercely when their leader was on the brink of collapse. "Have there been any updates from the palace?" Zhu Yan inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. "None yet. After securing the north, those men seem reluctant to act," Shui Dashan replied with a tinge of helplessness. Meanwhile, Shui was embroiled in a life-and-death struggle, far removed from the ease of conversation between the two. "Guowei, you are a traitor," Shui shouted, slashing down 2 soldiers who charged at him. "How laughable. This is our Guo family's territory, and you think the Shui family can encroach upon it?" Guowei, a trusted aide of Guodaming and the first to surrender to Guodaji, wielded significant influence in the northern region. Much of the Shui family's audacious endeavor was instigated by him. "You scoundrel! Do you think you can escape unscathed after toppling the Guo family?" Shui seethed, having been cautious and vigilant, yet caught off guard by the treachery of one who stood to gain the most. "Scoundrel? Ha! You were unaware that just the day before yesterday, Guodaji met his demise. The Guo family sought me out to unify the northern and western regions of Dongshan. To bring down the Guo family, I shall become the Guo family." Guowei's maniacal laughter echoed, his face contorting in a grotesque display of triumph, embodying the essence of a petty tyrant. "May you meet a wretched end." Witnessing the relentless slaughter, Shui struggled to maintain his rationality. "That I cannot confirm. But you shall not survive this. Once I take you down, your father will follow suit, and then the entirety of Dongshan south, west, and north shall belong to me, Guowei. I shall accomplish what you could not." Guowei's long-suppressed ambitions surged forth, now unleashed. "My lord, over here." Just as Guowei reveled in his unchallenged dominance, Shui's men suddenly burst in from outside. Shui had been exceptionally cautious, making it difficult for Guowei to find an opportunity. However, Under pressure from the Guo family, Guo Wei feigned illness to lure Shui into a visit. Shui, honoring their alliance and urged by his father's insistence, reluctantly went to see him, only to be ambushed. Fortunately, in an effort to safeguard Shui Dashan had dispatched not only 3,000 elite troops, but also a 9th-rank martial artist. As soon as Shui came under attack, he activated his signal, and reinforcements quickly arrived. Guo Wei, I will return, Shui declared before retreating under the protection of his forces. Chase after him. We must capture every member of the Shui family, Guo Wei commanded, recognizing that allowing Shui to escape could lead to unforeseen complications for the Guo family, jeopardizing his future. Shui's 3,000 troops were the Shui family's finest, incomparable to Guo Wei's rabble. Initially, Shui managed to shake off some pursuers, but this was Guo Wei's territory, where sheer numbers often overwhelmed individual prowess. Thus, Shui found himself ensnared in a fierce battle. By the time Shui returned to the southern part of Dongshan, fewer than 500 of the original 3,000 remained. Not only had he failed to achieve his objective, but he had also suffered devastating losses, a burden too heavy for someone as proud as Shui to bear. In a moment of despair, he raised his spear, contemplating self-destruction. Seeing this, his comrades could not permit such an act, and, unable to reason with him, resorted to knocking him unconscious and bringing him to Shui Dashan. Shui Dashan sat motionless by Shui's bedside, resembling a stone statue, as if the world had become irrelevant. In that moment, only Shui mattered. Everything else was but a fleeting illusion. Shui Dashan had only one son, a late-in-life blessing whom he cherished deeply. Shui had proven himself worthy, maintaining a humble demeanor while striving to become a model soldier. Shui Dashan pondered the futility of territory and population. Upon seeing Shui lying there, he suddenly realized that without his son, all struggles for power became meaningless. Nothing could compare to the value of his child's life. My lord? My lord? Zhu Yan rushed in, noticing Shui Dashan's daze, and called out urgently. What is it? Shui Dashan was about to express his frustration when he recognized Zhu Yan and quelled his anger. The Guo family has gathered their forces and prepares to strike us. Zhu Yan sighed heavily. How many have they assembled? Shui Dashan maintained an unyielding demeanor amidst the impending crisis. At least 15,000, possibly as many as 20,000. Zhu Yan replied. 20,000? After such prolonged conflict, Shui Dashan's forces had dwindled to fewer than 5,000, insufficient for a robust defense. Although the Dongshan region was treacherous, there were few significant defensive positions available. It seems they intend to annihilate us in one fell swoop, Zhu Yan lamented. Let us seek aid from Tang Kaiping, Shui Dashan proposed, contemplating their next move. Overwhelmed, Shui Dashan expressed his desperation. But, my lord, Zhu Yan said anxiously, if we request assistance, it matters not. Shui Dashan declared with the decisiveness of a seasoned strategist. Victory and defeat are the fortunes of war. Joining Tang Kaiping offers us a chance. Since we cannot dominate, we shall align with the most promising contender. The Guo family will not succeed. Understood, Zhu Yan replied. I shall make arrangements immediately. My lord and the prince should retreat. The Guo family may launch an assault soon. Shui Dashan remained silent, gesturing for him to depart. His only desire was to stay and care for Shui. Upon receiving the order, Zhu Yan promptly pinned a message to Tang Kaiping, detailing their predicament and expressing their willingness to join forces. Meanwhile, Tang Kaiping was in Dongshan town. Addressing the recent insurrection led by Han Ke, who had attempted to seize control during his absence, Han Ke's rebellion, supported by a mere 50 followers, was swiftly quelled by Jia Yunhai, who executed Han Ke and confiscated the assets of his accomplices. Though seemingly minor, the incident posed a dilemma. Tang Kaiping needed the Han family's support, yet Han Ke's treachery could not be ignored. Han Tianqing arrived, representing the Han family's stance. Han Yu was clear that such actions warranted death. The Han family's ambitions extended beyond Dongshan town, and no one would be allowed to jeopardize their future. With the Han family's position clear, Tang Kaiping acquiesced. However, Jia Yunhai would be reassigned, as Dongshan town was no longer suitable for him. Just as the matter was resolved, Tang Kaiping received Shui Dashan's plea for aid. Without delay, he and Han Tianqing returned to their stronghold in eastern Dongshan. What is the situation? Tang Kaiping asked, gathering his advisors. The situation is dire, replied Situ Yi, the most familiar with the region. Shui Dashan may not be able to hold out. The Guo family has launched a surprise attack, Luo added, his brow furrowed. The Guo family? Tang Kaiping questioned, surprised. Do they possess such power? Guo Daji and Guo Daming have built their influence upon the Guo family's foundation, Luo explained. Currently, only the Guo family could exert such control. Chapter 53. Sudden arrival. As the discussion among a few individuals unfolded, Zhang Fan unexpectedly entered the room. What is the matter, Uncle Zhang? Tang Kaiping knew that Zhang Fan would not come to him without significant reason. Guo Daji is dead, Zhang Fan recounted, striving to maintain a calm tone. What? Everyone was taken aback. Although Dongshan was currently the most crucial area for their group, It had previously been disregarded as a mere den of bandits. With relatively weak intelligence capabilities, they had only just received this alarming news. Tang Kaiping felt a sense of disbelief. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. If Guadaji was indeed deceased, and the Guo family chose to act, their movements would undoubtedly be substantial, reflecting an overwhelming ambition. The Guo family aimed to unify Dongshan. Luo Wen appeared somewhat desolate. Over the years, he had developed some feelings for Guadaji, and the swiftness of his demise took him by surprise. Regardless, the primary focus now was to safeguard Shuaidashan. The Guo family posed a threat to Tang Kaiping, should they manage to protect Shuaidashan. This minor player would scarcely be able to stir up significant turbulence. In truth, even if the Guo family unified Dongshan, what difference would it make? With control over 3 counties, his position would certainly be fortified. If they were to act, they must do so with fervor. Since the Guo family sought to seize an advantage, they ought to be met with formidable resistance. Du Wuwei mused on how deeply the Guo family had concealed themselves, only to emerge at this critical moment. Order Zhang Batian to withdraw, and Li Kaiyuan to pull back 2 battalions. Wei Quan, you will first assist Shuaidashan. Once Zhang Batian arrives, we will counterattack, Tang Kaipeng commanded promptly. Now that they had secured 3 counties, capturing Dongshan would dramatically alter their circumstances. Tang Kaiping was prepared to gamble. At the very least, they could either retain or absorb Shuaidashan. Currently, each battalion comprised 8 companies, totaling over 3,000 personnel. This arrangement essentially mobilized their full strength. Upon hearing the orders, everyone realized Tang Kaipeng had made his resolution. All that remained was to exert their utmost effort in support. Wei Quan promptly mobilized, as Shuaidashan should still be able to hold out, though no one knew for how long. Shuaidashan felt drained, as if all his strength had been expended. The Guo family's forces launched relentless assaults without regard for casualties. Thankfully, the southern region of Dongshan had been fortified like an iron barrel under his command. While retreating under fire, he had lost half his territory and over 3,000 men. At which point the Guo forces had exhausted their capacity for further attacks, having suffered more than double the losses. Their offensive force dwindled to fewer than 10,000. Though the Guo family continued to send reinforcements from the rear, Wei Quan hastened his march, taking 5 days to finally connect with Shuaidashan's men. My lord, Tang Kaiping's forces have arrived. Zhu Yan, who had not slept in 3 days, felt the pressure mounting unbearably. Oh, they have come, Shuaidashan replied, his eyes bloodshot from the immense stress. I will go to welcome them personally. He stood up, feeling a sudden wave of dizziness and collapsing to the ground. My lord. Zhu Yan was momentarily stunned. Shuaidashan had always been in excellent health, and now he faltered. If he fell, the southern region of Dongshan would be lost. I am fine. Do not make a fuss, Shuaidashan insisted as he regained some clarity after sitting down. My lord, but Zhu Yan was still anxious. It's fine. Meeting Tang Kaiping's men is paramount, Shuaidashan emphasized, his primary concern being the reinforcements. With no other option, Zhu Yan went to invite Wei Quan in. I am Wei Quan, honored to meet Lord Shui. Upon entering, Wei Quan noticed Shuaidashan's weariness and observed him struggling to rise, prompting him to bow respectfully. Ah, excellent. May I inquire how to address you? Shuaidashan asked courteously. I am Wei Quan, entrusted by Lord Tang to bring a battalion to support you, he replied. Although Tang Kaipeng preferred not to be called my lord, the circumstances necessitated it. It is good that you have arrived. I wonder if Lord Tang has any messages for me? Shuaidashan felt that a single battalion was somewhat insufficient, yet it could still prove decisive at this juncture. Lord Tang has instructed me to assist you in holding the southern region. He will personally lead his troops here in a few days, Wei Quan stated. Tang Kaiping is coming personally? Shuaidashan found this hard to believe, considering the current dangers. Indeed, Wei Quan replied, somewhat dismissively. What could the Guo family's forces possibly achieve against him? Then I must trouble you, Brother Wei, Shuaidashan acknowledged, realizing he had perhaps overstepped. Soon after, Zhu Yan escorted Wei Quan away. Without rest, Wei Quan immediately sent his troops to the front line. Having watched the other 2 battalions exhibit their prowess, he could not let this opportunity slip by. Wei Quan's battalion was the first to undergo reorganization, having spent the most time in training due to the absence of combat tasks. Now, with 3 newly formed companies, they boasted a strength of 3,500 men. Their combat capabilities quite formidable. Dongshan lay within a minor range of the Great Hengduan Mountains, characterized by gentle slopes. After surveying the area, Wei Quan positioned his troops for battle. Guozhen, age 45, had recently assumed leadership of the Guo family. Not long ago, this position had belonged to Guodaji. But fortunately, the old man had not survived the winter. Lacking a son, Guozhen, as the Guo family's sole formidable successor, became the new ruler. Guozhen was an ambitious individual. His father, Guodingshan, had once been the family patriarch, only to be defeated and killed by the alliance of Guodaji and Guodaming. Nevertheless, Guodingshan was no fool. Before his demise, he had bequeathed a remarkable gift to Guodaji and Guodaming, an enchanting woman, whose presence had incited enmity between the two fierce lions, leading to their downfall beneath her alluring sway. Many were unaware that Guizhen had procured this woman from afar and kept her as his prized possession, thus fueling his animosity toward Guodaji and Guodaming. Now, both adversaries were dead, their failure secured his triumph, and Dongshan would soon belong to him. The Guo forces initiated a new wave of attacks. Guozhen's patience had worn thin. He urged all troops to commence a fresh onslaught. Advance. Capture the south. And I shall allow you to pillage for 3 days, he commanded, his bandit mentality unwavering. Outside the Guo family, all was fair game, provided one possessed the strength to seize it. He had never contemplated why Guodaji and Guodaming could outmaneuver his father to seize power. Had he reflected, he might have chosen his words more wisely. Kill. Kill. Of course, an army devoid of its own spirit became a band of brutes. The character of their commander dictated their essence. If led by a bandit, they would be bandits, while if led by a hero, they would embody heroism. Clearly, Guozhen was a bandit. Shui tirelessly loosed arrows at the advancing bandits, who were nothing short of barbaric, seizing whatever they desired. The painstakingly developed southern region of Dongshan was ravaged before his eyes, igniting a profound anguish within him, though filled with hatred. The relentless assaults from the enemy soon overwhelmed his meager forces. Just as he contemplated issuing a retreat order, a row of well-coordinated throwing spears suddenly shot forth from behind, striking down several boastful bandits, sending them tumbling to the ground in a cloud of dust. After struggling briefly, they could rise no more. Subsequently, a deluge of throwing spears surged forth from behind, inflicting severe damage upon Guozhen's entire offensive front. Hundreds fell victim to the onslaught, their lives extinguished by the deadly projectiles. Advance! Advance! Guozhen paid little heed to these losses. After all, Shui Dashan merely made a fleeting appearance, and such casualties were inconsequential in his eyes. If he could secure the southern part of Dongshan, the entirety of Dongshan would ultimately belong to him. The mere thought of this prospect sent him into a frenzied delight. However, the situation unfolded in stark contrast to his expectations. As the forces pressed forward, an even greater barrage of throwing spears descended from above, thwarting their advance once more under this relentless assault. Your Highness, reinforcements from King Tang have arrived, Zhu Yin announced as he approached Shui alongside Wei Quan. I am Wei Quan, he introduced himself, stepping forward. Thank you, Brother Wei, Shui expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Having endured considerable hardship during this period, without the arrival of reinforcements, he might well have been deprived of witnessing another sunrise. Haha, Brother Shui, you are too courteous, Wei Quan replied, not one to linger unnecessarily in conversation. After a brief exchange, he swiftly dispersed his troops throughout Shui Yi's defensive line. Observing the grim circumstances, the troops below grew reluctant to launch an attack. It was vital to note that aside from the 3,000 soldiers from the Guo family, led by Guozhen, the remainder were under the command of Guodaji and Guodaming. At this moment, no one wished to incur any losses, as their very foundation in Dongshan depended upon their strength. Unable to command effectively, Guozhen hesitated to issue further orders, reluctantly halting his offensive against Shui. He felt a rising anxiety regarding the throwing spears. Without any protective measures, the casualties among his troops would be substantial. Why had Shui not employed this weapon earlier? Clearly, these spears were not hastily crafted. They must have been a last resort. The thought of seizing the entirety of southern Dongshan led Guozhen to indulge in fantasies, dismissing the throwing spears as insignificant, regardless of their formidable lethality. After a cursory search for wooden shields, Guozhen once again began to organize his forces for another assault. Having dedicated over 20 years to training, he was not particularly well-versed in military strategy. Countless soldiers of the Guo family surged forth once more, only to be met with not only the initial barrage of throwing spears, but also an array of previously unseen projectiles, rolling logs, stones, and a myriad of other tactics. Wei Quan, trained in regular military academies, adeptly employed defensive strategies, viewing the Guo family's tactics with disdain. It soon became evident to Guozhen that the dynamics of the battle had fundamentally shifted. Countless men fell to various tactics, and his 11 attempts to breach the defenses proved futile. Luo Ding, Junyi, Qin Wushuang, and Zhang Kai were also among those engaged in the assault. Guozhen's autocratic nature had long caused them considerable distress. At this rate, their limited forces would be entirely depleted. Each of these individuals had been elevated by Luo Wen and belonged to an aggressive faction under Guodaji, renowned for their combat prowess and staunch loyalty to Luo Wen. Have you all seen the Lord's message? What are your thoughts? Luo Ding inquired, being the eldest among them. What is the Lord's intent? Junyi, the most contemplative, questioned. Can we trust this Tang Kaipan? Qin Wushuang, known for his sincerity, asked. I have faith in the Lord's judgment, Zhang Kai replied. Having served as Luo Wen's guardian for over a decade, Well, the Lord should be arriving shortly. Since we have chosen to follow him, we must obey his orders. Luo Ding asserted. These individuals were not merely beneficiaries of Luo Wen's kindness. They were bound together like grasshoppers on a single string, their connection transcending mere self-interest. Once they confirmed Luo Wen's whereabouts, they understood that preserving their strength was of paramount importance. Each commanded a force of nearly 1,000 men, making them the most formidable faction within the Guo family army. Such power was undoubtedly coveted, yet not everyone possessed the capability to contend for it. Due to Wei Quan's intervention, Guozhen's assaults were temporarily suspended. Regardless of the sacrifices, there was no way to shake the defenses before him, leaving the entire Guo family army in a state of turmoil. During this standoff, Tang Kaiping, accompanied by Jiang Boshan's battalion, finally arrived. My lord, I have made contact with several former subordinates. Luo Wen informed Tang Kaiping, who was en route to Shui Dashan's residence. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tang Kaiping replied, exercise caution. This time, we shall ensure Guozhen has no opportunity for a comeback. Understood. Chapter 54. Child Bride. The weariness that enveloped Shui Dashan dissipated entirely. In recent days, the front lines had received nothing but encouraging news from Shuedi. With Wei Quan's assistance, the entire defense line had finally stabilized, and sporadic counterattacks were being launched. Moreover, Tang Kaiping's second batch of reinforcements had arrived, and he knew that a counteroffensive was imminent. Zuyin, hurry, help me dress. Upon hearing the news of Tang Kaiping's imminent arrival, Shui Dashan hastily made arrangements. My lord, your health is still fragile, Zuyin said anxiously. Not at all. Alas. After this, we shall be under Tang Kaiping's command. How could we not take this seriously? Shui Dashan's long-cherished heroic spirit was somewhat shaken. This battle had cost him dearly. My lord, we still have hope, Zhu Yin remarked, moved by the thought of losing all their years of struggle. Do not dwell on it. It is a blessing that Tang Kaiping can assist us. He has seized Wang's territory and in the northern chaos of Dashan. He represents the most formidable force. Joining him will bring us endless benefits. I am resigned to it. Ear should not be confined to this small place. Shui Dashan replied with a sense of relief. Indeed, my lord, Zhu Yin said, appearing somewhat helpless. Soon, Tang Kaiping arrived at Shui Dashan's residence. Shui Dashan was a man of action. His abode was grand yet devoid of extravagance, a stark contrast to the Wang estate. Shui Dashan, I apologize for the intrusion. Tang Kaiping called out from a distance as he spotted Shui Dashan greeting him at the entrance. Do not mention it, Tang Dashan. Were it not for your support, I might have already met my demise, Shui Dashan responded, having honed his social graces during his years in Dongshan. Ha, Shui Dashan is too modest, Tang Kaiping exclaimed, embracing Shui Dashan warmly upon entering. Please, come in, Shui Dashan said, feeling somewhat dispirited. Please, Tang Kaiping followed suit into the house. Aside from some trivial pleasantries, the meeting between Tang Kaiping and Shui Dashan was highly successful. Shui Dashan was poised to become the nominal second-in-command in Tang Kaiping's faction. While the Guo family emerged as the primary target for their next steps, the military would operate independently for the time being, with plans for restructuring once Dongshan was fully secured. I never expected Shui Dashan to be so open-minded, Jiang Baiyan remarked in astonishment back at the camp. He understands the situation clearly. The Guo family has no future. We are their only hope, Du Wei stated calmly. Let it be, Luo Wan. You may instruct the people there to act accordingly. We shall commence our operation tomorrow. Tang Kaiping concluded the dull discussion with a decisive order. The sky remained tranquil. Yet the southern region of Dongshan was anything but peaceful. The battle had raged for over a month, and the most distressed were the common folk, who ceaselessly lamented. Cursed war, end swiftly. We do not desire conflict here. What is the situation? Tang Kaiping inquired of Wei Quan upon reaching the front lines. We are unaware of our impending assault. There are no defenses in place, Wei Quan replied, his excitement palpable as he prepared to lead the charge. Advance. But remember that our men are positioned over there. Be vigilant, Tang Kaiping instructed. Understood. Wei Quan, accustomed to Tang Kaiping's commands, readily complied. The battle unfolded with eerie calm. As soon as Wei Quan's camp mobilized, Guozhen took notice and promptly ordered his troops to respond. However, his most formidable fighters, Luo Ding and his companions, seemed to vanish without a trace. Left with no other choice, he commanded Guo's forces to engage the enemy. Just as the skirmish commenced, Luo Ding and his group launched their attack from behind. The front line, already faltering under the pressure from Wei Quan's and Jiang Boshan's forces, collapsed entirely with this new offensive. Return to me. Guozhen was driven to madness. Just as he was on the cusp of realizing his dreams, they shattered before his eyes, a reality he could not accept. He was ill-equipped to endure failure. Yet no one heeded him. Despite being a formidable opponent, his forces crumbled rapidly. Regardless of his frantic calls, they fell into disarray. Just as he prepared to lash out in desperation, he was easily subdued by the Bai family's trio, resulting in his entire army surrendering, save for those who managed to flee. Thus, under Tang Kaiping's command, the troops commenced a relentless pursuit. traversing from the southern to the western reaches of Dongshan, swiftly capturing Guadaji's former territory, only pausing upon receiving word that Guowei's forces were stationed in the northern part of Dongshan. Guowei was utterly horrified. What on earth was happening? Why had this transpired? Guizhen had promised him that upon seizing all of Dongshan, he would ascend as the new king. But why was it all unraveling now? In truth, Guizhen had never intended to share power with him. He had merely sought to exploit him, already plotting how to eliminate him once Dongshan was unified. However, such concerns were now moot. Guizhen was dead, and Guowei was left with nothing. As Guowei wrestled with his anxiety, Tang Kaiping, accompanied by Luo Wan, approached Guadaji's stronghold. Walking upon this familiar ground, Luo Wan was consumed by nostalgia, recalling the numerous times he had arrived here, never envisioning he would do so as a victor. Has anything changed? Tang Kaiping inquired, noticing Luo Wan's shifting expressions. My lord, everything is different, people and things alike. Luo Wan replied succinctly, aware that Tang Kaiping was testing him. He understood that Tang Kaiping's faction was divided into 3 branches, and with the conquest of Dongshan, he would surely need to support certain individuals. He represented one faction, while Shuai would form another. At this moment, it was crucial to express loyalty. Indeed, the times have changed. Go and make arrangements. We have just seized this territory, and you are most familiar with it. I require a stable Dongshan, Tang Kaiping stated plainly. Relieved that Luo Wan had grasped his intentions. Regardless of whether it was his faction or Shuai, control over military power was permissible, provided it was understood that such power was granted by Tang Kaiping himself. Stability was paramount at this juncture, and he would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who dared to defy him. My lord, I understand, Luo Wan replied, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Tang Kaiping then proceeded to Guadaji's royal castle, a modest place, comparable in size to the Wang estate, yet it was Guadaji's stronghold. After such a long time, Guadaji's ashes remained in the residence, unburied, with no one to care for them, a poignant testament to a tyrant's fall. He had never anticipated such an end. Brother Wan, you have returned. A figure suddenly emerged from the shadows as Tang Kaiping and his companions entered, rushing to embrace Luo Wan in tears. The others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what transpired. The young girl appeared to be around 12 or 13. Luo Wan attempted to console her, suggesting they must have known each other well. She is Guadaji's daughter, named Guopan. Luo Wan eventually managed to calm the sobbing child. At last, everyone understood. This girl was, in fact, Luo Wan's fiancée. My lord, Guadaji was poisoned, Luo Wan said, his eyes swollen with grief. Poisoned? Tang Kaiping was taken aback. Guadaji had always been vigilant, reluctant to trust others. How could someone have managed to poison him? Yes, he had been well the day before, merely suffering from a slight cold. After taking some medicine that night, he did not rise the next morning, Luo Wan lamented. In truth, Guadaji was eliminated through the financial machinations of Guizhen. Guizhen had meticulously plotted for many years. The person tasked with concocting the poison had been prepared for 5 years, awaiting the opportune moment. It was precisely after Guadaji triumphed over Guadaming and became intoxicated with the belief that he was invincible, especially after pursuing the most feared adversary, Luo Wan, that an opportunity arose to extinguish his life. Although the revelation was shocking, there was little that could be done. This is the lament of a tyrant. After offering some consolation, the matter was effectively swept under the rug, and of course, Luo Wan was left with a child bride as a consequence. Tang Kaiping swiftly convened with Luo Ding, Jun Yi, Qin Wushuang, and Zhang Kai. Apart from being promoted by Luo Wan, these individuals were exceptionally capable. Defeating Guadaji was no simple feat given that the Dongshan region had long been under the dominion of the Guo family. Governance had been largely familial, with the majority of bureaucratic positions occupied by them. Fortunately, the roles of Luo Wan and Guopan emerged, allowing Tang Kaiping to navigate the situation with relative ease, cleansing the ranks efficiently and promoting those deserving. Now, only Guowei remained in Dongshan, and Tang Kaiping posed the question, what shall we do? He brought it forth in the first meeting. The Guo family would undoubtedly strive to support him, yet they also represented an obstacle that needed to be dismantled collectively. Guowei, now regarded as the foremost strategist, was the first to speak, though his understanding of Dongshan did not match the depth of Luo Wan's insights. We currently command nearly 15,000 men. Even with Guo family support, Guowei can muster at most 10,000, and his troops lack combat efficacy, Luo Wan remarked. At this juncture, a middle-aged scholar at the back spoke up. I believe we ought to proceed with caution. This scholar, Tao Jingda, was a rare talent in domestic affairs, having served Guadaji for 20 years without significant recognition until Luo Wan unearthed his potential and elevated him. However, he remained fiercely loyal to Guadaji. Had it not been for Dai's untimely demise, he would have found it hard to accept Tang Kaiping's leadership. After Guadaming's defeat, he managed the entirety of northern Dongshan, and his words commanded the attention of all present. My lord, nearly everyone in the north despises Guowei. During Guadaming's reign, He became the de facto ruler of northern Dongshan, leading a life of extravagance, resorting to murder and theft at will, completely disregarding the populace. If the Guo family sends support, will they heed Guo Wei's command or their own? Within a month, unrest will surely ensue, Tao Jing stated. His observations plunged the others into contemplation. If Guo Wei were truly a mere drunkard, an offensive at this juncture would indeed be ill-advised. Tang Kaiping felt a tinge of unease, as both Shui and the others had only recently joined their ranks. It was unwise to mobilize forces immediately without time for assimilation, especially after the recent conflicts that necessitated rest. I must maintain a degree of military pressure solely towards Guo Wei, compelling him to vie for command, Jiang Badian suggested. Very well, let it be so. Xuan Badian. You shall implement this strategy. We shall seize the opportunity to advance when it arises, Tang Kaiping decisively concluded. In truth, Tang Kaiping's arrangement was rather stable. Luo Wen's faction had fully aligned with him and would not act in this moment, while Shui was also unlikely to take risks. Moreover, they had witnessed the might of the Bai family's trio. The legendary Guizhen had been swiftly captured, unable to withstand their force. The contest for power between Guo Wei and the Guo family had already commenced. It was not Guo Wei who initiated the conflict, but rather the Guo family's aggressive stance, leaving him little opportunity. Following the loss of Western Dongshan, the Guo family had grown distrustful of outsiders, even those who had once been their kin. Fortifying their grip on military authority, Guo Wei had stood unyielding in Dongshan for decades. Such resilience was not mere happenstance. Thus, as the Guo family took action, they swiftly seized control of the military, their influence being overwhelmingly potent, resulting in a significant reduction of their military power, leading to a tense standoff. However, due to the pressure from Tang Kaiping's side, no actions had yet been taken. Everyone understood that any slight movement could irrevocably alter the dynamics of Dongshan. Chapter 55. Guo Wei's surrender. Having been entrenched in Dongshan for many years, the Guo family had witnessed numerous power struggles. Yet, this particular situation instilled a sense of impending doom. Tang Kaiping had no intention of showing leniency, as he relentlessly augmented military pressure on northern Dongshan, while simultaneously leveraging his connections to clandestinely engage influential figures within the region. The northern part of Dongshan was a melting pot of factions, comprising not only Guo Wei and his adherents but also remnants of Guodaji's forces and individuals previously marginalized by Guo Wei. This created a heterogeneous environment. Guo Wei and the Guo family, lacking the experience and capacity to manage such complexity, could only attempt to appease these groups. However, aware of the shifting tides in Dongshan, these factions adopted a cautious stance, refraining from decisive action until the opportune moment to align with the eventual victor. Tang Kaiping grew increasingly frustrated by this inertia. Without internal support, seizing the area would entail excessive risk. The Guo family and Guo Wei, however, could not remain passive for long. As the northern part of Dongshan represented their mutual stronghold, and allowing the other to gain dominance would jeopardize their own future. The Guo family, with its extensive history of governance in Dongshan, possessed an influence and legacy that Guo Wei could not match. They initiated hostilities. But Guo Wei was swiftly defeated and sought assistance from Tang Kaiping. Tang Kaiping, however, had no intention of intervening, as the strife between the two factions only served to augment his own gains. As Tang Kaiping's forces converged, his military superiority became increasingly pronounced. Yet, the inherent disputes over resources could not be entirely suppressed. The latent conflict between Guo Wei and the Guo family erupted when Guo Wei's forces inadvertently hindered Tang Kaiping's plan to eliminate the Guo family, leading to their swift demise. With these adversaries eliminated, Tang Kaiping consolidated his control over Dongshan, rendering even the Guo family and Guo Wei powerless to resist. Exploiting a minor vulnerability amidst their discord, Tang Kaiping, aided by collaborators, swiftly breached northern Dongshan. The event that triggered the invasion was almost farcical. A soldier from Guodaji's former ranks, driven by hunger, deserted, only to be pursued by Guo Wei's troops. Jiang Batian, mistaking this for an attack, launched a swift counteroffensive, easily repelling the pursuers and advancing into northern Dongshan. The Guo family and Guo Wei have retreated to the vicinity of Shirao, Jiang Batian reported. A perfect trap, Wei Quan remarked callously. Shirao, a peculiar locale in Dongshan, featured a narrow passage carved beneath a massive rock, approximately 10 feet in length, situated near the boundary between northern and western Dongshan. It had long served as Guodaming's front line against Guodaji. Given the numerous access points in northern Dongshan, the officers opted not to attack directly, but instead established a garrison in front of Shirao. As desertions due to starvation increased, it became evident that the enemy might collapse without a direct assault. The majority of the deserters were Guo Wei's men, lacking administrative acumen. Guo Wei had relied on the Guo family for provisions during the siege of Shui. In the initial stages, supplies were provided promptly, but as Guo Wei's compliance waned, the Guo family curtailed his rations, forcing him to resort to threats to secure minimal provisions. Guo prioritized his loyal veterans, leaving the newer recruits with meager portions and the option to either plunder the Guo family or endure hunger. These unaligned soldiers, unwilling to starve, resorted to raiding both Guo family and Guo stores, prompting swift suppression and forcing them to flee. As the number of deserters swelled, and as rumors spread that Tang Kaiping was not the monster portrayed by the Guo family and Guo, more individuals grew emboldened, recognizing the inevitability of Tang Kaiping's dominance. Even ordinary soldiers questioned the rationale for resistance, particularly when faced with starvation. The desertions escalated to higher ranks, and the number of defectors surged. While the Guo family's forces remained largely intact due to familial ties, Guo's troops suffered significant attrition. Ultimately, Guo ceased attempting to control the desertions, focusing solely on retaining his core followers. When Tang Kaiping launched his assault, Guo realized that neither he nor the Guo family stood a chance against the overwhelming force. "Brother, over 100 more have deserted today," a confidant reported to Guo, who was lost in thought. Guo waved dismissively, signaling that he was aware of the situation, and dejectedly raised a cup of wine to his lips. "Brother, let us surrender," the confidant urged, taking a seat before Guo. Guo initially reacted with agitation, as if a raw wound had been touched, but upon seeing his confidant, he relapsed into despondency. "Brother, I, Ma Tingyun, have been with you for a decade," Guo's confidant, Ma Tingyun, remarked. Guo looked up at Ma Tingyun, offering a solemn nod. Ma Tingyun, a natural strategist, had been instrumental in Guo's sustained success and expansion of influence. However, Ma Tingyun had come to terms with the inherent limitations of Guo's position and had lost faith in his leadership. "Tingyun, I cannot be at ease. Tang Kaiping is unlike Guodachi. If we surrender, we will have no chance," Guo stated, acutely aware of their predicament. "Brother, we understand. But do you believe Shirao can withstand his advance? Resistance will lead to utter annihilation, while surrender offers a glimmer of hope," Ma Tingyun countered. Guo understood Ma Tingyun's point. Resistance was futile, while surrender, though precluding dominance, offered the best path forward. Talented individuals like Ma Tingyun would undoubtedly be valued, whereas Guo's limited scope could not contain him. With this realization, Guo felt a sense of resignation, but also a release of burden. He even mocked himself for his futile struggles, acknowledging that he had merely paved the way for another's triumph. Guo's tacit surrender proved disastrous for the Guo family. That very night, with Guo's assistance, Wei Quan's forces swiftly seized control of Shirao, and other units poured in, disarming the Guo family before they could react. Guo Jia's control over the troops was evidently far superior to that of Guo. Even in the face of such a setback, chaos did not ensue as one might expect. The forces were swiftly reorganized to mount a resistance. However, at this juncture, Xue Yi, Jiang Batian, and Luo Ding, among others, had already led their troops through the Shirao ravine, launching relentless waves of attacks. "Brother, since we have surrendered, let us do so thoroughly. Shouldn't we seize the granary and the rear mountain?" Ma Tingyun suggested. Preparing for a prolonged resistance, ample provisions were reserved, and he, being the one in dire need of food, did not linger. He promptly issued orders to encircle the logistics granary. Yet, he hesitated regarding the rear mountain. Capturing it would sever Guo Jia's route of retreat, and one could easily imagine the repercussions of such an action. After all, it was quite a challenge to expect an opportunist like Guo to confront the enemy directly. Is it really feasible to take the rear mountain, Tingyun? This could very well seal Guo Jia's fate, but is that advantageous for us? Guo was the sort of person who hesitated over every decision. Ma Tingyun rolled his eyes at this reluctance. At this moment, avoiding offense was not a priority. Even if he surrendered, could Tang Kaiping truly accept him? Ma Tingyun had his reasons for advocating surrender. Guo was not a noble lord, and at over 30 years of age, he saw no future in continuing down this path. Undoubtedly, Tang Kaiping's allure was profound, offering a platform for his aspirations. "Brother, we've already severed ties with Guo Jia. The only way for us to establish ourselves is to eliminate Guo Jia first. I hear that Tang Kaiping and Han Yu are performing admirably outside the mountains. Having captured 3 counties, with the unification of the eastern mountains, they are bound to make further moves. Whether we emerge from the mountains or remain in the east, we will certainly gain prominence," Ma Tingyun pondered before enticingly adding. This indeed ignited Guo's ambition. The eastern mountains could scarcely satisfy Tang Kaiping. Remaining in the east would simply render them bandits, a fate Guo was unwilling to accept, as every man harbors a heroic spirit. "Very well, Tingyun. I shall heed your counsel. This time, we shall act," Guo remarked, recognizing the substantial benefits involved. He gritted his teeth and acquiesced to Ma Tingyun. "Brother, I shall proceed," Ma Tingyun replied, rising immediately upon receiving Guo's agreement. Guo's forces numbered approximately 4,000, yet the true core comprised only 2,000. While their discipline might have been lacking, their combat effectiveness remained commendable. The remainder of the troops, assembled over recent times, possessed little fighting capability. The rear mountain of Shirao Ravine was merely a gentle slope, not a strategic stronghold, yet it served as a crucial passage behind Shirao Ravine. Guo Wei had prepared meticulously, avoiding entanglement in the chaotic skirmish between Guijia and Tang Kaiping. His troops quickly reached the designated position while Guijia's forces continued their fierce struggle, with no one fleeing. Even though Guijia's fighting spirit was resolute, such resolve was futile against overwhelming power. No one could halt their advance. Ma Tingyun's stratagem soon proved decisive as Guijia's retreat was obstructed. Under relentless siege, barring a few survivors, the majority were either captured or annihilated, resulting in a catastrophic defeat for Guijia's forces. Chapter 56. The unification of Dongshan on the 20th of March in the 349th year of the Qing dynasty. Following the battle at Shirao, Tang Kaiping swiftly conquered the northern region of Dongshan, resembling autumn leaves swept away by a brisk wind. Ultimately, the Guo family, having retreated to Laosh Mountain, surrendered after relinquishing their remaining forces of over 1,000 soldiers. Thus, Dongshan was unified for the first time in a significant sense. Sunlight bathed the land, casting shadows that seemed to beckon someone to tread upon them. Tang Kaiping's unification of Dongshan heralded the dawn of a new era, an era defined by his leadership. The faces of the Dongshan people radiated with excitement, their joy evident and unspoken. Furthermore, this unity signified Tang Kaiping's establishment of a stronghold in the chaotic territories, asserting his presence as a pivotal force that could not be dismissed. At this juncture, Tang Kaiping commanded a formidable force, comprising not only the previous 3 regiments but also over 3,000 from Shui, more than 4,000 led by Luo Ding, and an additional 4,000 from Guo Wei's surrender, along with 2,000 from the Guo family, totaling nearly 20,000 soldiers, predominantly hardened through relentless battles. With slight reorganization, this force could stand independently. We have unified Dongshan, Tang Kaiping proclaimed to the assembled troops at the site where Guo Daming once reviewed his forces. Long live! The soldiers cheered, as if a legend had come to life. The soldiers, pure in spirit, would readily embrace and diligently execute any ideology instilled in them. When they achieved their aspirations, they became invincible. Tang Kaiping aimed to make it known that Dongshan belonged to everyone. The unification of Dongshan brought an end to years of turmoil. Regardless of circumstances, Tang Kaiping emerged as a hero in the eyes of the Dongshan populace, a hero unlike any before. In less than a year, from his initial entry into Dongshan to its unification, he had relied primarily on military strength, refraining from extensive reforms to avoid chaos. Now, however, the time was ripe for appropriate transformation. Kaipeng, Han Tianqing called out, noticing him lost in thought. Everyone is waiting for you to convene the meeting. Her gentle voice resonated, as Tang Kaipeng had captured her entire heart. Alongside those who had originally accompanied him, individuals from the eastern part of Dongshan and the 3 counties had gathered, though essential defensive forces remained stationed. All right, let us proceed, Tang Kaipeng said, shaking off his daze and feeling somewhat rejuvenated. As he entered, the previously bustling hall fell silent, the weight of his presence becoming increasingly palpable. Today we shall primarily discuss the construction of Dongshan and the reorganization of our military. Tang Kaiping's low voice reverberated through the hall. Anxiety gripped everyone. Despite their prior preparations, his words heightened tension, particularly for the newly surrendered Guo Wei and Shui. Let us begin with military reform, Situi suggested, having previously conferred with Tang Kaiping. Observing the expressions around him, he recognized that clarity was essential to alleviate their anxiety. Seeing no objections, Situi continued. The Dongshan forces will be divided into 2 divisions across 2 regions, following a 3-tier headquarters model. In addition to Tang Kaiping as the supreme commander, the headquarters will include Situi, Hanyu, and Shui Dashan as deputy commanders, with Du Wuwei and Luo Wen as advisors. Other modules will handle administration, logistics, diplomacy, and intelligence. The 2 regions will be overseen by Hanyu and Shui Dashan, with the formations designated as the 8th and 9th divisions. Guo Wei will lead the 8th division, while Han Tianqing will command the 9th. Each division will have a deputy commander, a chief of staff, and officers managing soldier welfare and strategic direction. In case of any discrepancies, decisions will be made by majority vote among the 3 leaders. The deputy commander of the 8th division will be Li Kaiyuan, with Shui Yi as the chief of staff, while Wei Quan serves as the deputy commander of the 9th division, with Jiang Badian as chief of staff. Each division will consist of 5 battalions, with 2,000 soldiers per battalion. The battalion leaders for the 8th division include Chu Jun, Luo Ding, Zhang Kai, Bai Qing, a captain sent from Yunzhou, and Li Ling. While the 9th division's battalion leaders are Zhou Ju, Jun Yi, Ma Dingyan, Qin Wushuang, and Yu Qianxiang, a guard of Jiang Shaoxing. In addition to specialized units, the headquarters will also establish several special teams. During the reorganization, all soldiers will undergo training before being redistributed, with officers gradually sent to Jiang Shaoxing's military academy for training. A collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Everyone would have a place, and none would be summarily dismissed. Even if they could not command absolute control, they would not face betrayal. Assuring morale remained intact. Of course, these matters could not be resolved swiftly. Even the removal of unsuitable soldiers would require time. Fortunately, Tang Kaiping had laid a solid foundation for various departments early on, which would alleviate much of the forthcoming pressure. Furthermore, after prolonged training, most of the original special units could be integrated into the ranks as junior officers. This was also why Tang Kaiping continued to retain those in higher positions. His loyal subordinates would dominate the mid-level leadership, ensuring no insurrection could emerge against him. As for administrative duties, they would be considerably easier, given that the interests involved were significantly smaller. Tao Jinda and Zhu Yin had both been entrusted with greater responsibilities. Now, even with an influx of personnel, none would be unwelcome. Moreover, Tang Kaiping found himself compelled to seek continued support from Yunzhou. After years of the Tang family's presence in Yunzhou, a plethora of talents awaited to be harnessed. Just a small effort would yield abundant rewards, allowing Tang Kaiping to wake with a smile. The circumstances in other areas were more unique, necessitating the establishment of new systems. In early April of the 349th year of the Qing dynasty, a gentle drizzle heralded the arrival of spring in Dongshan. As warm breezes passed, the weather gradually warmed. Once the guiding principles were established, Tang Kaiping found himself less involved in subsequent matters. Thus, he prepared to journey to Bin County upon his return. The spring in the plains of Dongshan as 3 counties arrived earlier than in Dongshan itself. Fields were already being cultivated, and countless citizens toiled happily, realizing at the beginning of the year that their taxes had been reduced by more than half. Furthermore, taxes would no longer be solely paid in grain. Monetary contributions would also be accepted. This arrangement effectively shielded them from the extortion of officials, as they could pay with money if their grain fell short, liberating them from the need to appease those in power. Real currency carried indisputable weight. Tang Kaiping felt gratified. All of this was his doing. He finally grasped the essence of the Tang family's maxim, the people of the foundation. His visit to Ben County was not born of distrust in Hanyu or concern over Li Kaiyuan's intentions under Han's command, but rather due to news that Hanyu's master and senior brother had arrived at Qinshan Temple, specifically requesting to meet him. Understanding the potential for conflict, Tang Kaiping brought along the 3 friends from the Bai family. Before reaching the county seat, Tang Kaiping could already sense the changes in Ben County. Its prosperity had multiplied exponentially. The strong interdependence between Dongshan and the 3 counties extended beyond manpower, resources, lifestyles, and products complemented each other. With the encouragement of those with foresight, a swift exchange of needs began, and Tang Kaiping believed that it would not be long before this place could extend its well-honed influence, becoming a true asset to Yunzhou. Not far from the county center, Tang Kaiping suddenly spotted Li Kaiyuan, who seemed to be arriving to inform him of developments in advance. "Congratulations, my lord, on unifying Dongshan." Li Kaiyuan greeted, having received news of the situation in Dongshan and the military reorganization. "Haha, congratulations to you as well. We now have divisions of our own." Tang Kaiping replied, feeling elated at the prospect of strengthened forces and an expanded army. "Thank you for your trust and cultivation, my lord." Li Kaiyuan has received the news and is quite pleased to hear such words from Tang Kaiping, promptly expressing his sentiments. Although this is merely the position of a deputy regiment commander, the authority of the regiment commander above him is rather limited, serving primarily for stability. "You will need to exert more effort in this regard," Tang Kaiping stated with sudden seriousness. Upon hearing this, Li Kaiyuan, recalling the recent reorganization of the troops, felt a spark of insight. Both Kuwei and Han Tianqing are evidently merely stabilizing these factions. Even Hanyu and Shui Dashan are similarly inclined. A reorganization is precisely the moment to rectify the military. Although their presence remains, the loyalty of the troops or our faction will ultimately belong to one person alone, Tang Kaiping. "My lord, I understand and will not let you down." Li Kaiyuan is aware of his position and knows how to make his choices. He hails from the Han family, a fact that cannot be altered, and thus he must protect the interests of his faction. However, it is clear that only Tang Kaiping can lead this group. No one else is permitted to interfere. For the sake of Tang Kaiping, he would lay down his life. Tang Kaiping, aware of his stance, chose not to elaborate excessively. It suffices for him to understand his own position. Li Kaiyuan is someone Tang Kaiping trusts implicitly. Trust must be supported. "My lord." The 2 individuals from Qinshan Temple possess some skills, Li Kaiyuan suddenly remarked. "Really? What are your thoughts on the 2 of them?" Tang Kaiping inquired, somewhat uncertain of Qinshan Temple's intentions. "They are quite agreeable. It appears Qinshan Temple harbors considerable ambition," Li Kaiyuan considered, lifting his head to speak. "Ambition is good. I fear their ambition is insufficient. As long as we can maintain Qinshan Temple, we will solidify our position," Tang Kaiping remarked with a faint smile. "Qinshan Temple is merely a collaborator. The future will depend on whose strength prevails." In the former royal residence of Bin County, now the Han residence, Zhang Mingyi was surveying his surroundings. This abode is exceptionally exquisite. Such architecture is hard to find even in Qinshan Temple. At 45 years of age, Zhang Mingyi had never left Qingshan Temple, had it not been for a situation orchestrated by his master's disciple in the north many years ago. Perhaps he would never have had this opportunity. The residence features a small lake adorned with several islets, which his master instantly adored. For days now, his master has been playing chess on the central islet. Junior brother, when will your son-in-law arrive? Zhang Mingyi could no longer sit still, having wandered about the place daily, finding little enjoyment in it. It is a rare outing. One ought to explore this place thoroughly. He should be arriving soon, Han Yu replied, not daring to exhibit any disrespect. Humans are peculiar creatures. Once an impression is etched in the depths of their hearts, it becomes insurmountable. Currently, Han Yu harbors such thoughts. Qingshan Temple is sacred and inviolable in his mind. Although Qingshan Temple has provided him nothing, he would sacrifice everything for its sake. Chapter 57. Observing the Green Mountains. Han Yu's master, Guang, is 58 years old, possessing innate abilities at the 8th stage of postnatal cultivation. He exudes a profound sense of composure, with a long white beard adorning his chin and bright, piercing eyes. Unlike others of his age, Guang appears remarkably youthful. To the untrained eye, he could easily be mistaken for someone in their 40s. In an era dominated by martial artists, being in one's 50s is still considered relatively young, merely marking the onset of middle age, far removed from the typical image one might conjure. Nevertheless, the traces of time are evident in Guang's visage, suggesting a life rich with experiences and the weight of years. Zhang Mingyi, upon meeting Guang's gaze, immediately subdued his demeanor, suppressing any rebellious thoughts. Despite his own high aptitude in current 8th stage cultivation, the long-standing authority of his master had ingrained itself deeply within him. Han Yu commenced a game of chess. Focus on your game, Guang said calmly. Han Yu dared not oppose. After a brief apologetic smile, he hastily grasped the pieces and began his play. He remained silent, head bowed in concentration, too tense to lift his gaze, pouring all his energy into the game. During this time, Tang Kaiping had not neglected his martial training amidst the duties of commanding battles and managing affairs. He had now ascended to the 2nd stage of martial arts. The battlefield, after all, is the ultimate crucible for honing one's skills. This residence was not new to him. Tang Kaiping navigated it with ease, swiftly leading a few companions through the entrance and into the corridor. From a distance, he spotted several individuals engaged in a game on a lakeside island. Young master. Zhou Wei of the Bai family promptly alerted him. I see, Uncle Bai. Tang Kaiping acknowledged the 3 men he had noticed earlier. Young master, come quickly, we have guests. Bai Song urged. Tang Kaiping, taken aback, realized that the attention of the 3 indicated the presence of someone of significant stature. He promptly approached with enthusiasm, wearing a welcoming smile. At the same time, Guang and Zhang Mingyi recognized Tang Kaiping and his companions. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the 3 late-stage postnatal cultivators without needing to see them, a shared glance between Guang and Zhang Mingyi conveyed their astonishment. It was then that they understood who truly held dominion in this territory. Advancing through each stage of postnatal cultivation is a formidable challenge. Attaining the pinnacle of this stage, or even reaching innate levels, seems almost insurmountable, with countless martial artists trapped in this limbo. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Han Yu intervened to prevent any conflict. Kaiping, come meet my master and senior brother, he said. It is an honor to meet both esteemed elders, Tang Kaiping replied. Devoid of arrogance, he recognized that these 2 postnatal experts could be invaluable allies. This is Tang Kaiping, whom I often speak of. And these 3 are the Bai family's trio of friends, Tang Kaiping's uncles, Han Yu quickly introduced. Ah, splendid. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth, Guang exclaimed, appreciating talented young individuals as symbols of hope for the future. You flatter me, esteemed elder, Tang Kaiping replied, slightly embarrassed yet internally elated. Come, let us sit. Han Yu promptly arranged for their seating. The Bai family trio, of similar age and cultivation level as Guang, were also Tang Kaiping's uncles, making formalities unnecessary. Fortunately, among martial artists, there exists a camaraderie that transcends titles, allowing them to acknowledge one another with mere nods. Kaiping, let us be straightforward. The northern region of the chaotic territory is of utmost importance to us at Qingshan Temple, and we seek a partnership with you, Guang stated, no longer underestimating Tang Kaiping. Ha, esteemed elder, we would be delighted. With the support of Qingshan Temple, our efforts will surely yield greater results, Tang Kaiping responded, eager to entwine Qingshan Temple in their endeavors, envisioning a future where the northern chaotic territory might bear the Tang name. Guang's perception of Tang Kaiping deepened. This seemingly youthful individual consistently defied expectations. It was clear that he had sought the collaboration with Qingshan Temple before their meeting. In the chaotic territory, where the power of 9 major sects prevails, lacking a sect's backing exposes one to relentless attacks. Refreshing. Your straightforwardness is commendable, Guang remarked, increasingly regarding Tang Kaiping with newfound respect for his unorthodox nature. Might I inquire how you envision this partnership? Tang Kaiping smiled, curious. We at Qingshan Temple seek to provide support. When we require assistance, we hope you would reciprocate, Guang replied, smiling. Thus, a partnership was established, devoid of hierarchical complications. Had it not been for the presence of the Bai family trio, Guang would not have been so forthright. Their appearance signified that this young man possessed a substantial background, prompting a shift in strategy, collaboration first, with other matters to be addressed later. In truth, Tang Kaipsing was merely leveraging the esteemed name of Qingshan Temple, with adequate support from Yunzhou, as long as he avoided catastrophic errors. Reaching the caliber of Qingshan Temple was an achievable goal. At that juncture, it would be unclear who was absorbing whom. Integrating Qingshan Temple would undoubtedly enhance their standing. Serving as a formidable ally in the realm of Qigua, the meeting unfolded harmoniously, akin to two parties sharing tea. Devoid of any discussions of tangible matters, this was merely the first step, with future opportunities on the horizon. The administrative divisions of the chaotic territory differ from those of Qinghua. Employing a county system, the northern chaotic territory encompasses 6 counties, among which the Tato River Plain comprises 3 counties and 18 counties: Yunzhong County, Sanjiang County, and Heshi County. The 3 counties are situated in Heshi County, west of the Tato River, while the eastern portion is characterized by the formidable Dawang Mountain Range, with the southern slopes featuring the Yu Mountain and Ling Mountain ranges. Heshi County consists of 6 subcounties: Bin County, Ping County, Yuan County, Lingshan County, Ji County, and Qianxi County. Aside from the 3 counties previously controlled by Wang Bin, Lingshan County and Ji County are under the dominion of Haitian Islands Funing, while Qianxi County falls under the influence of Tianyuan sects Xiao Sanlang. In comparison to Wang Bin, these two are almost barbaric. At least Wang Bin provided some semblance of a livelihood for the common folk. These two, in their thirst for power and territorial expansion, seized even the stronger women, forcibly conscripting them into military camps, resorting to pillaging at will. Had they not been wise enough to refrain from robbing the wealthy within their own territories, they would have long been overthrown. In truth, they contemplated such actions but lacked the audacity. The populace had largely ceased agricultural pursuits, and if they were to be robbed, who would tend to the fields? Moreover, the wealthy banded together, denying them any opportunity. In the chaotic territory, much like the previous 3 counties of Dongshan Town, unification remains a daunting task, one that few can accomplish. Resistance is particularly strong in these 2 counties, with conflicts persisting as a common state of affairs. Tang Kaipsing harbored grand ambitions. After securing the backing of Qingshan Temple, he laid the foundation to develop Dongshan, establishing Dongshan County based on Dongshan Town and the entire Dongshan region. Consequently, Peshi's 6 counties transformed into 7, with his territory expanding to encompass 4 counties, seamlessly integrating Dongshan into the chaotic territory. Of course, assimilating the territories of the 3 counties would require time for adjustment, a process that could not yield immediate results. Guang harbored no objections to Tang Kaiping's elevation of Dongshan's status. After reporting the situation to Qingshan Temple, he remained with Zhang Mingyi under the guise of providing support, while in reality, they awaited the temple's response. To the east of Heshi County lies Yunzhong County, to the west is Dongshan. To the north looms the impassable Dawang Mountain Range, and to the south lies the fertile Sanjiang County. The geographical positioning is relatively stable, especially now that Tang Kaiping occupies 4 counties in the northwestern corner of the chaotic territory, making it challenging for external threats to encroach upon his domain. Certainly, for Tang Kaiping's actions, the most discomforting are Fu Ning and Xiao Sanlang from the 3 counties in Heshi, initially possessing an advantage. The situation has now transformed into a struggle among 4 counties, amplifying their competitive edge. Meanwhile, some individuals from Yunzhong County are also feeling anxious, although their circumstances are comparatively better. Due to the dynamics in Yunzhong County is governed by countless minor factions, many of which have not even managed to seize a small town, resulting in a lack of palpable distress, despite having battled for decades. Fu Ning and Xiao Sanlang can discern priorities and promptly cease their ongoing conflicts. After a brief discussion at the border, they established a united front against Anew, unaware that the authority has shifted away from him. Their forces are modest. Xiao Sanlang's contingent barely exceeds 1,500, while Fu Ning commands approximately 2,500. In the past, they were heavily suppressed by the Wang family. Fu Ning, situated near Lingshan and Yueshan, faces distinct challenges compared to the bandits of Dongshan, as this region is dominated by the Rong people. The Rong are a unique collective of 8 ethnic groups residing in the Great Hengduan Mountains, often clashing with various nations. Amidst this chaotic landscape, the Rong play a significant role, aspiring to establish a recognized state. The prevailing discontent cannot simply dissolve in the face of threats, and at this juncture, Tang Kaipsing has no intention of coercing them. He plans to train his troops thoroughly before advancing with overwhelming force, confident they will yield. Simultaneously, the forces in the southern region of Heshi County, particularly in Sanjiang County, are eyeing Hishi's resources, eager to seize such a lucrative prize. Sanjiang County lies in the southern expanse of the Tato River Plain, where the Tato River converges with the eastern hills, forming the Yunjian River that flows gracefully southward. Proximity to the Qing has granted them substantial leverage, as the entire 6 counties of Sanjiang County are under the dominion of Qingnan of the Qing. The Qing, positioned to the south of Qingshan Temple, monopolizes all transportation along the Yunjian River, compelling Qingshan Temple to pay exorbitant transit taxes annually. This has fostered deep-seated animosity between the two factions. The Qing is not merely a sect but shares structural similarities with bandit groups. Figures like Qingnan have evolved into fully independent branches, holding the title of deputy leader within the gang. Such branches, while nominally under leadership, possess minimal control from the gang, unless in dire circumstances. Generally, the Qing remains indifferent to Qingnan, only offering support when absolutely necessary, which could jeopardize his independence. To maintain his autonomy, Qingnan typically refrains from engaging with the gang unless absolutely necessary, as such connections bring no benefits and only increase his vulnerability. Thus, he sees no reason to reach out, unless there are tangible advantages to gain. Chapter 58. The warriors. The movements of the Qingshan Temple were swift. Before long, a support group of over 100 individuals arrived. Naturally, both sides were in a probing phase, and none of these newcomers stood out remarkably. Tang Kaiping, however, was not one to be courteous, integrating all of them into his forces. Those with some abilities were appointed as junior officers, undoubtedly stronger than the average commoner. Having trained in martial arts at Qingshan Temple, Tang Kaiping did not place his hopes solely on Qingshan Temple. Support from Yunzhou soon followed. Upon hearing about Tang Kaiping's situation, Tang Jinyuan was initially elated, sensing potential success. He waved his hand and dispatched over 300 more troops. Although this time their quality was significantly inferior, comprising mostly grassroots personnel, this aligned perfectly with Tang Kaiping's intentions. Furthermore, after the formation of 2 divisions, all previously sent personnel were assigned under his command. Tang Kaiping finally established a foothold in the chaotic territory, with Qingshan Temple providing the Fade, Yunzhou the framework, and Hishi County the substance. Given some time, this giant would surely grow, and the unification of the 3 counties of the Tua River Plain seemed entirely possible. In the Dongshan County, 10 miles outside the original Dongshan town, dust swirled everywhere. This was the new county town personally designated by Tang Kaiping. Nestled against the Dongshan Mountain Pass, a vital transportation route, with a small stream meandering through. Why did Kaiping choose not to build walls? Han Tianqing, unconcerned with titles, spent every day alongside Tang Kaiping, her gaze fixated solely on him. What use are walls? This Dongshan is within our territory. If the enemy reaches here, how much protection would the walls provide? Tang Kaiping smiled lightly, glancing at Han Tianqing in his embrace. Yet, without walls, she felt a subtle unease. I just feel insecure without them, she pouted. Huh. Wherever I am is a safe haven, Tang Kaiping confidently replied, enveloping Han Tianqing in his arms with a hearty laugh. At that moment of exuberance, a mysterious guest arrived in the southern part of Hishi County. It was said that Fu Ning, having a solid backing in the chaotic territory, was no weak force. Unlike recognized disciples like Han Yu or distant relatives like Wang Bin, he was a direct disciple from Haitian's Island, having been exiled for a misdeed, seeking redemption and aiming to make a name for himself. Senior brother, what brings you here? Fu Ning was taken aback. Why can't I come? It's been years. I thought I'd check in on my junior brother, the mysterious figure, appearing youthful with a sword on his back, thick brows, large eyes, and a long scar across his slender face, emanated a chilling aura even before opening his eyes. Such rare visitors as you are truly scarce. Fu Ning dared not offend him, recognizing him as the new pillar of Haitian's Island. I've heard the northern forces are expanding quite aggressively. The man suddenly opened his eyes, and Fu Ning felt a jolt of fear, cold sweat trickling down his back. Yes, I'm not sure how it happened, but they claim to be from Qingshan Temple, Fu Ning replied, swallowing hard. Qingshan Temple? The mysterious man fixed a piercing gaze on Fu Ning. They originated from Dongshan Town. Wang Bin attempted to eradicate them, but suffered defeat twice, ultimately losing 3 counties. I've heard they have unified the Dongshan mountain range. Fu Ning cautiously elaborated, gauging the man's reaction. Although he had grown accustomed to arrogance during his time at Haitian's Island, he dared not exhibit it in front of this figure. Indeed, there must be formidable experts among them. What are our next steps? The enigmatic man responded, shifting the focus. Haitian's Island, located offshore, was often regarded as an external force within the chaotic territory, difficult to exert influence. Securing 2 counties was no small feat, and they could not afford to be careless. This mysterious figure was Lu Lin, the new leader of Haitian's Island, possessing postnatal peak cultivation. He was also the head of the most secretive unit, the Netherworld Fleet, which served as the intelligence organization for Haitian's Island. Unlike the past, where external powers were easily controlled, the current situation was more complex. I've been in contact with Xiao Sanlang. He shares our concerns, Fu Ning ventured. After years of power struggles, Fu Ning had shed his former dandy persona, becoming increasingly prudent in his actions. Indeed, Lu Lin nodded in agreement. Given our current lack of strength, it would be better to ally with him. Fu Ning understood his own capabilities with his senior brother's arrival. The sect would not easily abandon this place, so he voiced his apprehensions. Yes, we are at a disadvantage now. If we join forces, the situation will change. We could muster at least 6,000 troops, possibly even over 10,000, significantly increasing our chances, Lu Lin analyzed. When shall we strike? Fu Ning dared not make decisions in Lu Lin's presence. Not yet. I've heard they've established a new county, and they likely want to launch an attack immediately. We are still unfamiliar with them. Let us wait, Lu Lin stated resolutely. Upon hearing this, Fu Ning realized that his senior brother's netherworld fleet would undoubtedly become involved. If they could gather intelligence, it would spell doom for their adversaries. Meanwhile, Xiao Sanlang welcomed a visitor, finding the encounter far less burdensome than Fu Ning's. Princess, what brings you here? Xiao Sanlang expressed with excitement. Why can't I come? A melodious voice floated through the air. A woman in her 20s appeared before Xiao Sanlang. Clad in a long purple robe, her innocent face left everyone speechless, her charm overwhelmingly captivating. The Tianyuan sect was a branch of the ambitious Tianyuan kingdom, which sought to expand into the chaotic territory, aiming to unify it and conquer the Qing kingdom to establish an unparalleled Tianyuan empire. The Tianyuan sect was a step towards that goal. As an outsider, it had long been suppressed by local powers, struggling to grow. Of course not. I'm simply concerned for your safety. Xiao Sanlang was a peculiar individual. One could never glean the truth from his words, as he always seemed to evade a definitive end. Humph. Stop flattering me. The princess's expression turned cold, her aura intensifying. Not at all. Things here are indeed a bit unstable. Xiao Sanlang continued to feign concern. The cold-faced princess did not respond, sitting before him and leisurely sipping her tea, ignoring his chatter. By the way, the seventh princess, Fu Ning, has already begun mobilizing troops. Their strength has always surpassed mine. Xiao Sanlang, realizing he could not easily deceive her, quickly shared a significant piece of information in hopes of deterring her. The Tianyuan sect had been monitoring Xiao Sanlang closely. Initially, he was entirely under their control, obediently following their arrangements. However, as his power grew, the Tianyuan sect's status in his eyes diminished, leading him to act with increasing independence. As an outsider, the Tianyuan sect had never been welcomed. Constantly resisted by the local powers of the chaotic territory. Without the support of the Tianyuan kingdom, they would have been expelled long ago. Now, Xiao Sanlang's presence had dramatically altered the situation. The Tianyuan sect could not afford to abandon this opportunity, as securing this territory would allow for significant development. However, Xiao Sanlang's uncooperative demeanor left them in a state of helplessness. Not only was he exceedingly unyielding, but he also refrained from articulating his objections. As if he were in complete agreement, entirely under the leadership of the Tianyuan sect. Yet, nothing could proceed without his approval, otherwise, it would be utterly futile. Regardless of their actions, the Tianyuan sect's endorsement remained paramount. The seventh princess's tone shifted abruptly. Of course, I am a member of the Tianyuan sect. This territory has always belonged to the sect. For the grand cause of the Tianyuan sect, we shall all exert ourselves to the fullest, Xiao Sanlang remarked with cunning. Despite her tender age, the seventh princess had long been embroiled in the power struggles within the Tianyuan sect and was acutely aware of his ulterior motives. The territory belonged to the Tianyuan sect, undeniably filled with countless disciples of the sect, and his insistence on contributing wholeheartedly to its noble endeavors subtly conveyed. This is my domain. You must rely on me. As long as you do not forget, and as long as you are earnest. The Tianyuan sect will not treat you unfairly, the seventh princess promised, painting a grand vision. Yet, Xiao Sanlang was not easily deceived. The current situation in Hishi County resembled a powder keg, ready to ignite with the slightest spark. You may rest assured, we have already negotiated with Haitian Island. I doubt they will relinquish this territory easily, and we possess sufficient strength ourselves. The seventh princess held a rather unique position within the Tianyuan sect, often leaving her explanations unclear. With this revelation, Xiao Sanlang quickly grasped that both the Tianyuan sect and Haitian Island had come prepared and would not readily abandon the area. In addition to assessing the situation in Dongshan town, Tang Kaipeng returned to Dongshan, keenly observing the military reorganization. After some time, the two divisions had nearly completed their restructuring, and a new special battalion had been formed, gathering the elite troops from within. This battalion, comprising 500 men, had already commenced training in Dongshan. The 8th Division was stationed in Bin County, while the 9th Division was assigned to Dongshan County, tasked with defending both Dongshan County and the surrounding mountainous regions, ready to provide support to Bin County at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, amidst the vast expanse of the Daxiangwan mountain range, over 1,000 individuals shouted in unison, pursuing the wild beasts of the mountains, sometimes frenzied, sometimes deranged. Although Dongshan is a branch of the Daxiangwan mountain range, it stands apart from other branches. separated by an insurmountable cliff. Neither side had ever ventured into the other's territory, remaining oblivious to one another's existence. Your Highness. It seems the Li people no longer dare to underestimate us, a tall figure proclaimed after effortlessly dispatching a wild deer, prompting cheers from those behind him. Haha. What do their perceptions matter to us, the Zhuang people? The individual, basking in flattery, remained unfazed. Indeed, Your Highness speaks the truth. We fear no one among the Rong people, not even the Miao tribe. The sycophant continued to expound. The Rong people were not particularly unified. The Miao tribe held the greatest strength, followed by the Tujia, Zhuang, Li, and lastly the Waxi, Bai, Galao, and Yu tribes. The Daxiangwan mountain range is vast. And under the broader circumstances, life for the Rong people remains relatively tranquil. Yet, life in the mountains is fraught with difficulties, with external pressures from other ethnic groups, and internal conflicts occasionally erupting over interests. The annual ranking within the tribes is the most significant battleground, humorously characterized by a hunting competition held once a year, where only the successors of the tribes participate. The one who hunts the most gains a higher ranking. The eldest prince of the Zhuang tribe is using Linfeng today. As one of the main characters, the Li tribe also observed everyone's reactions. That little fellow hasn't grown up yet. There's no need for concern. After this round, our Li tribe's ranking should improve, Lu Zhan, the prince of the Li tribe, remarked, already in his 30s, the eldest among all princes, yet perpetually overshadowed by the Zhuang tribe, leaving him with lingering resentment. Such discontent persisted amongst several other princes, as the disparity in strength was minimal, leading to ongoing mutual defiance.